Chapter 281. Interpretation 2. The daily temperature difference of the imperial palace was greater than that of even the demon blood desert. Before the sun went down, the imperial palace was always warm, clean, and lively. The halls were filled with welcome guests, and the streams and ponds reverberated with the songs of the royal family. On the other hand, the darkest darkness covered the palace once the sun set. The welcoming air now became as cold as metal, and the beautiful garden now seemed a dark and dangerous place. On such a bloody night in the imperial palace, Lear was caught by Deculein. He was looking at her with suspicion in his eyes. It was natural since Lear had mentioned the divine language in her haste. "I'll ask again. How do you know about the divine language?" Deculein asked. His tone was demeaning. Still, she didn't feel intimidated. The current Lear was stronger than Deculein in a fight. "I have been to the sanctuary of the altar." Though she made excuses, Deculein's sharp gaze remained. "So, did you learn the divine language there?" Deculein continued sarcastically. "You can see that doesn't make sense to you either. The altar has been looking for the divine language too." Lear's mouth turned dry, thanks to those blue eyes that could pierce her. It was so overwhelming that as soon as she slowly lowered her head, thump, his staff hit the ground. "Look at me." "How many characters of the divine language do you know?" Lear responded. "I'm asking where and how you found out." Deculein asked immediately, giving her no time or space to think. "I just know." "You just know," she nodded. It was a game that had always occupied her head, whether at work or outside the office, even while sleeping. Other than the creator, she probably knew the most about the setting and concept of the divine language, as well as the related scenarios. The problem was, she couldn't explain why she knew. This world was a game, you were all NPCs in the game, and she was the person who made this world outside the game. How could Leah say that? "Yes, I just know. It appeared several times in my dreams for no reason I could discern." Deculein's brow twitched, and his eyes narrowed with cruelty. Leah grew nervous, afraid he might cave in her skull with his wood steel or bash her across the head with his staff. "Tusk." However, Deculein's next reaction was surprising. "I see." The coldest professor on this continent was nodding his head with understanding. Lear's eyes widened, but Deculein didn't question it any further. He stood with a stern look. "Professor." At that moment, a voice came from the back of the garden. Lear straightened up upon seeing who it was, but Deculein remained casual in his stance. "Your Majesty, the night wind is cold. Why did you come out?" Emperor Sophian. Famous for changing her clothes every day, she wore a kippah that perfectly fitted her body. Even in the dark, her shape and curves were dazzling and beautiful. She stomped over with a still sleepy face, grabbing the hem of Deculein's robe. "Professor, I thought you were gone," Sophian murmured as if whining. Deculein watched her silently, the mood around them growing strange. "Your Majesty, you look tired." "Yes, maybe it's because I was too engrossed in it, or my body doesn't have enough energy." As Leah looked between the two, a single thought popped into her head. What was Julie doing now? "Ha!" Just then, Sophian noticed her and let out a small murmur. "You're Leah. How do you know my name?" "I remember. You're helping the attendants in the Imperial Palace. I know you're a good kid, but Professor, what are you doing with this child?" To the Emperor's question, Deculein briefly answered, "This kid is a divine language expert." Yura's Easter egg, Leah. Her appearance was very clearly similar. Therefore, it might be natural for this girl to know something. Deculein was watching Leah with that thought in mind. However, their location had changed, and they were now standing in the Emperor's warehouse. Here, Sophian was staring at Leah. "So, I mean," Leah glanced at them and fiddled with the scroll. You don't know," Deculein asked. Leah licked her lips, feeling how dry they were. "It's much more than I thought. Use my special move, pretend to be young. Pretend I'm not even 15 yet." Of course, Leah knew the divine language was important, but she didn't expect there to be hundreds of millions of variations. "I will kick her out." Deculein lifted Leah with psychokinesis as Sophian nodded. "Don't forget the spell to seal her memory. Wait, not yet. I will write the last revelation I saw in my dream in divine language." "Last revelation?" Deculein answered Sophian's question instead. "Yes, the last revelation of the Holy Age." "Look, I will write it down." She had tried hard not to forget it. "Here." Leah wrote God's will in the divine language. Emperor Sophian looked at the words. "Did you see this sentence in a dream?" "Yes." "You're lying," Sophian retorted sharply. Her expression turned dark, and in moments Leah's back was wet with a cold sweat. "Do you dare tell a lie to me? Your Majesty," Deculein intervened, both verbally and physically. "She's a kid who hasn't even finished her coming-of-age ceremony yet." Was that a good enough reason? Safian's complexion changed with a snort, and Deculein looked over Leah's writing. "You mean that this last revelation was written down in the divine language?" "Yes. Let me take a look. Your indulgences will bring me to death." Deculein peered over the words written by Leah and then opened the scroll again. His pupils, alternating between the two, moved with tremendous speed. It was like he was a computer. 100 billion, 100 million, 101,010. Thud suddenly, Deculein dropped his pen. "Indeed, even the same revelation is completely different depending on how you interpret it," he whispered. Leah, coming up with a rough idea of what he had realized, swallowed a laugh. "Your indulgence will bring me to death if we arrange and interpret this divine language differently." He recited another interpretation of the revelation aloud. "My death will set you free." Indulgence and freedom were similar but different. Depending on how one interpreted it, freedom became an indulgence, or indulgence became freedom. Deculein nodded. "Well, in the world where God existed, those believers achieved nothing." The scenery of the holy age that Key showed came to mind. They dedicated themselves to the only value and absolute reason, their God. There was no progress, no ambition, so many years of meaningless life interpreting and recording divine revelations. They spent their days like inanimate objects or mere earthworms. They were the most humble and confined in this vast continent. But God didn't want that. Deculein guessed this was the last choice for a god who truly wanted his creations to advance. Therefore he died. There was no such thing as a god killer like that which Key cursed. God gave the revelation to kill himself. This interpretation is also possible. Tick-tock, tick, an ancient artifact clock kept in the warehouse continued to mark the passing of time. You will need an award." Breaking the silence, Safian beckoned to Leah. "Hey, kid, is there anything you would like to have from here?" Leah blinked a few times, her mind going blank. "Isn't there anything you would like to have?" "No, I have, just anything. Can I really anything?" Deculein looked at Safian and shook his head. However, Safian snorted in response. "Yes, anything. If that was the case, then there was no reason to refuse." Leah pointed to a copper plate. "That one." "Ho, it's Ruketan the Great's copper plate. You picked a good one." Safian smiled pompously, and Deculein glared at Leah. Ruketan the Great's copper plate. As a kind of skill book, it was an item that allowed you to acquire one of the characteristics of the royal family. Of course, the required qualifications were huge, at least level 2 mana quality and 20,000 mana volume or more, but Leah already met those a long time ago. "Your sight shows your talent and luck. Take it." Safian took out the copper plate and handed it to Leah. "WOW, thank you." Still skeptical that it could be that easy, Leah accepted it with a bow. Leah left the warehouse as if running away with the plate in her hands. In the early morning, while the sun was slowly rising, Safian looked at me with a piercing smile. "Is this something you wanted to have?" "No. However, it was a very precious relic. The characteristics of the imperial family couldn't be taught to my body anyway, and I didn't want to learn them." Safian smiled a little. "Didn't she give you a valuable hint? Although you're reluctant to keep the source secret. First of all, there's no reason to keep these treasures, and that's better than letting them rot and turn into shit." I sighed. Then Safian's head leaned against my shoulder. "Your Majesty, what? This goes against dignity." "Ha ha," Safian laughed a little before shaking her head, "but there is nothing I can do about it. Now my body is not moving." "What?" I checked her condition. Indeed, her limbs held no strength, and there was a serious look of exhaustion across her face. Her long red hair had lost some of its lusters. "It is as if someone is trying to take my body." "Since when have you been feeling like this?" "It comes and goes. However, it's more often these days. I'll feel like this for half a day." A voice that didn't sound like Safian's responded. In addition to that, a red air current wrapped around her body, a death variable. If Key stole Safian's body, it would be game over. "Your Majesty." "But it's okay." Safian moved. She wrapped her limp arms around my waist and rubbed her face against my shoulder. "This is also strange, but it seems to be getting better because you are by my side like this. So be still." At first I thought it was a lie. Of course, Safian couldn't tell one. It's not a lie. Just by being still like this, the death variable oscillating around Safian slowly disappeared. It means you need to recharge. Safian smiled sweetly, and she hugged me from behind. No, she fell asleep like that. Snore, snore again while snoring. It was unusually cute. But since when? I asked the one watching us, careful not to wake her from her sleep. I don't know exactly. The voice I heard was Charon's. He spoke by borrowing the night statue displayed in this warehouse. The symptoms have gotten worse since you met Key. How do you know that I met Key? Your medal. I looked at the medal on my chest. This Medal of Honor was the highest award the Emperor could grant. Even these medals are influenced by you, Charon. Yes, if you look at the medal in a broader sense, it is a statue made and embedded in metal. Whether small or large, Charon could become any statue on this continent. When I met Key, Charon became this medal and faced Key with me. Anyway, is it because of Key? I'm guessing so. There's no other reason. But I don't think you need to worry about it. Why not? Charon smiled and pointed at me. The antidote is standing right next to her, isn't it? It's a joke. Her Majesty is happy to be with you, so I am happy too. This is no joke. Snore, snore. Safian's breath tickled my back. But are you going to put Her Majesty to sleep like that? Come on, take her to bed. Charon, stop it. This is no joke either. She'll get cold like this. Quickly. I sighed, but he wasn't wrong, so I stood slowly. Yes, don't worry. I'll make you invisible to everyone. Yes, please. Under Charon's fierce escort, I carried Safian through the imperial palace. Chapter 282. Theory of Relativity. 1. The morning sun rose outside the window. Cozy daylight leaked in to illuminate the dark bedroom. As I sat on my bed and studied the divine language, I suddenly looked up and out over the world. It was the most beautiful and ancient place on this continent, the imperial palace. The heart of the empire didn't have even a single blade of grass out of place. I thought about myself as I watched that neat scenery. As Kim Woojin modeled and designed this game and its characters, I lived on Earth and came to this world with a lightning bolt. Did this story have a purpose? Did it have any reason? When everything was over, what would happen to me? Those questions had long since been erased from my mind. Now I only live in the present. Your Majesty, I called out to Safian. Her answer, however, did not return as she lay on the bed. The Emperor was sleeping, holding my left hand tight. Despite this, I still studied, took notes, and researched with one hand. Psychokinesis wasn't allowed unless it was really necessary. This was the holiest sanctuary of the Emperor, after all. I watched Safian in silence. Main quest, guard and Emperor, the body always seeks the soul of its master. The quest window overlapped with her face. There was no clearing reward, but the continent would probably be destroyed by Keys will if I failed. Your Majesty, I tried to call Safian again. The expedition to annihilation and the slaughter of the demon blood would soon follow. Countless people would die in the process, and the continent's fate would hang in the balance. However, the easiest way existed here. There was no need for so many people to die, no need to gamble on the continent. Now Safian didn't have the power to regress, so if I assassinated her, Key's manifestation would become impossible. With that, his plans would naturally come to a halt. Why are you calling me? Then Safian awoke. Her blank eyes met mine. Professor, now it's time for me to go to work too, I responded calmly, and Safian smiled a little. I just saw Rohakan. I think I had a dream. She wriggled her body like an earthworm. She squirmed over to put her head on my lap. Rohakan said. Her hand slowly rose and grabbed my tie. That in the future I would love you. Then she slowly pulled me closer and looked into my eyes. He said that love would kill you. I would kill everyone I cherish. He said that I was the emperor born with that cursed fate. Safian's voice was small but deep as she groped for her past. But it's strange. I loved my mother. Rohakan, that old man, was also precious to me. But both are dead. I killed Rohakan, but my mother. Do you feel better now? Safian's brow furrowed. She raised her torso and wrapped her arms around my neck. Hoon, she let out a small moan and put her lips to my ear. Professor, I will ask, was my mother indeed assassinated by Rohakan? The Empress killer Rohakan, however, the real criminal who assassinated the Empress. Yes, it was Rohakan, I lied. Safian's eyes trembled. Also it was I, not your Majesty, who killed Rohakan. She couldn't distinguish the truth of my words, so she smiled. She let out a sigh of relief and dug into my arms. If so, I'm fine. Now go to work. Let me go. Okay. She finished charging her battery. Safian groaned and fell back into the wide bed. I bid her farewell and then left the bedroom. Creak, I sped up down the hallway past that door. 1 step to 2 steps, 2 steps to 3 steps, 3 steps to 4 steps. In the end, reaching the speed at which a knight ran. It was a safety device from Key. Safety device. Charon answered from my metal. Safety device. Yes, I am now sure. No way. Charon's voice was low. Key has put a safety device on Her Majesty's body. In the future, there may be unexpected resistance, so it must be an instinct to kill those she loves. It had been a long time since the spirit of Key descended to this continent, so the less motivated Safian was, the lonelier and indolent she became, the more her body would seek its better master. Whether it was love or friendship, positive emotions like those kept her safe. But Key knew it, so he planted a safety device in her from the start. If we interpret the tragedy in which Safian killed her mother that way, everything will make sense. Then, Rohakan's prophecy, Safian got herself back when she was with me. It was because she loved me. However, the more she loved me, the more. Yes, Her Majesty will always try to kill me. It's the instinct instilled in Her Majesty. Charon didn't answer. It wasn't that he was speechless. It was just because of the knight approaching from the other side of the hallway. Professor Deculein, the deputy commander of the Imperial Knights, Isaac, standing as if to block my path, he cleared his throat. Can we talk for a minute? He was the knight who persuaded Julie to participate in the Emperor's hearing. He was calm, but he looked serious. His Highness Crito has been kidnapped by the altar. It was understandable why he looked like that then. I clenched my teeth, and Isaac shook his head. First, we must tell Her Majesty. Don't tell her. Isaac, who knows about this? For now, it's just you and me. How did you find out, Isaac? Isaac pulled out a letter from his pocket. It's a letter from the altar. The man who introduced himself as Key sent this to the Imperial Knights. I'm the only one who has read it so far. I read the letter. The outline was, I'm holding on to Crito's life, so don't worry if there is no news from him. Also, take this. Isaac held out another envelope. This is the evidence we were going to present at the Emperor's hearings. Why are you giving this to me? Because it's already too late. There will be a battle between annihilation and the demon blood. Whether it will be a war or a massacre remains to be seen. That was everything he had to say. Isaac passed by me, and when he left my sight, Charon asked, Isaac is still the same. Is that so? Isaac was one of the Empire's named, but there was nothing special about him other than that he was the deputy commander of the Imperial Knights. Don't hate him too much. In his way, he's just doing his best to prevent war. Having suffered through a war in the past, Isaac opposed war more than anyone else. He's weak. I clicked my tongue and put the documents away. The university tower was very busy these days. Day or night, dusk or dawn, it always twinkled with lights and the occasional thumping explosions. Magic experimentation and research on theses were in full swing. I'm fine. However, Epheren was a little more relaxed thanks to the fact that her stocks were on the road to success these days, and her topic and direction for her thesis had been set. I have already submitted my thesis. Now I just need to supplement it with empirical research. She was on the 10th floor, exactly 67 floors lower than the head professor's office on the 77th floor. AKA, it was Epheren's office. Epheren, assigned a one-room private laboratory by the Magic Tower, was preparing to write her thesis. Have you already submitted it? And she also had one assistant. Leah, an adventurer, was a bit weird to have on as an assistant, but she wanted to write the thesis together with her. Yeah. Then, will Professor Deculein correct it? No. Epheren shook her head, looking slightly sullen. If the professor made corrections with a sincere heart, I would be happy to. But if I show it to him, he will give it back for sure, telling me not to even think about this subject. Oh, indeed. I guess everyone will hate it. Wizards underestimated science for a long time. Right. I'm also prepared for that, but I have to overcome it as I progress. If I show the results of my research, they will have no other choice but to believe. It was a thesis that would change the paradigm of the magic world. The resistance and backlash of the old paradigm would, of course, be fierce. Leah was also concerned. Epheren had no support as a wizard. Are you going to give classes later? Well, I could even start a lecture, but maybe I will. If this thesis were somehow acknowledged, she would leave Deculein's shadow and be appointed as a full professor. There's not much time left until the full professor's exam. Wow. Yes. As soon as the professor becomes chairman. Deculein would be appointed chairman as soon as this semester ended, and the full professor review for the assistant professor Eferen would begin. She felt it strangely bittersweet. Let's stop chatting. Now shall we begin? Eferen warmed up her mana. Grey mana fluttered around her body and stuck to her skin like armor. It was an incomplete reproduction of the nanosuit that Leah helped her with. But you know, yes, Eferen dismantled the armor and waited for Leah to continue. Professor Deculein asked me if I wanted to learn. Eferen's eyes widened. Really, I think he saw a sprout in you. Sprout? Yes. The professor is interested in talented people. I think you should do it if you're okay with it. Of course, it will be very tough, but you'll grow in equal measure. Leah nodded along. Deculein's words bothered her a bit, though. She couldn't tell if the allegation of using her mana and talent so wrongly was genuine or out of jealousy. And actually, Leah was afraid that Deculein would end up falling for her, just in case he was programmed like that. Knock, knock. Are you the assistant Professor Eferen? A deliveryman called out. Yes, this is Eferen. These are the new books you ordered. As soon as she opened the door, many books were carried in. Eferen smiled brightly. Oh, it seems to be new. New? Yes, that Casey author is publishing quite a few new science books these days. I immediately applied for a subscription, and whenever a new book comes out, I get it delivered. Let me see. Leah quickly opened the package and scanned the book covers. The next moment, her eyes widened. She was once more astonished. This guy, what the hell is he doing? Theory of Relativity. The book held the ideas of Einstein that completely changed the modern era. It was a great theory that redefined humanity's concept of time and followed the universe's rules from the small planet called Earth. Not knowing how Leah felt, Eferen smiled softly. The theory of relativity. I wonder what this is. And this guy is getting famous. Even among our university scientists, there is a lot of talk. Find them. Who? What? Leah's expression suddenly became heavy. Eferen tilted her head as Leah grabbed her hand and clenched her teeth. Who is this person? We must find out. Whoosh. Leah was burning with enthusiasm. Eferen was puzzled by it, but decided to nod for now. Okay, I'm also a fan of this guy. I have a network of adventurers, too. We must find him. She would find him. No, maybe this in itself was a signal. If you know this information as a modern person, please come and find me. He was asking Leah to find him. As modern intellectuals, let's join forces. We must. Eferen pretended not to know her and took a step back as Leah shouted. The 77th floor, the head professor's office. Eferen was busy with her work, and I was looking over the evidence that Isaac had given me. I shook my head while combing over the eyewitness accounts, testimonies, and books containing corruption. It was rigged. All the evidence here was manipulated. Someone cleverly changed the figures. It was clear who. Not Julie, and there was no way that Isaac himself would manipulate it and hand it over to me. Maybe, Professor. Bang. At that moment, a loud voice, joined by a horrible knocking sound, filled the office. Professor, this is terrible. I frowned and looked up. Who is it? It's Relin. This is terrible. Fat Relin. As soon as I opened the door with psychokinesis, he strode in and placed a thesis on the desk. Professor, look at this, Relin shouted, banging the paper on the desk. If even this coward acted bravely like this, he was probably very angry. Your assistant professor, Eferen or Leaf or whatever, submitted a thesis to our academia. Look, I looked at the thesis. The correct connection of magic and science. The development of coexistence, Eferen Luna. Does this make any sense? You're spitting. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Relin quickly wiped his mouth. Look at this title. I mean, this dissertation harms your reputation and further insults our tower. No, how dare she? A connection between science and magic. This is crazy. Relin grabbed the back of his neck and sat down, taking deep breaths to calm down before he spoke again. Anyway, this nonsense thesis is floating around. Eferen caused a scene as expected. She was making it through the hardships necessary for her growth on her own. It was lucky I was the first to find it, but other professors will come soon. The more you read, the more you will find it absurd. I was so angry after reading only a dozen chapters. I came running right away. However, true genius and innovation had always been like that. One achieved the most miraculous of things by suffering and accepting hardship. Oh, but maybe. Relin, who had been chattering, abruptly stopped and glanced at me. I eased his worries. I am not involved in this paper. She submitted her thesis without saying a word to me. As expected. Somehow there was no checker. There was no reviewer for the thesis. As expected, the meticulous opportunist Relin came to check on that detail when he came to argue with me. Chapter 283. Theory of Relativity 2. In the world of magic, the academic world had two meanings. One was a community of people engaged in the mystery beyond academia called magic, and the other was a library system shared by magic towers across the continent. The latter was a magical network that connected ideas from different places through a magic library resembling a central computer. Therefore, when a thesis was submitted, wizards from all over the continent could freely read, refute, and quote it. If the content of the thesis were proven, it would be copyrighted as a formal theory. Otherwise, it would be buried in the library. It seems you've been too lazy all this time, Professor. Of course, we know it too. We know that the child, Ephren, was the daughter of your former assistant. The head professor's office on the 77th floor was receiving a lot of guests today. But because of that, you have tolerated and allowed too many things. This thesis has crossed the line, and there is no room for mercy or tolerance. Not only Relin, who was chatting in a serious tone right now, but also Ihelm, who came to see him, and Luna were also present here. Ephren lacks the qualifications and talent to become your disciple or even Euclen's disciple. Now you have to make a decision. Let's hold a personnel committee. I shut Relin's mouth first. Personnel committee. Ephren had already been through a disciplinary committee when she was an undergraduate, but a personnel committee was more than that. It required the consent of not only the faculty involved, but also the chairman and the directors. A personnel committee. Even Relin, who insisted on a tough response, swallowed. Luna's eyes widened, and Ihelm grinned. What are you so surprised about? Competition between students and teachers is also common here. But will you be okay, head professor? I have no interest in someone who submitted a thesis like this. I tapped Epherin's thesis. Let's determine the level of punishment by listening to the subject's attitude and arguments. Then I beckoned lightly to gesture that I would keep silent about anything more than that, and thanks to the mention of the personnel committee, the other professors understood immediately. It's understandable still, a personnel committee. She's a commoner in the first place. They murmured things like that and left. Professor Deculein, a personnel committee for a girl who's submitting a thesis for the first time. Leave. Luna was the only one who tried to defend her, but I adamantly cut her off. She glanced at me one more time and walked out. My office was finally quiet. I took up Epherin's thesis. As a magician seeking magic, I read it from the first page with that sentence. It was surprising. The content was blasphemous, but the logic wasn't bad. There were no radical statements, as if to display she accepted my advice, and the core message was that science and magic were equal. The conclusion that she made, suppressing her pride, was that if science and magic worked together, or if science supported magic as an equal, they could coexist and develop together. It was an acceptable result if viewed without prejudice. It's not enough. However, it wouldn't be enough to convince the wealthy island or the nobles, including me, who were obsessed with venerating mana as a mystery. No matter how perfect the thesis was, it would be impossible. A change would be possible only after Epherin became an archmage. Knock, knock, I looked behind me to the window. Hee. Outside the window on the 77th floor stood a child smiling brightly. Leah. Our eyes met, and she passed through the window. Her body was elementalized, passing through the glass as if it had no mass. I put down the thesis. Why are you here? Oh, you know the thing you said back then. Leah sat down in front of me. You said you were going to teach me. I was wondering if that offer still stands. I looked at Leah in silence. She stared back at me with her hands crossed over her lap. I began reading Epherin's thesis again, and Leah smacked her lips as she watched. I've been around the outskirts of the continent. She opened her mouth first. I quietly raised an eyebrow. A lot of places, even Annihilation's temple and the altar's home. There is no place on this continent that I haven't adventured. I've been through a lot of things too. I also raided very dangerous dungeons. Together with the Red Garnet adventurers, we also protected several villages. I leaned back and listened. I have a lot of wounds to show for it. This part that looks like I burned my collarbone here was a bullet. This scar left on my cheek here is from a knife, and the red spot on this side here came from a harpoon. She suddenly started showing me her scars. Also, this left arm was cut off once, but it was put back on in time and was reattached. Fortunately, we found a Harmony-class wizard not far away, so I survived. But the cost of treatment was huge. Was it 20,000 elnis? It's cheap, considering. Leah laughed softly. Then she raised her right hand with a slightly sorrowed look on her face. But I couldn't attach this right hand in time, so it's a dull prosthetic. I looked at her as she clenched and opened that little hand repeatedly. Don't you have parents? Ha! Leah frowned, then pouted. No, I was born and raised on an island. I was perplexed. It was the same for her recklessness, but her personality was also very similar. She always endured until her insides exploded, yet still showed a positive attitude like nothing in the world was wrong. Anyway, I'm telling you this, thinking that, if you teach me and I learn from you, wouldn't it be right for you to know a little more about me? That was Leah's introduction. The content just didn't match her age. I nodded. You will go to work at the Deculein mansion from tomorrow on. I'll give you a new right hand, too. I know a good puppeteer. Oh, really? But I don't have that much money. The last revelation you gave me has been, and will continue to be of great help to our interpretation of the divine language. It was only one sentence, but it was important since it was the last bit of the divine language and its interpretation. My understanding could dig into tremendous depths based on that alone. It means you don't need to pay. Yes. Now go. Yes. Leah jumped up and was about to leave, but turned around again, clutching the doorknob. But is the personnel committee such a big punishment? We have to decide what kind of punishment she will receive, but it is possible she will be fired. Leah's face was instantly colored with worry. When did Ephraim become so close with this kid? I shook my head. It is a blasphemous thesis that could make her the enemy of all wizards. If you are an adult, you should be able to handle what you have done on your own. The connection between magic and science. The wizards of this age would treat it like apostasy, but Ephraim would be able to endure it. She would survive, eventually becoming the most revered archmage. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Cackle-quack, this was the blue island where the geese chirped and the clear sea lapped at the sands. Away from the continent, this was once the center of the voice. It was now beautiful, though occasionally creepy sounds could be heard at night. Adventurers stayed and explored Sylvia's island. Stupid Ephraim. Among the island's buildings was the so-called Sylvia's lighthouse, overlooking it all. Sylvia, the island's owner, muttered and bit her lip. She held a stack of documents, Ephraim's thesis, in hand. What's the matter? As you requested, I brought all the new papers published in academia. Ganesha asked with interest. Sylvia shook her head. This is a bad thesis, too disrespectful. The connection between science and magic, and looking into mana scientifically. Even Sylvia couldn't help but feel an automatic rejection of that unconventional approach. More importantly, is the voice recovery still in progress? Of course, Ganesha had no interest in a magic thesis or anything of the like. The Red Garnet Adventure team was focusing only on Sylvia now. If their work were successful, they would receive a huge reward from Sylvia and the Iliade family. It's in progress. Hoon, what a shame. But if the continent is destroyed, you could make a new world here. Ganesha placed her hand on the railing of the lighthouse. Leo and Carlos were down below fighting the scarecrow that Sylvia made, while Desmura and Rayleigh were resting in a hammock. This is the power of complete creation, right? I'm here to work, but I think I'm on vacation. Sylvia turned quietly and laid down Ephraim's thesis. I guess the thief hasn't been caught yet. Oh, yes. We can't catch them. Last week, there was a thief on the island. Someone stole a painting that Sylvia had painted and a mana stone that contained the voice's power. Will it be that bad if we don't catch him? Is it that important? It's not that, but, Sylvia pouted, pushing out her lips. The voice's mana stone didn't matter, but Deculein's portrait was the problem. Anyway, it will take 6 months at the most. 6 months. That's faster than expected. Yes. After 6 months, the voice recovery would be completed and Sylvia could leave the island. Not long left. With a little more effort, she could meet Deculein. She could be his strength and by his side. And stupid Ephraim. She could even slap the head of that stupid girl. The connection between magic and science. Ridiculous. Aside from Ephraim's bold ideas, Sylvia knew the floating island well. She had experienced the cold, cruel, and stringent stalking those crazy bastards could inflict. The floating island might be after you. Sylvia gripped the railing as she muttered with worry. Late night, at an annex in the Euclan mansion, I looked over the snowflake obsidian in my newly renovated magic training and scientific research laboratory. The room around me was tidy and had a certain modern feel. Whoa! The blue and white crystal floated and resonated above the palm of my hand. I was thinking about how to reinforce it. Understanding, 99%, 99% understanding. My understanding of the snowflake obsidian was now reaching the stage of completion. However, this alone wasn't enough. To be precise, I learned one way to become stronger. I came to realize it while understanding Deculein's artifact magic science. Demon's spirit core. The most basic principle was to put the core in the snowflake obsidian. But to do that, I needed a real heart. A heart that could become the nucleus of this core, suited to it and capable of withstanding its power. And I didn't have to go far to obtain it, because it was in my body right now. If I used the heart of Euclan. The heart of Euclan was tougher and harder than any other organ in the world, and more than anything else, it suited this demonic core. If I connected the snowflake obsidian to my heart by uniting it and making it part of the snowflake obsidian, at least several times stronger. I muttered a little. As a result of my calculation, the overall spec increase would be at least double the current level. Even this wasn't just a matter of combat power, though. As a wizard, it was about overall specs. The snowflake obsidian's energy would be in my mana, and my physical abilities would be amplified accordingly. The problem is overload. That was the only downside. Then there was no reason to hesitate. I tightened my hand around the snowflake obsidian to begin. Brother, a cold wind blew through the open door and I looked back. Isn't it dangerous? It was Yriel, watching me with worry in her eyes. I answered briefly. I calculated everything. Then I will help you, saying that Yriel took a step forward. At that moment, I belatedly checked the book in her arms, Deculein's artifact magic science. I can do this too, you know. An assistant is essential for magic research. I pondered for a moment at Yriel's insistence, but then I saw her trembling hands. Reluctantly, I nodded. But only as I tell you. What the? I said I can do it. As soon as I allowed it, she looked elated. I pushed aside my regret. I should have just kicked her out. Why do you ask me to do as you say every time? You think I'm a puppet? It was my fault for being deceived by the word, brother. Chapter 284. Theory of Relativity. 3. The most important process in unification was liquefaction. I couldn't shove the snowflake obsidian into my body in its metal form, so I dissolved it in a liquid to draw the demonic core's formula in my heart. What? How are you going to melt it? It's easy. Yriel frowned, but I immediately plunged the snowflake obsidian into a vial. The snowflake obsidian agglomerated into the pure white solution in an instant. Yriel's eyes became the size of baseballs. I laughed a little. It is the result of hard work. 99% understanding meant that this thing knew me near completely, and I knew it near completely. The snowflake obsidian was now extremely focused on heat among the contradictory dual qualities of cold and hot. Do not touch it. Yriel, who had unconsciously reached out, stopped. Yeah, but you're putting this in your body. I nodded. Yriel grimaced. Are you thinking of committing suicide? It'll be okay if I coat it. The next process was focused on the extreme expression of cold in the snowflake obsidian. Cold and hot, so that the two states can be in perfect balance at the apex. Oh, I know what you mean. Are you saying that the outer part of this liquid will be cold? Yes. The surface of the liquid snowflake obsidian froze. However, freezing didn't result in a full transition to a solid. It was still liquid, except for the nanometer-thick outer part. It was now in a state of perfect harmony between ultra-high and ultra-low temperatures. Now I was going to inject this into my body and draw the formula. I would craft the demonic core using the heart as a medium and the snowflake obsidian as material. It's too dangerous, Yriel said. Of course it would be dangerous. Aye, indeed, there will be war soon. The annihilation expedition, the desert expedition. I heard it all. Would this be better than being too weak to survive on the battlefield? Yes, that's right. It's too embarrassing to die in battle, right? What would you say to the family elder if that happened? She figured it all out before I said a word. Okay, then I know my role too. Uriel's lips drew a thin line. As you can see, the most basic element in Deculein's magic is the environment. Saying that, she radiated her mana out. It formed a barrel-like cylinder around me with an open spout. Of course, mana in the air doesn't affect most jobs. But what you're trying to do right now isn't normal, is it? Woom. The mana inside the cylinder was sucked through the upper spout as it drained out all of the mana in the air. It's a barrel that only filters mana. It's a mana vacuum now. How about it? This is the help I can offer. Uriel's voice couldn't breach the barrier. Being completely shielded, I was reading her lips. I can't help you directly, so I've thought about this. Oh, you won't be able to hear me anyway. I'm stupid. I laughed a little. Anyway, good luck. You're not going to die like this, right? When I frowned slightly, she flinched. Did you hear me? If you did, it's a failure. Tell me if you heard me because it's a failure. I shook my head. I can't hear you. What? How can you answer me if you can't? Just like you are reading my lips now. Uriel cleared her throat. Yes, good luck. And then she covered her mouth and mumbled something. She reminded me of my little sister. Kim Woojin's younger sister was no longer on Earth, and of course, not in this world either. Of course, Uriel couldn't replace the one I wanted to meet again, because Uriel was Uriel and nobody else, my sister. Watch me, I said so and laughed. Uriel nodded and smiled. I shut my eyes slowly, parting my lips. The snowflake obsidian stretched out like a thin thread and moved into my mouth. And this substance that is both cold and hot, liquid and metallic, slowly spread throughout my body. The first moment was painful. The next moment was painful. The moment after that was also painful. Every moment that followed was an agony that even Iron Man couldn't bear. My head, body, and mouth were full of the word pain. A high fever, like a supernova overflowing inside me. A chill, as if the cold of space was wrapping around me. The joints of my body froze, and a fire raged in my power source. Indeed, if I lacked mental power, this kind of pain, brother. A voice barely reached through my clouded consciousness, burning body, and frozen reason. Brother, her voice. Uriel was calling me. It overlapped with a memory from my distant past. Oh, brother, hey Kim Woojin, my sister was shouting and calling me. Brother, hey Deculein, Uriel overlapped her. Not yet. I grabbed at my consciousness again and moved the snowflake obsidian in my body with the power of my mind. I drew a magic circle wrapped around my heart, taking care to carve out the path. Facing the pain that continued through the eons, I transformed the heart of the Iron Man into the demonic core. So, a message rose from the threshold of death. It reflected in the empty and dark field of vision that overtook my sight. Assimilation complete. The snowflake obsidian inhabits everything in you. Magic property added. Added ice attribute. At that moment I opened my eyes. I raised my body that had faded unbeknownst to me and exhaled. Then I clenched my fist and smashed Uriel's cylinder. Clang. Oh my, Uriel screamed. I thought you died now. Aren't you dead? I looked in the mirror without responding, understanding Uriel's strange response right away. My body was covered with frostbite and scorch marks. Rather, I could only be glad that my hair remained intact. Hey, no, brother, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. I shook my head. I looked messy. Does it hurt somewhere? I looked in the mirror and straightened out my messy tie and trimmed my messy hair. I tightened my sagging cuffs, straightened them up, remade the two-button suit's melted buttons with ductility, and fastened them. Now it was perfect again. I nodded. I'm okay now. The world suddenly went dark. Isn't he nuts? Uriel stood in shock beside the fallen Deculein. He's crazy. Anyone who just saw that would say the same. Hey, even if you lived, you could die from this. She didn't know how it felt to Deculein, but it had taken at least 6 hours. I'm going crazy. After that relentless magical and physical abuse that continued all day, why are you using magic shit? What madman remade buttons with ductility because the old ones melted? Hey, 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 Deculein. No matter how Uriel cried out, Deculein already had his nose firmly planted to the floor. Seriously, it's not mysophobia, it's fucking madness. Reluctantly, she raised Deculein. Although he was heavy due to his stature and muscularity, Uriel, who didn't neglect her physical training, lifted him as if holding a princess. She put her ear to his chest, finding he was fortunately breathing. I dare you to die like this. While grumbling, a button on Deculein's suit caught her eye. What is this? The button. It was white and blue like the snowflake obsidian and had a strange texture. Uriel blinked and looked at the buttons. It was clear as ice. No way, this. Then a thought came to mind, and she murmured with amazement. Did he soften the snowflake obsidian? At the same time, in Ephraim's office on the 10th floor of the Imperial Tower, the theory of relativity. Ephraim wasn't interested in the events of the world or the passage of time. Theory of relativity. She was engrossed in this theory only. Related to time, it was a theory that expanded her horizons almost indefinitely. No, it ripped apart her common sense like it was grabbing her by the collar and shaking. And quantum mechanics. Physics she'd never heard of, guessing at particles smaller than atoms. This is revolutionary. Since receiving this new book, Ephraim hadn't taken her eyes off for even 10 seconds. With this, Ephraim was sure, if she understood this theory, she would assemble her time more freely. Also, she could adjust it. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment the door rattled. Bang, 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 bang. With a frown, Ephraim stood and swung open the door. Gosh, who is it? It's Relin. Hey, several people were standing outside. She could see Professor Relin, Professor Sire, Wizard Ihelm, Professor Luna, and even still Chairman Adrian. All the important personnel of the tower gathered and looked at her. What is going on? Ephraim asked, blinking. In an instant, Relin's eyes grew and he yelled. Are you asking because you don't even know? Ah, why are you suddenly screaming like that? Anyway, you're unbelievable. Do you know what our tower is listening to right now because of you? If you think like that, do it alone. Why do you have to submit such a disgrace to academia? Relin shoved Ephraim aside and looked into her office. He strode over and took the book she was just reading. Theory of Relativity. What is this fucking bullshit now? Nope, it's not fucking bullshit. Assistant Professor Ephraim, take this. Suddenly, Adrian handed her a note. Ephraim asked as she took it. What is this? A personnel committee is being held. Adrian said it brightly. She was acting so bright that she couldn't tell if this was a joke or not. Personnel committee. Yes, the target is Assistant Professor Ephraim. The presenter is Head Professor Deculein. The topic of the review is the very profane thesis that you submitted. What are you saying? Ephraim's expression grew truly terrifying. Adrian's lips trembled. More details. We'll talk later. Hi. Oh, right. And I think this personnel committee can even be held on the floating island if in the worst case. It'll be a fun day on my last day. Adrian left the office chattering, and the rest of the professors looked at Ephraim with different emotions in their eyes. Most of them, except for Luna, held contempt. One day the following week at noon during lunchtime, Uriel was standing in the warm Deculein mansion, welcoming the guests that Deculein talked about. Leah, long time no see. Leah. She was reluctant to see her every time. Yes, I'm here to learn. The girl hauled in a lot of luggage and smiled brightly. Uriel shrugged. Okay, but Deculein is sleeping now. Is he sleeping still? Yes. He's oversleeping today, which is uncommon. He has achieved a grand, hard, magical achievement. Leah's eyes widened. Uriel chuckled and beckoned for her to come in. Hurry. Everything is already ready. Yes. She walked down the hallway with Uriel. Your room is a 3-room private bedroom with a living room and a bathroom, better than any mansion. Oh, yes. Thank you. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? What an absurd question. Leah shook her head. Nope. Really? Then Uriel sighed with a slightly anxious look, muttering something like, still, Deculein won't do anything to a kid. But how did you come to seek classes? Deculein, he's not that kind of guy. Oh, he said I have a talent. The truth is, your talent has nothing to do with me. But you know what? The most important thing. Click, click, Uriel's high heels clicked off the stone floors. You look like Deculein's ex-fiancée. I'll show you a picture. There's one left. Normally, Deculein doesn't let me in, but now he's completely asleep. Leah chewed at her lip. Yes, but why? Just for you to know, because you both look so alike. It wouldn't be such a big deal if they looked alike just a bit, but really, they resembled each other too much. Oh, of course, Deculein isn't going to try to do anything to you. I swear. He values dignity more than life. You haven't even had your coming-of-age ceremony yet, have you? That was why Uriel was troubled every time she saw this child. Because of that woman, Deculein went to the brink of death, and it was because of that woman that he survived. Still, if Deculein treats you too well or too mean, it's because of that. Uriel stopped in front of Deculein's study. Looking up at the large door, Leah swallowed. Perhaps there might be a hint of the story progression, the reason Deculein was learning the divine language. or something in there. You can run away any time. Click, opening the door with the key, Uriel turned to Leah. She was the one Deculein loved her so much. Leah was a little frightened, feeling like she had entered a dungeon alone. It's okay. There are many people like that on this continent. One or two similar people is, Chapter 285, Theory of Relativity 4. Wow. Leah was looking around Deculein's study with admiration. It's just as I heard. Indeed, everything was high-end. Bookshelves, chairs, tables, curtains, and everything else. It was also clean with not a speck of dust. The books, the tiles on the floor, the window sills, and even the tops of the bookshelves seemed cleaner than any room she'd seen before in her life. Ah, what the did he clean it up already? Uriel, who was rummaging through Deculein's desk drawers, scratched the back of her neck and murmured. Leah inched closer. Anyway, all you need to know is that you are very similar, since you will see him often in the future. Uriel said so, and organized the drawers just as they were before they came. Deculein seemed to remember all those things. Here, take this. After that, Uriel handed her a piece of paper. This is a list of things to watch out for. You don't have to since you're a guest, but there are a lot of etiquettes that you have to follow. Leah's mouth opened wide as she read. In the hallway, walk a little to the right from the center. When eating, be sure to observe the following etiquette. Be careful not to use vulgar words in what you say, blah 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 blah. I heard you stayed a few weeks in the Imperial Palace. Then it will be fine. Yes, Leah nodded. Uriel added with a smirk. Only follow what is written there, but if possible, do not stand out to him in your daily life. He is such a pathological person. Pathologic. A cold voice sounded behind them. Uriel and Leah were startled and looked back to the study entrance. You're awake already. Are 4 nights enough? Are you okay? It was Deculein. His complexion looked pale, but he was dressed in neat casual clothes. Wearing a shirt and black knitwear, it looked less heavy than a suit. He glanced at her and spoke bluntly. You came. Yes, I came. Uriel. And to Uriel, he beckoned her out the door. Okay, hey, if you have anything to ask, come to the 5th floor. That's my room. I'll be staying here for a month, so anytime. Go. All right. Slam the door closed as Uriel left. Gulp. Leah, now alone with Deculein, felt her mouth go dry. He first held out a piece of paper to her. Take it. What is this? It is the circuit structure of your body. Leah flinched as her eyes passed over the paper. It was the anatomy of her body. This I can comprehend just by looking. What circuits run through your magic and how it works. Goosebumps prickled up her arms. He saw her entire body, torn apart like it was ready for an autopsy. First, see it with your own eyes. Snap mana spread across the sheet of paper, starting at the abdominal power source and spreading out. Wow, it is the flow of mana that you see when you express your talent. Even you can see that it acts on its own. There are no rules. It is chaotic, arbitrary. As he said, the mana of the power source shown was wandering around the body. The circuit of your body is like a land without roads. The mana within your body moves without system, in disorder. Ah, yes, I can see that. Most adventurers are like this. A lot of mana is wasted. It was a fact she didn't know. She learned everything by experience. On the contrary, he snapped again, and mana spread once more across the diagram. This time it was different from before. The mana moved neatly, as if running on a well-ordered road to its destination without wasting a single drop. This is the optimal road for your body that I designed. As a simple numerical value, mana consumption will be reduced by 57%, and power will be increased by 33%. In terms of efficiency, it is more than 3 times. Wow, but wait a minute. You designed it. Yes, I considered your height, weight, and your mana capacity. It's the perfect optimization. Leah frowned. How did you know my height and weight? I know just by looking at you. But is that important now? It's pathetic. Deculein scolded her and sat down. Indeed, it doesn't matter. How can I pave the road? Simple. I will pour my mana into you. At that strange remark, Leah tilted her head blankly. He would do what with his mana? It means that I will build the roads, with my mana in your body. I'll guide your mana with my mana to pave the way for efficiency. If I repeat it hundreds of times, the path will open. It's pretty intense accelerated training, but it's the best way to get your body used to it before your brain. Or are you planning to stay here for 2 or 3 years and learn using the slow method? Leah shook her head. The main quest could end in 6 months, so she ran out of time. But pain is natural, from artificially altering the path of the circuit and increasing the width. Yes, I understand. Deculein nodded. Then get prepared and come back. Yes, I'm already prepared. Let's start right away. Leah smiled widely. There was no need for preparation. She had grown used to pain anyway while working as an adventurer. Fine. Deculein raised his index finger with a sneer. At the end of it, a little bit of mana rose and shot forward, flowing through Leah's nose. Be prepared. Yes, I'm already Kaira. The next moment, Leah vomited blood. Ooh, when she came to her senses, she was collapsed on the floor. Her vision was blurry and her limbs convulsed uncontrollably. Ugh! It was hard to even breathe. This was the worst. This crazy Professor Deculein. What was this villain going to do? This had been a trick, as expected from the villain Deculein. Ah, ah, ah. Leah, losing some rationality, opened and closed her mouth like a dying goldfish. Then his response came, criticizing. Is this everything you have? Leah looked at him, desperately raising her eyes. She saw Deculein's indifference plain in his eyes. She clenched her fists against the ground, forcing out a sound in response. Deculein nodded. Then a more violent and fierce wave washed over her. It felt like her organs were melting. Ah! At one moment it was cold, and in the next it was hot, all while a strange pain consumed her. She couldn't even breathe, and her vision turned dark before she lost her mind. Tusk, is there too much talent in a body that's too insignificant? His voice still reached her. It might be better to throw her away. It's a waste. Hearing that, Leah clenched her fists and burned her will to win. She forced her closed eyes to open, and she shouted, En hart iet. She meant not yet. She wanted to say that, but her tongue twisted a bit. 1 p.m. The training was concluded in 2 hours, and I put on my suit for going out after finishing up. Where are you going? The tower. What about the next training? I looked down at Leah. She was on the floor. Her body was covered in blood. It was bloody. Blood was dripping from her mouth, oozing from her nose. Even her eyes were so red that I didn't know if she had started crying tears of blood. The only reason I didn't get rid of her right away was that she had a face that resembled Yuli's. Start healing first. There would be no after effects since I had already prepared a medicine for her. What about the next training? Next. Ignoring her murmurs, I went down to the parking lot and climbed into the car that was waiting. Secretary Wren skillfully drove as I pondered over the official document of the first personnel committee I held. The target was Epheren. The location was on the 90th floor of the tower. If the verdict didn't go well there, it would move up to the floating island next. That way, things would grow even more troublesome. We're here. I will be waiting. We had reached the tower. You can go first. Yes. After sending Wren away, I took the elevator up the tower. 90th floor. I reached the 90th floor. An assistant professor couldn't even come this high normally. The structure here was overbearing and authoritarian. The subject of the personnel committee looked up at the judges from a low place separated by a magic glass window, and the judges, on the other hand, looked down at the subject from a balcony. You came. Everyone was waiting. As I entered, Relin and the faculty greeted me. I nodded to say hello and sat down. Professor Deculein, you are here, Adrian, the head of the board, shouted with a bright look. Assistant Professor Epheren is coming soon. I looked through the window glass. In the dark, there was a single small and shabby chair. Epheren would sit there alone. Yes, I nodded, and Adrian grinned. Assistant Professor Epheren is now entering. Sitting in the shabby chair of the personnel committee, Epheren was thinking now about what she did wrong. The crime of submitting a thesis to academia. The crime of embracing the blasphemous idea of linking magic and science. Was that such a huge mistake to make? The connection between magic and science. I wonder if Assistant Professor Epheren thought that this thesis was verifiable. It was Relin's voice. Maybe it was because everything said at the personnel committee was recorded, but he spoke formally. Yes, I think so. Epheren also responded politely. I thought it was possible, and I thought this would be the foundation for the development of magic. Professor Epheren. There is such a thing as prestige in magic. There is also such a thing as prestige in the tower. That was Sire, the professor who pretended to be meek every day, but looked down and discriminated against commoner magicians. You submitted a thesis to academia that simultaneously overruled and ignored the prestige of magic and the prestige of the tower. and you are still continuing your research. This time, you are reading an irrational book called The Theory of Relativity. Efren clenched her teeth and met their looks with determination. You don't think that's wrong? Yes, she answered immediately. Silence fell for a moment. I don't think it's wrong. I didn't mean to damage anyone's prestige in the first place, Efren said. No matter how much she thought about it, she didn't do anything wrong. If this was a matter of right and wrong, there was nothing wrong with it. The connection between magic and science. Am I thinking and my thesis that wrong? After all, you're the daughter of a random nobleman who knows nothing is expected from someone who didn't even go through the academy. It was Relin again. This time he was going after her family. If you were a commoner, you'd have a little bit of room for generosity because you would be saying that, not knowing. However, that's not the case even for a random noble. Eferen clenched her fists. After submitting a blasphemous thesis that attempts to undermine the prestige of magic, that undermines the face of the tower. What is prestige? She interrupted Relin. Is prestige something great enough to block progress? Connecting magic with science will make it even stronger than it is today. And I don't mean that science takes precedence over magic. If we harmonize the two together, stop talking nonsense like that. A nameless family like you, why doesn't it make sense? What are identities or family names? What is the importance of blood to a wizard? Thud. Eferen stood violently, knocking her chair down. I can prove it. I'll just have to prove it right. Magic's connection with science. Eferen was confident she could prove it. This was because she had an abundance of the resource called time. I'll become a magician greater than blood. Eferen. Then a calm voice cut off her passionate speech. Deculein. Eferen swallowed her breath and looked up. Bloodlines are important. Even you are born with a bloodline. If you were the daughter of a real commoner, would you have the talent you have today? As she was about to answer that, she suddenly closed her mouth. Her father was also a wizard. Your father had a genius talent for theory. There are many great wizards in the history of the Lunar family. My Eucline bloodline has its uniqueness that will go down in history. Same with the Iliad, Freydin, and the McQueen. The magic tower only evaluates skill, but skill is undeniably inherited by a fairly large part from one's bloodline. Deculein's words systematically rained down. It was different from Relin, who was just pouring out his anger. If that is the case, you cross the line. Do you mean to cause treason by disobeying the system? You're pathetic. Eferen couldn't see his face. However, she didn't feel betrayed. She already knew this Deculein. Stop talking about this. As the head professor, I, Deculein, have decided on the course of expulsion as the disciplinary level this time expulsion. The moment such a heavy word was about to crush Eferen's heart. Wait, I refuse. Suddenly, Adrian shouted. That moment was salvation for Eferen. There has never been a case in which a wizard was fired just because they submitted a thesis incorrectly, even more so if it's an assistant professor. Why, the lower the authority, the less responsibility. The roaring fairy voice continued cheerfully. The magic tower has magical freedom. So I would like to conclude with a 2-year suspension for Assistant Professor Eferen and a review of the suspension every quarter. Also, if you want to nag, you should consider her supervisor's negligence. Supervisor's negligence. In other words, Deculein's fault. Adrian boldly fired back. Chapter 286, Theory of Relativity, 5. The Magic Tower has magical freedom. So I would like to conclude with a 2-year suspension for Assistant Professor Eferen and a review of the suspension every quarter. Also, if you want to nag further, you should consider her supervisor's negligence. Supervisor's negligence. In other words, Deculein's fault. Adrian boldly fired back. Isn't that right, everyone? She turned to the faculty and the board of directors, but there was no answer. HMPH. You're just quiet since I'm going down now. Anyway, Assistant Professor Eferen. The chairman called back to Eferen. She looked up at the chairman's silhouette. Yes. I, Adrian, the still chairman, recommend a 2-year suspension as the level of disciplinary action taken against Professor Eferen. Adrian's cry resounded throughout the conference room. It was much, much better than being expelled. We'll decide by vote. However, Deculein didn't show any signs that he would back down easily. The level of disciplinary action I recommend is still expulsion. Oh ho. Adrian slapped her knee, and Eferen moved her lips as she looked at Deculein. She couldn't help being upset now. In the magic world, There were often closer relationships between teachers and students than even between family members. Well then, can't help it, Assistant Professor Eferen. If you have any remaining arguments, say it now. You could change Professor Deculein's decision. Adrian continued to shout. Who knows? If you soften him now, it may be reduced to 1 year of suspension. Or file a conciliatory request if he does not bend his will. Sitting in the cramped chair and looking up at the people surrounding her, Eferen was dazed. She grabbed at the hem of her robe and thought again about what she'd done wrong. Oh! Then, suddenly, the realization hit her. Gulp Eferen raised her head to face Deculein's silhouette. If she were to continue this research, if she were to connect science and magic and achieve her goals, if she wanted to become independent as a full-fledged adult wizard, wouldn't it be better to get away from Deculein? Assistant Professor Eferen, don't you have anything to say? Do you want to try? And it would be better if she was the only one hated like this. Euclid had a face and a bloodline like that of an empire. Plus, Deculein was a noble. He was the commander of the Emperor's bodyguards and the soon-to-be chairman of the Magic Tower. It was too high a position, and there would be too much to lose. As Adrian said, the supervisor's neglect. If she didn't give up, or if she didn't change his mind, Eferen might end up staining his reputation. Deculein wouldn't want that either, so maybe that's why. No, even if Deculein didn't have that in mind, I don't want it. No, Eferen said. Exclamations of pity and surprise came from behind the glass. I have no intention of withdrawing. But she didn't care about their reaction. Right now, there was only one person here with her, Deculein. I saw the possibility of science in the thesis submitted by Deculein/Luna. Not science, which is a tool of magic, but as a field that can develop along with magic. In retrospect, I may have been relying too much on Deculein, even if it's a radical idea, different from Professor Deculein's. No, I may have depended on him beyond my will. I thought that if it were the professor, he would acknowledge it. Deculein could solve it somehow if something happened. With such complacency, she almost blew up Uran's volcano. Professor Deculein, because of you, my father died. Even after turning 30, he wasn't even close to becoming an assistant professor. Watch your mouth. Relin intervened, but she didn't pay him any mind. He was overtaken by his juniors and freshmen, suffering that humiliation before committing suicide. But you thought that just giving his name to this theory would justify everything, right? Of course, I know the story behind the incident. I know the hidden truths. But didn't you also write other theses in the past with my father? But why isn't my father's name in those papers? It's because you stole them, right? Assistant Professor Eferen, don't say irrelevant things. Head Professor, there is nothing more to see. This ungrateful kid, he was still playing innocent. But now you're even trying to get me expelled as well. Because I'm cheeky Eferen. Deculein remained silent. Whether that silence was of anger, sadness, or indifference, Eferen couldn't tell since his face was hidden. However, she could tell both the professors and the directors were only watching Deculein. Fine, let's end this now. Adrian knocked on the desk. Today's personnel committee is the last decision of my tenure. I will soon leave the whole world behind. Of course, the magic tower too. But her voice was very strange. It was emotional and serious, unlike before, when she was ignorantly having fun. Of course, this situation is fun now, but with my final authority, should we end this now? It was the first adult-like tone they had ever heard from her. The professors shut their mouths when they noticed Adrian acting so weird. The only person who could break that heavy silence was Deculein. I'll be going. He spoke as usual, but Eferen was heartbroken. He must be disappointed. Of course, he would be. Professor, let's start voting. Adrian asked Deculein to vote, and Deculein answered, I still vote for expulsion. Eferen lowered her head, hiding her trembling. Yes. Well then, let's continue in turn, starting with Relin. Slam Deculein seemed to have left, and the disciplinary vote of the personnel committee continued slowly without him. That was a week ago. The vote was received on the spot on the day of the personnel committee, but it was being announced today at the Magic Tower. Personnel committee results, suspension. Eferen, submitting a blasphemous and incomplete thesis to academia without being reviewed by any professors, damaging the prestige of the tower. Hugh. The result of the personnel committee was stamped across the Magic Tower's board, as Adrian said, suspension for 2 years and a suspension review every quarter. Eferen had no regrets. She wasn't sad. After all, she realized that the research she was trying to pursue would not be tolerated by the magic tower. Oh, that girl that got suspended. I didn't like her from the beginning. But is that true, that her father died because of Deculein? Yeah, I heard it is. It was almost covered. I heard that they opened up the buried suicide case at the personnel committee. Wow, she was stuck with Deculein all this time to get revenge. She's something. FRN received all their gazes and stumbled into the elevator. Even in an elevator full of wizards, they kept glancing back at her, but what could be done about it? Ding, she arrived on the 77th floor. FRN walked out into the hallway and looked around. Professor Deculein probably wasn't here, because today she came to clean things up alone. Knock, knock, she knocked on his office just in case, and when there was no response, FRN opened the door and entered. Phew, it was empty. She sighed with relief. Deculein wasn't in the office chair where he always sat. The table where she worked as his assistant hadn't been cleared yet. I'm sorry, Professor. It hurt to look around. Should I have kept silent? A father who committed suicide after suffering at Deculein's hands, and a father who delivered a letter from the devil to Deculein's fiancée, even knowing their tangled tragedy. Hate me, please. Mumbling to herself, Ephraim put the Mana Stone, thesis, and a gift on Deculein's desk. For reference, the Mana Stone was a proofed Mana Stone created with her mana as evidence that the Deculein/Lunar thesis was implemented. With this proved, the professor would be able to become an elder. But I guess I'm becoming a real wizard now. Now she was ready to pursue her research. She didn't want to throw away this research, the theory that would be her magic. She didn't want to waste any more time. Did this mean that she became a real wizard? I guess it's time to get out of the shadows. It was time to become independent as a wizard. It was an opportunity to become an adult. Then I'll be going. After leaving behind a small smile, Ephraim left the office and entered the corridor on the 77th floor. Passing the tight spaces such as the research lab and the laboratory, the assistant professor room and conference room. Ha! Suddenly, disappointment entered her mind. But where do I do my research? She had no laboratory. No, she had no place to sleep, let alone a laboratory. She usually stayed in the dormitories and sometimes in the Euclid mansion. The Starks. Of course, if she sold all her Starks, she would get enough to buy a house. But the price of mana stones, magic books, and various experimental tools was astronomical. She would need at least 5 million elnis for a facility for her research. I do have support. Support from Deculein. The donation that Deculein had sent anonymously for quite some time, but Ephraim didn't want to waste it. How can I use it after saying something like that to the professor? You mean that? Yes, rumors are also circulating in the tower about our personal history. What? Ephraim stopped talking and blinked. Heh, long time no see. And behind her, a cute laugh sounded out. At that moment, Ephraim spun around. Assistant Professor Allen. Assistant Professor Allen. The mischievous person who disappeared from Recordac pretending to be dead was looking at her as he used to before. At first, she asked herself if he was a ghost, if this was a dream, or if she had gone back in time again. Nice to see you. I missed you so much, but I also had things to do. Things? Ephraim asked blankly. Yes, Alan answered cheerfully and grabbed her wrist. Would you like to go with me? Together? Yes, I heard you have nowhere to do your research. I mean, where? If you come, you will find out. With a smirk, Alan took a step forward. At that moment, the world changed. The hallway on the 77th floor blurred by, and a completely new landscape surrounded them. Ah, what is this? Perplexed, Ephraim spun in circles. Where are we? It was dark and looked vacant. The only light source in the dark, whether a cave or a basement, was a glowing tree in the middle. Oh, you brought her. Under the shade of that tree, a robed wizard was sitting at a tea table and watching her. Ephraim looked into their face with squinted eyes. Wizard Eidnick, the narrowed eyes opened wide again. Yeah, long time no see, Eidnick answered, raising her hand. What is this? Where are? Here. We call it Sanctuary. She took a sip of her cup. The official name is Time. It was built under the underground of Annihilation, and it's a community to fight against God. You can call it that. I beg your pardon. Then this is Annihilation. Yeah, this is in the north. It's great for studying magic. She grinned and pointed behind Ephraim. And there is another one. Ephraim turned around. Indeed, there was one more person there. A woman wearing a robe like Eidnick, but with a sword around her waist. A knight with white hair fluttering like snow through the hood, determination etched across her face. Nice to see you, Eferen. Julie von der Freyden. That ungrateful bastard finally left. In the hallway of the tower, Relin chattered while chasing after me. Hugh, I'm relieved. Oh, and don't worry. He constantly spoke while we entered the elevator. I will make sure that she never passes the next examination or the one after. After 2 years, well, she should get tired and leave for the countryside. Ding, we arrived on the 77th floor. You can go now. Oh, yes. Relin saluting like a soldier behind me, I opened the door to my office. Only one person had left, but the office seemed empty now. Oh, of course, there was still one person in my lab, Drent. He was now my only assistant professor. Anyway, I learned something a bit strange. I shook my head as I recalled Efren's appearance that day. I was a little angry at what she said. In particular, when she mentioned bloodlines, my personality boiled over on instinct alone. However, it was good that our teacher and student relationship was cut off. She had acted clever, which wasn't like Eferen. It was safer for her to do this. I noticed several new objects on my desk. It was a mana stone, a thesis, and a book with a post-it note stuck on that Eferen had left behind. I read the post-it note first. This is the Deculein/Lunar thesis verification mana stone. It was made with my mana, so the implementation is certain. Originally, I would present it, but I'll just leave it here. No, even if I had tried to present it, you would have interfered somehow, right? It's obvious. Whether you announce it and become an elder or not, do whatever you want. Don't write my name on it. I don't want to get involved with you anymore. And if that arrogant view of magic is still valid, read this book. Science is just as great as magic. Let's not see each other again. Even her attitude in seeking hatred was clumsy. For reference, the title of the book that Eferen left was Theory of Relativity, Volume 1. I laughed quietly as I sat down. Then I took a deep breath and looked around the office. It was quiet. It was so quiet and clean. In other words, I was alone. Again, I was alone. Good. Satisfied, I nodded and took up Epherin's thesis. I frowned as I read it line by line. Why are there so many typos? Maybe she wrote in a hurry, but even still, there were too many typos. I started making corrections. Chapter 287. Time 1. The Sanctuary Time. As Eidnik said, it was an insignificant community nestled at the bottom of annihilation. Insignificant. Eferen was sitting at the tea table, facing Eidnik. Yeah, Eidnik nodded as she yawned. Well, in the beginning, it is true that Demakan and Merkin founded that desert. Demakan and Merkin founded it as a base to protect humanity. Here, Eidnik and Rohakan were taught by Demakan. What's the difference? I don't even know where they are or what they're doing. Demakan was already an archmage that transcended humans and was closer to being a different species. And while Merkin wasn't at that level, he was far from the norm. Now they never engaged in worldly affairs. More importantly, what have you done to Deculein? Eidnik asked curiously. Eferen flinched. Have the rumors reached all the way here? Yes. Even Julie knew about it. She pointed to Julie, who was sleeping right now, leaning against the time tree, holding a sword tightly in her arms. But I don't know the details, so please tell me. Eidnik grinned. Why are you asking something like that? Efren pouted, but then she explained what happened in the personnel committee. The thing that Deculein hated more than anything else in the world, the way she ruined his image. That's why the word plagiarism is circulating around Professor Deculein now. Is this enough? After hearing everything, Eidnik's mouth widened into a grin. Eferen licked her lips and continued. It will be over. It's over. Next time we meet, we won't even greet each other. The professor will hate me. But why did you do that? My research is bad for the professor. If the floating island brands my research and magic as heresy, then there is no point in rushing to make excuses then. To not besmirch Deculein, Eferen chose the most certain way to be hated. Okay, if it's that guy's personality, it might be the end for you. Eferen lowered her head and clenched her teeth. He's not the kind of guy who would just let it slip after hearing that his thesis was stolen. But is that true? Eferen remained silent at that question instead of turning to Julie. Is that night okay? No, she's not okay. She can't live long, and sleep is the best way to keep her living. Is there no other way? Yeah, she has 1 year at best. But if she works at sleeping like that, about 3 years. Who knows? If she sleeps 22 to 23 hours out of 24 hours a day, 30 years. Eidnik spoke like it was a joke. Eferen shook her head. Then why did you call me? What do you think? You got kicked out too. I want to hire you. Hire me. Yes, we are going to stop Safian and Deculein first. Stop who? Eidnik poured more tea. They will now march into the desert to annihilate the demon blood and to destroy annihilation. Oh, I know that. Everyone does. The whole continent. Yes, but what do you think about the demon blood? Efren's thoughts on them were not so profound. Of course, she didn't hate them as madly as the nobles of the empire, but poor people, I guess that's all. That's pretty good. You're different from the imperial heads who rage when someone mentions them. But why mention the demon blood all of a sudden? It is because the eradication of their clan is what their god wants. To be precise, God wants war. Eferen, you met God too, right? Yeah, Key. Is the god's name Key? Anyway, I met him too. Eferen's eyes went wide. He told me he will recreate the continent. Sipping tea, Eidnik frowned. But can he alone annihilate and recreate all mankind on this continent? No, absolutely impossible. And if it were possible to do it alone, he would have done it already. At that moment, a word popped into Eferen's mind. War. Yes, right. God wants to start a war and destroy the foundations of the continent. That will make his meaning easier. Eidnik looked at Alan behind Eferen. So we are working closely with the demon blood. The idea is to save them. Hey, Eferen's jaw dropped. A civilian who hid demon blood's children would be sentenced to death, but they wanted to save them. Eidnik grinned. If you want to run away, run away. If you get caught, you will be sentenced to death. After that, Efren thought for a moment. No, at first she was thinking of rejecting it. First, she was a wizard, not a political activist, and right now, she had no interest in anything other than magic. But suddenly, a memory of an old day came to mind. Right, Eidnik. I tried to join the Imperial Guard in the past. Eidnik raised an eyebrow. Really? And did you? Nope. The professor stopped me back then. He tore up my application form, saying this. The words he said that day still lingered in her mind. He said he was a man-killing wizard, but that I wasn't. That I'm not a wizard who kills people. So he told me to become a wizard who saves people. That might be a way to ask me to stop him. It seemed to be, though now he likely hated her. Ha ha! The moment when Eferen smiled sadly. It all depends on how you look at it. It's a bit unsightly to see you interpret it your way. I beg your pardon, Eferen frowned at Eidnik. Anyway, there's a lot of equipment here, so if you have something to study, you can do it here. If you want to go out, go through that friend. Eidnik pointed to Alan. Oh, that's right. Assistant Professor Allen. Come to think of it, we have something left to say, right? Eferen glared at him with squinted eyes, and Alan, knowing his guilt, grinned and scratched the back of his neck. A calm morning with the sun shining. Again, the Deculein mansion. Again, move your mana properly. This was the annex I used as a training room, but now I was teaching a kid other than Eferen. I'm saying that you must see your body with your own eyes. Okay. Leah was staring at the circuit diagram of her body. A circuit diagram was a kind of human body diagram in which the movement of the mana circulating was displayed in real time. It was also a high-quality artifact that I gave 4 levels of Midas hand. Can't you see? I can. However, Leah didn't seem to be able to catch the idea. Even when she looked at the circuit diagram, she couldn't properly use her mana. The flow of her mana kept wandering back and forth. The road had already been laid, but she couldn't use it. Are you blind? I was growing frustrated. Can you not even see a picture? No. Are you a blind child who can't think? Don't you have a brain? If not, look at your body and move your mana. Don't stay still like a moron. I pushed her shoulder with psychokinesis. In an instant, her concentration was disrupted. I let out a short groan and grabbed her shoulder. At just that one interruption, the mana circulating in her body was dispersed. Oh, sorry, sorry. What an eyesore. Leah was restless, but I waved at her. Get out. Allow the mana to cycle through your body at least once by tomorrow, or you're out. Yes, it's an underserved talent for someone like you. Don't waste it. I'm sorry. The girl bowed once and hurried outside. Slam. Perhaps it was an act of timid rebellion, as she closed the door a bit harder than she had before. Is it this much in 2 weeks? 2 weeks since I accepted Leah, and 2 weeks from when Eferen had left. Given the amount of time, Leah's pace of development wasn't bad. Rather, it was excellent. The piercing of the circuit, which required tremendous pain, was finally accomplished, and now we were on to the next step. But this is not enough. Even if it were enough, I would push it as far as she could handle until she was just before death. Potential power. If Leah was indeed the Easter egg of Ura, she must have been gifted with an important role. I planned to rake up all of her remaining potential and make it bloom. Professor, do you hear me? Today is Wednesday. My body is getting stronger. Just then, Safian's voice echoed from the crystal ball. With those words, she was telling me to come quickly. I'm on my way. The rooms at the Deculein mansion were luxurious. Whether it was the magic gramophone or the mansion had its orchestra, a classical melody gently flowed every noon through its halls, and the warm wind and sunlight caressed her face through the windows. Why is it not working? Why not? A youthful yet sharp voice echoed over the music. It was all right when I practiced yesterday. Boom, boom. Leah smacked the circuit diagram on her desk and shouted, It worked yesterday. It worked yesterday. It was successful, but today she was back at the starting point. Shit, she roared. Shit. The eyes of Deculein, who was staring at her until now, the verbal abuse raining down on her, and the pain of the psychokinesis that smacked her shoulder. The humiliation and shame still warmed her face. Shit. Recalling all of that, Leah moved her mana again. However, it didn't work this time either, and before long, the mana was out of her control. Shit, shit, shit. Leah's eyes were dripping with blood, and her nose was also bleeding, as was her mouth. Oh, Leah had been subjected to tremendous abuse by Deculein lately. Creating this new road of mana in her body was that harsh, and concentrating her mana on that road also required a tremendous amount of effort. It's kind of like when I was coding. Wiping away the flowing blood, she murmured blankly. It was just like coding when Leah would get pumped up, so she started talking to herself and yelling, What? Stupid. Brainless. Even her boss's abusive remarks were the same. You can't even do that, you moron. What have you learned so far? Hey, do you think I'm an idiot? You do things like this on purpose because you think I'm a pushover, right? If you don't like this, just quit. Even now, every time she heard it, her blood pressure rose. Knock, knock. Leah looked back to the door. Hey, are you okay? It was Uriel who suddenly entered her room. She looked at her and raised her chin. Leah answered, Yes, I'm fine. No, you don't look fine. Your dark circles are huge. Of course I haven't slept. If I get some sleep, I'll be fine. That wasn't all that Uriel noticed, however. Leah's eyes, which were round on the first day she came, were sharper for some reason. Take it easy. Yes, I'm okay. Yes, well, work hard then. Yes, Leah nodded without listening. Then she looked at the circuit diagram again, and Uriel shut the door. Slam. She pretended to leave and observed the kid from right outside. Shit. It was a little cute how she screamed while shaking her body. Shit, why not? Let's do it then. Yes, again, just like when coding. If there is an error, start over again. Start with error checking. This is fun, so fun. A little terrified now, Uriel snuck away. I can roughly guess last year's divine language. In the Imperial Palace. Having visited Safian as her teaching wizard, I analyzed the divine language with her aid. I interpreted 3 additional revelations. Safian leaned her back against mine, so her voice came from behind. We sat on the same couch, facing opposite directions. But Professor, yes, Your Majesty. Then she turned and rested her chin on my shoulder. Are you okay? You were stabbed in the back by your disciple. I'm fine, I answered briefly. I've known her promise of success for a long time. Safian silently placed her hand on my side, hugging me from behind. Her sweet scent and red hair tickled my nose. Professor of Plagiarism Deculein, so is this nickname okay too? I shook my head, pondering. That is upsetting. Who said that? Well, it must be one of your servants. Well, I don't know. Safian smiled slyly and placed her hand on my cheek. She gave it a little strength, making me look straight into her eyes. Professor, now I will march into the desert and annihilate them all. Yes, the continent knows the will of your majesty, but I'm more curious about your will than the will of the continent. She tapped her nose to mine. She asked, rubbing the tips of our noses playfully, Are you following my will? I looked straight into her eyes, irises like dark wine. I may not. What? Safian frowned, her aura turning cold. I act with integrity. If your majesty's will would be harmful to your majesty, I will risk my life to reject it. Safian closed her mouth. She gazed intently into my eyes. Professor. Yes. Can I put my lips on yours? I narrowed my eyes at that strange request. However, Safian calmly added as if it weren't anything special. It is simply curiosity. Yes, and it's just a simple act. Don't think too deeply. If you want to refuse, say no. Chapter 288. Time 2, a silent warehouse filled with stagnant air. Safian's breath tickled the tip of my nose. She was set atop me. The Emperor at the moment was too close. I, sensitive to hygiene, was instinctively uncomfortable with this approach. But was it because it was Safian? It was bearable. At this moment, the Emperor's biosignal seemed to be constant as usual. Her breathing was regular, and her pupils were dilated as usual, but there was a small problem with the heart rate. Her heart was trembling. She wasn't joking. Your Majesty, Safian licked her lips. Don't worry, I'm just curious. My ancestors must have given birth to me by doing this kind of thing. That kind of thing is not a kiss. Safian didn't answer. Her eyes drew dark lines. Then, smack suddenly, her lips touched once and darted away. It seemed too childish to even call this a kiss, and it just seemed we'd accidentally bumped into each other. But Safian's heart pounded louder. I can hear your heartbeat. I see. This is wonderful. She nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly lowered her face. She rested her head on my shoulder. Your Majesty, headache. That one word Safian muttered in an instant. Crimson energy overflowed from her body. The red aura of a death variable filled the warehouse in less than a second. Immediately I moved the snowflake obsidian around my chest and heart. Thud! A huge shock hit me the very next moment, threatening to crush bone. Ah! I clenched my teeth, tasting the blood leaking between them. Your Majesty! I looked at Safian in my arms. However, the red mana had already reached her eyes. She was filled with a killing aura and had lost all sense of reason. Sealed deep in Safian's heart, this was the murderer who killed her mother. Your Majesty! Safian stared at me with empty eyes, condensing mana into her hands. Her fingernails were elongated horribly, making them sharp enough to slice through both Iron Man and the snowflake obsidian. If I were hit, I wouldn't survive. Your Majesty! However, Safian didn't attack. She continued to stare at me without moving. Time passed without a word, and the red aura that filled the warehouse gradually faded. Now Safian was resisting by herself, and if so, I had a duty to help her as her servant. Excuse me. I placed my hand against the back of her neck and pressed the acupuncture point very lightly. The strength she held was released in an instant, and she fell into my arms. It was a short period of tension, less than a minute. However, it had been a close call. Deculein, are you okay? Charon asked from my chest. Yes, thanks to the timely snowflake obsidian coating, although my bones still felt a bit shaky, there was no problem beyond that. If it hadn't been for the snowflake obsidian, I would have died today. I let out a small sigh. Let's keep this a secret. Will it help Her Majesty? Of course. Safian was breathing lightly in my arms. I ran my hands through her red hair. But will Her Majesty's love be one-sided forever? Can't it go both ways? I don't know. I smiled a little. I don't think it's impossible. Really. Just now, when our lips lightly touched, there was a very small ringing in my heart. If there were anyone other than Julie that Deculein could love, Safian, the noblest on the continent, would be the one. Identity was a necessary condition for Deculein's love. So please keep it a secret, okay? And for the time being, please stop educating Her Majesty about combat. Okay, I caught my breath. Also, I will. I was sleepy, which was a rare thing. It must have been because of the instantaneous consumption of 3,000 mana while defending against Safian's strike. I will sleep too. I closed my eyes while cradling Safian in my arms. Charon didn't answer, and my consciousness slipped away. After about half an hour, I heard a rustle from my arms. Safian exhaled a short breath as if waking up, but she didn't move. Is it you, Professor? She dug into my arms. Annihilation, the picture of a destroyed land, a place where life didn't grow. Beasts and demons were swarming here day and night. There was no grass or water, and the concentration of mana in the air was so high that a gas mask was essential. The altar and adventurers explored annihilation without fear of death. However, it was impossible to sustain life inside without external resources. The Emperor's younger brother, Credo, was in such a place. He was staring at the crystal ball at the altar's base called Sanctuary. People are coming. The crystal ball given by Ki illuminated the entire continent, making it an oddity to the wizard Credo. He could observe anywhere he wanted without limit. Yes, they weren't kidnapped. The scene projected by the crystal ball now was of a certain procession. Here, countless humans were approaching the sanctuary. Each one was carrying a bag on their back. They're coming by their own will, Key said. Crito turned to him. They believe in and follow my revelations. It is a voluntary belief and faith. Are you going to preserve them too? At Crito's question, Key smiled a little. Preservation. It was a very small privilege that Key, who claimed to be a god, promised Crito. Even if everything were reset in the continent's recreation, Crito's existence would be preserved. No, their original sins can't be washed away. Only you still have that privilege. But their souls will remain. They will be reborn with the same soul, but they will lead a different life than now. What good is it? Crito's jaw trembled as he clenched his teeth tight. Regeneration, in which both memory and body disappear, would be no different from death. If you look at it narrowly, you are right. But human memory is only at the human level. All their years, from a cosmic point of view, are just a speck of dust. I am human too, Crito responded firmly. Key shook his head with a caring look. No, and he put his hand on Crito's shoulder. You are different. Maybe it was because he lent his body to Saphian, but Key felt strangely fond of Crito. Crito being born and Saphian's strong ties to his blood were all Key's plan, a very small step toward his final goal. You will get what you want. When the continent is recreated, the magic of the new continent will all start with you. The magical knowledge in your head will become the foundation of a new world. Therefore, Crito was a child who contributed to his faith just by existing. This kind of privilege was natural. But Crito turned away without a word. He left without agreeing to or denying Key. I will give you time. Humans think a lot, don't they? Key would be happy to give him the time he needed to think about it. He already knew what the answer would be. Meanwhile, Ephren, who had briefly returned to the floating island, was snooping around the magic shop. She held her thick wallet tightly clasped. Must you buy from the floating island? Alan asked. Ephren nodded. Of course. The equipment back there is very outdated. The floating island is advancing day by day. How can I work with a facility from 3 years ago? Still, the floating islands are too dangerous. Purge officers may be monitoring you. Purge officers. From a religious point of view, it was a profession like a heretical inquisitor, a group of armed forces on the floating island. Their targets were usually magic killers who invented and distributed magic deemed too dangerous, but Ephren caught their eye this time. In the magical world, the crime of damaging the mystery of magic and mana was that huge. What about it? With your talent, you can run away in one step. I also don't want to be caught. Ha! At that moment, a familiar head caught Ephren's eyes. A child wandered around with many very expensive magical items in her arms. Ephren quickly approached her. Leah, Leah. She thought she was an adventurer, so how did she get to the floating island? Ephren asked warmly. How did you get to the floating island? Leah was silently staring back. Even Ephren was taken aback by the state of her face. Ha! Her face was too slim. Her eyes were sharp for some reason, and her lips were also pouty, making her look completely different from the gentle Leah of the past. I came up with a letter of recommendation, because I am an adventurer, Leah answered briefly. Ephren scratched at her temple. Ha! But why are your hands like that? There was something strange about Leah's hand. No, she was missing a hand, and there was nothing at all past her wrist. I didn't have this hand from the beginning. What? I had a doll's hand, but it broke. I'm going to change it now. Oh, why did it break? While training. Then I'll be going. Leah lowered her head and walked away. She didn't seem to have anything more to say or couldn't afford to speak any more. Ephren watched her leave and muttered blankly. What's happened? It was pretty disturbing. Why was such a good and cute kid that tired and acting like a stingy graduate student? Ephren, let's buy things now. We do not have time. Alan pushed Ephren's back. Ephren went into a shop, and as soon as she entered, she found the research equipment that was just right for her. Whoa, it was just what I was looking for. Excuse me, how much is it? She cautiously asked after the price, but was immediately astonished. 5 million elnis, just this microscope and this set of mana solution. 5 million elnis is everything I have. Yes, it is an advanced magical item. It was all over the place in the professor's lab. The microscope was lying around in Deculein's lab. She had a vivid memory of holding one of those to make the demon core, but it was 5 million elnis at that moment. While Ephren was astonished at the prices on the floating island, Leah, who returned to the Euclid mansion again, had her hand assembled by the puppeteer Deculein hired. Kijik, the mana connecting the doll's hand to her blood vessels sparked. "It doesn't hurt, right?" Suddenly, the puppeteer asked. She seemed curious about the muted reaction Leah showed at the pain of surgery. "I'm used to the pain." "Ha ha, I see. Hey hey." The old woman chuckled, and Leah looked at her and thought about the quality of the doll. She didn't question her as she was a puppeteer hired by Deculein, but she seemed to be greater at her craft than expected. At this point, she was almost at Arlos's level. No, was this Arlos? "I guess it's really hard to study under Euclid," the puppeteer commented. Leah thought for a moment, but then nodded. "It's really hard." His teaching was, of course, perfect. It only pointed to the most important aspects, giving her near-essential enlightenment every night and every morning. However, his words and deeds touched her core. It poked her self-esteem, and the occasional show of contempt brought her instinctive rage boiling. "But he will acknowledge me." Still, it wasn't because of him that she was engrossed in herself now. This desire to be recognized rose in her heart, not because it was Deculein, but because he resembled Kim Woojin. "Then it looks like you're going to fight until you explode all of a sudden." Leah twisted her lips. "If we fight, I'll win." Then a smile appeared across the puppeteer's lips. "Ha ha, really, Chijik." It was a large spark. Leah flinched, and the old woman tapped her wrist. "Done. You'll be able to move it like your own body. It will not be broken, and it will completely assimilate with you." "Let me try." While she evaluated the hand by moving her wrist, Leah's eyes went wide. "It's perfect, it's perfect." "Ha ha, yes. But it looks like I'll have to fix it soon." "Why?" "I was negotiating a price with the head of the family here, and I took a peek at your curriculum." "Curriculum?" Leah tilted her head. "Next week, there will be something called practical training." Then, Leah's gaze naturally returned to the window. Deculein was reading while sitting at a tea table in the middle of the Euclid garden. "I can do anything. If I fight directly with him, I only need to avoid his face." He wasn't Kim Woojin from the neck down, so she could do it. By the way, if it was practical training, did that mean they were going outside? Leah, tired of indoor training, smiled. Chapter 289, Time 3 today, a guest from Floating Island visited my house. "I see you came down to the continent." A distinguished guest who everyone knew in this magical world, the addict named Astal, an elder from the Floating Island. He was the most famous among the addicts and the most trusted magician of the Magic Tower. "Yes, I have heard of the personnel committee." Astal responded as soon as he sat on the couch. He looked like a typical addict who didn't care about introductions or keeping up appearances. "I've read the theory of the wizard Epheren, but the Floating Island wants her to stop any research that is undermining the prestige of magic and Mana's mysteries. Is it enough to draw the attention of the Floating Island? It's not just science. Your theory was to magically reproduce the scientific properties referenced in a carbon particle. But the child named Epheren tried to connect magic and science completely, using the bizarre term natural science. Natural science was a common concept in modern times, but it was a very strange one in this world. Among the providences of nature, mana took priority over science, so even if there was natural magic, natural science was difficult to accept. That's something the Floating Island doesn't want. It seems that she has already caught the purge officer's eyes. I frowned. "The sergeant." "Yes. There will be no hasty action, because the personnel committee already took disciplinary action, but if the research of the wizard Epheren continues, it could cause problems." Astal produced a thesis from within his pocket and held it out. It was Epheren's. "Have you read it?" "Of course," Astal nodded. "Also, there is a problematic scientist," he said, and put another book on the desk. "This is a book called The Theory of Relativity. It's a book referenced by the wizard Epheren. This author seems to be trying to explain even time with science. Einstein, the century's genius, and the physicist who most marvelously changed the modern concept of time and space. I understood his science through understanding. Of course, it was difficult, but if I assembled those fragmentary concepts, such as no matter can go faster than the speed of light, and however, if you move beyond the speed of light, you can go back in time. I could use understanding to build up mana again. By pouring it in, I could reproduce some of those theories. Read it. The Floating Island is already making moves to designate it as a forbidden book. This is the first time I've seen the Floating Island trying to reject knowledge." Astal didn't say anything, and I smirked. Is that the only reason you came down? Yes, I know you turned your back to the wizard Epheren, but she's still a disciple who has been taught by you. Anyway, if you have nothing else to say. I handed him a small jewelry box. Take it. Astal looked at it and tilted his head. I briefly explained. It is the demonstrative mana stone of the thesis of Deculein/Luna. Astal's eyes fluttered. Even though the addicts on the floating island seemed infinitely cold-headed, they reacted acutely to new knowledge. The embodied theory is contained within that mana stone. If you read this thesis as well, you'll learn more. Epherin's thesis was placed atop the demonstration mana stone. Astal quickly stretched out his hand. Did you implement it? No, I shook my head. The only thing I did was edit Epherin's work. But for a while, let's consider it mine. Magical copyright was a sensitive issue. The basis of the floating island's income, the goods that sustained their magical society, all came from their copyrights. Nevertheless, Astal answered calmly, "Is it because of the officers? If she's too good, the purging officer could identify her as a hazard. Are you trying to protect your disciple?" Astal voiced his doubts. Externally, Epheren and I had become strangers. No way, she's a stupid girl, but she has to stay alive for my theory to advance. Astal thought for a moment and then nodded. Yes, okay. What is the scope of disclosure? Worldwide. The Deculein/Luna demonstration mana stone was announced. Addicts, including Astal, reviewed it closely and in just a week concluded that it had no problems. As a result, the thesis of Deculein/Luna was completely established. Congratulations. Already, the number of citations exceeds 5,000 in our tower alone. That was the number of times wizards other than me cited my thesis. There were 5,000 papers derived from this one theory of mine. The magic world is shaking. Shall I research that topic too? Adrian laughed softly. I glanced at the nameplate on the chairman's desk. Anyway, congratulations. The 99th floor of the tower. This place originally belonging to Adrian was empty today, and she was standing there now with a puppy in her arms. From tomorrow on, you will be the chairman. Yes. Thank you, Chairman Deculein. I nodded as I stared at the nameplate in my gloved hands. Have you decided on a candidate for the head professor? Yes, Luna Relin, sire. Now, everyone was eager for the title of head professor, which would soon become vacant, but I was already thinking of Luna. Oh, right. How are you going to use this 99th floor? First, I plan to move my equipment. The lab on the 77th floor, data room, study, laboratory. I plan to move them all to the 99th floor. Then, where do you plan to go, Archmage? Oh, you're calling me Archmage now, Adrian grinned. Well, after resting a bit on the floating island, I'll just rest, and rest again, I guess. Archmages didn't engage with the rest of the world. It was an implicit rule. That was the reason why Adrian became the Archmage of the floating island in the first place. If she made up her mind, her destructive magic could sweep away the continent. Even in the original story, she didn't intervene much. Still, I will come to visit the tower from time to time, Adrian grinned. I also smiled a little. Yes, thank you for your hard work so far. Professor, you two, don't just kill recklessly from now on. I shook my head. That's impossible. Now, as the Emperor's bodyguard, I would be mobilized in the war. To be precise, I would go to the desert. I would kill countless from the Demon Blood clan and the altar, then meet Key and negotiate. I would ask about the future of this continent and reveal the significance of my existence. Fufu. Indeed, there is a lot of buzzing these days about the Book of Revelation. Adrian took the book in question with psychokinesis. The Book of Revelation, where Key had recorded the various calamities on the continent. Among them, 13 major catastrophes had already occurred, including major earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Yes, 10 revelations remained. A landslide would occur in the western domain of the Empire, Bell. A frigid cold equivalent to an ice age would arrive in Freyden's estate, and the world would be shaken by Uran's extraordinary declaration. In the end, God would descend and purify the continent. Isn't this the tabloid the demon blood has spread? I didn't answer. Adrian had a big mouth. HMPH, forget it, Adrian pouted. It was then this is terrible, Professor. A loud cry rang out from my crystal ball. It was Luna. Adrian's ears perked up, and I picked up the crystal ball. What's going on? Hurry, come down to the 77th floor. Before I could move, Adrian sprinted into the elevator first. I sighed and followed her. Let's go quickly. Adrian pressed the button to the 77th floor. Her lips were smiling, and her hair was fluttering. She seemed happy to be having fun on her last day, even though she still didn't know what had happened. Ding! As soon as we arrived, I heard a buzzing sound. Luina and many professors, including Relin and several undergraduate students, seemed to have come to watch. What's going on? In a cold sweat, Luina pointed to my lab. I think you should see. I approached the lab and looked inside. I was speechless for a moment. Nothing. There was nothing in the lab. It was empty. Microscope, centrifuge, granulator, mana stone condenser, of course. I was obsessed with the title of top-notch, so I bought them for no reason other than to show off and didn't use them, but they were gone. It was all gone. PFFF. Adrian laughed, and I glanced at her. Adrian cleared her throat, hiding her laugh. Suddenly, Relin shouted. I turned to him. It was her. Theft of furnishings from the head professor's lab. Relin's look was contemplative in the face of this truly unprecedented event. Who are you talking about? Eferen, that crazy girl. Relin screamed as his face turned red, and I was convinced. Indeed, Eferen had the guts to do something like this. No, she was ignorant enough to do something like this. Not even the magic alarm went off. If that is the case, it must have been the work of a thief who knew the internal structure of the 77th floor, and not only the furnishings, but also the various magic books in the library. Did the thief even steal books? I asked so. Then Relin grew still. Oh, yes, yes. I got a bit angry. Of course, if it were Eferen, I would be angry regardless, but this kind of pilfering didn't fit my dignity. It was too radically an effective way to be hated. Anyway, to think that crazy girl pulled off this great heist. A great heist. Well, it wasn't just a bit of pilfering. I calculated the value of the furnishings in the lab. I think the thief stole about 100 million elnis. Everyone shut their mouths at those words. Adrian's jaw dropped. 100 million, 100 million elnis. Some items were artifacts that performed better than the inventions from the floating island, so they would come out to that price if sold. These were monster-grade equipment that consumed 4,000 of my mana. Then I'll go report it right away. Relin ran out, and the other wizards left the 77th floor while glancing at me. Then, me too. I want to watch it. Adrian went with them too, giggling all the way. The quiet 77th floor. Eferen. My words echoed off the walls. It was ridiculous to see this empty scene. This was where I felt proud every time to see the high-end machines. Cheeky bastard. Flutter, then, suddenly, a piece of paper fell from above. It wasn't a coincidence. It was a magical device. I snatched the note with a snort. The price of stealing my thesis and mana stone. At the same time, in sanctuary time. Is it okay to bring it all? Alan asked cautiously. Eferen answered while installing the fixtures from the 77th floor. What? He presented my thesis and mana stone as if they belonged to him first. You told him to do so. Still, it's give and take. Eferen laughed. Alan asked, still worried. You will get on the wanted list. I won't be caught if I stay here anyway. You won't be able to go to the floating island. I won't have to go to floating island for the rest of my life with how good the stuff we have now is. The mana particles themselves could be observed with Deculein's microscope, and the pure mana in the mana stone could be separated with his centrifuge. Other than that, with the condenser, she could turn her mana into new mana stones. Oh my, why didn't he use such good things? Eferen mumbled in admiration, pounding on the fine-toned, barely used machines. Alan asked one more time, will you be okay? Of course I'm sad, but there is no turning back now. She wore a smile, but Eferen's heart ached. Now, to what extent did Deculein hate her? The very evil disciple went beyond simple acts of ingratitude and even robbed him. It was scary and painful to even imagine, and if you get caught, you'll go to jail. There is no evidence. You left a note. Oh, that was trouble. Eferen licked her lips, mouth suddenly dry. Still, you can't just catch someone with that, right? I left a note, but there is no evidence that I stole it. Alan swallowed his words before they left his mouth. So, what are you going to do with this? First, Eferen cleared her throat. I'm going to save Julie with this fixture and my magic. Then Eidnik's laughter cut over them. Eferen and Alan turned to look at her. Eidnik continued to giggle and picked up the wizard board. Eferen, look, the report on you has already been received. There's even an article about it. Eferen was presumed to have stolen all of her master's furnishings. Really? Eferen was absorbed in assembling the fixtures again. Yeah, It was also published in the newspaper here, and it's saying that if you add it all up, the estimated value is 200 million elnis. 200 million elnis. It was a lot more than she expected. Wouldn't it be as much as the value of my thesis? Right now, there was even a department in the tower that focused only on the magic of Deculein/Luna. All sorts of wizards were digging into that thesis, which had been cited worldwide. Soon, Deculein would become the elder of a new school. With this, your relationship is completely broken. Eidnik looked at her and smiled. From now on, run away, Epheren, until you complete your research. Epheren stuck out her lips but nodded. Yes, rather, that's what I was hoping for. Now there will be no harm to the professor, right? But for some reason, there was a little sorrow in that voice that seemed to be chattering happily. Chapter 290. Chairman 1, Imperial University Square. It was an afternoon where the sky was clear and pollen scattered through the air. From now on, I will be the former chairman of the Magic Tower. Adrian was giving her resignation speech today. The audience was huge. No matter how young Adrian looked or her mischievous personality, she was a respectable great wizard. The Magic Tower wizards and the court wizards, plus the addicts from the floating island, came to see her on her way. Have I been here for a little over 10 years? A lot of great things have happened in the past, right? 10 years. It was a bit of a strange time. Our tower was so much fun. It didn't make me bored at all. That's why I liked it, but I can't stay in one place forever. Adrian wore a bright smile. I'm so happy that I'm leaving at the right time. Also, I am confident that even if I leave, the Imperial Tower will develop even more splendidly. And she turned to me. Now I stood on the pulpit with Adrian, but at a distance. Now, let me introduce him. Reaching out to me with a shout, the new chairman, Deculein. Adrian left with the sound of applause, and I stood in front of the podium after swapping places with her. I looked over the square filled with people. Nice to meet you. I'm the new chairman, Deculein. The faces in the front row were familiar. Uriel, Luina, Ihelm, Delric, Baton, Primian, and other elders of the Round Table, as well as Leah. But Leah was dozing off. They say that the longer the speech, the more boring. Of course, I didn't intend to make the inaugural speech long, so I don't have much to say here. I already knew how boring a tribute could be because I had felt it myself. I will set a more sophisticated curriculum for the advancement of Magic Tower wizards, spare no effort in collecting talent, and evaluate their contribution based on skills alone. On the surface of the University Magic Tower, status was excluded. That was why everyone in the tower was called by their name alone. However, the sense of status at its roots was still strong. Even young professors with outstanding abilities and talents could not rise from the bottom because of their low status. Evaluation of Magic Tower wizards, treatises, and theories will be made only from a magical point of view. Adrian was ignorant of such political aspects. No, she didn't care about it. I guarantee. But I wasn't like that. At least in this tower, the status would be abolished. There would be no oppression of the commoners by the weight of aristocrats and the authority of their families. The only criterion for the evaluation would be one's skill. The Imperial Magic Tower will be remembered as the greatest educational institution in history. The inauguration ceremony ended with this. Clap, 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 clap. The system message emerged as if to confirm my inauguration. Completed inauguration. Chairman of University Magic Tower. Acquired the title Chairman of University Magic Tower. Mana increase. Acquired rare characteristics catalog. I nodded with satisfaction, but the next moment, among the huge audience, in the crowd that held at least 10,000, I saw someone's face. It was a woman in a robe, hiding among the trees. Her clear eyes watched me from under her hood. Julie, a passerby, passed between us, and she disappeared into the crowd. Thank you. Adrian held out her hand to me, drawing my attention away. Good luck in the future, she said with a smile. You too, Adrian. I took her hand. Chairman, while shaking hands, Relin called me from behind. Yes. Oh, Adrian looked at him, but she quickly gave an awkward smile and scratched the back of her neck. I'll be going then. Everyone take a good rest. Adrian hastily left. Her voice was a little shaky, but it must have been that she was filled with emotion. I asked Relin, what's going on? Oh, yes, Chairman. This is a report from the police following Epherin's tracks, but I can't figure it out. She's very elusive. Relin held out the document. I snatched it. It looks like she is running away magically, so should I ask the floating island to catch her? No, I shook my head. There's no need to. She is wanted in all continents already. I don't want things to get noisy, and it doesn't fit our image to borrow a hand from the floating island. As expected. Okay, Relin did his best to flatter me, and I read the file that tracked Ephraim's movements. I understood why he said she was elusive. One day in Riak, one day in Uran, another day in the Empire. Was she with Alan? Tusk. I clicked my tongue and closed the file. Time was passing. It had been 2 months since Ephraim robbed Deculein's office. It's the frame-dragging cylinder theory. Ephraim was still experimenting while reading books on science. The sanctuary was filled with all sorts of high-end machines now, so she didn't need to take even a single step outside. Frame-dragging cylinder. If I understand this, I think I can manage time travel with my body. Ephraim, eat first. Yes, yes. As soon as Alan mentioned eating, Ephraim stopped everything she was doing and ran to the table. Night, Julie, she called to Julie as she sat down. Julie, who was sleeping in the hammock, slowly woke up. Her complexion was pale as usual, but she stood and approached with a smile. The sicker you are, the more you should eat. Yes, you are right. Julie sat and took up a fork and knife. Seeing that, Ephraim's heart ached. Now Julie had the will to live, but she showed no improvement. Today's menu is Rohawk sirloin steak. Eat as much as you want. 8 Rohawk steaks were laid out on the table. At that moment, Ephraim's eyes widened, and she stabbed a large piece of meat with her knife. Wuong, a beam of light filled the passage of time, and Eidnik appeared. Hey, Ephraim, a new book came out. Really? Ephraim's eyes widened, and her knife clattered across the table. Casey, the scientist of the era Ephraim fervently followed, published a new book. But I think it will be difficult to release this time. Because of the floating island. Yeah, all other publishers rejected it. They must be acting carefully around the floating island and the magic tower. Oh, really? I have to read it to save Night Julie. Ephraim tried to hide her heartbreak. Then I can't get it. I don't know. Deculein probably has it for now. The professor. Now he's the chairman. And Euclid runs the largest publishing house on the continent, right? Oh, that's right. Blackhound, founded by the Euclid family, was the most famous publishing house across the entire continent. The scientist named Casey would have sent the manuscript to the Black Hound, and if it's a problematic book, it would have been delivered to Deculein. Ephraim thought for a moment. If that was the case, then sneaking into Deculein's mansion again and stealing it. For your information, now Deculein is preparing to go to the desert. Desert. Yeah, the great emperor's bodyguards have finally begun to move. Each one counts for 100, so there is no need to bring a lot. Ephraim thought as Eidnik added with a smirk. If you're going to steal from him, now is the right time. Yes, first, I need to eat. Gosh, you scared me. Eidnik jumped at the sudden scream, and Ephraim placed her hands on her cheeks. There were 8 Rohawk on the table before, but now there were only 5. What's wrong? Julie, still eating, glanced over. Her mouth was full. Ephraim couldn't say a thing because it was her. Let's eat slowly. Oh, yes, the meat is very good. It's been a while since I've had this much appetite. I'm glad if that's the case. Seeing Julie smiling kindly, Ephraim stretched out her fork. Oh, let me eat some too. I was just getting hungry. Even Eidnik began to eat what was left. I want to turn back time. But perfect time travel was impossible. If she time traveled to 5 minutes ago, Ephraim from 5 minutes ago would be there. It would be so nice to turn back time and resurrect only the meat that Night Julie ate, and then eat it herself. When she was thinking such nonsensical thoughts, Ephraim's eyes widened. A sudden idea burned itself in her mind. I think I know. The Rohawk was shrinking to 4, then 3 pieces, but Ephraim didn't care as she watched Julie. Eidnik chimed in between bites. What do you mean? The way to save Julie. The two of them stopped moving. Is that true? Yes, I've only come up with the way so far, but it will be possible. No, I am confident that I can make it possible. Julie put down her fork and knife. Ephraim put a chunk of Rohawk in her mouth, chewing it quickly. Eidnik asked, You are lying to eat the meat by yourself, right? Nope, I'm serious. But if this method is possible and I use it, there was no way it would work for the current Julie. Ephraim had no choice but to acknowledge it. For a month, she had put in an incredible amount of effort, but she didn't even find a clue. If time continued by like this, Julie would surely die. And what is it? Eidnik asked with mild frustration. Epheren spoke. I have to turn back the time of night, Julie. A transfer of time, different from time travel, emerged from the idea of meat that had already been eaten. In other words, the retrograde of existence, rewinding the time around Julie's body and spirit now to 10 years ago. What? Is that possible? I can try. I think it will work. But if I do it, however, to put it most coldly, it would throw away the current Julie. Night Julie will forget all of her memories after that incident, abandoning the current Julie, but letting another her live. It's like going back to the time when you were in your 20s, both physically and mentally, to the time when your ties with the professor weren't built up yet. It was a cruel idea, but it was the only one Epheren had. At the same time, on the 77th floor of the Imperial University Magic Tower. Hum, 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 hum. Luina was sitting in her office chair, humming and stroking her nameplate on the desk. Head Professor Luina. It went round and round, but ended up like this. Luina mumbled, soaked in emotion. Deculein kept the promise that he would give her the head professor position, and she somehow became his henchman. It's true that it'd be easier to give up. She was expelled from the kingdom for fighting against Deculein, but she became the head professor when she adapted to him. It was a bit bitter, but what could be done? This was how they lived rationally. Yes, Luina nodded, got up, and opened the door to her office. Hey, that's the assistant professor's lab. There are other rooms for teaching assistants and undergraduate students. Use them. What about the lounge? I will make it soon. No, hey, be careful with the lab supplies. Don't use psychokinesis to transport luggage. They are magic-sensitive fixtures. Assistant Professor, please correct that theory. Later. First, get rid of the luggage. It was a different landscape from the 77th floor under Deculein, which was empty every day. It was very satisfying to see the students of the Lunar Division filling it up. How can I fight him with them? There was too much to lose. All her assets were these kids. For that reason, Deculein was more like a benefactor than an enemy now. Head professor. At that moment, someone approached Luina. It was her secretary and faithful assistant professor, Diziko. Yes, what happened? Didn't you say we would hire some part-time instructors this time? Here are the resumes of the wizards who applied. Oh, right. That was my job, right? Yes, please check it. The stack of resumes that Diziko handed over was 1,000 papers thick, yet there were only 5 seats to fill. Yes, I'll check it out. Luina, resumes in hand, went back to her desk. 1,000 people. I see many are clinging to my part-time lecturers these days. Baron, Prahan, Detton. Luina, reading the names written there, suddenly stopped. Finding a familiar name, her eyes widened. Wait a minute, she murmured and took a closer look. Sylvia. However, there were no other records nor photos. This was due to the new policy of Chairman Deculein called blind something. It must be someone with the same name. Luina shook it off, but Sylvia's resume was put aside just in case. Chapter 291. Chairman 2. Whoosh, the orange sandstorm wound like a whip across the desert, scouring the land with a dry heat. The members of Time were walking across that barren land. Gosh, it's so hot. I think I'm becoming a roasted rohawk. It had been a while since Epheren went anywhere, and they all came together to find the materials for Julie's healing. Do you think this is hot? Even though it is, the desert isn't annihilation. Many people are mistaken about that. Also, it isn't land where only demon blood live. Eidnik explained as she walked down the dunes. Of course, the demon blood is the majority here. However, non-demon blood minorities also live here. As many as 1,000,000. Whoa, 1,000,000. The Empire despised the desert, calling it the stronghold of the demon blood, but several ethnic minorities coexisted with them. The bloodlines of their tribes led their own lives away from the Empire here. Yes, many tribes in this desert, even warriors who should be respected, Julie said. Epheren looked back at her. Have you made a decision? She fired out the words without waiting to breathe. Julie shook her head as if puzzled. That's what you said just a day ago. And even if I could live that way, if I lost all my memories, you won't lose all your memories. It'll go back to before you started to be on bad terms with him. Plus, the healing method suggested by Epheren was the last resort for Julie to survive. Developing a time transfer cylinder to turn only her time back in this world would be quite the feat. However, Julie's reaction wasn't satisfying. You won't hate the professor. Still, I would be running away from my mistake. What mistake? Julie took a breath, ready to list all her faults. So, then, you won't do it even if the professor tells you to. Her mouth shut tight. Ephraim continued as she stepped across the desert sands. The professor took on everything. To save you, he accepted your hatred and everything. Do you know the feeling of being hated by someone you love? Ephraim knew Deculein's sacrifice. No one would understand better than her the suffering of being hated by the one you loved. The father she loved the most hated her, and now her teacher, Deculein, did too. The professor will be fine. Even if you forget all your memories of him, no, he would rather hope for it. Julie clenched her jaw. Whenever she thought of Deculein, it made her heart pound for some reason. If he could see you being able to live and live well, he will surely smile, Ephraim said, meeting Julie with a serious look in her eyes. He will smile brighter than ever. Wait for now. She's not going to die right away, right? Eidnik calmed them. She pointed across to the sandstorm. Email protected, number dollar number, at number. They could hear people shouting from it. This tribe is called Malia. They settled in an oasis, and they are amazing at finding water veins SHH. Suddenly, Eidnik placed her finger to her lips. At the same time, she radiated a transparent barrier, enveloping Ephraim and Julie. It's the Emperor's Guard. They have already come this far. Emperor's Guard, a group synonymous with fear and authority for all the commoners on the continent and beyond. Gulp Ephraim swallowed as a cry rang out from the village of the Malia tribe. Attention! Ephraim scanned the buildings with Deculein's telescope. In the middle of the village, several guards stood with menacing looks. Ephraim examined their faces in detail through the telescope. You filthy things. Listen carefully. A man who seemed to be the captain spoke. His long mustache was curly at the tips, and his hair was that a rooster comb. Does anyone here speak the imperial language? He was smirking. It was a typical scammer's face, General Bell. He was originally from the Imperial Knights, but volunteered for the military unit after dropping out due to a personality defect. What the? Ephraim was startled and moved the telescope from her eyes. She looked at General Bell through the telescope again. HMPH. No one. Anyway, the villagers facing Bell looked terrified. They sent the children back into their houses first, and only the adults came out to deal with them. Bell laughed at them with contempt and beckoned to the knights behind him. If not, wait. A man rushed in. We are the Malia tribe. It was someone who could speak the imperial language. Ephraim, who was watching, swallowed her breath and clenched her fists involuntarily. We have nothing to do with the demon blood crash. Bell kicked. His foot struck the village man's forehead, and the man was thrown back. Ephraim covered her mouth. Julie moved, but Eidnik stopped her. Oh my, I guess no one speaks the imperial language. The wizard hasn't arrived yet, so I don't know who the demon blood are, so I can't help it. Take them all. Just like that, the guards rushed in. Boom! They shattered everything they touched, and those who resisted had their limbs broken. They threw the elderly who put their hands together, begging, down to the sand. How is that? Why were they the Imperial Guard? Take them all. This site looks good, so I'll tell the chairman later that I'll take care of it. Ha ha ha. Ephraim stared at Bell, who snickered like a weasel. What do you think? Anyone can see that this doesn't look right, right? Eidnik asked. Safian strangely loses her reason for demon blood, and when it comes to minorities, that's probably why she's smashing the desert. However, the desert is my home. The village of the Malia tribe was crumbling as they watched. In just 5 minutes their hometown was overturned. If they are going to invade my home, I will not stand by. Can't we go and stop them now? Of course, I want to kill them, but killing is what Safian wants. Yes. Ephraim's eyes widened as if she didn't understand, and Eidnik smiled bitterly. Safian knows people well. Safian, of course, knows that that guy is just a moron who has no skills and is full of lust for success. Even so, she hires people like that because if we kill them, that's also an excuse to reject us. Really? Eidnik turned to Ephraim. Yes, Safian is smart and cold-hearted. That is why just protecting them is my primary purpose. I intend to rescue them when they're transported as prisoners. Wow, you're a wizard who protects people. Just as Deculein had said to her, however, Eidnik chuckled, ruining the moment. No, I'm going to kill. The method will be an assassination. I will disguise myself as an errand runner and kill them. Ephraim's jaw fell. More importantly, Leaf, what materials are you looking for? Yeah. Oh, but you're calling me Leaf again. Anyway. She quickly pulled a book out of her pocket. She opened it and found the medicine. This is lunar grass. It says that it blooms around the oasis. It's a drug that reduces the body's resistance. This will make the time transfer easier. Julie cleared her throat. Okay, then Leaf, you get the ingredients. What about you, Julie? Ephraim turned to look at Julie. Julie thought about it for a while, as if embarrassed. Then I will escort Ephraim. It must be the professor's wish to protect her. Ephraim smiled brightly, and Eidnik nodded happily. Yep. Well then, Knight Julie. Leave them to Eidnik. Oh, right. Eidnik, take this telescope. It'll help you rescue them. Ephraim gave Eidnik Deculein's telescope and tugged on Julie's arm. Okay. It's not mine, so please return it later. Julie, come with me. Yes. Ephraim pulled Julie along. And I've been thinking about it, but I don't think it's a bad idea to write something like a diary. Julie nodded as she followed. A member of the Imperial Guard and general of the Imperial Army, Bel Darish von Liskov, built his camp in the desert. He drove out the tribe of Malia or whatever, robbed them of their supplies and children, and established it quickly. As expected from General Bell, it is an oasis with everything we need to stay for at least a year. The chairman will also recognize your efforts. Bell's lieutenant heaped on the praise. Ha 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 ha, Bell laughed, then glanced at a miner in the corner of the commander's barracks, trimming his nails. He asked the lieutenant quietly, "The chairman's advance squad is that kid?" "Yes, she is the adventurer, Leah. She seems very rude." Leah looked exhausted, but her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. "Hey!" Snap, Bell caught her attention. She looked at Bell from the side. "When is the chairman coming?" She stared at him for a moment. "Why are you asking me that?" What? Bell almost blushed, but he endured it. He whispered to the lieutenant as he twisted his mustache. "She is certainly rude." "Yes, that's what it looks like." "Why is he with such a rude kid, that chairman?" "This is just a rumor." The lieutenant glanced around and put his mouth to Bell's ear. "I heard that adventurer resembles the chairman's dead fiancée. The chairman is coming." Someone suddenly shouted. Bell and the lieutenant straightened up. Almost at the same time, the barracks tent was lifted and a fresh scent wafted out. "You're here, sir." Bell saluted and shouted. The object of his salute didn't say anything. He just walked around and glanced about. What do you think?" Bell asked cautiously. "I acquired it quickly, but do you not think it's a good place?" The current head of Eucline and the chairman of the Magic Tower, a wizard of the etheric rank and the highest authority in the Imperial Guard, Deculein, said this. "Well," Leah pricked her ears, "I heard you destroyed the local tribe." "Yes, ha, that's right. They were resisting too much, so I tied up all of them as prisoners," Bell responded proudly. Deculein looked down at him, and Bell mistook that gaze for praise. "Ha, you don't have to look at me like that. It's my job. There may be some demon blood among them." Also, through the interrogation, they revealed that somewhere underground in the desert, there is a demon blood resistance. "Is that so?" At that moment, someone's stern voice interrupted Bell. Bell's lieutenant, and Leah looked back to the entrance to the tent. "Then, you did something that deserves an award." It was a woman in a turban and robe. The curves and tone of her body showed she was a woman, but her face was covered with a hood. Bell tilted his head. "General Bell, are you the one who excavated the site here?" "Oh, yes, I am, but nothing is lacking in making this an outpost." Who are you?" Then the woman took off her turban. At that moment, everyone, including Bell, felt their eyes go wide. In Bell's case, his body reacted before his brain. His legs trembled, and he knelt. "Your Majesty," the continent's most noble creature, Safian, the great emperor. They didn't imagine the emperor would personally visit the desert. "What are you so surprised about? If you are going on a mission to annihilate the enemy, of course, it is right for me to come as well." She looked at Bell and smiled kindly. "SSS salute." Bell saluted, still on his knees, and the emperor turned to Deculein. "Shall we go check on the prisoners together, Chairman?" Deculein shook his head. "It's not possible." "Then let's go." "What? We can't?" "Yes." Safian frowned. Deculein resolutely pulled out a sack from his pocket as Bell looked at them with astonishment. "There is a lot to do here." Unpacking the bag and shaking it, many documents poured out. Safian licked her lips with a tired look. "I'll do it later. I also agreed to your Majesty's journey to the desert, as you promised to solve it on the day we arrived in the desert." There was a lot of work to be done in the government. Several issues aside from their expedition had piled up. Your Majesty, whatever you do, start with this. I'm just asking as your servant. Okay, okay, I'll do it, so shut up. There aren't even that many things to do. You're nagging me all the time. Gosh, a teaching wizard should just teach magic. Safian grunted and sat down in front of the platoon. Deculein floated the documents to her side with psychokinesis and organized them. Safian looked up. Now everyone go out. Let's go see the prisoners together after I organize this with the chairman. Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as Bell's lieutenant, and Leah left the camp, Chairman no, Sir Deculein. Safian looked up at Deculein with cat-like eyes. Lend me your knee for a moment. Deculein frowned. You know it too. If you are not by my side, I'm in danger. Safian made that excuse and patted the seat next to her, and Deculein sat reluctantly. Hold on a little bit. I will finish it soon, even if it is for you. Saying something she didn't mean, Safian began her work with her head on his lap. Leah was secretly spying on them. What is that? Perplexity settled on Leah's face as she peered in. Meanwhile, at the magic tower of an island far away from the desert, Luna was doing her part-time lecturer interviews. She could have dealt with the interviews with just the resumes, but they were scheduled because of the name that caught her attention. Yes, I heard you, Sylvia. Yes, thank you, Professor Luna, I respect you. Yeah, go. But how could it be? The one with the name Sylvia was also an unknown wizard, neither special nor terrific, just a part-time lecturer type. Next, Luna beckoned to the interviewer's table, sullenly looking at the next resume. Josephine, another common name. Josephine. Freyden's eldest daughter was also Josephine, and there was another Josephine among Luna's friends. Come in, Josephine, Luna called. Creak, the door opened again. And I'm Josephine. Click, click. An interviewer came in wearing high heels. Luna raised her head again. Her complexion instantly paled. You. Golden blonde hair flowing down a neat suit that perfectly fit the image of a lecturer. Except for the hawk on her shoulder, the outfit somehow reminded her of the tower's chairman. You. Why? Sylvia von Josephine Iliade. Iliade's daughter and a strong candidate for the archmage position. Because I had time. Such a great wizard had attended an interview to become a part-time lecturer. Active. I made a slight correction with the naming. As well, Uara has been mistranslated as Ura occasionally. I plan to correct this going forward. These issues are mostly attributed to the fact that we had swapped translators multiple times in the past. It's getting spicy. Chapter 292. Desert's Feeling 1. Even if all her servants rushed simultaneously, the hard work that would take a week for them was solved in just one day for Safian. As such, the emperor's political power was unparalleled, but there were some disturbances in the process. Key's defense mechanism, that is, the killing aura, reappeared. It's getting more frequent. In the darkness where she slept, I came out of the camp into the desert and inspected my wounds. Fortunately, the Iron Man's body was still tolerating it thanks to being always alert and prepared. I bandaged my arm. It was a mediocre treatment for a fairly serious fracture, but it was okay because the bandage wasn't normal. Emergency bandage information. Bandage for wound healing. A special effect is given category. Emergency special effects. Bleeding suppression and natural healing greatly accelerates the recovery of the bandaged area. In preparation for this situation, this was one of the items that I applied 5 levels of Midas hand beforehand. I also had a telescope, desert map, walkie-talkies, boomerangs, and so on. Each was a thing that would be considered precious if put on the market. Anyway, after the treatment, I looked around the oasis. Breadth, water, veins, bedrock. I was checking all the conditions. The Imperial Guard would set up their headquarters and move on because the construction was left to me. Good, I nodded. The water of this oasis was abundant enough to last for several years, and the ground around it was strong enough to support our foundations. As General Bell said, it was a good location. It was full of debris here and there, though, probably because the village was torn down. Thud, I put down my suitcase. It opened with a click, and I applied psychokinesis to its contents. Rumble, then, countless steel frames and mana stone solutions erupted like waves from it. They floated and whirled in the air as if tossed about by a gale. This was the performance of the special bag that I also gave 5 levels of Midas hand. This bag, which could be held in one hand and moved lightly, could be loaded with about 30 tons of materials. I manipulated the steel frames. The blueprint had already been drawn up in my head, so I started with constructing the most basic skeleton. Wushai built it bit by bit. The maximum scale of the main building was 3 stories above ground and 1 floor below. The basement floor was for accommodations and restrooms, while the first and second floors were research rooms and conference rooms. The third floor's blueprints were provided by Safian before we proceeded with the construction. The result of consuming 4,000 mana was a pile of steel structures. It wasn't finished yet, so it was ugly, but it was just a part of the construction process. Plus, the desert had a high mana concentration. The recovery rate was fast to be finished within a day. Is it going well? A languid voice resembling the night breeze reached me from behind. I looked back to Safian. Yes, it looks like it will be finished soon. Moments ago, she had swung her arms like she was going to kill me. Now that she had forgotten everything, she was dozing off. It is cold outside. Rest inside the camp. Even when that building is completed, the cold will remain the same. Don't you have any mana stone equipment? Magical construction wasn't as simple as it might seem. First of all, few wizards knew the design to match mine. And secondly, there wasn't enough mana stone equipment, including those for temperature control. The building I started with my magic is fine. Safian looked at the temporary building with narrowed eyes. Yes, it seems so. She nodded as if she understood. Yes, if it is cold outside, it will be warm, and if it is hot, it will be refreshing. All of the magic I exercised had the dual nature of the snowflake obsidian. Of course, the degree varied depending on the purpose of the magic and the value of mana consumption. Still, the properties of the snowflake obsidian were optimal for boilers and air conditioners. By the way, Professor, Safian called me. Yes, Your Majesty. The moment I looked back and answered, what just happened? The cold air of the desert ran across my skin like a blade. I shook my head. Nothing much. No response returned. Lying to her was already familiar and easy. However, her next move was quite unexpected. Professor, Safian showed me a hand mirror. Do you remember? A mirror that'd been worn out for a very long time. She said while wiping the surface by hand, you were in here. I still had memories of that time in my head, memories of all the days I spent with Safian. You died for me back then, I answered. Yes, I did, Safian smiled faintly. She put her forehead against my back. Don't do it this time. Her voice was deep and dark. A life without you seems to be completely meaningless now. Confessing that, hugging me tighter, she said something she shouldn't say. She said the name of someone who hurt more than a blade through my heart. Erase Julie from your heart. I will fill that void. Even if it is not enough, I will try. I'm not familiar with the word effort, but if it's you, sparks sputtered in my chest. Professor, wasn't she the woman who tried to bring you down in the first place, so when the war is over? Your Majesty, I interrupted her, but I stood still and closed my eyes. Like this, I wondered if she knew Julie was someone that evoked intense emotions that consumed my reason. Or was it that Safian didn't know me as much as I knew Safian? Your Majesty's hearing is not over yet. Also, the subject to be put on trial is still me. Safian pulled her arms from me, took a step back and looked up. Her eyes narrowed as if she had just woken up. Yes, but I think it's a conspiracy. I'm going to have the intelligence service find out. Conspiracy. As she said, it was a conspiracy. All the evidence from the hearing that Isaac gave me was fabricated. Therefore, if the hearing were resumed, Julie and Freyden wouldn't be able to escape. No, I couldn't tolerate it. What do you mean no? Safian asked, and I said, it's not a conspiracy. Crack, she exhaled, her breath hot. It's not a conspiracy. Yes, I quietly said. All those sins are true. Unfortunately, I was superior to Safian in manipulating fabricated evidence. I had the power of Euclid and Josephine's shadows, after all. It was all my fault, so perfectly that it cannot be avoided or denied. Thus, the evidence Safian manipulated had already become true. I made my sin a fact. Safian clenched her fists. Professor, are you lying to me, the family that led the poisoning of your Majesty? Shut up. And I said shut the fuck up, Safian screamed. I met her gaze calmly. It's Euclid. Euclid led the poisoning of your Majesty. You idiot! An aura rose from Safian's body. The intensity of that anger was sharp, as if she would cut my throat at any moment. Still, I was kind of sad. Your Majesty. It was because there was no death variable in the aura. Even now, when I was telling an unforgivable lie, she had no intention of killing me. Do you love me, who has so many sins? The next morning. It was too dark and cold to call it a refreshing morning. HMPH. Leah, waking up, clattered out of the hut while blowing her nose. The image of Deculein and Safian being too close was still rattling around in her head. She didn't spy on them for long because of the guards patrolling, but she did see Safian hugging Deculein. No, it was more like cuddling. Safian was unilaterally sticking to him. How about the story? However, there was a building that didn't exist yesterday in the middle of the oasis. Am I still dreaming, or was it a mirage? A man suddenly appeared before Leah as she frowned in contemplation. He was sitting and reading a book. He had no coat, but was instead wearing a shirt and vest. That face resembled Kim Woojin, who she should be used to by now, but was surprised every time she saw him. Leah walked over to him hesitantly. "What are you doing?" Deculein glanced up. "I asked what you are doing," Leah asked again. Deculein shook his head as if she was pathetic. "Did I do something?" She didn't do anything, but he looked at her like she was crazy. Deculein said, "Aren't you training?" "I think I can stop. Do you want me to show you?" She brought back the circuit diagram he had given her. Now she could freely move the mana within her body through the new passageway. "If I had learned this much, shouldn't I go home? That's what I think. It's funny to see you making a fuss after learning only the basics." Leah didn't respond, but what she had to say quickly came to mind. "It's not necessarily because of that. Some strange rumors are circulating that I resemble your ex-fiancé." She stopped and watched Deculein's eyes. He nodded. "Go on." "Rumor has it that you are keeping me around because of that. I will tell you about that rumor." "It's not true," Leah chuckled. "I'm glad. You are infinitely short of her, infinitely coarse and infinitely inferior. It is rude to even compare." Leah went silent, and she looked at Deculein, short, coarse, inferior. As she replayed those words in her head, Leah felt it was unfair. "That fiancé is me." She wanted to shout out loud that she was her. The character that took her as a motif, no, it was perfectly her character. Her character. "Take it." Deculein held out a piece of paper. Leah accepted it with an unhappy look. "What is it?" "Sometimes there are people who waste their talents on a shallow understanding of themselves. You are the best example. It's like putting pearls on a pig." Leah pinched her nose. As she endured her anger with pain, she looked at the damn Professor Deculein's paper. It was a spell, a series of complex and subtly intertwined curves and circles. It's the spell of elementalization. To be precise, it's your elementalization expressed in theory. So, Professor Deculein put her talents on this paper. Was he saying that? That doesn't make sense. It makes sense. You are gifted only with your intuition, but your intuition can always be expressed in theory. You can increase its power if you know the theory. If you don't know the theory, you're left with half of what you could achieve. She didn't know if what he was saying was true, but for her, it was strange no matter how much she thought about it. Was Deculein's genius like this? Was it like this? Could the butterfly effect of adding one fiancé come this far? Memorize it first. It'll be hard to understand with your intelligence level. Okay. Personality, okay. Even if she was skeptical, she was certain by looking at his personality. His personality was unconditionally Deculein. Emergency. Then, suddenly, a scream rang out through the camp. Deculein and Leah looked up at the same time. A member of the guards was running toward them from the desert. "Oh, Chairman, a problem. The prisoners we were transporting are gone." Leah looked back at Deculein. "Prisoners?" "Yes. The tribe that originally lived here gave resistance, and there was a hint that they were hiding demon blood, so we took them as prisoners and were transporting them." "Is there any evidence?" "Yes. It sounds like there is no evidence when you say that there is a hint of hiding demon blood." That. Confused, the guard looked sideways. Deculein sneered. "Forget it. There is no way or justification to catch a tribe that we have no evidence of protecting the demon blood if they've fled." Deculein's response was too fair and rational. Leah startled. "Yes." At that moment the guard bowed. "No." A stern voice stopped them. "Find them all and kill them." A noble tone that commanded severe punishment. The Empress Safian suddenly cast off her boredom and held a cruel expression. "Find and kill all those who escaped, Euclid. Even the feeling they're hiding a demon blood is unacceptable." She said so and clenched her teeth. The guard straightened up, but Deculein met the Emperor's eye quietly. Deculein's composure faced Safian's wrath. Sand whirled beneath their feet. However, no subject would disobey the Emperor's resolute command. No, one must not disobey. Okay. Eventually, he bowed his head, maintaining his dignity. With all my life, your majesty's orders will be obeyed. All my life, my ass. Piss off. Safian went back to the camp, but to Leah, her back looked sad for some reason. Only Leah, who secretly spied on Deculein and Safian last night, knew. There was only one reason. She confessed, and they became estranged. It's dangerous. Leah's danger radar blared. She shouldn't let it stay like this. Now, Deculein was acting surprisingly fair, but Safian was still cruel. Given the Emperor's setting, her violence would only increase as the story progressed. If she becomes more violent because she was dumped, it would be a big problem. The reason was silly, but the fact that Safian had the feeling of love in the first place was a very big deal. Perhaps. And what if Deculein could stop the massacre? What if, without anyone knowing, Safian's feelings for Deculein could prevent the eradication of the desert? If it couldn't be stopped, if the desert were swept clean according to Safian's will, the difficulty of the main quest would rise sharply. Maybe it can't be helped. Leah murmured solemnly and looked at Deculein. He was already preparing for the campaign. Hugh, taking a deep breath, Leah formulated her plan, Operation Cupid. She would cling to Safian and Deculein, seeking reconciliation and mediation. First, let's go to the Emperor. Leah disappeared from Deculein's sight. Chapter 293. Desert's Feeling 2. Immediately after Deculein received the order to track prisoners and was dispatched, Emperor Safian looked around the space allotted to her on the top floor of the new building. Without saying a word, she was rocked by emotion. It was because of the familiar interior decoration, designed like the imperial palace. Thanks to this, the room was rather familiar and calming. Trudge Safian walked helplessly to her bed and laid down. She stared blankly at the ceiling, immersed in complicated thoughts and cooling anger. This is hard. It was hard. Government and politics, science and martial arts, magic and swordsmanship. Human emotions were hundreds of times harder than all of that. My feelings and his feelings. It was an experience she had never had before, so she was mistaken about his feelings. Was she overconfident that he would accept her? Tusk. Safian was still clumsy when it came to this kind of relationship. She was hasty and impatient. Damn bastard. So, Safian couldn't tell just how much Deculein loved Julie. She was even doubtful whether such an emotion could exist, pushing him to risk his family and his life. Julie will die anyway. However, Safian shook her head, wearing a cold smile. Julie would die anyway. She already knew that her illness was incurable. Then, if I just wait, will he be mine? Was she too hasty when she just had to wait? Do you think it's right for me to think like this, Charon? As she pondered, Safian felt a new surge of anger. There was nothing she didn't have as an emperor, and nothing she could not take. The most powerful empire on this continent was hers. To be like this, for not being able to win over someone who is dying. But could she call herself an emperor when she was this restless? No, Charon's answer came from somewhere in the inner room. He was always with the emperor as a statue of a knight. What do you mean no? The knight Julie is not a woman who will die. At that moment, Safian's brow furrowed, and Charon answered before she could ask what he meant. They seemed to have come up with a way to save the knight Julie. At the same time, in another oasis quite far from Safian. I found the lunar grass. Ephraim smiled brightly and showed it to Julie. Look, I found it, right? Yes. Both of them were covered in sand and mud as they dug through the borders of the oasis. They were also covered in wounds from dealing with the scorpion monsters, but they were satisfied. Look, it's very rare, but we found it in one day. It means that you will live, Ephraim said, putting the lunar grass in a herbal bag. Now all we need is a large capacity mana stone. Of course, the more lunar grass we have, the better. Is that so? Of course. Oh, are you in good shape? You used mana. I'm fine. That crazy scorpion monster. Ephraim frowned at the giant scorpion frozen nearby. Then, Ephraim, let's go back. You've been walking too long in the desert. It looks like you're out of stamina. Julie said that despite being the one always wearing armor. Yes, I'll contact Alan. Oh, right. Did you write in your diary today? Yes. It was the armor of Freydin, also called the armor of snow, which was a treasure given only to the blood of Freydin. Keep writing. Don't skip even a day. I'll check it out too. Yes, I will. On the side was the shape of a knight embossed with mana stones. It was a common decoration on any piece of armor, but it was also a statue, so, really. If something goes wrong with you, even though I've stepped up like this, I won't be able to look at the professor. No, even now, I can't look. Charon was watching them. Returning to the main building in the desert, Safian's expression turned to ice when she heard the news. In contrast, a fire simmered in her heart. You're trying to survive like a cockroach. It was an anger that she couldn't understand. Charon remained silent. Charon, keep monitoring and tell me where they are hiding. Yes, but what do you plan to do? HMPH. Safian held back a smirk. To turn back only one person's time is against the rules of this world. It's arrogant. Charon watched her quietly as she made up reasons. It's an escape from her life. However, it might be a good way to preserve one's present memories with a diary. Diary. Memories that are preserved like that are incomplete. Are you saying that with just one diary, the Julie of the past can be assimilated with the Julie of the present? Safian shook her head. So I will kill her myself. Please, wait. Charon's words were a bit odd. Safian asked, narrowing her eyes. Wait for what? There is a snoop, clank. At that moment, swords clashed outside the main building. Safian looked out the window. What is that now? Another Charon statue and some child were dueling. The statue was sculpted by Deculein, and the child on the other side had a familiar face. Leah. The child, Leah, helped interpret the divine language. She dared to spy on the emperor and was caught by Charon. Wait. She was facing Charon's sword. Wait a minute. They were locked in a close battle. What? Was it the influence of the special training Deculein put her through, or was Charon going easy on her? It's pretty doable. Even Leah was amazed to find she wasn't falling behind Charon. I was tracking the prisoners. The method was extremely simple. I had to follow them with vision. I could see all the traces of those who disappeared from their barns. Seriously, Deculein, you're not called the Grim Reaper by the demon blood for no reason. Eidnik. She shook her head as she saw me following them. The bag in your hand is too heavy to fly or to be taken to the ground. I pointed to the bag she was holding. It looked like an ordinary bag, but there were prisoners inside. Hundreds from the local tribe were shrunk inside. I have to admit, your marvelous use of magic deserves to be reported to academia. Hundreds of people shrunk to that extent. It was amazing magic, regardless of its purpose. You couldn't be anywhere as good as me way back, but you sure know how to give a compliment. Eidnik laughed. Give them over and leave. Eidnik's expression hardened. I grabbed my staff. Deculein, the desert is my home, and it is also the hometown of your master, Rohakan. Eidnik responded with hostility. I will not let you people of the Empire, especially the Emperor, destroy the desert. That's surprising. I sneered and let out a small laugh. I think the same. So what? Eidnik tilted her head. What are you surprised about? The desert expedition does not benefit Her Majesty either politically or nationally. It is a war that most of her servants internally opposed. Eidnik shut her mouth. The demon blood has no will to resist the Empire. Keeping your blade pointed at them is like screaming at an earthworm. They're going to shrivel up even if you don't bother them. Are you criticizing Safian's policies? That's right. Not everything Her Majesty says is right, and as a servant, I must rectify injustice. The desert expedition and the hatred of demon blood were purely Key's tricks, which imprinted certain programming in Safian's head. Then let me go. If you do, I will accept your words. I can't. I shook my head. Eidnik frowned. Why? It's Her Majesty's order. Don't you think all the things you said don't add up? It's a problem with your poor logic. Eidnik closed her eyes for a moment. She let out a sigh as if holding back anger, and then opened her eyes again. I will urge Her Majesty's policies to be beneficial to her, but I will obey her orders, unless I have a justification for refusing the order. It wasn't wrong to say that this was Deculein's programming. No matter how much advice I gave Safian, I wouldn't be able to disobey if she ever gave an order and compelled me. What is your reason for refusal? Only when Her Majesty's life is in jeopardy, so release the prisoners. I will not kill them all. No, I'll try to save as many as possible. Is that a promise? As far as I can. I didn't play around with promises. Eidnik knew it too, so she pondered with trembling eyes and gritted teeth. So, how are you going to make that work, after offering all the tribes of the desert? I don't know. You don't know? I put my hand in my pocket for a moment. I pretended to take out my pocket watch and dropped a piece of magic paper. Okay, why are you asking me that? It was far from ordinary paper, with 5 levels of Midas hand applied. Eidnik's eyes turned to it. You must know for yourself. I stole the bag with psychokinesis. It was a momentary surprise, but Eidnik didn't resist much. But in exchange for the bag, she took the magic paper I dropped. I'm leaving. I turned around, and Eidnik called after me. Deculein, isn't it about time you meet Julie? Julie, a name that always made me stop thinking for a little bit. I figured out a way to save her. Heat rose in my heart for a moment, and just hearing it gave me a strange sense of excitement. But I shook my head. The priorities are different. Holding the bag full of prisoners, I returned to the Emperor. Different priorities. As she watched Deculein leave, Eidnik clicked her tongue. Everyone knew that Julie was always at the top of that priority. Anyway, if the price is too low, I will come back and take it. Eidnik looked at the magic paper that Deculein had pretended to have dropped. He was exchanging this paper for the prisoners. So if even the smallest thing didn't satisfy her, she would go right away. And she would slap Deculein in the face and take the prisoners back. An enormous amount of magic appeared in Eidnik's eyes as she thought about it. What? The magic paper held an unheard of giant magic. Giant magic that could be installed throughout the desert. No, it was a kindly customized circuit designed to be installed throughout the desert. The result, explosions aimed solely at mass destruction. Mutually assured destruction was the surest method to ensure cooperation. The justification for rejecting the order is only when Her Majesty's life is in jeopardy. Safian would have no choice but to leave the desert. Did you mean that? Eidnik snorted, still perplexed. Chapter 294. Desert's Feeling 3. A hideout made by digging deep into the sandy ground of the desert and a small-scale village inhabited by the demon blood race called the Ant Cave. Every time I see it, I just can't get used to it. Eidnik raised an eyebrow. It was a cave in the desert, but strangely it had everything. School, restaurants, training camps, farms. How did they build a farm? It's well done, right? Alan smiled broadly. That farm is thanks to the magic I learned from the professor. What kind of magic? It's an artificial sun. It was on a midterm exam in the past. With a mana stone of about 100,000 elnis, you can build a farm that can feed 300 people for a year. There is also groundwater down here. It wasn't as marvelous as the title might imply, but just a mana stone object that radiated sunlight. And the capital, it is covered by sponsorship. Indeed. Thanks to the clan's unique magical abilities, they had a lot of money. Although indiscriminate inspections were being implemented these days, there was no way to avoid them, and the money they earned wouldn't go anywhere, so at least they wouldn't be financially strained. But what would you do if there were informants among them? Alan laughed a little. Yeah, it's okay. There are dozens of such towns. There is no contact point even if one gets discovered. It's a point organization. Then I guess the leading members aren't here, huh? Eidnik asked. Alan, understanding what she meant, placed a hand on her shoulder. Next, it's here. The space changed. Darker than the previous cave, and deep enough to feel the difference in the air. An oil lantern burned quietly inside, and a woman relied on the light to fill out a ledger. As if not surprised by the sudden visit, she raised her round glasses and glared over at the two. Eidnik laughed a little. Are you a Lessel? A Lessel glared at Alan. Yes, then I'll just leave. Talk to the elder. Alan left as if running away, and Eidnik handed Alessal a sheet of magic paper. Read it. The moment she glanced at it, Alessal's eyes dimmed. The pattern was too vast and complex to understand at a glance. What is this? Oh, indeed. Is that magic someone like you can't understand? You should be at least at my level to understand the purpose and scale of this magic. Yeah, muttering, Eidnik added. I stole it from Deculein. Alessal's shoulders trembled. She lifted her lantern to light up Eidnik's face. You understood me, right? I stole it from Deculein. Eidnik didn't tell the leader of the demon blood that it could become Deculein's Achilles' heel. This gigantic magic must be stolen by her. If it were declared that it was given to her, he would become a rebel to the Emperor and the Empire. It is a gigantic magic that can destroy not only the desert but also parts of the Empire, and it is the perfect weapon for mutually assured destruction. I know I stole it, but I was surprised too. How did he come up with such an artistic way of destruction? Alessal looked back to the magic paper. If we deploy this magic, at least we will be able to prevent a war in the desert. It would take a lot of wizards to implement this. Yes, a few hundred people above the Lumiere rank at a glance. That's not enough. Very few are Lumiere. Fifth place, Lumiere. It separated the elite wizards from the rest. Yeah, could you prepare 30 close-mouthed people instead? We already have 2 that can help with the rest. Alessol's brow furrowed slightly. Wizards that can be counted, one would be you. The other is Epheren. Epheren. Surprised, Alessol quickly used sign language. Deculein's old disciple and the thief was here. Ha! I see you didn't hear about it from Alan. She has been with me for a while. Alessol's teeth ground. Why did Ellie always skip the important facts? I know your relationship with Deculein has grown worse. That's why it helps. Right, Alessol pondered, but there was no need. Okay, mutually assured destruction. That was the logic Alessol always insisted on. A temporary imperial palace in the desert. The duel between Charon and Lear was stopped by Saphion, after which a calm afternoon greeted them. Scratch, scratch, Lear was sitting in front of Saphion, writing. 1. Riding. 2. Reading. 3. Knowledge discussion. 4. Sale. Looking at the list, Saphion asked with her eyes, "What is this?" "Oh, these are the things the professor likes." Based on Deculein's setting, these were hobbies that he would surely enjoy. Horseback riding, sailing, hunting, and openly aristocratic sports. Why are you writing it down? I thought you would want to know. Me? Saphion was outraged. How long had it been that someone other than Deculein could act so calm in the presence of the Emperor? Yes, Lear responded boldly. I heard you like the professor. I will help you. I'm an adventurer who does anything right. Now I'm also a parasitic houseguest of Euclid, so I know it well. Ha! Saphion shut her eyes tightly. How dare this spy eavesdrop on the Emperor's personal stories and say it so proudly? It was better than begging for mercy. Lear, I won't punish you because you have been a great help in the interpretation of the divine language. Her eyes were fixed on the paper. Lear, for some reason, knew Deculein's secrets. I know all of them. Oh, yes. Lear thought about it. Well, it was obvious what Deculein would like. He was such a firm and consistent person. Then, Lear changed ideas. What about thinking of Kim Woojin, the model for Deculein? Of course, Kim Woojin didn't have the slightest resemblance to Deculein's personality, but if it was something he would like, surprisingly, flowers. Woojin was an artist. He was a painter. Also, he liked Van Gogh, and there were many still lifes in his paintings, most of which were flowers. Sunflowers, dandelions, roses, cotton, lilacs. She hadn't put a flower in his ex-fiancée's name for no reason. Yuli von Vergismanished, the original word for forget-me-not. But for some reason, Lear didn't want to tell her. So, then tell me. Saphion urged her to speak, but the more she did, the tighter Lear's mouth sealed. Lear, if you speak, I will forgive you for spying on me. Lear remembered him drawing dandelions on her cheeks while she was sleeping. When he was discharged from the military, he weaved dozens of roadside flowers and presented them as a substitute for flower shoes. T/N. In Korea, after being discharged from the military service, men give their girlfriends flower shoes as a gift, meaning they don't want to break up. He bowed his head, saying he was sorry that he was poor now and would present a better gift later. That cute and pure feeling was my gift. I thought I was thankful that you were mine. Lear, answer me. Of course, Deculein wasn't Woojin, but Lear didn't want to share. Lear, I don't want to tell. I want to have that alone. Hey, kid. Bang, when the Emperor knocked on the table, Lear raised her head. Yes, I'll forgive you if you tell me. Oh, but now it was all a thing of the past. Lear smiled bitterly. Surprisingly, he might like flowers. Flowers, Saphion frowned. Yes, flowers. Saphion wrinkled her nose and beckoned. Go, for what you said, I'll forgive you. Yes, he might like flowers. Did Julie give the professor a bunch of flowers? Or even a flower island? Come to think of it, indeed, it was highly unlikely that Deculein would like the flowers that Woojin liked. Then, scram. I won't tolerate more than that. Saphion didn't repeat herself. Lear jumped up and bowed. Charon watched as she left. The adventurer child is strong. Didn't you go easy on her? My power is, of course, scattered here and there, but even if I return to my main body, I can't blindly guarantee victory. Considering Charon's state, this was a very unconventional evaluation. But now Saphion wasn't interested in those things. Flower, it was out of place in this desert. Flower, your majesty. Suddenly, a cry came from outside. The Count has captured all the escaped prisoners. Saphion unconsciously clenched her fists. Whoosh. In the middle of a sandy desert, a hot wind raged. Emperor Safian stood still and watched the hordes of prisoners march by. Though the air was hot enough to scorch their skin, they shivered. Look down. Even looking at me is a felony for you guys. General Bell screamed as he would kill them, and Safian watched impassively. Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with them? Someone behind her asked softly. Safian glanced back. Why do you ask? Do you not know the punishment of prisoners who failed to escape? Damn, Professor. No, Deculein was the chairman now. I will kill them all. Either bury them in the ground or strip them and tie them up there. There was no particular reaction from Deculein. Just casually, as if ordering food, he responded indifferently. Give them a chance. Ha! Safian smirked and twisted her lips. There is no demon blood among them, and they have great strategic value as a tribe well-versed in finding water veins. So give them even the slightest chance. Chance! These were the words of a truly merciful Deculein. Safian looked down on the prisoners, kneeling deep as if swallowed by the sand. Staring at them made her anger rise, though it was probably not because of them, but because of Deculein. Did you just say chance? Yes. Moron. The guards behind them made a small commotion. That said, the remark just now was very serious, and if he had said it in a public place, it would be a massive political blow. Get out. However, Safian took a step forward. General Bell, the general who was beating the prisoners to death. At first, he didn't even know she had called him, and he only blinked. Won't you answer? Oh, yes, yes, Your Majesty. It's an honor. Take it. She threw an armband at him. Bell managed to catch it before it fell into the sand. You are the one who drove out those insects and took over the oasis. It is commendable. Oh, I'm so honored. So, you are now the commander of this desert expedition. Ha, eh, Bell's jaw dropped. Then he quickly lowered his head. Your Majesty, it's an honor. Safian turned around and entered the hall without looking at Deculein. Damn it! Her heart ached, and it felt like a big stone was pressing on her chest. But this, too, would pass quickly. Your Majesty. As soon as she lay down on the couch in the office, she heard a voice. On the other side of the inner room was Charon. How about making a distinction between public and private affairs? At that moment, a vein sprang up on Safian's forehead. Charon, if I made a distinction between public and private affairs, I would have killed the professor as soon as he said that. The professor committed treason. He confessed to the attempted assassination of the emperor, and he declared that he would accept all the sins of the hearing. Nevertheless, Safian didn't sentence him the death penalty because he didn't tell anyone. Since I don't distinguish between public and private, no, since I can't do it. Deculein is alive. It was a bleak and dry tone, but her voice sounded weepy. Charon remained silent. Safian stretched out her hand, looking up at the ceiling without a word. However, her arms soon swayed and sank. Are you okay? No, I don't even have the strength to go to bed. Maybe it's listlessness, but my body won't even move. Safian was heartbroken. Charon, I can't predict that madman. Deculein, that crazy professor. She was afraid he would die on his own instead of Julie. No, in place of Julie. So if I killed Julie first, embracing those complicated feelings, she fell into a deep sleep. Her head lowered slowly and her body was laid out. And creak, the door opened. Stomp, stomp. Silent footsteps. You came. Charon greeted the newcomer. Yes, I see she fell asleep. He knelt in front of the slumbering Safian, Deculein. He put his hand over her forehead. She has a fever. He let out a small breath. It felt like she was boiling. Her Majesty seems to have suffered a lot because of you. Is that so? Don't underestimate Her Majesty. Charon stared at Deculein. Her Majesty can kill you. I mean, don't be more negligent than this. Deculein kept his focus on Safian. I know that much, Charon. I have been with her for hundreds of years. If you die, Her Majesty will have trouble. It's fine. He put his hand on Safian's back. He lifted her as if holding a princess and laid her on the bed. The subject I will teach her from now on. Then he laid together with her in bed, pushing back her hair with his hands. It is suffering. He wore a mischievous smile. Chapter 295. Cactus 1 Wake up. Command. Guards. Marching and training noises announced the morning. Safian awoke and looked up at the ceiling. Blink, 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 blink. When she suddenly turned her head and looked out of the window, there was a blazing sun that looked like it could melt the glass. The heat of the desert was strong enough to bend any steel frame, but the interior of this main building remained pleasant. Charon. Yes, I feel refreshed. Her exhaustion vanished, and her condition was perfect enough to not need sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. She didn't know why. Did the professor come and go? She looked around, but he was nowhere to be seen. I'm glad. However, I heard that the servants are coming. The servants? Yes, Safian felt a throbbing in her head. The good thing about the desert was that they weren't there, so why did they have to come? What about the professor? Pretending to be uninterested, she asked. The chairman is exploring external threats. He said that the area around your majesty would be established as a safe zone by installing mirrors in various places in a radius of 3 kilometers. A safe zone? Yes. In theory, if you used the properties of mirrors well, you could monitor without blind spots. Safian raised her torso without saying a word. At that moment, she felt her heart was choking. Again, this damn thump, as if a knife were being rammed through her chest. The pain spread throughout her head. This fucking sickness. If the emotion she felt for Deculein was love, was this also part of that love? Ah! Safian patted her chest and stood. She walked around the room with her hands clasped behind her back, then sat back on the bed. Ha! Safian patted her chest and stood. She walked around the room with her hands clasped behind her back, then sat back on the bed. Ha! After repeating that a few times, I look like a moron. She came back to her senses and changed clothes. Today's clothing was an all-black suit from urine. She sat in her office chair with a stack of government tasks to be dealt with. Safian stared at the documents. I see more paperwork arrived this morning. Yes, the guards await the prisoner's sentencing. Safian bit her lower lip for a moment, remembering Deculein. I said that all of them must be killed. Yes, however, it seems that the chairman is being careful. Her eyes narrowed sharply. Her heart shook again, but this time she nodded calmly. Okay, Deculein, that bastard, said to give those prisoners a chance. Safian picked up her pen. Then give it to them. That chance. A personal letter from the Emperor was completed with just one sentence. It flew away with psychokinesis. This is the only chance that I'll give them. The content of that chance that was close to impossible was as follows. Within 2 weeks, propose how to make the most beautiful flowers bloom in the middle of the dunes. The Imperial Guard built watchtowers all over the desert and connected their nests with equipment such as radios and walkie-talkies. They also placed troops on the border of the desert to block traffic. As such, the desert was isolated in just 3 days, and a network was established to monitor it. It's too fast. In the middle of that desert, Leah was sweating profusely and walking down the dunes. It's because of Deculein. Leah cheered inside when the incompetent man named Bell became their leader. However, Deculein's influence was still strong, and he chose to constrict the desert. Of course, Bell was quite displeased. How did he come up with the idea to stop the groundwater? He planned to block all underground waterways by using the Malia tribe, who found water veins. That was why Leah crawled through the dunes that tried to swallow her whole. Hugh, is it here? Finally, she reached her destination. She picked up her map and checked it once more. It is an underground outpost. This was the underground checkpoint of the demon blood that she visited when she was an adventurer. There were also some pretty close named friends here. Leah double-checked for any unforeseen. Who are you? She heard a cold voice. Whoosh. Leah smiled, feeling a presence inside the sandstorm. It's me. You know me. The sand subsided. A man in a turban appeared. Wait. The man's eyes widened as he looked at Leah. Are you Leah? Yes, it's me. Kaisel, the demon blood named and the nephew of Kerixel, who was now locked in Rohalak. Nice to see you. Leah had a good network with the demon bloods, and the reason she came to him was, of course, the main quest. Why are you here? Take it. Leah handed him a document. It was top secret, including all of Deculein's plans, the location of the watchtowers, ambush spots, and so on. Kaisel was dazed. The enemy's most important secrets were twinkling right in front of him, but he was just blinking, not taking it. Take it. I'm here to help the demon blood and the desert tribes. Akka, a double spy. Leah was willing to take on such a dangerous role. This was because the destruction of the demon blood and the desert would be harmful to completing the main quest. I'm lost for words. You suddenly come here and, would you believe me if I said that I approached Deculein on purpose for this? Of course, she didn't approach him for this, but since she was already there, on purpose, Kaisel asked. Leah replied bravely. Yes, people are being slaughtered, all of them, children and the elderly included, just for being demon blood. But the Empire is trying to slaughter even the tribes of the desert, and that's not right. Therefore, she pushed the documents into his hands. Take it. Oh, Kaisel put it in his pocket, but his complexion didn't look good. But Leah, think about what you are doing now. If you're caught, you'll receive the death penalty. No, beyond the death penalty, the eradication of, I don't even have a family. All you have to do is keep the secret, Kaisel. Of course, I will protect it with my life. Even if this information is not true, I will believe you. It is true. It's information stolen from Deculein. Kaisel's eyes widened once more. Looking at his shocked expression, Leah smiled broadly. Deculein, from the professor who has neither blood nor tears. How? They said I look like Deculein's ex-fiancée. Oh, Kaisel was startled. A strange thought seemed to be running through his mind. Still, given that he didn't ask much, it seemed a surprisingly popular rumor. The demon blood must have studied and analyzed everything about Deculein. So it was surprisingly easy. Also this. Leah pulled a piece of folded paper from her pocket. Take it. This is a double paper. Double paper, a pair of magic papers made of two sheets. What was written on one page was copied and written on the other. If I get these kinds of secrets in the future, I will bury them in the ground. I'll mark the location on this double paper, and you, Kaisel, will go find it. I am a double spy. Kaisel nodded his head silently. He took the sheet with a stern look. Thanks, Leah. You don't have to thank me. I'm going to do this as an adventurer mission too, a double spy mission. Leah added with a small smile. And hey, Kaisel, later, when all the misunderstandings are cleared up and the demon blood are recognized, I'll risk the future of my race and promise you a reward. A quest popped up at the same time as Kaisel's promise. Main quest. The future of the demon blood. Mana plus 500 when the demon blood are independent. Yes, I'll trust you, Leah answered vigorously. After Leah returned, the demon blood's underground post. Kaisel was talking to someone through the crystal ball. Leah came and said that in person. Yes. How? The voice seemed to find it difficult to understand. No matter how talented the adventurer, Deculein's secrets weren't easily obtainable. Lilia, you told me. That Leah resembles Deculein's ex-fiancée. Leah seems to have approached him on purpose. The Red Garnet adventurers don't want war either. At Kaisel's words, Lilia Primian, former deputy chief of public security and current head of the Rohalak camp, went silent for a moment. Indeed, his eyes, looking at Leah in Rekordak, were unsettling. Other than that, there is no reason why Deculein would have taken Leah in. That's right. Primian agreed. In any case, it'll be a great strength for us if that child becomes a spy. She is at the heart of the Imperial Guard. Confirmed. And, Kaisel asked, but Primian's next words had nothing to do with the demon blood. To think that the professor leaked secrets. I guess Leah really resembles his ex-fiancée. Yes, I'll hang up. Click, woo. Kaisel blew out his oil lantern. The temporary imperial palace was built in the desert. As I walked down the first floor, I found a familiar face. It's so nice and refreshing here. Leah was sitting on the couch in the living room. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, and she was dozing off with a languid expression. In that little bosom, she held the theory of elementalization that I gave her. Cool dolphin, Leah, I called the girl's name. What? What have you been doing? Leah glanced at me, and her expression grew awkward. I've been training in the heat. Pretending to be dead, twisting her head, she avoided conversation. I sat next to her. Leah, answer me. I'm sleepy now. Before I kill, I'll tell you later. Responding bluntly, she shut up. Oh, at that moment, a voice echoed from across the hallway. Chairman, it was General Bell. The majestic figure with his faction behind his back provoked in me the urge to kill, but I casually welcomed him. General Bell. Yes, Chairman, I have something to tell you. Say it. Bell's brow furrowed slightly. He seemed to be unsatisfied with my way of speaking. Yeah, well, anyway, they said the location was identified. Location? Yes, a demon blood hideout has been found here by this Vol'jin. Bell laughed, congratulating the male knight standing right behind him. Wait for now. Surveillance is more important than advancing. No, Bell shook his head. No, it isn't. It isn't. He kept shaking his head. He shook like that about 7 times and then spoke. I've already received orders from Her Majesty. Orders? Yes. Ahem. Bell cleared his throat and crossed his arms, then whispered. So this is a notice, not a consultation. Chairman Deculein. Notice, not consultation. I looked at Belle. No words, no reaction, just indifferently and dry. As the time went on, Belle seemed a little embarrassed. Ahem, anyway, he strongly urged my death variable. From now on, such indiscriminate treatment will be a little uncomfortable. Respecting each other, yes, I think that would be good, so just know that. Belle walked down the hallway smiling like a rat. Dozens of bodyguards followed after him like parasites. Leah, pretending not to be, was looking over. Oops. She closed her eyes again and laid down on the couch. I walked down the hallway without a word. Belle, there was no need to get mad at filth. I would kill that guy anyway. Even if I died in the not-too-distant future, I would at least kill him before that. Private room. Deculein, I arrived at my private room. The moment I put my hand on the doorknob Chijik, I felt a certain trace. Creak, I quietly opened the door and looked around inside. It was easy to sneak into this room. It was also easy to copy or remove the confidential documents neatly organized in the drawers. It was a space that was deliberately created that way. But a thief had been here. I looked closely at my vision, but the faint traces left were of an unexpected kid. Leah, why that girl. Belle marched like a scoundrel. However, he achieved results. He found the Demon Blood's outpost, and since he took the Demon Blood as prisoners, Safian praised him. On the other hand, Deculein managed nothing every time he maneuvered. Whether information leaked or was predicted, the plan to block the groundwater also failed due to a surprise attack. As a result, rumors are rife that Her Majesty is trying to cut down Deculein. Deculein's influence in the desert weakened. Even Charon was concerned. How long are you planning to humiliate him like this? HMPH. Safian looked at Charon and clenched her teeth. What do you care? Also, isn't it true that he can't work anyway? You know it too, that the Demon Bloods are giving Belle military merit on purpose. He was right. Belle was running wild like a fish in water, and the Demon Blood were throwing all kinds of baits at him. They hoped that Deculein would be overthrown and that the incompetent Belle would succeed. I'll do what I want, so shut up and piss off. Safian waved her hands. Charon continued, Your Majesty, then you may end up hated. What? For a moment, Safian's face hardened. What did you just say? Who will hate? Since that day, Deculein has not come to visit Your Majesty. She was speechless. Or do you want Deculein to come first and bow down, saying that he was wrong and wants to be with Your Majesty again? Her cheeks ached, and her heart burned like it was on fire. It was a very strange pain. You know it's impossible, don't you? He may obey Your Majesty's orders, but he is not one to bend his convictions. Besides, Deculein is a real nobleman who values face the most. Charon continued, But Your Majesty is now crushing his pride. Just shut. You're doing what he doesn't tolerate the most. Hearing that, she felt that it was a bit unfair. I'm just curious. What he couldn't stand, Deculein had already smashed her heart. Is Your Majesty abandoning Deculein? He told countless lies. He said it was only for Julie and trampled on her. But why? Or maybe Your Majesty is being abandoned by Deculein. Why does Charon say such painful things to me? Chapter 296. Cactus 2. The desert night air was freezing, and the sand under our feet precarious. We're almost ready. I quietly looked into the mirror. The scene reflected across the polished surface was of Ephren and Julie. What do you think? It was well made, right? Yes. Now try a test run. If it succeeds, we'll be done. Ephren was designing a container that could fit one person, and Julie nodded beside her. Whoa, Julie, watching with wide and curious eyes, looked adorable. A smile tugged at my lips, but I already knew what these two were going to do. I often thought about it. Will it be over in one try? Nope. You should be in there for a week or two. I have to extract time energy from my mana and inject it into the barrel. If Julie let all her memories go and time was rewound, you will forget me. She would forget me, but she wouldn't forget Deculein. I wasn't the Deculein that Julie knew back then. She would forget me. The you now will die. Forgotten memories do not come back. Even if she left a record in a diary, her accumulated memories wouldn't be reproducible. All the emotions that made Julie wouldn't be restored. You will not be able to see the professor without being sick. Is that so? However, will I understand myself just by reading the diary? Of course, don't worry. I believe in your mental strength. It was something against human law, and it was also running away from death. It was about killing who she was now and trying to save a life that wasn't hers. Still, I wanted that. I wanted her to give up on herself. If she could live, If she could breathe in this world, if she could go on to find happiness instead of this endless pain, I think that it's okay for her to forget about me. Count, Delric called from behind me. What's going on? This is the intelligence report discovered from the demon bloods that Eidnick frequently visits. Eidnick. Yes, Eidnick was a wanted person. It was natural since she was Rohakan's disciple, but recently, as it was confirmed she was helping the demon blood, her rating was raised to Black Beast. Here is a map of their locations found by our guards. The desert was divided into factions. General Bell led the military on one side, and on the other side, the nobles and knights centered on me. As a result, the competition was fierce. Bell's faction went out several times a day and achieved results, but I tried to restrain my faction's knights as much as possible. He has a talent for tracking so that you can trust him. At Delric's words, I looked over the map. I nodded. Immediately, Delric's complexion brightened. Then we will prepare for the expedition. Okay. Yes. I watched Delric as he saluted and retreated. Delric, yes. He hit a quick stop and looked back at me. Leah, recently, what has that kid been doing? Yes, oh, nothing special. Is that so? Leah was leaking internal secrets. Of course, I led her to do it as I expected a demon blood informant to be around. Did anything happen? Delric asked. Well, I don't know if it's because of her training, but she seems to go all the way to the depths of the desert these days. Oh, yes, she does that often. She seems to enjoy being reckless. I nodded. They also had similar personalities. So her personality is like that too. Then, a hum. Delric cleared his throat and straightened up. I will monitor. No, you don't have to. For the survival of the desert, it was right for Imperial secrets to be exposed. It was unexpected that the spy was Leah, but it might be better this way because she had outstanding abilities. You may go. Yes. Delric left without another word, treading across the sand, and I gazed up at the stars. They strained to break the darkness surrounding them. Like a verse I had read in the past, each star comes to life as a human. This is complicated, I mumbled softly. The next day, Leah woke up early in the morning and, as usual, was having breakfast on the training grounds. Hugh, she sat cross-legged and went over the elementalization technique Deculein taught her. If she learned this well, she could grow a few levels. Hey, brat. Flick, Leah looked up. Who is, oh, it's Delric. I know, Knight Delric. They had met a lot in the Imperial Palace and Recordac before that. He was Deculein's henchman and the leader of the Imperial Knights. He was also Leah's direct supervisor in the desert. But what do you want? I'm training, Leah asked. Delric frowned and shook his head. It's something a little more serious this time. Don't try to pass on this pretending to be a kid and listen to me. Oh, it was a little questionable, but she obeyed. Yes, Leah. Have you been traveling into the desert? Her heart raced. Thump. There was no way they'd already discovered the leak of confidential information. Thump, thump. Her heart was beating like crazy. Yes. But why do you ask? Delric's eyes narrowed, his gaze mixed with suspicion and pity. The Count asked. The Count? Yes. Flick. Delric flicked Leah's forehead again, adding as he sighed. He worries a lot about you. That statement was questionable for Leah. Worries a lot. Blinking a few times, Leah gaped at Delric. A lot more than you think. Leah considered what he meant for a moment. Deculein's worrying. Had there ever been such a contradiction in this world? Delric cleared his throat and looked around. He asked me, What do you mean? It was so unexpected that she couldn't even speak properly. Leah, about your actions. My actions? He was worried about you going out into the depths of the desert. Worried. It was the second time he used that word. He was too openly Deculein's henchman for her to wonder if Delric was talking about whatever he wanted. They were both named, and in terms of personality, they got along really well. Is that true? He was asking about me, Leah asked. Without knowing it, she used you Ara's tone. Yes, and even. Delric shut his mouth for a moment. He seemed to be contemplating whether to say this or not. It's a secret, but he even said, it's complicated. You know it too, the reason the Count is talking like that. Leah nodded blankly, his fiancée. Leah, know your place. Leah looked up. You were not chosen by the Count because of your talent. Leah felt guilty. The Count is teaching you, and sometimes he speaks harsh words to you. She was leaking information. Of course, her motives were for good, but it's all because you look like his ex-fiancée. Was Deculein still looking at Yuli in her? Even if he pretended not to, his heart was always. Was he always seeing the person named Yuli in the adventurer Leah? Not only her looks, but her personality as well. He probably was the only one who remembered Yuli in this world. No, he might be the only one who can remember. Of course I am not that Yuli. You mean personality too? Yes, those were also the words of the Count, so don't go too deep. If you're going out, take a walkie-talkie with you. I mean, don't make him worried. Leah looked silently over the training ground. She saw Deculein tidying up his clothes after a morning workout. Answer me, Delric urged. Leah nodded cautiously, still looking at Deculein. I will not go out too often. Okay, good. Delric put on his helmet. Where are you going? Into war. War. Don't think about going out now. The professor will be worried. After interrupting her, Delric turned and ran to Deculein. Leah watched the two of them go. I'm ready, Count. Shall we leave right away? Yes, going to the war. She didn't know where they were headed, but the atmosphere was serious. Attention, everyone. At Delric's cry, the Deculein faction gathered together. Indeed, their position was shaking these days due to a lack of success. Because of her, Stomp, startled, Leah spun around. There's a lot going on with Deculein, huh? His ex-fiancé, and even you who resemble his ex-fiancé. Safian stood there in a robe and turban. She glared at Leah and snorted. HMPH. Oh, your majesty. You are surprisingly good at talking. Leah licked her parched lips. Well, you're not relevant. Deculein will only have sympathy for you as a kid. Your majesty. What did you come here for? I will join in Deculein's campaign. Of course, that guy will refuse, so I'll hide along. It's dangerous, your majesty. Leah tried to dissuade her. Safian sneered and pulled out a small knight statue, a figurine from her pocket. It's okay. There is always a knight by my side. Are you talking about Sir Charon? Yes. The figurine responded. It was a miniature Charon. Oh, Leah was taken aback for a moment, but then she nodded. Safian was no less strong than Charon in the first place. With two of the strongest people in the world together, worrying would be a luxury. Yes. Then I'll too. There's no need to. Safian placed her hand on Leah's head. You don't need to remind him of his old love. Stay here. I don't want to see the professor feel uncomfortable because of you, worrying or whatnot. After shaking her head a few times with a grin, she followed Deculein's forces. This was also turning out to be a pretty interesting situation. Deculein is worried about me. Right now, that was the only thought in Leah's head. Isn't it too far behind to follow? Marching across a vast sandy field, Safian was walking beside Charon. He is a sensitive person. You have to keep this distance to avoid being noticed. Beyond those dunes, and barely more than a dot on the horizon, Deculein's expeditionary force was advancing. In addition to those precautions, she was wearing a transparent robe. Why don't you want to be found? Charon, the thing you said that day. Safian had no choice but to acknowledge Charon's words. She hoped that Deculein would yield first, and she hoped that he would come back, apologizing to her. That was why she deliberately disgraced him and trampled on his self-esteem. I thought you were a little right. So, will you lose on purpose? Lose. That was a little awkward for Safian. Lose on purpose. It was something she'd never considered before. Her boredom and laziness were okay with losing. Rather, there was no excitement in winning. However, she never thought of losing on purpose. It was cumbersome to lose something on purpose. Losing, so Safian pondered. Was she already losing, or was she on her way to losing? I think I need some time to consider. Watching the Emperor muttering to herself, Charon hid a smile. Now Safian was becoming human. Maybe she had felt that didn't suit her as an emperor, but the more she became human, the freer she would become. And Charon wanted a happy human Safian over the tyrant Safian. Your Majesty, put on your mana armor. Charon warned her. Safian prepared herself. They could feel someone moving toward them. It's the Slayers. They seem to have caught us. I know. The moment she answered, a flash of electricity erupted from under the sand. Clank! It swirled toward Safian's back, but before Charon or Safian could move, it was blocked by a shard of blue metal approaching from elsewhere. Swoosh! Fire burned through the mana in the air, and the cold froze the Slayers. It was the defense mechanism of snowflake obsidian. The Slayers couldn't even scream before they were frozen. In this way, the snowflake obsidian had been enhanced by Iron Man. Now it could respond at a speed approaching a Mach. But because of that, Safian went silent. For some reason, her face turned red. Ahem. Charon cleared his throat, I guess. Indeed, the professor has known from the beginning. There was no way that Fox bastard didn't know they were following. Chapter 297, Cactus 3, The Desert. I looked at Delric's map, contrasting the coordinates of our progress with our destination. It seemed that we had already reached our destination. Not the one I was thinking of, though. It seems to be here. I spoke to the person next to me. Here, Safian. She, who had been following me, looked around nobly. There was nothing around here except a single wooden hut. It was the only wooden structure visible in the vast desert. It looked suspicious no matter who saw it. A hut. Safian narrowed her eyes. The knights by her side held their backs straight as they glanced at her. Who is the source of this information? Safian asked angrily. I answered. I am. Safian, who was about to say something, shut her mouth for a moment. Now I was used to telling her lies. Safian clenched her teeth. I already know that you got the report. Yes, but it was me who considered it a viable source. A person is in charge because they bear responsibility. We do not hold the others responsible. The air around us grew stiff. Safian looked at me with narrowed eyes, causing the knights near us to back away. Also, who knows what will be in this? Then, fuck off, all of you. Safian generated mana and pushed away the knights. Only Deculein and I will go in. Why, Your Majesty, bewildered, Delric tried to stop her, but I intervened. Yes, let's do that. And I opened the door to the hut. The smell of wood permeated the ordinary interior. Safian looked a bit lost as I pointed inside. Go, Professor. There was a Slayer attack just now. Who knows what might be inside? Delric called me by my old title, desperate to stop me. Enough. Safian pushed away Delric and then stepped straight into the hut. Come in. She looked at me from over the threshold. Her gloved hands reached out. Yes. I accepted her hand and entered. Slam. As soon as I did, the door closed behind us. We were plunged into darkness. It's fine, I said. Safian answered. I know. Is there an access code? Yes. When I looked at the darkness with vision, I could see a magic circle. It's a passage, I understood in an instant. This was a passage leading underground. If I disassembled and analyzed this magic, I could find the password, Safian asked. And so, what's the password? It's Desert Night. Whoosh. The hut sank into the sand. Bang. The moment we arrived, Safian reopened her eyes. Although it was still inside the hut, the noise outside was different. I heard people's voices. They were not speaking the imperial language, but a certain tribal one. I guess your information was right, huh? Safian looked back at Deculein and cleared her throat as if she was a bit embarrassed. Yes, let's go in. Deculein opened the door to the hut. Several people were coming and going through this underground space, and there were shops, schools, and other things built all around. It was a hiding place for the tribes in the desert to escape from the empire, but the distinction between residential and commercial areas was so stark that even Safian was perplexed. You've come. Someone wearing a turban approached the two. Eidnik, Safian frowned, and Deculein asked. It wasn't that the information was leaked, but that you called us. Yes, I asked for a conversation, but I didn't think Your Majesty was coming. Eidnik pointed to the hut again. Let's talk inside. Safian warmed up her mana, but Deculein grabbed her wrist. Stop. What? There is no reason to fight. It's still impossible to determine who is demon blood. Also, the odds of success are slim. Eidnik nodded. That's right. Our odds are slim too, because we have a common enemy. The demon of the desert. Yes. Eidnik glanced at Safian. Your Majesty, have you ever heard the legend of the desert demon? Safian didn't respond. Yeah. Anyway, it's a demon. It is a demon that was sealed in the past, but the seal has been loosened these days due to the Imperial army entering the desert. This hideout contains the old ashes that were used to seal it. Saying so, Eidnik walked into the hut. Come inside. There will be a commotion out there. Deculein and Safian followed her a second later. Safian scanned the hut's interior and sat down near the dining table, almost instinctively. If she could sit, she would sit. That fit her position as an emperor. Safian spoke. Deculein. Her crimson pupils rose sharply. Yes, why did you come here? Deculein sat facing her. There is absolutely no way you would go out in a campaign without any doubt. That was correct. Deculein trusted a map that was nothing more than a piece of paper. It had no review, no reconnaissance. Deculein, you knew. He watched Safian quietly. Tick-tock, the cabin creaked around them and sand gently fell from the ceiling. If so, Safian's face hardened. Her jaw twitched. Did you disobey my orders and communicate secretly with the enemy? How far are you planning to disappoint me? Her voice was low and dry. It's for Your Majesty. For me. Would you like to hear me out first? Eidnik said so, and put down a few teacups. In the next moment, she went down on one knee. Safian paid her no attention. I am Eidnik, a disciple of Demakan and representative of the desert. Safian is still focused on Deculein. Eidnik put a document on the table, not shaken. It is a request for surrender signed by a minority tribe in the desert. The desert will not harm the empire. I swear on my blood. Safian still didn't answer. Eidnik continued to explain. The desert has nothing to do with annihilation or the altar. We're all being fooled by them playing one side against the other. So, this is the land of Rohakan, who killed my mother. Safian spoke to Deculein. Eidnik clicked her tongue inwardly. Deculein, you are telling me to negotiate with such a person. Is this your loyalty? Safian stared at him. Her anger was so intense that he could see it with vision. Then Eidnik spoke. This desert is imprinted with the magic of self-destruction. This time, Safian showed a reaction, her eyebrows furrowed. If activated, the entire desert will be destroyed. Everyone setting foot in the desert will die. This was the huge magic circle that Deculein left to Eidnik, and she had successfully installed it. The desert risks its life. Highest supreme and noble majesty of the empire, please do not detonate this mine to catch a single earthworm. Let us remain as earthworms. Only then did Safian turn to Eidnik. Eidnik lowered her head softly. I don't want to. It was a very simple refusal. Her hate was that strong. Eidnik stood as if she had expected it. At a later date, I will send another envoy. Eidnik left like that. Safian continued to glare at Deculein as if to kill. Your Majesty, I hope your Majesty doesn't risk yourself in the desert. My loyalty is this. Loyalty, your Majesty is now going astray. Safian's expression darkened. The tribes of the desert are being slaughtered without remorse. However, they are not demon blood, and therefore there is no justification or principle for slaughtering them. War without cause will only endanger your Majesty. Safian closed her eyes for a moment as Deculein spoke softly. My loyalty is to protecting your Majesty, and this is the way to do so. I can't let your Majesty waste your body in the desert. Ha! Safian responded with a sneer. Deculein, I will put you in prison. Meanwhile, in the sanctuary of time, not far from the desert. It's Duoon! A loud cry surprised Julie while she was sleeping. Epheren had finished her cylinder. Epheren! Julie, come and see. She grabbed Julie's arm and dragged her over. She finished a barrel large enough for 3 or 4 people to lie down and rest. Nearby were scattered theoretical documents and scientific books. Can you see the line on top of this barrel? This is where I will inject my time energy. Epheren explained with excitement. I'm going to put all your mana here too. A meteorite-like mana stone weighing approximately 227 kg was set to the side. Before the time transfer, to prevent an immune reaction, all of Julie's mana must be stored inside. And this is the condensed liquid of the lunar grass. It was stored in a connected syringe. As the time transfer progressed, it would continue to be infused into her body. Also, most importantly, Epheren pulled out a diary, the diary of what you must remember. Julie looked at it and nodded. Yes. Good. We'll be starting soon then. Stomp Allen appeared with Eidnik. Eidnik strode over and sat down. Julie asked, Eidnik, how did it go? Not well. Well, I expected it. I knew it wouldn't work on the first attempt. What about the professor? This time Epheren asked. Julie's ears perked up as Eidnik shrugged. He seems reluctant to kill anything other than a demon blood. There are many innocent tribes in the desert, and it consumes many resources. Really? Yes, he expressed his opinion to the Emperor. Epheren's eyes widened, as expected from the professor. As a principled rule follower, he was more fair and equitable than anyone else when it came to such matters. Then what is the professor doing now? He got himself imprisoned. What? Due to his mission failure, Deculein was locked in his own office, and General Bell, who took full control of the expedition, marched their forces savagely. He destroyed 11 tribes in just 1 week. He beheaded thousands of demon bloods. I told you, why did you go in such a hurry? Leah asked Deculein. Where is the Count who thoroughly analyzes even the smallest things? It's none of your business. There was a small curtain between them. If Deculein left his area, an alarm would sound immediately, and an immediate judgment would arrive execution. Still, are those handcuffs? Deculein pointed to the object Leah held. Yes, Her Majesty told me to put them on you. Okay, give it to me. Leah put the handcuffs through the magical membrane. Clink, Deculein handcuffed himself. He looked strangely relaxed. Are you okay? Leah asked. It's just a part of the process. Process was being locked up like this part of his plan. Is Her Majesty okay? Yes. Oh, yes, I think she's fine. That's fortunate. Then I'll just go. Leah bowed down and left the office, running to another person waiting for her. Is it? Safian's face changed as Leah conveyed Deculein's actions. She let out a low sigh and looked up at the ceiling. And then he asked if Your Majesty was okay. Safian lowered her face again. Had Deculein's worries melted her? Leah quickly followed up. He seems to think that Your Majesty wouldn't be at ease. You don't have to tell me that. Yes. She carefully glanced at Safian. Now between them was a piece of thin ice. What the hell happened on that campaign? But why did you, the Count? Leah paused for a moment. Safian looked down at Leah silently. Why did I imprison the Count? Yes, I don't know. Safian shook her head and rested her chin on her hand. The professor gave up on the desert. He said it's a march with no benefit. Oh, I know that too. A smirk crept across Safian's lips, as if she were ridiculing herself, not Deculein. There is no change to come from killing the desert or annihilating the demon blood. It is not for the benefit of the Empire, and it's not something that will help me. As Safian had no choice but to admit she hated the demon bloods. She didn't know where that feeling came from, but it was an intolerable wave beating and burning her heart. Even though she knew that the desert expedition was of no benefit to herself or the Empire, even though she knew it was bullshit with no reason, it made me angry when I heard him. Made you angry? Yes. I couldn't stand it. There was no justification or principle for this massacre. I wanted to kill Deculein. Safian ruffled her hair. Maybe I mistook Deculein for someone like me. She thought he hated demon bloods and the desert just like herself. Maybe that's why I felt betrayed and arrested him. Then even now, no, Safian shook her head. Deculein will remain locked up like this until the desert expedition is over. Her response was resolute. The reason, Leah glanced at her and asked. Safian laughed. It's a secret. She said that the reason for locking you up is a secret. Still, you're not completely hated. That's fortunate. Leah, who returned to Deculein again, reported leaning against the office wall. How many times are you going to go back and forth? Deculein asked bluntly. This guy I'm helping. I received something, so I'm helping too. There's no need to. Rustle, rustle. She heard the sound of pages flipping. Leah looked through the window at his delicate appearance. Count. Deculein didn't answer. She threw a stone at him as he calmly read his book. You must have loved your former fiancé a lot. The sound of turning the pages stopped momentarily. Did he even tear a paper out by surprise? Leah scratched the back of her neck and continued. Everyone looks at me and says things like that. I resemble your dead old fiancé. That's why the Count is teaching me. Because I resemble your old fiancé. That's wrong. Really? I don't know. I don't think so. At that moment, Deculein threw a wrench into the gears of her heart. Yuli. At that moment, Leah felt her heart might explode. She is not dead. What? Leah, who couldn't breathe for a moment, asked. She's alive. What was he saying? Yuli was alive. There was no way he knew who she was. She left me because she was afraid of me. One day, Sylvia told Deculein that Yuli's soul was living and breathing somewhere, and thus she left him, pretending to be dead. She had said that. She must have hated me enough to pretend she was dead. So you don't have to worry. I'm not looking for Yuli from someone like you. Leah was convinced. So that was what Deculein was thinking. That Yuli didn't die but left him. That was understandable. Leah closed her eyes for a moment. No way, I don't think it's that. She slowly shook her head. Deculein twisted his lips. What do you know? I heard we have similar personalities. Did Delric tell you that? A vein popped up across Deculein's temple. I can't remember who anyway. If it were me. She sank into thought, and the reason she broke up with Kim Woojin. No, the reason she couldn't catch him when he broke up with her. If it were me. Woojin had no parents. He was abandoned, and the only family he had was his little sister. A little sister with a connection deeper than blood, that pitiful child who passed away at an early age. I would think I would be of no help. So she wanted to be part of his family. She wanted to make him happy. Having children together, seeing their grandchildren, and warming the hole in Woojin's chest. Such a harmonious family you see only in fairy tales. Then live happily ever after. I would have thought that you wouldn't be happy if you were with me. However, she found out too late that she couldn't be happy herself. I think she could have left because of that. So she couldn't catch him. She didn't catch him. Well, if it were my personality, she finished cheerfully and shook her head to chase away depressing thoughts. Deculein said nothing. Then he turned to a new page. It could be. With her personality. His words were a little painful for Leah, even though Deculein wasn't Kim Woojin. However, it isn't. MH isn't what? What you said. He closed the book he was reading. That I wouldn't be happy. At that moment, Leah clenched her fists. It felt like her throat was being squeezed. I would have been happier than anyone else. I see. I'm glad I can't see his face. With that thought in mind, Leah turned away. Then I'll be going. She left behind the silent Deculein. She went to report his words to Safian. Kim Woojin. Kim Woojin. Not Deculein, but Kim Woojin. She missed him so much right now. Saying that, Leah looked to the gates of the Imperial Palace. Kim Woojin. Knock, knock. Sorry. Creak, and the door to the room opened slowly. Beyond that portal was the perfect existence, Safian. She was sitting in a chair and looking at Leah. Who is Kim Woojin? This was a pretty old memory. No, it was close to the beginning. Fufu. Did you not feel it while doing the modeling? You look alike. I approached Woojin, who was working overtime, and said that Deculein's character used him as a model for no reason. What? Woojin grabbed at his hair as if it was unfair. I just had 2 meetings with the writer. I think he saw you while passing by the company. Anyway, look, you have similar personalities. Similar personalities. It is similar. Tusk, that's why you were dumped by me. My expression stiffened a little. Those words hurt a bit, but anyway, I was dumped. By the way, Kim Woojin smiled and pointed out the window. A shiny foreign car was parked near the entrance. Isn't that person even worse than me? His attitude, behavior, and face were too relaxed. Was this guy okay now? Then, should I pretend I'm okay too? I gave him a small smile. Yes, he's a good person in a different way than you. He was a good person in a different way because no one was better than you in this world. Really? That's a relief. Woojin said he was relieved, but I felt my heart aching for some reason. Strange, like the sensation of scratching my chest with nails. Yes, but and you know, I was restless about what to say, or should I not say it at all? Should I try to catch him even now? I was pondering over it like a fool. You, Ara, we first met each other 3 years ago, right? What are you trying to say? Our office romance was a secret. We dated before joining the company, but it was kept secret because it became a company relationship. It was just in case, since I didn't want my name to follow you. I didn't want to hear that you got in the company because of me. Yeah, what was I trying to say? Tick, tock, tick. The sound of the second hand was annoyingly loud. I was always the first to talk at such awkward moments, because Woojin couldn't say that we should stop. Well then, Woojin, I'll be going, Kim Woojin answered with a smile. Okay, take a rest. Yes, Woojin, you too. Leaving Woojin behind, I left the office. A person was waiting outside the building. Did you talk? The man who asked that question was the team leader of the partner company. We met by chance on business, and at work, people gossiped that we had something going on between us, but yes. I nodded and took off my necklace. And this, it's too uncomfortable to accept. It's expensive. The man took it without saying anything. Indeed. And then he nodded. Kim Woojin, he's a nice guy indeed. Good reputation, good skills. Kim Woojin thought I was having an affair with this man. This man thought that I wanted to date Woojin again. Thanks for the compliments. Still, since he complimented Woojin, it felt like he was praising me. The man grinned and shook his head. My rival was a very nice person after all. What a shame. Woojin, but he doesn't have a Benz. What's the difference? The man glanced at Kim Woojin's office. His face and heart are a Benz. Really, especially the face. His appearance was enough to be the model for Deculein. I feel like his heart is more like a Benz. Anyway, I'll leave. You said there was still work to be done. The man responded as he put the necklace away. Yes, I'm going to do a quick check upstairs. Okay, bye. Don't act all awkward if we meet again later. Absolutely. Haha, laughing like that, the man left, and she sneaked a look into the office again. At least you aren't a sore loser. While watching Kim Woojin doing something strange while muttering in his chair, she was about to return to her office. Rumble. A lightning bolt streaked down. A swarm of lights engulfed the office, darkening her vision, and thunder pounded in her ear a moment later. When she opened her eyes, she was Leah. Chapter 298, An Ancient Demon 1, The Cold Desert Night. Safian watched the conversation between Deculein and Leah with the magic eye she crafted with runes. Yuli, Deculein was talking about his ex-fiancée. She isn't dead, she's alive. It caused a certain ripple through Safian's chest, and she unwittingly straightened herself up. Beads of sweat were forming on the back of her hands, and her head was slightly dizzy. She left because she was afraid of me. His next words evoked an even more bizarre sentiment. Enough to pretend to be dead, a confession of his past. Deculein was hurting himself. Safian quietly leaned back in her chair and lowered her eyes. So you don't have to worry. I'm not looking for Yuli from someone like you. She exhaled a low breath at Deculein's words. It hurt to hear that someone left the person she wanted and listened to him confess his sorrow. Safian was sad, a feeling she had never experienced even when she slaughtered demon blood and covered her heart like a lake mist. HMPH. Safian put her hand to her temple and shook her head. She took her eyes off Deculein for a moment and tried to figure out her feelings. A small realization suddenly arrived. I think I know a bit. I think I know now. I don't need to know. Unknown emotions remain unknown. Sometimes just act as one's body and mind say so. There is no need to try to find out. Too small, too trivial, too late a discovery. As she stretched her body out drowsily, feeling a new sense of emptiness and fatigue, she suddenly heard Leah mutter Kim Woojin. I'm sorry. Knock, the door opened, and the moment Leah looked at her. Who is Kim Woojin? Safian asked so. It was out of pure curiosity. My former boyfriend, Leah answered so. Safian's brow twitched slightly, but she could see it wasn't a lie. Kim Woojin, but why did you suddenly mumble his name? I suddenly thought about him. Safian only raised an eyebrow. Indeed, she didn't need to know this kid's love story. It wasn't important. Then you are better than me. You actually tried loving. Oh, Leah scratched the back of her ear. It seemed she forgot for a while, but Safian had never dated anyone. She lived in an environment where that was unavoidable. Okay, how is Deculein now? However, the reason wasn't that Safian was the emperor or her status was too noble. Even embracing the feeling that she liked someone was dangerous for Safian. No, Safian was dangerous. Leah never forgot that setting, even for a moment. She knew too much about Safian's trigger. He seems to be fine still. If Safian had loved someone, he would have been killed at the start. The person in the greatest danger in this desert right now was probably not the demon blood or the other tribes, but Professor Deculein. By the way, what is that? Leah pointed to a flower pot on Safian's table. This is the flower pot given to me by a Malia child. Flower pot? Oh, flower. She wanted to grow flowers. Safian grinned. Now that I think about it, it certainly seems right to listen to you. No one around me has ever been in a relationship. Safian glanced at the statue on the wall with squinted eyes. Charon had never been in a relationship. He was the epitome of a curt and inflexible knight, after all. Ahan would be coming soon, but she was the same. Anyway, I wanted to make flowers bloom. However, it can't be through mana, not even magic. The Malia tribe were given this task. Some kid gave me this flower pot. It held sand and thorns. Is that a cactus? Yes, but it is impossible to tell whether cactus flowers bloom in this desert. Safian looked at the flower pot with serious eyes, contemplating. Even if it blooms, if it doesn't grow beautifully, I will have to throw it away, Lear asked. Why? As if she was frustrated, Safian frowned. Why, isn't it obvious? What good is a flower that is not beautiful? Your Majesty, think about the professor's personality. Personality? Yes. Now Leah was acting rather cheeky, but this kid was more expert than herself regarding relationships. Considering that guy's personality, it's rather easy. I think I have to keep it most beautifully, so it is a concern. Safian said that it was rather easy, but Leah grew frustrated. Nope. Safian looked at Leah and asked, Why not? Why not? With today's conversation, Leah found out Deculein, who took Woojin as a model, had a side of Woojin. And if it were Kim Woojin, he wouldn't care whether the flowers were beautiful or not. She knew it because he was a painter. Not only the most beautiful flowers are on a canvas. Woojin would be pleased even if it wasn't beautiful. Did you raise it? Wait, I'll draw it. I can't just say thank you in words, right? He was the kind of guy who gave me back all the gifts I gave him, every single one of them painted with his own hands. He was such a thoughtful guy. From my point of view, you don't seem to know Deculein very well. Safian responded bluntly. Did you say canvas? Okay. It is not only the beautiful flowers that are put on canvas, but he is a professor who draws only the most beautiful things most beautifully. Leah snorted before she could stop herself. I guess your majesty doesn't know. Safian bit her lip. Leah was stunned by herself. But that's how people who have never been in a relationship are like. Safian's eyes narrowed. She seemed to have made it worse. Rather than that, giving flowers while confined like this now would have the opposite effect. Leah quickly changed the subject. After releasing him first, he is already under Bell's jurisdiction. Yes, she asked blankly. General Bell's jurisdiction, but Bell was Deculein's political opponent. Bell's jurisdiction. I have entrusted Deculein's liberation to Bell. If you take him out now, I never go back on my decision. And now I have a very strong grudge against Deculein. If he weren't Deculein, he would have been executed when he communicated with the enemy. Why, you can't do that. He will be imprisoned forever at this rate. HMPH. Whatever, Safian snorted and shook her head. Get out. I've never been in a relationship, so I have many things to learn, about what you said and about my feelings. I mean, geez, seriously. Ah, Leah squinted at Safian and backed out of the room. Desert glamping was taking place outside the main building. The special products confiscated by the desert tribes, such as wine, whiskey, and meat, were released by General Bell, only for his faction, of course. This is so good. Everyone thinks the same. Bell was in a very good mood these days. He turned his life around in the south of the empire, managing other ethnic groups. It was enchanting to walk the path of success in this desert, but above all was Deculein's downfall. He was so proud that he had won the emperor's favor by pressing Euclen's Deculein. So proud. Yes, that's right. Ha ha. He gave a relaxed smile to his subordinates and cut into his steak. The lieutenant next to him said, no one would have ever imagined that Deculein would become like this. Ha ha, well, I think differently. Oh, is that so? That arrogant bastard has climbed way too high. I knew that one day he would be hated by Her Majesty. Now all that's left to him is to fall. Everyone nodded at Bell's words. Loud laughter echoed under the desert night to warn the opposing faction to those poor bastards who still held onto the rotten rope called Deculein. Also, isn't Deculein's liberation entirely up to General Bell? Bell smiled slyly at the lieutenant's words. Yes, it is proof that Her Majesty trusts in my abilities and is willing to use me. Ha! At that time, the guard, who was cooking, looked around with wide eyes. The lieutenant looked at him, dissatisfied. What's going on? I can't see the rohawk that I was grilling. What? The rohawk? Yes, I was grilling a big one. Did a beast take it? The lieutenant approached him as he muttered stupidly. It's an attack. A fierce cry rang out. At the same time, emergency sirens went off in the main building. Wee! The intoxicating drunkenness dispersed instantly, and a member of the guards who were on patrol at night rushed in. This is terrible. General Bell, what's going on? AA body, come here. Everyone, including Bell, followed the Imperial Guard, thinking that it was a desert tribe or the Demon Blood's doing, with anticipation this would start their next campaign. It's here. However, when they arrived, they were speechless. Oh my! There was a body. There were several of them. Dozens of guards were lying still across the sand. That far it was something they could understand. But what is this? The condition of the bodies was bizarre. They were ripped apart, shredded skin and muscles, organs spilled out of the bodies, brain matter slicking the ground, shattered bone. It was as if they were the leftovers of a meal. Could it have been a beast? No. One night approached. Bell turned to him and frowned. It was Delric, Deculein's henchman. This is dark energy. Dark energy. Bell's shoulders trembled. Then it could be a djinn, right? It's too thick and too deep. Djinn cannot leave such traces. No, there is no djinn in this desert strong enough to eat dozens of Imperial Guard members in an instant. Even if there were, we would know about it. Delric knelt to examine the remains. Then he shook his head and sighed. There is certainly only one being that these pieces of evidence point to. Only one. It was in everyone's head right now, but no one dared to utter it, until Delric said it. Demon, and a very strong one. Silence descended over them. The cold wind of the desert brushed past, causing goosebumps. F4 now. General Bell stroked his shoulders as he spoke. Don't tell Her Majesty. I'm afraid she'll be confused. I can't. Look at the traces left behind by this blood. This demon is still around here. This means he didn't leave. Delric stood and shook his head. Listen, there is no benefit if you tell her. You mean you're going to pretend that you didn't see this? It's not that I'll pretend I didn't see it. We're not even sure it's a demon. We are sure, can't you see? Bell clenched his teeth at Delric's words. Estil, no. Are you doing this because you don't want to release the Count? Delric hit the mark. Deculein from Deculein is the only family on this continent capable of striking fear in a demon's heart. General Bell, I am familiar with the names of you and your troops, the strength to catch a tiger alone and the strength to fight against these tribes. However, a demon is different. Delric looked around Bell's lieutenants. The demon is not a tiger and not a djinn. There is even an ancient legend in this desert. If this demon is that one, we are no match for him. Ancient demon, a legend that made them tremble just by hearing it. However, not Deculein. Deculein is a demon hunter from ancient times. They are a special family with power imprinted in their veins. Leave it to the Count. The Count will gladly accept this task. Bell clenched his fists. Delric asked, waving at Bell's henchmen. Or are you going to sacrifice the members of the Imperial Guard and those lieutenants with you? Shut up, whoosh. Bell ruffled his hair. I won't tell Her Majesty we can do it. Without Deculein's help, everyone, follow me. Delric watched with pity as he dragged his faction away and left. I was exercising. Although I was in a situation where I might be exiled, I didn't skip physical training. Rather, thanks to this freedom from politics and work, I exercised more than ever before. A demon appeared last night. Leah delivered the news. I opened my eyes. You felt it, right? I nodded. Leah pointed to my handcuffs. I guess you can feel it even if you can't use your mana, huh? It's instinct. These handcuffs inhibited the wearer's mana circulation. I knew its performance better than anyone. Leah grinned. Those handcuffs are really good, right? Yes, it certainly works. I made these handcuffs myself. Oh. Handcuffs I crafted with Deculein's artifact magic and endowed with Midas' hand. It was an ultra-high-performance artifact that could bind anyone except Adrian or Zeit. No, even if it were those two, it would work for half a day. Aha! But do you think you know the identity of that demon? Without a word, I pulled out a book from the shelf and handed it to her. This is a book about the legends of the desert. Here, he's known as Cannibal. He's pretty antiquated. Cannibal. Leah's face hardened as if she already knew. The more humans he eats, the stronger he becomes. He can't be killed, so he was sealed. Isn't it terrible? Leah asked in a serious voice. Not really. I shook my head. Leah puffed out her cheeks. Why, I think it's a big deal. An ancient demon. Leah, who do you think I am? Tell me. Leah looked a little suspicious, but biting her lip, she said, Deculein. Yes, I'm a Deculein. The snowflake obsidian planted in my heart, and the magic circle of psychokinesis engraved into the body of the Iron Man. The blood of the Deculein flows in these veins. A demon can't beat Deculein, but the problem is... So, if there was a real threat, it must be another force trying to take advantage of this demon. The altar may attack. Wee. The siren went off. Leah looked out the window and I said, Go. Yes, it looks like the altar has invaded. The sight of her running hard was surprisingly reliable. It was a talent I developed well, so she'd be good without me. However, a wizard in a hood suddenly appeared from the corridor Leah ran down. You are in great shape. My lips moved a little strangely when I saw her speaking cheekily. I felt a bit angry. Why did she come to such a dangerous place alone and leave Julie behind? You're all locked up like this. I took a step closer to her. Where do you think you are? HMPH. She twisted her lips and snorted, her lips glistening with pork fat as if she ate some meat along the way. Where is this? I just came to see you imprisoned. FRN. Chapter 299. An ancient demon, too. I just came to see you imprisoned. FRN murmured and looked into my room. I'm not here to help, so you don't misunderstand. She looked at the handcuffs around my wrists. How did you make this? FRN mumbled with admiration. It's an artifact that you can't dismantle. Get out of here. Geez, it's been a while, but you're still the same. She searched my expression and pouted. More importantly, what is that demon? Cannibal. It is a human-eating fiend. FRN's eyes went wide. Legends related to demons were stored naturally in my head without studying them. It seemed to be something like Deculeine's instinct, but among that knowledge, the man-eating demon stood out. This isn't a place for you to be. What the? I'm pretty strong now, you know. Look, here. FRN weaved her mana into nanotubes and wrapped it around her like armor. What do you think? I shook my head. He's special. Special. I pointed out the window. Look at the sky. The sky was still dark, though the time for the sun to rise had long since passed. Oh, I learned this. This is the long night phenomenon, right? Yes. It was a phenomenon in which the sand rose like a veil to obscure the sun when the concentration of mana in the desert surpassed a certain level. Sand gets lighter than air, so it floats. But what about it? He caused this phenomenon. He swam through the darkness and devoured people, the cannibal. He couldn't be observed by the human eye. He has already designated this space as a restaurant. A restaurant? Yes. You may have entered this place at your leisure, but you only have a few minutes left to leave. If you want to leave, leave now. This killing field would be completed soon, and when that happened, no one inside would be able to escape. No wizard or knight can destroy him. No wizard. What about Adrian? The same is true for Adrian and Zeit. There's a reason he was sealed. Can you kill that, Professor? I nodded. Because I am Euclid. Ha! Ephraim let out a snort. Frowning, she crossed her arms and regarded me. At the end of the day, it's only self-praise. You're the same. Ah, she let out a sigh, then her expression became a little calmer and she nodded. But I believe you, because you don't lie. Ephraim took a step closer. But Professor, while I was in the desert, I realized one thing. Demon bloods are not our enemy. Of course, you would hate me for saying things like this, but to be honest, I don't mind if you hate me more. I think I have to say it anyway. My hatred for Ephraim aside, it was something dangerous to say. Our enemies aren't the demon bloods. We're just being played by Key. I stared at Ephraim. She faced me sternly. I said our enemies are others. Do you want me to write it down in a thesis? Ephraim, I interrupted her. You've crossed the line. I am thinking the same as you. I couldn't say it. Safian would be watching over me. Instead, I asked, did Eidnik coax you? If so, Ephraim bit her lip slightly. With this, her greatest sin was transferred to Eidnik. Fortunately, I could talk. In the first place, wait. Ephraim's eyes widened as she was about to say something. She radiated mana and turned around. Who is it? There was silence, embers burning in the dark. A human form appeared down the hallway. Careful, it could be an enemy, I snorted. Isn't it a demon blood? Ephraim swallowed hard and kept silent. Deculein, and a voice called my name from the darkness. The woman took off her hood and revealed her face to me. Demon blood. Deculein, you will remember me. She was quite unusual. She wore a cloth that covered her eyes. I smiled a little. Is it Lucy? Lucy, Ephraim asked. She is the granddaughter of the demon blood captain. The demon blood used to live in Padahel. But how do you know? I was the one who removed those eyes and put her in Rohalak. What? Why? Ephraim staggered back. Lucy remained silent, biting down into her lip at the memory. I briefly explained. It was a good eye, so I took them out instead of her power source. I mean, what kind of? Lucy, did you escape from Rohalak? Lucy didn't say anything, but she exuded a terrible enough death variable she didn't need to. It was a sure death variable that could kill me. Where was Caraxel? Who was supposed to stop her? Are you going to kill me? You ask that. The resentment of the clan you killed is greater than the wrath over my eyes you stole. You're making the worst choice. You're too impatient to be the elder's granddaughter. You worthless professor. Now be condemned by my clan. Lucy radiated a killing aura. Boom! Dark red mana shook the building. Woo-woo-woosh, it rushed in to tear my heart apart, but it suddenly stopped moving. Then it returned to Lucy. Wriggle, wriggle. Like salmon swimming up a river, like time flowing backward. Stop! This miraculous phenomenon was entirely Ephraim's doing. Lucy looked at her. Wizard Ephraim, Eidnik told me about you. Isn't Deculein evil to you too? Let me kill him. Stop. Ha, it's for us. Us? Yes, look out the window. Ephraim imitated what I had just done to her. Lucy followed her, pointing to the darkness outside the window. The demon is here. Do you think I don't know? We will kill Deculein and disguise it as something the demon did. No, you know only one side of the story. I'm telling you that before you kill Deculein, the demon cannibal will lock us in here. You will be unable to escape. Right. Ephraim looked back at me and asked. I nodded. Yeah, so I'm telling you it's the ancient demon. He's incredibly powerful, insanely powerful. For example, the Rohok of the demon realm. Rohok. At that moment, a strange cry cut us off. After it abated, Ephraim continued. Yes, and that demon can only be dealt with by a Euclid. So if you kill Deculein, it means we'll all die here. Meanwhile, outside the main building, Leah was running around the desert with Delric. Come in, It's dangerous out there. Listen, all members of the Imperial Guard. Retreat inside. They were trying their best to reduce casualties. In. Deculein said he was worried about an attack from the altar, but they never showed. No, they were all killed as soon as they arrived. They were devoured. Leah, you said it's called cannibal, Delric said. Yes. Do you know how to deal with him? Nope, there's no way. Leah shook her head as she ran through the training ground. Delric's brow furrowed. No. Yes. It's a guy you can't even see in the first place. It's no different than gas, so we can't kill it. Ha, there. Leah pointed to a member of the guard lying on the ground. His leg was severed, but he still seemed to be breathing. Hey there. Hey, the two ran to him. Are you okay? Looking closely, they could see it was Bell's lieutenant. He looked between Leah and Delric, trembling in pain. Hey, where are the rest? They all died, so you too must also run away. Something is strange. He pointed to the east, to the gathering darkness. I tried to run away, but only hovered in one place. The land around me repeated over and over again. I couldn't get out. It's okay now. We're here. Where is General Bell? He should be in the main building. That's fortunate. Leah nodded with satisfaction and administered first aid. Knight Delric. Then she turned to Delric. We can't help it. We should take care of outside. We can't let everyone die. Only outside. What about the inside? Her Majesty is in the main building, Delric asked. Leah answered briefly. You can leave it to the professor. Count Deculein is now. They say General Bell is in the main building. Bell. I recognize his strength, but he cannot match the demon, Leah explained with a grin. I know. He'll release the professor since he can't kill the demon. Do you think he wouldn't let him go when he's about to die? Oh, a deep smile crossed Delric's lips. Indeed, that's reasonable. At the same time, Safian was smiling with her chin resting in her hands. So you already knew the demon would come and Bell would have no choice but to release Deculein? Charon asked. The Emperor nodded. HMPH. There's no way I can abandon Deculein because of a moron like Bell. Deculein made me angry, so I gave Bell all the power. At first glance, it might seem like a purely emotional decision, but of course, there was a large proportion of calculation involved. Even if we bring hundreds of millions of people with the strength of someone like Bell, one Deculein is 100 times better. Safian said so, and changed her clothes. She tied a sword around her waist and put back her long hair. In this chaos, Bell will have no choice but to free Deculein with his own hands. With that, his position will be reversed at once. Your Majesty seems to have forgiven the professor already. Charon responded sarcastically, but Safian nodded without remorse. Yes, I have no choice but to forgive Deculein. She looked at the cactus given to her. It was growing in a very adorable way. Because I love Deculein. Love. I forgive you because I love you. Deculein's sin was no longer sin because of love. But don't you have to save the professor? Not yet. Just watch, Charon. However, it was true that Deculein would be disgusted. So Safian had planned more than simply overthrowing Bell. Let's go to Julie. What she wanted was for Julie to be isolated. The condition has already been met. Eidnik, Epheren, and the one called Alan or whatever are all gathered here. Yes, Your Majesty. Now everyone's attention had turned to the demon called Cannibal. This moment was the right time to visit Julie. But, Your Majesty, would you mind if I ask you just one more thing? You will ask even if I say no. What will you do when you meet Julie? Charon asked bluntly. It was indeed a worthless question, but Safian was worried. Why do you ask something obvious? I will kill her right away. I will stab my sword through her pale throat. As Safian was about to say that, her mouth stopped. She wanted to do that. She meant to do that. I will. Oddly enough, she kept imagining it. Deculein's face mourning Julie's death. Deculein's heart mourning Julie's death. Julie, that woman. His sorrow spread into her own. His cry spread into her own. I'll Julie, that woman. However, putting all those weak feelings aside, I will kill her. General Bell, now we must free the Count. Come on, get the key. General Bell's office. The candles were burning eerily. At the lieutenant's cry, Bell clenched his teeth. Shut up. Are you planning to die like this? SHH. Not SHHH. Bell grasped a key, the only key that could release Deculein's handcuffs. However, Bell didn't want to free Deculein, but to not do so would be death. No, releasing him meant death. The freed Deculein would try to kill him. Indeed. However, a sly thought popped up in Bell's head. But I can't be killed by the demon either. As Bell murmured, The faces of his lieutenants became happier. Good. For now, I will free Deculein. As if it was nothing special, Bell declared Deculein's liberation as if he were acting generously. Immediately his lieutenants jumped up. Yes, all right, we'll go right now, However, Bell's sly thought started now. He took a key out of his pocket. I'll release his handcuffs later. Yes. What does that mean? Releasing his body and his handcuffs are two different things. I'm going to free Deculein's body, but I'm not going to release those handcuffs. It was a promise to ensure his well-being. At least that was the right move to be safe from Deculein. I must have this key to be able to control Deculein. Even if you haven't read a history book, you would know how violent the Euclid becomes around dark energy, right? Ha! As his lieutenants watched, Bell stood with a grin. What are you doing? Let's go. Are you all on Deculein's side, or shall we not go? Oh, yes, let's go. Belatedly, one lieutenant opened the door to his office, and right at that moment crash. His body broke down into blood, flesh, bones before melting across the floor. Drip, drip, he was consumed in an instant. The situation was much more serious than expected. Bell swallowed hard and said, "What are you doing? Everyone take the lead." Chapter 300, An Ancient Demon 3, My family will not allow it. Lucy flatly rejected Ephraim's offer, and then she took off her blindfold. Ephraim trembled as Lucy continued calmly. When the eyeballs are removed, the bones and flesh of the face flow out, and the shape of the face becomes strange. So I put a globe of glass in and sewed it myself. Red thread sewed the eyelids tight, and Ephraim looked back at Deculein with sorrow in her eyes. The person who made her like this had nothing to say. If anything is gained by losing an eye, the first is waves. I can feel the vibrations and sounds emitted by things, and I can see the world with them. Lucy's voice was barely above a whisper. However, Ephraim could feel the anger frozen inside. The second thing I received is responsibility. I planned to hide in Padahil. I abandoned my family and only thought about the comfort of the clan. I shouldn't have done that. She warmed up her mana. I came to kill Deculein, and I will do so. Her voice cut through the air like a blade. When she said she could handle waves, she wasn't lying. The air suddenly became sharp. If they moved even a little, they would be sliced apart. I can't help it, Professor. I can't convince them because of you. Ephraim wrapped herself in mana armor. Clank, 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 clank. Sorry, content is lost. You are reading novel on Novelb. IN.net. We will fix it as soon as possible. Thank you. The sharpened atmosphere cut against it. Wizard Ephraim. Don't you want to kill Deculein too? Nope. I want to live. We need Deculein to kill the demon. This is a golden opportunity to avenge your father. Ephraim bit her lip. You don't know about someone else's family history. And if you don't know, don't talk about it. Lucy gave Ephraim a curt nod. What a shame. With just that, the conversation was over and their battle began. As everyone's heart rate soared and the concentration of mana around them swelled, it's still too early to kill him. A newcomer broke the tension. Ephraim and Lucy looked back. It's a pretty interesting situation, isn't it? General Bell stepped into the hallway with a torch at his side. They moved from the office above Deculein's prison. During the descent, their group of 12 was reduced to 5, but Bell gained important information thanks to this forced sacrifice of those 7. You just have to avoid the dark. Whatever it is, even if it eats humans, in reality, it's a demon that's not that scary. The demon could only be active in darkness. Bell and the lieutenant wielded torches to ward off the darkness. So, are you the demon bloods? He asked Lucy, but she didn't answer. Next, Bell pointed to Ephraim. You, Ephraim, are Count Deculein's discipline. Now, aren't you enemies who cut ties with each other? So, ha, ha 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 ha. Bell tried to cover his mouth with his hands, but the laughter kept leaking out. How many people regarded Deculein as their enemy? Oh my, this felt so good. Ha ha ha, he laughed out loud until he leaned over, then calmed down and took a deep breath. Hugh, good, good. Everyone, you seem to have a grudge against Count Deculein, so do whatever you want. Bell paused for a moment and glanced at Deculein with no intention of stopping talking. Was it his imagination? But he looked more like a demon than the actual demon. Bell cleared his throat. Ahum, ahum, it's true. As I said, the demon is not a threat. He's a simple bastard that can be defeated with a torch. Are you going to miss the chance to kill Deculein, one of the Empire's greatest powers, just because of him? Then Bell pointed to Deculein's handcuffs. Those handcuffs are Deculein's collar. It stalls mana cycling. Bell, as much as you hate Deculein, you're also subject to slaughter. Lucy glanced him over before responding. Bell raised an eyebrow. I know. However, there is a saying that the enemy of your enemy is an ally. Above all else, isn't this the perfect time to kill Deculein? Lucy soon nodded. With a smile, Bell dismantled Deculein's prison. Count Deculein, congratulations, you're free. At that moment, Lucy grabbed Deculein with a wave. She wrapped him up tightly as if to transport him along. Aren't you going to kill him right away? Belle asked. Lucy replied. After we get out of here. Oh, indeed. You wouldn't want to give him a nice death. Excuse me. This time Ephraim reached out to him. Bell tilted his head. What? The handcuff key. What do you want with the key? The proof of the conclusion of the contract. And if you have that key, you'll be in trouble too. You should pretend you lost it to us. Indeed, it was a smart thing to consider. Bell chuckled. As expected, you are the disciple who suffered that much from Deculein. Who would think you would be this meticulous? Here, take it. Bell produced the key out of his pocket and moved to hand it to Ephraim, but gulp Ephraim swallowed. Bell handed the key to Lucy, not Ephraim. You'd be better off getting it. This one probably still has some affection for him. Ephraim clenched her teeth as Lucy accepted the key. Now, let's go, Bell said, bowing like a gentleman. I will help you escape. Escorting two ladies is a gentleman's duty, isn't it? Lucy, Ephraim, and Bell's party escaped the main building together and were on their way through the desert. 11 camels climbed the dunes. It was dark in every direction, as if the world were wrapped in a black veil. Hey, whoa! Bell's lieutenants drove the darkness away with torches, and General Bell watched on from the back with a grin. Their prisoner, Deculein, was tied to a camel's back ahead. Look, can't get out because of the demon. It was all Deculein's lies, a desperate move to live, something like that. It seems so, Lucy agreed. On the other hand, Ephraim remained silent. Count Deculein, are you okay? He didn't respond. Deculein kept still with his eyes closed. You just have to be careful not to extinguish the torch. Hey, is there enough oil? Yes, General. The faces of the lieutenants also became lively as they continued unharmed. By the way, where is your hiding place? It's taking quite a while, Bell asked Lucy in a whisper. Lucy snorted. Do you think I'm going to show you? I think you can leave at this point. Haha, I'm not here for that purpose. We should share secrets, and I'll be careful not to raid your hideout after I've handed Deculein over to you. If you get caught, or if even one of you survives and tell about this to Her Majesty, wouldn't I be sentenced to death? Lucy turned to Bell. He was surprisingly clever and a reasonable general. Was it because he was greedy for success and wealth that he had no prejudice against races such as the demon blood? Well, it didn't matter because she would kill him later anyway. We've moved this far north, so we'll be out soon. Oh, then I'll take over from there. Wrong. Deculein finally spoke. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Whoosh, the wind ruffled his collar, and Bell burst into laughter. Wrong. The way? No. Deculein shook his head. Your guesses about the demon. Bell frowned. I guess you're afraid of death too, huh? That's pathetic. Do you think you are advancing? Suddenly, Deculein said something strange. Their reactions were all different. Ephraim listened. Lucy still glared at Deculein with a sullen look, and Bell inquired. Advance! Whoosh, the wind blew past them again. Belatedly, Bell looked around. The dunes with nothing around them. It was a lonely place with no landmarks, so it was impossible to distinguish if they were walking or wandering around the same place. Deculein said, You are going around in circles over and over again. Still, you can't notice. As is often said, you were possessed by the demon. His voice was very relaxed. In the most unfavorable state, in the most humiliating captivity, speaking as if laughing at everyone else there. Still, the reason I'm telling you this so late, Number 3, the countdown started suddenly. 2. Lucy instantly warmed up her mana, and Bell put defensive magic around his body as well. 1. Crack. An eerie sound echoed across the sand. Bell opened his eyes wide and turned to his side. Ha! The lieutenant who was stood there holding a torch was nowhere to be seen. Only remains, blood, and bone lay scattered across the dune. Deculein sneered. The demon didn't stop eating you because of the torches. He was marking you, without you knowing. The characteristic is called Killing Field. The desert demon was engraving a mark on the humans as it watched. Bell quickly glanced around. And then He went silent. It was there, a strange demonic mark near his right clavicle. Deculein continued sarcastically. So, it must be similar to the ghost story that was popular in our childhood. The others also scanned their bodies belatedly and showed a reaction similar to Bell's. The triggering of the mark is, of course, different for each individual. The conditions are mental strength, mana, physical strength, and that's it. However, as time goes by, you will be completely devoured by him. Craarak, the second death. Bell's lieutenant was devoured, and Lucy's grip tightened around the camel's reins without realizing it. He's waiting with his mouth open, but you can't kill him. No, you can't even observe him. The clock kept on ticking. Sweat poured from their bodies, but even more than the demon, Deculein's words tightened around their hearts. He grows stronger the more he eats, so if you don't get him right here. Lucy looked back at Deculein. Deculein met her eyes and sneered. He will spread throughout the desert and kill to his heart's desire. All tribes in the desert will be swept away. Her Majesty wishes for it. Little bastards like you will disappear on your own. Lucy ground her teeth. Lucy, poor blind woman, let me give you a choice. Craarak. Meanwhile, the fourth lieutenant dropped. Will you be blinded by anger and abandon your family and the comfort of the desert? The demon was already widening his jaws. Or, Deculein held out his wrists. He was so annoyed that she wanted to slap him, but wearing an aristocratic smile poised with dignity and grace. Will you give up your hatred? He asked so. Lucy recalled what she had gone through, the terrifying and cruel visage he wore as he dug out her eyes with his mind. The fate of the desert depends on your choice. Demon Hunter, Deculein. The demon blood were terrified of that family, and this was because a very small amount of dark energy was mixed with their blood. Let me ask you one thing. Is the demon blood considered the same as demons by the Deculein? Is that why you hate us? Deculein looked into Lucy's eyes, rather the part of the face where her eyes used to be, and he spoke. The blood of Deculein does not respond to the demon bloods. Then, the demon blood clan is not descended from demons. Lucy let out a small sigh. She couldn't even imagine that she'd heard from none other than Deculein that demon bloods weren't demons. I think I understand why Caraxel sent me here. Deculein nodded. But I still hate you. I thought you took my eyes out because of your blood. Lucy took out the key. W-8, Bell tried to stop her. Now there seems to be another reason. Click. The moment the key was pushed into the handcuffs crash, Deculein broke the handcuffs off. At the same time, the dark energy of the desert permeated his body. Swoosh. It was as if a typhoon was forming. No special preparations were required for the process of a Deculein accepting dark energy. No equipment was required. All one would need was the body of Deculein. His body absorbed the demon's dark energy, and the snowflake obsidian refined it. However, the man-eating demon's energy was simply too great to be refined, overflowing to the outside and turning Deculein's appearance demonic. His eyes turned red, and his mana flowed black across the sands. It's a demon. It's a demon, Bell shouted while pointing at Deculein. Still maintaining a correct posture and noble dignity despite his demonic visage, Deculein stared into the darkness. He could see a demonic form through the sands. He was able to observe the cannibal in a fluid state. No demon could escape from his vision. Oh, it looks like it has already started, an innocent voice called out. Ephraim and Lucy looked around and soon found Leah and Delric. Leah, Ephraim called out. She looked up and nodded. Ephraim, you're here too. Yes, everything is working out. Yes, it seems so. The demon's nemesis, Deculein. When dealing with demons, his power was amplified by at least 10 times. The earth shook, but Deculein was already engulfed in dark energy. They couldn't see him through the darkness. Where are you running? Meanwhile, Leah pointed off to the distance and shouted. She pointed right at Bell, trying to sneak away. Stay still. You are to be judged by military law. Ephraim smiled and lowered her head. For some reason, this kid seemed to be replacing her former self. It felt good, but a little bitter and a little confusing. Leah, I think I already dreamed of this. Ephraim caught Leah's eye. A dream? Yes. Of course, it's probably not a dream now, but seeing the professor dealing with the demon, dream. Ephraim, her senses gradually being eroded by the talent of time, was suffering from déjà vu. Help. Me? Yes. He might be struggling a lot, but if you go and help, because I look like his ex-fiancée. Yes, he will calm down. Yes, I'll do that. What about you? Ephraim smiled bitterly. I have another place to go. And if I stayed, he would hate me very much, wouldn't he? You know that. I was completely ungrateful. At the same time, Safian had arrived at time. Is it here? Yes, it seems so. Centering on a single tree, the sanctuary was lined with research devices that looked as precious as artifacts. These are Deculein's devices. These were the things Epheren had stolen. As Safian walked between them with a grin, she found something interesting as she fiddled with a reagent bottle and a microscope. Off to one side was a large cylinder where one person could lie down. So you've been in this kind of place. And in it, slumbering, was Julie, the knight who stole Deculein's heart. She was receiving an undiluted lunar grass solution injection directly into her veins, and she was sleeping, unaware of Safian's presence. No, she was turning back her own time. Are you going to kill her? Charon asked. Without a word, Safian grabbed the sword at her waist. She drew it. There is no need to kill her. If I break this cylinder, however, before she could smash the capsule, her eyes fell on a diary. It was placed on a table next to the cylinder. It was a straight-laced and neatly made diary, just like Julie's personality. What a useless! Safian reached out for it and flipped it open. From the very first page, the letters were crammed across the lines. Starting with the very first, to myself, who will wake up again. HMPH. Reading it with a snort, Safian sat down beside the capsule. Chapter 301. Name 1. Thump. My heart was pounding. The demonic dark energy that circulated through my body amplified all of my characteristics, and my vision caught the cannibal. He was staring at me, growling and coveting my flesh. The dark red eyes of a ferocious beast, moving through mist. This was an ancient demon that ate countless people over the years. However, killing him was surprisingly simple. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. By this principle, the demon could be destroyed. This was my reasoning. After that, I moved by instinct. The gushing energy stirred up hatred in my mind, and the bloodline of Euclan urged me to kill. At this moment, even my mental power, which had reached its peak, was only controlling my ability to identify who was a foe. No, I was refusing to control myself. Woo-wash. First, I observed him with the vision. I grasped his location and immediately released all the dark energy in my body to freeze him. And, crash, there was the sound of something breaking. The very next moment, a torrent of dark energy flowed into my mouth. It wasn't human, but it had the taste of something alive. Crack, I swallowed part of him. He struggled in my body. However, I didn't care. It was nothing more than a lump of dark energy running wild, so all I had to do was to digest it. The process continued smoothly. Bit by bit. The further I digested him, the more the struggling decreased and my vision blackened. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even think. Just anger, rage beyond my limits, violently emanated from the Euclan heart. Whoosh! The dark energy swirling inside my body leaked outside. My heartbeat was loud as if it would break, and my veins bulged. I was getting hungry. This simple desire I felt was probably from the cannibal. He stirred up these desires and urged me to eat. I was hungry. Crack! An eerie sound reached my ears, probably from the slaughter I committed. Ugh, ah! Faint screams drifted into my ears. Professor, Professor. At the same time, someone cried out. Professor, I mean Deculein. However, the hunger inside my body was still there, and I was still looking for food. I was getting even more hungry. Then I barely realized this wasn't cannibal's desire. He had already been devoured by me, but the demon's explosion of dark energy was Woojin. Time slowed. All sound disappeared. That name being called stopped my heart. It was nothing but a hallucination. It was a fleeting moment. It took probably less than a minute. That was the time it took for Deculein to completely consume the man-eating demon. Leah watched Deculein silently. Now he was lying on the ground, the veins pushed up against the surface of his skin a dark red. Count, are you okay? Leah asked. There was no answer from Deculein, but someone else screamed. Someone call a doctor, a doctor. It was Bell. Caught by Deculein's explosion, his arm and leg were torn away. Of course, no one could help him. Even Bell's lieutenant was sneaking away from him. He was more like a demon than the demon, Lucy said, while looking at Deculein. Even she seemed a little frightened. How could a human eat a demon? Deculein froze the man-eating demon to shape it and swallowed it. It was truly a dreamlike sight. Not a good dream, but a nightmare. A real nightmare. We should get a doctor. You're so noisy. Leah cast silence. Meanwhile, Lucy looked down at Deculein. She seemed to be pondering something. Don't you dare consider any weird thoughts. I will protect him. Leah, noticing her suspicious look, opened her arms and warmed up her mana. Lucy grinned. I'm not. I'm just curious. About what? What does the word that calmed Deculein down mean? Woojin. Leah flinched. Kim Woojin. Korean names were quite unfamiliar in this world, so it seemed like they would understand it as a word rather than a name. It's nothing. Leah looked around, then glanced to Deculein again. He was still knocked out cold. Was the ancient demon too much for him? No, even if it wasn't too much, the way he killed it put too much strain on him. Anyway, Leah watched Deculein. His sleepy face looked like Woojin's slap. Leah clapped herself on the cheeks, shocking herself back to her senses. Sir, are you okay? Deculein was not Woojin. It must have been purely coincidental that he responded to her call. Count, Leah called to Deculein and put her hand on his forehead. Ah, he grabbed her wrist. Deculein's eyes shot open. Why, you scared me. In the Times Sanctuary, Sophian was reading a diary. Rustle, rustle, she was turning the pages one by one, letting the words fall across her heart like pure snow. Professor Deculein has always been there for me. My father broke my body, but the professor took my mistake as if it was his. He made me hate him so that I wouldn't get hurt. He had to bear the hatred by himself. Each line contained Julie's sincere heart and all the sacrifices and devotion that Deculein showed Julie. I didn't know he was someone like that. Maybe I knew, but I denied it. Therefore, I am giving up on myself because I am a human being full of sins, errors, and misunderstandings. Trying to run away without overcoming them is what I can do for the professor's sake. The diary was cold, holding spots of frost here and there. Probably it was from Julie's tears. When I open my eyes, I will forget, but I want to remember at least this. Sophian's red eyes sank low. I still want to be a knight. However, my master is only Deculein. This much. Thud. Sophian closed the diary. She lowered her head and placed her hand on her chin, then looked at Julie in the cylinder. I envy you. I can't help but be envious. A love that even the emperor would never receive. Julie, who took it without knowing it, gave away her life. And I pity you. Sophian loosened her grip on her sword. Clank, the back of the sword touched the barrel and slid off. Are you going to leave her like this? Charon asked. If Julie dies, the professor will be sad. Yes, that's right, sad Deculein. She had never seen him sad before, but that was why she didn't even want to imagine it. Even the thought of it was painful. Charon, Sophian placed Charon on the table. He stood atop Julie's diary in his miniature form. Yes, it is unfair, she sighed. Deculein is trying to protect Julie with his life. He values Julie more than me, but I'm worried that Deculein will be sad. She was the one who intended to kill Julie to have Deculein. However, she was afraid Deculein would grieve Julie's death. It is extremely unfair. No, it was the first time Charon denied her so sharply. Sophian's eyes narrowed. What? It's not unfair. Before she could ask what he meant, Charon lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, Deculein has already given his life to your Majesty. He always dedicated himself. Sophian stared at Charon, asking what he meant with her gaze. Your Majesty, Deculein's heart is wounded. Even his body cannot recover from the scars he's endured. What? Your Majesty is doomed to kill the one you love. As the Emperor's knight, he couldn't normally dare say such a thing. But Charon had been waiting and waiting for this moment. Charon. Sophian was the most human now. Charon couldn't miss this golden opportunity. As her protector, he must not miss it. Do you want to die? Your Majesty, you definitely tried to kill Deculein. Your Majesty's love stirred up within yourself the urge to kill. Your Majesty was born that way from the very beginning. The proof was in Charon's eyes. Sophian realized it too. The Emperor's knight never lied to the Emperor. So your Majesty has tried to kill Deculein not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times more than that. Charon met Sophian head-on. Deculein has always served your Majesty regardless. He didn't run away. He only endured. Sophian's unconscious attempts to kill Deculein. Even at moments, he could be killed if he made even the slightest mistake. Deculein always resolutely returned to Sophian. Also, at night when your Majesty was exhausted, he came to visit and held you in his arms, enduring your Majesty's nails driving into his heart. Some mornings when she felt so strangely refreshed. Then, on all those days, Deculein, your Majesty. Deculein is that kind of person, even if your majesty humiliates him, or even if you try to kill Julie here. He is always giving his life to your majesty, only for you. Safian closed her eyes for a moment. For some reason, Charon's words felt like they were pounding on her temples. Do you mean that Deculein knows? That I'm trying to kill Julie? Yes, you've been communicating secretly, Charon, with Deculein. The Emperor's knight said nothing, so it was true. Your Majesty. Safian clenched her teeth and set her jaw. Tell me your Majesty's feelings. Feelings? Yes, what you are feeling right now. Charon's question was ridiculous, and it was so ridiculous she struggled to speak. Safian looked at him, anger in her mouth. Your Majesty. You are shedding tears right now. His words stopped her. Drip something warm and wet rolled down her cheek. Drip. Safian stared at the droplet that hit the ground. Drip a tear. She didn't even have to ask whose it was. Her own. Drip. Safian's emotions flowed freely out of her. Drip tears for the first time in her life. Drip. Safian forced out her trembling voice. I can't figure it out. She answered Charon's question. These feelings. She couldn't figure it out. She couldn't understand this feeling shaking her heart. But one thing is certain. She looked to Julie again. This night had fallen into a deep sleep and was shifting her time. Safian's sword lay atop her container, the sword she brought to kill. I don't want the professor to be sad. Safian had no way of knowing her feelings like this. I want him to be happy. The Emperor was a being who could have everything. There was nothing she couldn't have or take. Even if the one he loves is not me, it's okay. Safian was confused with herself, saying that it was okay even if she couldn't have him. Rather, she smiled, relieved despite her confusion. Okay, if the professor becomes happy, I will have no regrets even if I drown in this feeling. Was this love? Was love only wishing for the happiness of the one you loved? Was it okay if she wasn't included in that happiness? That is my feeling. In that instant, Safian's brain was filled with pain. It felt as though her skull were being pried open, but at the same time, she felt liberated. Safian accepted the pain and her new feelings. Chapter 302. Name 2. Safian fell asleep, while Charon watched over her as a knight. After suffering from the pain in her heart, she passed out, but her expression was calmer than ever. He didn't yet know whether this had caused her to break free from the altar's influence, or whether she had been freed from her God-given destiny. He didn't yet know. However, in the eyes of Charon, the Emperor's knight, at least his master's face was peaceful now. Full of confidence, without worry or concern, the smile she wore was bright. It is a smile that your Majesty has never shown before. A smile that was neither too dark nor too light. Simple like other ordinary humans on this continent, simple beauty like wildflowers swaying in the wind along the roadside. Who is it? Then a voice came from behind. Charon looked around. Ephren had returned to the sanctuary. Her eyes went wide as she noticed Charon and Safian lying on the floor. Ha! Ephren. Ephren swallowed hard and nodded. You did a good job. Charon glanced at Julie inside the barrel. Ephren scratched the back of her neck. Oh, that. Knight Julie deserves a better life. Charon's words, at least, were not empty. Yes, she nodded softly. Okay, come on, check Julie's condition. Also, if you need anything in the future. Charon pulled a statue of a knight the size of a finger out of his pocket, and he then put it on the table. Tell me, is that you? Yes, Ephren nodded again. But why are you here, and Her Majesty, to kill Julie? I beg your pardon. Why? Julie stole Deculein's heart. What? Ephren's eyes widened. She ran over to check on Julie in the barrel. Fortunately, Julie was fine. But she's fine. Because Her Majesty changed her mind. Yes, what is? At that moment, the echo of dark energy passed through Ephren's mind. Someone was approaching. It's Deculein. Deculein. Hide, hide, hurry up. If you get caught here, you're in trouble too. Ephren hastily dug a pit with magic. She shoved Charon and Safian inside, then covered it with a membrane of her mana. Stomp, stomp, echoing footsteps. Ephren cleared her throat and turned around. It was true that he killed the demon, but Deculein was still buried in dark energy. Professor. Now Deculein was dangerous. His eyes were glowing purple. He stood still and looked around. Silence suffocated the air, and Ephren tried hard not to glance to the pit where Safian and Charon were hidden. You were here. As he said those words, dark energy flowed like smoke from Deculein's mouth. I am trying to save Julie. Nevertheless, Deculein was calm. He didn't react. He just stared at her. It's true. I will explain everything, even how I will do it. Ephren's time magic mixed science and magic as well as natural medicine. Ephren explained it all. However, something still bothered her a little. Of course, if you move time, Knight Julie will forget her past. That Julie would forget her memories. Deculein wouldn't tolerate that fact because he loved Julie more than anyone. He wouldn't be able to stand being erased from Julie's head. But, Ephren continued, she picked up the diary set on the table. Knight Julie wrote in this diary, with her handwriting and her mana. So when Knight Julie wakes up, she will know again. Stomp Deculein moved closer. Dark energy leaked from every pore of his body, but Ephren blocked his path. What are you going to do? It's just a fake memory. Yes. His words were vague for some reason. Ephren frowned. Then, do you intend to let her die while remembering you? Deculein looked down at her without saying a word. Ephren felt heat rising to her head. Is it okay to die remembering you now, Professor? Better than Knight Julie's survival. Even if she survives this way, she will be living with fake memories. It's a life that has no meaning and no value. Wow. Steam was practically leaving her ears now. Had she evaluated this professor wrong? She didn't imagine he would do this. Was this a sign telling her not to forget him and just die? Deculein spoke. Move away. I can't. If you're going to, move me first. Ephren spread her arms out. She was planning to stop Deculein's advance with her body. You're a fool, Ephren. HMPH. I'm pretty strong now, whoosh. Immense mana shoved her away. She was sent flying as if she had been hit by a car. Ah! An overwhelming mass of psychokinesis had thrown her. A surprise attack. He could have given her some time to put on armor. While she was groaning, Deculein had already reached Julie. Wait! Ignoring her call, he looked at Julie in the barrel and remained there with sorrow across his face. He picked up her diary. What will you do? Ephren forced her ragged body up. Deculein glared at her. Don't push yourself too far. What? I'm telling you not to turn it around. What? In an instant, mana burned in his grasp. Flames of destruction mixed with dark energy. Ephren reached out to stop him. No! Whoosh! The flames lapped across his fingers, and Ephren blinked a few times as the world went silent. Ha! It definitely burned, but something different from what she expected occurred. Flowing through his fingers was black powder. He didn't burn away the time cylinder like she feared, but instead Julie's diary. Why? Ephren asked. Then Deculein turned around. Ephren flinched. The reason I let Julie go. In the dark sanctuary, his voice echoed softly. Because I want her to live freely. Deculein knew. If away from Deculein, no, only when she escaped from Deculein could Julie be freed. Because I wanted her to spend the rest of her life on herself. Ephren trembled. I approve of you trying to save Julie, Deculein said as he strolled away. Stomp, stomp. Was it her imagination that his gait felt particularly pitiful? However, do not deprive her of her chance to live freely. Ephren looked up at him. He reached out to her. This second life must be hers alone. I shouldn't be in it. Looking at that hand, Ephren thought she was right in evaluating Deculein. Really, she was. This professor was an excessively principled wizard, but he was sometimes too arrogant, and he ignored and despised people too easily. Still, in terms of loving someone, he loved stronger than anyone else. Stomp, suddenly, Deculein's eyes closed. He collapsed as he held out his hand. Ha! In these cliched situations, the direction in which one falls usually is the problem. Ah! Deculein fell atop Ephren. Now holding him in her arms, Ephren's face turned red as if she was about to explode, and Charon stood up watching them. Ephren asked him for help. Knight, help me. It seems you're enjoying it. Enjoy what? Take him with you. Ephren shook her head violently, but Charon abandoned her in the sanctuary. 3 days later, quite a few things were decided after the demon intrusion incident. First, Bel and his house's destruction. It was his punishment for daring to cover up the demon's attack. Second, Emperor Sophian left for the Empire. Rather, following the demon attack, she was forced to return. This is the blueprint for the magic circle of self-destruction. As a result, I was negotiating with Eidnik. Emperor Sophian and Eidnik of the desert were sharing a formal discourse. Instead of submitting this blueprint, what we want is desert autonomy. It doesn't matter whether the Empire annexes the desert as a territory or establishes borders. I just want the survival and the proper preservation of the desert and the tribes guaranteed. I examined Eidnik's arbitrarily modified giant magic blueprints. Your Majesty, are you okay with that? Behind my back, Safian, observing the agreement from the back room covered with a screen, cleared her throat. Good. However, you will have to cooperate in the expedition to annihilation. Of course. Our human network is taking over the intelligence of the desert. We have a spy at the altar so that we will help your majesty both physically and mentally. Eidnik handed me the papers. Also, while the desert can be sustained to some extent, it doesn't mean we don't need external supplies. Therefore, some trade-related agreements are also needed. Trade. Safian took the document with psychokinesis and read it. It's nothing special. I'll allow it. However, do not use the demon blood in these processes. I'm not yet ready to face them. Yes, thank you. Eidnik shook her head once more. By the way, we are ready to cooperate with your majesty like this. There are many desert tribes hostile to the empire. Because of the tribal oppression of this, there is a guy prepared for something like that. This time I responded. Eidnik didn't seem to know what I was talking about, but I said his name. Bell. He was now imprisoned in a dungeon with his arms and legs cut off. Take Bell with you. It will be perfect if you use him to relieve their anger. Bell was the most direct perpetrator of the campaign of tribal oppression in the first place. A smile spread across Eidnik's lips for a moment, but she quickly corrected her expression and said, Your Majesty, is that okay? Take him. Whether you raise him in a hovel or make him live as a toy for the rest of his life, and then kill him. Do whatever you want. After speaking, Safian held out two personal letters. One was the Emperor's agreement to this deal, and the other was an order to hand over Bell to the desert. Eidnik asked as if she was stunned. Is it possible that you were considering this since you put Bell here? HMPH. It must have been Deculein's idea. Seriously, he's the kind to kill his political opponents in the worst way. I knew there was a reason he didn't move a finger in matters related to the tribes. Eidnik looked back at me, but I didn't say anything. Safian waved her hand. The agreement ends with this. Yes, I'm honored. Eidnik blinked at me and walked out. Then I stood. Your Majesty, I will pass this on to the servants, Deculein. Safian cut me off and opened the screen. Safian's shy face appeared as she peeked out. Wait, I have a present. A present. Right. Safian cleared her throat. This is the reconciliation that I offer you. Your Majesty's intention alone is a gift to me. Damn. Her face crumpled so that I couldn't help but nod. Yes, I will take it. Good. There is no need for such nonsense. And it's nothing, so just shut your mouth and take it. Safian poked me in the side with something. I stopped thinking for a moment as I saw it. What? It was a small flower pot. She held a very small flower pot. Is it too small and insignificant? Safian asked anxiously. As she said, there was only a very shabby cactus and small flowers in the pot. Tell me. It was too small and shabby, so ugly that it couldn't even be called a flower. However, Safian's handwork and sincerity were clear. I stared at it without a word. I had no idea what to say or how to respond. It had been so long since I'd been perplexed. It might be because it was so unexpected, but old memories came to mind. It was the first time in my life that I received flowers as a gift. No. It was the first time since I stopped being Kim Woojin. Deculein, thank you, I responded hastily. My heart was pounding with a sense of agitation that surprised even me. I should get going. I bowed and left quickly. Creak immediately after the door closed. Safian muttered blankly. It worked. She was sure of it. It still seemed that various senses in her body had been damaged due to her emotional injury, but it wasn't because of that. She was just sure. His heartbeat from just now. When she handed the cactus flower over, it was evident in Deculein's heart. Keron, call Leah. Yes, Safian exclaimed urgently. Creak after a while the door opened and Leah entered. Yes, Your Majesty, what happened? It worked. What worked? As if puzzled by Safian, who was rejoicing like a child, Leah tilted her head with eyes round. The thing you said, it worked. Flower. I mean the flower, Safian explained. She was proud of her colossal achievement. Deculein's heart trembled at that very shabby flower. Oh, only then did Leah understand. His heart was beating significantly faster, Safian explained excitedly, but Leah's complexion wasn't all that good. That's fortunate, Your Majesty. Yes, if so, say it. However, right now, Safian doesn't care about Leah's condition. What do you mean? Isn't there going to be another one? Whatever it is, tell me what Deculein will like. Safian, of course, hoped Deculein would be happy. She was willing to give up as long as Deculein was happy because that was love. But it wasn't suitable for her aptitude. Every time one thing works. So this time, to be fair, in a head-to-head match, without killing anyone or sneaking around, with her devotion, she would approach Deculein. I will give you whatever treasure you desire, the treasures of the Empire. Safian pounded her chest and declared. However, there was no answer from Leah. It would be only natural that she should like it, but Leah's heart felt dark and rotten. Leah, Safian asked suspiciously. Leah clenched her teeth. Yes, your majesty. However, it was necessary to distinguish between public and private matters. Since Deculein was not Kim Woojin, to clear the main quest for Safian's mental health and to obtain the wealth of the imperial family, I'm here to help. Above all, as Leah, not Uara, she had to do it. Good, I will trust you. Safian smiled brightly and took Leah's hand. Chapter 303, Magic Tower again. One, still, in the sanctuary of time, Epheren was thinking and staring blankly into the air. She sometimes fell into these moods. Even while eating, studying magic, or writing her thesis, she suddenly lost her mind. It was probably because of the incident 4 days ago. No matter how hard she tried to forget, it wouldn't leave her mind. So, Deculein was embraced in your arms? Eidnik asked while eating fries. Epheren snapped to her. Ha, don't pretend you didn't understand. Eidnik's eyebrows smirked. Epheren shook her head quickly. What? You said you embraced Deculein. What? That, you know. He just fell. Epheren began fiddling with her fingers and looking down at her arms without realizing it. She caught Deculein as he fell. His weight pressed down against her. Oh, you're blushing. What? When? I'm not, Epheren shouted and grabbed her face. Eidnik chuckled. Ha ha, why do you act as if you like the professor? Like, what are you? She jumped up and practically ran to check on Julie's condition. There was no problem. I think we just have to wait 2 weeks. Then it's over. Nope, 2 weeks later when it's ready, I will infuse more time energy. Then maybe something big will happen. Something big? Yes, Epheren said, playing with her hair. The time in this space will be intertwined or, well, something like that. Anyway. Then she grabbed the documents that were lying on the table. They were papers covered in various calculations and procedures. Epheren said, We have some time left, so I'll stop by the magic tower for a bit and then return. It's okay, right? She was still publishing papers in academia. Of course, they were looked down upon and despised. Huh, why are you asking me? No, not you, this little knight. Epheren pointed to the little Charon on the table. He was the very reliable escort knight who would protect this sanctuary until Julie awoke. It's okay, right? Yes, it's okay. Yes, oh. By the way, Epheren sneaked up to Eidnik and asked in a very low voice, What about the demon blood? The situation has improved a little, but the repression will continue. There are a lot of people with bad feelings toward the demon blood, and there are too many altar informants in the Empire. But Eidnik responded loudly. I only carry out the duty of protecting this place. Charon didn't seem fazed as Eidnik continued. Do you think Her Majesty Safian was the only one who stirred up the Empire? No. The altar has spies manipulating and instigating public opinion on the outskirts of the Empire. Because of them, the demon blood suppression will last for a while. They might react a little harshly given the desert situation hadn't gone their way. At that, Epheren nodded. When Alan arrives, I will go and do some work at the tower for a while. What work? You will be caught. The tower is a big place. I won't get caught, and these days the tower is suspicious. Suspicious? Yes, the tower was suspicious. Epheren unfolded a map of the continent. I also stole this from the professor. Don't brag. Not only does this map show our location, but also magical phenomena such as earthquakes and tsunamis, right? It'll show the location and degree. Deculein's continent map. The performance of this close artifact object was astounding. By the way, there was an earthquake in Annihilation, you know. And very coincidentally, at the same time, there was an earthquake in a completely different location at the Magic Tower. It is a rare coincidence. Yes, this could be a coincidence, but its intensity and mana concentration are the same, without the slightest difference. Eidnik frowned. Anyway, isn't it strange that the intensity and the concentration of mana are the same? So how could this be? I pondered, calculated, and tried everything. But there was only one conclusion, Epheren said with a small smile. They're connected, Annihilation and the tower, for whatever reason. After returning from the desert to the Empire, I returned to the Magic Tower. Professor, do you hear me? As soon as I sat down, Safian's voice came from the crystal ball. Now I am the chairman. Chairman, do you hear me? Yes, your majesty. I see you are short of breath, so are you in the middle of training? Yes. Safian was freed from her ban. At least, that was how it looked with vision, thanks to the fact that she realized what emotions were without anyone's help. Now that she has been able to peer into the deepest part of her own heart, she is no longer controlled by Key's defense mechanisms. I'm glad you're not acting lazy. Right, Safian responded bluntly. Anyway, I'm already perfecting my sword skills. Next is magic. We will select a magic professor from the magic tower and send it to the Imperial Palace. What? It wasn't like her to be caught off guard. Why are you sending another one? It was a pure question, which wasn't like her either, I said with a smile. I don't know all types of magic. Magic is divided into classes and attributes, so different professors have different specialties. One magic professor's area of expertise may be completely new to another. Thus, no need, you come. That's a waste of your majesty's magical talent. What about my magical talent? Safian's voice softened. Your majesty is gifted with every attribute, every line. Perhaps you can reach the pinnacle of whatever line your majesty desires. Therefore, you must learn from professors of as many different attributes and classes as possible. Safian went silent. I will select the best professor possible and send them to your majesty. If you learn well and master everything perfectly, then I will come to you for the exam. Exam. Yes, it is a test only for your majesty. Safian didn't answer. She just hung up. I put my chin on my hands for a moment and thought. Of course, this was the best way for Safian's magic to advance. No matter how much knowledge I had of various types of magic, it would not be as practical as sending someone who could express it. However, it wasn't just for that reason. A cactus. I looked at the cactus by the window. It seemed to be wriggling, and the flower buds on top like a headband were kind of cute, so I kept glancing at it. Every time I looked at it, I could feel Safian's emotions. Who would think I would be shaken by just one present? I shook my head. It must be because Kim Woojin and Deculein were mixed. Ding, dong, just then, the doorbell rang. It's Luina. Chairman, would you like to go down to the third floor now? It was Luina. The third floor of the tower was an ordinary lecture space. It was part of the lowest level where new wizards usually took classes and occasionally conducted simple experiments. Why did you call me here? Don't you remember the old days when we took classes here? I don't, Luina frowned. Well, anyway, here you go. Luina pointed to a corner on the third floor to a decent-sized classroom. I frowned. Don't laugh, just explain. You seem to have acquired a particularly bad personality, Luina snorted. Look through this glass. They can't see outside anyway. I looked into the classroom. It's our new part-time instructor for now. As Luina said, there was a part-time instructor. She wrote diligently for 17 wizards and explained new concepts with her long black hair fluttering like obsidian behind her. It's Sylvia. She's back, that child. I grew quiet. Right, it's a secret for now. As you can see, she's in disguise. Black hair and black eyes. She wore a luxurious suit, and round glasses rested on the bridge of her nose. What do you think? She looks very different, right? Now, she exuded a cold and intellectual atmosphere. It was truly an excellent disguise, so much so that I couldn't even remember the former Sylvia. Now her name is Sefin. Is there a reason for the change? She said something about starting from the bottom and getting a fair evaluation. Luina chuckled. She asked me to keep it a secret from you two, but I broke it. But looking at your reaction now, I don't think you would have recognized her if you met her in the corridor. At that, I nodded. Yes, her disguise is good. I wouldn't know it by looking at her. I just don't pay attention to the part-time instructors. No, I wasn't in a position to meet with a part-time instructor in the first place. Is teaching all she wants to do? Yes. She said she would just teach. Luina. Yes. I will issue an official letter to all magic professors in all classes, all attributes through the magic tower. All the magic professors? Luina asked with a puzzled tone. I answered. I will select a magic professor to teach Her Majesty. I will do the examination myself. I paused for a moment and watched Sylvia. Until then, can a part-time instructor be promoted into a professor? It's impossible. It's hard to get a full-time job like that, Luina chuckled. Let's leave Sylvia be like that, and now, more important than that. Luina's expression quickly hardened. There is a little problem with the tower. Well, should I say it's a faction issue? Stupid students. After class was over, Sylvia sat in the classroom. Her head felt dizzy. How could they not understand this? The name of Sylvia's lecture was The Seam of the Four Elements. To put it simply, it was a theoretical lecture that taught how to naturally connect properties such as water, wood, fire, and wind, and helped one to use composite property magic better. How could they be so stupid? 17 students. Among them, at most, one person understood the lecture. They were wizards who had passed the Imperial Magic Tower exams, but they were hopeless. Sylvia looked down at the class curriculum she had written herself. If they behaved like idiots from the first class, it would go only downhill from there, and she would have to edit it. Sylvia hadn't slept for a week preparing this curriculum. Ha! She let out a small sigh and glanced at the wizard board for staff members. Beep, beep, the alarm went off just in time. When she opened the board, a message immediately popped up. Sefin, when class is over, return the classroom key to the 10th floor. I will ask you later about the first lecture. Be careful with your course evaluation. I will share with you a list of some tricky noble wizards. Lecture evaluation is the main enemy of part-time instructors and the biggest obstacle to regular contracts. Sylvia put the wizard board in her bag and left the classroom. Part-time instructors didn't have offices, so she just wandered around the halls of the tower. They were packed with new students, however. Oh, what course did you sign up for? I don't know. I just signed up, but I failed to apply for admission. It's annoying. No, why don't popular lectures increase the number of participants? Where should I rest? Sylvia wandered around the tower while listening to their conversations. There were no more classes today, and she had no home to return to. She secretly left her father. Of course, she had a room in the dormitory as a part-time instructor, but she didn't want to go back right now. So, Magic Tower Library, Sylvia looked at the nameplate and smiled. As soon as she opened the door, the smell of paper filled her nostrils. Ha! She'd been away for some time, so there must be a lot of new books. I will read you all. I will read every single one of you. Sylvia went straight to the reading room for employees. For an instructor, Sefin, confirmed. Thank you. Students and outsiders weren't allowed to enter, so she presented her ID to the staff at the entrance. The reading room for employees was dark and calm, and there weren't many professors, so Sylvia enjoyed some quiet as she perused the shelves. A sign reading, Restricted Access Area. No access other than authorized professors. In one corner of the room stood out. For some reason, there seemed to be a lot of rare books around there. Sylvia looked around. Creak at that moment, the restricted access area door suddenly opened, and a professor stepped out. Was his name Peddle? He was a professor in the field of destruction that is very popular these days. He was a supernova published in the last issue of the Wizard Journal. Click, he locked the restricted access area door. Click, click. After he checked the lock 3 times, she watched him leave. What was in there to require them to lock the door so tightly? But right then, a certain person crept by the wall of the reading room and snuck around to the door. It was a familiar idiot. What is she doing? Efren. She glanced around but didn't notice Sylvia. Then she broke the lock of the restricted access area. The lock was cut quietly, but the steel frame fell with a loud thud. Clank! Astonished, Efren stamped her feet. She's really stupid. That's amazing. While Sylvia admired this display, Efren muttered to herself, "What the heck?" and went inside. Why is she doing that? Sylvia decided to follow, using the pretext of punishing stupid Efren. Chapter 304. Magic Tower, again, 2. Restricted Access Area. Efren was sneaking down to the underground portion of the Magic Tower library. Why are the stairs so long? She checked Deculein's map again. I'm sure it's here. There was something in this basement. She still didn't know what, but the earthquake's epicenter was down here. There was nothing wrong with the professor's map. Thud. Just then, she hit the flat floor. Efren looked around cautiously. It was dark, but it was neat. It was an office-like dungeon. Where am I? Efren skulked forward. There didn't seem to be any security-related magical devices. Someone poked her shoulder. Efren covered her mouth with both hands. Shaking, she spun around. There was a woman in a black suit behind her. She sneered. Stupid Efren. It was a familiar greeting. No, it was too rude to be a greeting. Who else would it be? It's me, Sylvia. Sylvia. Even with her introduction, Efren still looked puzzled. You're so stupid. You don't even recognize me. Sylvia took her glasses off. Only then did her Efren's eyes widen. What? It was weird. Sylvia was the same age as herself, but she looked way more mature now, as if she was the only one who grew older. Did you dye your hair? That's not important now, you stupid Epheren. What are you doing here? Oh, that suddenly, Sylvia furrowed her brow. More importantly, you stole it, right? Ha, stole what? She said, glaring at Epheren. The picture I drew on the island. You stole it. One of her paintings of Deculein on the Voices Island was stolen. It was a long time ago, but the investigation revealed that the most likely culprit was Epheren. Answer me. What painting? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Don't play dumb. Sylvia twisted her lips and shook her head. Your mana has already been detected. Forget it. For now, SHH. Epheren placed her finger to her lips. Clank upstairs, not far away, the heavy ring of a lock clicked into place. Ha, how? I cut it. I made it again. Hide first. Sylvia said so and expressed her magic. She painted over the floor on which they stood and dug a hole. They hid inside. Wow, your talent is still there. It's comfortable, Sylvia snorted. And you're still stupid. Even when I compliment you, you don't change, huh? If you had only admitted that you stole the painting, I would have treated you kindly. Damn, I said I didn't steal it. I said I detected your mana. The sound of several footsteps approached. It's amazing. It was a familiar voice even to Epheren. Professor Sire of the Destruction class. What's amazing? Epheren's ears perked up. It is, Professor Relin answered. What was that fat guy planning now? After consuming the elixir, as they say, the quality of mana is changing. At Relin's words, Sylvia and Epheren looked at each other. Yes, I know, right. Pedal was the first to take it, right, Professor Relin? That's right. Seeing that a newcomer who was nothing is now called a supernova or something, it's a bit cheeky, though. Sire, Relin. The conversation between the two was very suspicious. No way, are both of them joining the altar? Still, it's like we're on the same boat now, so we just have to share it quietly. Sire sounded excited. Yeah, indeed, the University Magic Tower has become the Euclid family institution, so what does that matter now? Our necks are hanging in the hands of that plagiarism professor now. Oh, right. The elixir will be delivered soon, Kira responded. They keep their promises. So 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second from now, Wuong magic resonated, and 2 elixir bottles were created in the middle of the room. As Relin said, their delivery had arrived. Let's go back now. Yes, let's go. Relin and Sire went up the stairs again after taking a bottle each. Epheren and Sylvia watched the two go. I said I didn't steal it. Why do you keep chasing someone innocent? The two people argued with each other up to the cafe on the first floor of the tower. There is no one who would steal it if not you. Your mana was detected. That detection must be wrong. Which one disappeared for you to be making a fuss like that? She wasn't able to answer that. How could she say it was a painting of Deculein? Did this girl know that and was pressing her? You're so shameless. What? Rather, Sylvia. Can you give me some identification so I can stay here? ID. Sylvia raised an eyebrow. Yes. Can't you do that with the 3 primary colors or something? I can't go back and forth like this. Something might happen in the tower. Indeed, your identity has already been destroyed. Because of her father's affair, she became estranged from Deculein and she robbed his office. Yes. If I get caught, I'll be arrested right away, Sylvia sneered. Then she made a card of identification. Magic Tower's janitor. Epheren shook her head. No, not like this. Can't you make one for a tower wizard? You want it too much. Why do you have to be a wizard? I want to take Professor Sire and Relin's class. We need to know what has changed so we can deal with it properly. Sylvia agreed with that. There is a condition. Condition? What? It was easy to make an ID with 3 primary colors. Of course, if someone dug deep, such as searching through the personal documents of the tower or the student directory, they might find out that it was a fake ID. But as long as she didn't stand out, that wouldn't happen. Take my class. Your class? Epheren frowned. Yes, I'm a lecturer too. Anyway, there are still not enough people during the drop period so you can join in midway. And one more thing. Sylvia wore a solemn expression. Give me a perfect score for my course evaluation. What? At that moment, in the cafe where the two were sitting, a tower staff member came by with a poster. Epheren and Sylvia's gazes automatically turned to follow. Announcement of Her Majesty Safian's Teaching Wizard Selection Review Qualifications. All wizards in the Empire registered on the floating island. Judging process. First theory test. Second practical exam. Final interview with Her Majesty Safian. Passing reward, 3 million elnis, an artifact created by Chairman Deculein. First theory test reference list, all magic books with at least advanced level or higher for each series. The person who put the poster up was already gone, but their eyes were still fixed on the paper. Ephraim desired an opportunity to show her magic to Her Majesty the Emperor and win 3 million elnis. Sylvia desired only one thing, the artifact that Deculein had created. Gulp Ephraim swallowed hard and said, "Wait, wouldn't it be bad if Relin or Professor Sire passed this test? It would be. It would be a very good excuse." The two of them went silent for a moment, then looked at each other and nodded. 15 minutes later. Again, the Magic Tower Library. It's been a long time since I've studied. Studying for an exam brings back memories from the old days. Doesn't it, Ephraim? You're stupid, and I don't think you'll ever pass it. Don't start. The two were studying as they used to. Ephraim focused on the manipulation series and Sylvia the harmony series. How difficult will the exam be? I think the professor will prepare it. Sylvia seemed to be moved for a moment at Ephraim's words, but then she smiled. It's better if it's difficult. Deculein. With the midterm exams he gave Sylvia, she overcame herself many times in solving it repeatedly whenever she was depressed. Perhaps that was the most decisive reason she wanted to be a professor. "Hey, I heard you're taking a new class." Then the voice of a female wizard came from the table next to them. Sylvia and Ephraim focused on their studies without paying them much mind. It's freaking weird. Is it because a part-time instructor is teaching? However, those words made Sylvia anxious. A new class taught by a part-time instructor. It's about the seam of the 4 elements or something. The name of the lecture is already a bit strange, but the teaching is really bad too. The name of the lecture. The teaching too. It's amazing how she passed as a part-time instructor. Sylvia clenched her teeth. She heard a laugh from Ephraim. "Oh, sorry. She teaches the hard way. I don't even know what she's trying to teach." She looked like she was from the common people. Are all of the common people like that? PFFFD. Ephraim's laughter grew louder, and Sylvia's face turned even redder. Cuckoo. Indeed, you, the daughter of a countess, must be patient. Geez, I guess so. It's so annoying that I got caught in this weird thing while making up for my lacking grades. Part-time instructors don't usually deal with shitty subjects like this. Who does she think she is? Usually, external instructors only give easy lectures and good grades. Crack, Sylvia's pencil snapped. Ephraim grabbed her sides. Whatever, you know that, right? My father will try to take the test to select wizards as Her Majesty's teacher. Oh, I know, your father works in the palace. He's really sensitive these days because of that. Now it seemed that the gossip about Sylvia was over, but Sylvia's heart was already broken. No, she was angry. How dare that idiot? Hey, Sylvia, be patient. To become a good professor, you have to endure this, right? Ah, but to say it's a shitty topic, that was too much. Sylvia wanted to kill Ephraim. Sylvia, you're not obsessed with lecture evaluation for no reason, huh? If you make a mistake, you will be fired. Shut your mouth before I kill you. Oh, are you imitating Deculein's tone? But it seems more urgent to imitate his lectures rather than the way he speaks. I told you to shut it, before I take your ID away. Yuha, yeah, right. Meanwhile, the imperial palace. The population of the empire and the kingdoms, that is, the continent as a whole, is flowing out to annihilation. Emperor Sophian recited the situation in the continent while reading a book. This is because of the book of Revelation spread by the guard of the altar. All those revelations are being met. Sophian's enemy was the guard of the altar. Sophian was cultivating herself right now because her ultimate goal was that guard's death. The ministers tell us to oppress them, but what religion is so easily suppressed? Sophian shook her head. Rather, it is a religion that enjoys oppression. It makes them stronger. So for now, I will leave them alone. It didn't matter if she did. Although the population outflow was at a deep level right now, if it were legally blocked, it would only intensify the phenomenon. All humans belonged to a race that longed for things that should not be done and cherished useless pride. The reason why it doesn't matter if I leave them alone, it was simple. Because I will kill God. I'll kill him and bring back the inhabitants of this land, and it will be over. Saying so, Sophian was full of confidence. There isn't much left. No God will be able to beat me. Leah thought to herself while looking at Sophian. If there was anyone who could kill God, it must be Sophian. This was one of the main quest branches in the first place. As long as Emperor Safian was her ally, the ending could be reached even if the player's force wasn't particularly strong. Safian put her book down and Leah bowed her head. The Count must be sponsoring the arts. Sponsoring the arts. Yes, he's sponsoring them anonymously and will occasionally visit exhibitions. You should go and show him your Majesty's insight. This was also the case with Kim Woojin, the motif of Deculein. He had such a cute side that he went to some exhibition hall every day and came back only after looking at paintings for several hours. Perhaps Deculein would also visit the exhibition halls when his head was a little dizzy. The Count is sincere when it comes to art. Also, sharing hobbies is like sharing emotions. Safian's eyes widened. Indeed, sharing hobbies is sharing emotions. That's right. Good. Keron, tell me immediately when the professor visits an exhibition. Keron responded. Now, now. Yes, Deculein is now in an exhibition hall. I was visiting Halech, a wealthy village on the islands. I was leisurely admiring works of art inside the most glamorous hall they had. I didn't have much time to be carefree lately, so I should enjoy it while I could. It is the work of the artist Barkle. It is especially popular with critics these days. The curator's words flowed through one ear and out the other as I examined the portrait with aesthetic sense. It's just a fake. Yes, the curator was bewildered. I passed by him without a further word. As I was about to leave the exhibition hall, I suddenly noticed a person. As she was walking down the hallway, she met my eyes. Deculein. She wore a robe to hide her appearance, but since we'd known each other for so long, there was no way I couldn't recognize her. Your Majesty. SHH. I came here to quietly appreciate art. Quietly. I don't want to make a fuss. I nodded. Safian came up to me and said, to think that I would meet you in a place like this. First, guide me. There's not much to see. Were they all just too flashy? Yes. There were no emotions in the exhibition halls of this wealthy village. They didn't have an artist's soul, or at least not the type I liked. Safian nodded as if in agreement. There is nothing more distasteful to look at than art that focuses only on the appearance. They say there is a city called Rahel. If it's Rahel, isn't it a slum? There are artists in the slums. Slum hygiene was lacking, but their art was intriguing. After all, Van Gogh was also a master of bad luck who lived his entire life in poverty. Hoo-hoo, Safian smiled a little. By the way, Professor, when will the tutoring wizard come to teach me? I am preparing for the theory test now. Theory? Yes. I was making the test to be given to the wizards of each series. I heard that as soon as you made the announcement, tens of thousands of people from the Imperial Tower and thousands of people from the floating islands rushed to sign up. Yes, becoming your Majesty's teaching wizard is an incredible experience in one's career. Um, how many successful applicants do you expect? I smiled a little. I don't know. Because the target of teaching wizards had been broadened to all wizards of the Empire, I was considering a difficulty level that most insects couldn't even imagine. In the first test, 10 students per series, that's what I expect. 10? Just that many. Yes, this is the process of selecting a wizard to teach your Majesty, even temporarily. It should not be a routine test. Hoo-hoo, Safian grinned. Then she muttered and held out her hand to me. Grab it, let's go to Rahel together. At that moment, a huge explosion shook the world. At the same time, mana mixed with dark energy tickled the tip of my nose. Smoke. It seems like a terrorist attack. Safian nodded, clicking her tongue. Come back after taking care of it. I won't wait long. Chapter 305. Magic Tower again. 3. Halech's terrorist attack continued systematically. Dark energy exploded first, causing confusion, and the nobles ran away, clutching the hem of their dresses or throwing off their suit jackets. The knights who had been dispatched were helping them evacuate. Halech was the largest wealthy village in the empire, so an attack that would create greater social pressure than the genocide of commoners. Come here. There are escort knights. Don't worry, we will protect you. However, the situation didn't improve even with the dispatch of the knights. Rather, a thick cloud of purple smoke suffocated them. The concentration of dark energy was so thick that it would kill you in 10 minutes without a gas mask. Swoosh. Blue and white mana flowed through the air, freezing the dark energy as I walked by. The knights and nobles smiled brightly when they saw me. It's Count Euclane. Then, a dull, explosive sound followed. The largest building in the village center began to crumble. Kairara screams filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. More bombs went off in the surrounding area. Tusk! I quietly closed my eyes. The magic I was trying to implement was simple, utilizing psychokinesis with my entire body as a magic circle. I froze space. The fragments of buildings that hung in the air, the magic detonating across the village, and the terrible smoke devoured the ground. All of them. I opened my eyes again and looked up. A swarm of flies soaring above, that seemed to be the group behind this terrorist attack. Shoot! They threw dark energy bombs at me. In response, I pulled out the rocks from the road and the steel frames from the collapsed building. Thump, then a pain shot through my heart. You bastards! However, that pain soon turned to anger to slaughter the altar worms. The steel frames pierced the sky, leaving them no room for escape. It took only 3 minutes to destroy them. I stood calmly amid terror and looked around. The scenery was still the same. In other words, the collapsed buildings and fragments were still caught in my psychokinesis. The nobles standing nearby watched me with bewilderment. Escape, I said. However, there was no response. Please leave. When the knights shouted, a woman standing by turned and ran away. You're trustworthy after all, Safian. She grinned as she approached me. Go back. We don't know if another bombing will follow. HMPH. I'm not weak enough to die in a bombardment. Rather, Deculein. Safian glanced at me from the side. I nodded. Rohakan said that I would one day kill you. Yes, I once went to the future with your disciple. And then a bomb-like revelation exploded. I hurriedly looked back at her, the future that Safian experienced with Ephren. It was an intriguing topic. Are you talking about time travel? Yes, there you left a letter for me. Safian pulled out a piece of paper, a crinkled letter, worn with use. Are you going to read it? Yes, I read it without hesitation. The content was brief. Your Majesty, I am Deculein after some time has passed. However, I agree with everything about myself and your Majesty, even my death. Therefore, it is correct not to undo things that do not need to be reversed. As I read, I wondered if that meant that I would eventually kill you. Safian said. I shook my head. Then the future seems to have changed. No, Safian laughed. Aren't you dying right now? She pointed to my heart. Safian's lips smiled, but her eyes were full of sorrow. Deculein, let's go to Rahel. Safian said so and took my hand. Let's see some street art. Street art. Those words brought back memories of Kim Woojin from deep inside, memories of a poor orphan who struggled to become an artist. Come on. Walking down the street, looking at art, I'll be preoccupied with how to save you. Safian grabbed me. The me who seemed staggered, like that guy in Kim Woojin's past. The next morning, the dining room in the tower. Ephren and Sylvia were having a meal together and discussing plans. Sylvia, shall we tell the professor first? I can't, and I told you to call me Sefin, not Sylvia. Why can't you? You know about me. I'm not on talking terms with the professor. Sylvia wasn't ready to say anything to Deculein yet. We are no longer students. Instead, she kept changing the topic. They were no longer students, so they had the confidence to solve it alone. We can solve it. Indeed, to be honest, I'm confident right now, you know. Ephren flexed an arm. What do you think? I am very strong. Stupid. What? Anyway, it's a secret to the professor. Sylvia stood with her plate. Let's solve it here. I will make a plan. Ephren asked her as she followed. Why are you making plans? I am older than you. What? And smarter. The two set their plates down. Sylvia's still had some leftovers, but Ephren's was licked clean. Oh, right, Sefin. Can you get me a book? Ephren asked as they walked down the hallway. Sylvia halted. It's a science book. ISHH. Sylvia placed a finger to her lips. Then she continued, her eyes darting back and forth. It's the purging officers. The purging officers. Yes, the purging officers of the floating island. Purging officers. All wizards on this continent considered them synonymous with terror, a natural enemy of wizards developed to punish wizards on the floating island. How do you know? Because I've been chased by them before. Sylvia was used to their distinctive magical scent of disinfectant designed to bleach their own identity. Follow me. We don't know if you've been caught. Yes. The two of them grew serious and were surprised to find someone in the lobby on the first floor. It's been a long time since an addict has arrived without an appointment, and you of all of them. I'm sorry. Chairman, Professor Deculein. No, Chairman Deculein. He walked through the lobby on the first floor, followed by other professors and working staff. Astal, a famous addict on Floating Island, was among them. I'll hear what you have to say upstairs. Yes. Fortunately, they got on the elevator without paying any attention to them. Ding! As soon as the elevator door closed, Sylvia and Ephraim sighed in relief almost simultaneously. Hugh-ha, wait. But suddenly a thought popped into Sylvia's head. Ephraim asked, What? No way, wait. No, come with me. Sylvia grabbed Ephraim and dragged her out of the tower, and she took a seat on the farthest bench behind the tower. What? Why? You stupid Ephraim. Keep a lookout while I spy. Spy? Yes, it's suspicious that an addict from Floating Island came to visit. Perhaps it has something to do with the purging officers. Sylvia closed her eyes. Ephraim was a bit disconcerted, but she kept guard as Sylvia told her. Whoosh! The wind picked up. It was the wind of spying that Sylvia had created. It was her first time using it since she arrived at the tower. The top floor of the tower, the office of the chairman. There the addict Estelle spoke to me. The purging officers have been dispatched. I asked calmly. Who is being tracked? Of course, it's Ephraim. The reason is because Ephraim was found. My brow furrowed. They pursued Ephraim because they found her. It made no more sense than the logic that a mountain was climbed because it was there. What do you mean? The details are in this document. Estelle held out the papers. I was speechless as I read them. Surely, Ephraim had been found. Her first location was in Hadecane's underground passage. A crystal bowl that functioned like CCTV caught her. The second location was the restaurant Pig's Flower near the tower. Unable to go inside, Ephraim snuck around outside the restaurant. You can see it. However, the biggest problem was the timing of the discovery of this first and second appearance, literally, at the same time. The first Ephraim and the second Ephraim were present simultaneously, but in different locations. Ephraim is dangerous. More dangerous than the self-proclaimed guard of extinction. Enough to bring purging officers in a situation like this. I asked so. Estelle answered. Yes, the one who claims to be a guard cannot control time. However, Ephraim is an incomplete magician who can shake the foundations of the world. So, the floating island is waiting for Ephraim's disposal. A catastrophe caused by this child's inability to properly handle her power must be what the guard of the altar wants. Ephraim. I wondered if she was aware of this fact. Estelle continued. I want you to help with the purge. When I heard those words, my brain started to turn, but I maintained my composure. Having Ephraim as a disciple, don't you know her habits and her behavior patterns? I stared at Estelle. I know because of that, child. You now bear the stigma of being a plagiarizing professor. So if you help the floating island... Okay, I nodded. It seemed that the public's perception of Ephraim and me was still the same. Good. It was unsettling to entrust Ephraim to the floating island, especially since the purging officers were savvy and inflexible mechanical bastards. Ephraim, who liked people, could be killed stupidly. This is what I was hoping for. I'll go ahead and take care of it. I would take the initiative myself. At least there was no lie in that statement. Estelle also smiled. Yes, take this crystal ball. It is connected to the purging officers. Okay, a total of 3 crystal balls. I put them away. Whoosh, the sound of wind whipped around the office. Dawn, Sylvia was sitting at her desk and jotting down in her diary. Deculein is trying to kill Ephraim. With her hand on her chin, she poked at the paper with a pencil. The reason is that Ephraim's talent is time, an attribute that an ordinary person can never handle. If Ephraim doesn't properly control the power of time, Ephraim's talent time, the power that could destroy the continent may be destroyed. Sylvia thought of the Deculein she knew. If it were Deculein, he could kill Ephraim. If he had to choose between the continent and Ephraim, he would, of course, choose the continent. Sylvia turned around, startled by the sudden screech. Hwee. It was Ephraim snoring as she lay on the bed. Stupid Ephraim. Why am I feeling strangely compassionate? Is it because she's younger than me? Sylvia smiled slightly and continued writing. Still, I want to keep this girl as safe as possible. Also, I'm strong enough to do so. Enough to break a mere purging officer with my hands. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Sylvia. The thief who stole the painting she drew on the Voices Island. Ephraim's mana was detected there. Ephraim, it was you after all. Sylvia turned to Ephraim and shook her head. Not the current, but the future Ephraim. She must have borrowed the Voices mana stone and her painting without permission for whatever reason. But, after thinking up to that point, Sylvia became curious. What are you up to? Ephren. Right now she was sound asleep, drooling and snoring. I should study. Sylvia pulled out her magic book again. She perfectly mastered the 3 primary colors on the Voices Island, but she had been there for so long she was now ignorant of the current magic trends. Let's study. I have to keep up. On the other hand, in Annihilation, this purple land where life could not grow or be sustained, in such a harsh environment, the faith of the altar was blooming. Isn't it curious? Key said, pointing to the scenery inside the crystal ball. Crito shook his head. What's so curious about it? Look at the living. The appearance of the inhabitants of the Annihilation Underground was reflected through the crystal ball. They wrote, studied, and interpreted Key's words on long scrolls in rustic huts. Key was considered and accepted as their god. I never told them to do it. The altar doesn't force them either. They are just doing that on their own. A smile spread across Key's face. Crito looked at him, feeling a little puzzled. Is it good? It's curious. Yeah, the altar is a group that worships you, but only with that, Key smiled. There is a difference between worship and respect. If praise is worship, respect is an attempt to study and interpret my inner meaning. So far, the altar has worshipped me, but the newcomers are studying me, trying to find reasons to believe in me. Crito glanced at him. That's why I can't forgive them even more. What? Suddenly, Key started to grind his teeth. That pure heart will eventually fade. One day they will try to kill me too, right? That leap is a little harsh. It's not a leap. Today's human beings are designed wrong from the start. They're like demons. Yeah, they have to start all over again. Credo found him bizarre, but at the same time pitiful. That was what Credo, having heard all of his stories, felt. The last believer who served God alone for 10,000 years, even after God had already died. That was Key. But can you beat my sister? Creto asked. Saphian was strong. She was a human born with the perfect talent, both physically and magically. Now that even the mental ban was broken, no, I can't win. Key shook his head. She is the most powerful body I have ever arranged. But now I'm just a doll, so I can't beat Saphian. Then what are you going to do? Creto had no intention of cooperating with Key. However, for now, he was with him. If there was someone this dangerous on this continent, Credo, as the second-ranking person in the Empire, was rightly responsible for keeping an eye on every move he made. Do you know Ephren? Key asked. Creto replied. I do. The disloyal disciple of Deculein. Yes, with the power of that child, I will relocate this world. Just like that child was trying to turn back the time of the night named Julie. Key mumbled a bit and smiled brightly. Turn it back. Yes, so are you ready? Creto raised an eyebrow. Ready for what? Ready to go to the tower. To the tower? Yes, both Ephren and Deculein are there. It should be completed there. It all ends there. Key was determined to go to the end. No, still, going all of a sudden to the magic tower. Creto looked at him, puzzled, and Key flashed a bright smile back. News from the Imperial University Magic Tower. A sudden report arrived. Chairman Deculein has revealed the theory test for selecting Her Majesty's teaching wizard. Oh, it's done. Key ruffled his hair and smiled. What is? The selection of teaching wizards. I want to participate too. What? All wizards in the Empire are allowed so that I can participate too. No, what? SHH. Holding Credo's hand, Key closed his eyes. It was a precursor for teleportation, so Credo quickly closed his eyes. Wuong, when he opened them again, the islands. Yes, they were already in the islands. As soon as I completed the 7-series theory test, I revealed it to Floating Island and the Imperial Magic Tower. Their reaction was, I couldn't say it wasn't good, even with their empty words. There is excitement not only in the kingdom, but also in the principality. Saphian smiled while reading the newspaper in the Imperial Palace. That gentle smile put people at ease for some reason, and it was completely different from her previous appearance. There is only one problem for each series. The problem I submitted was one per series, and it was only a one-question test. However, extensive knowledge about the series was required to solve this problem. In terms of calculus, it was a level that could be accessed only if you knew everything from the limit of a sequence to trigonometric functions, integration, and analytical geometry. If you could solve this problem, the title of the best expert in the field would be fitting. Your test is encroaching upon the floating island. Is that so? By the way, can you release these things for free? The public scope of this test paper was for the entire continent. Anyone who wanted could read them. Yes, it's fine, Safian chuckled. Gosh, you are a generous professor, but her expression soon turned bitter. Is it soon? Julie's recovery. The 2 weeks Ephraim talked about were rapidly approaching. Yes, until then, I have a lot to say, but there is much more to do. Safian pointed to the pile of papers on the desk. Now go out. I want to be with you more, but it is right to do the heavy-duty work on my own. Yes, Your Majesty. I bowed my head and stood. I'll be leaving. Okay. Safian waved her hand, and I backed out of the office. Etheric Deculein. Communication came through as soon as I exited into the corridor of the Imperial Palace. The person who called me by the rank of Etheric, not my title or status in the tower, was the purging officer of the floating island. Target Ephraim has been captured. I sighed inwardly. Indeed, if she could hide for a long time without getting caught, she wouldn't be damn Ephraim. Where? The Imperial Magic Tower, and it was even in the tower. I put a hand to my trembling forehead. I will be there soon. Wait for me. Chapter 306. Why does only my time pass as it pleases? 1. Ephraim was eating in the Magic Tower's dining room. It's not bad. The restaurant there was also quite good. Of course, it wasn't as good as eating Rohawk, but the food was tasty, and there were so many wizards at lunchtime, so it was natural to camouflage herself among them. I want to eat Rohawk. Her account was frozen, so she could only dream about it. Shall I borrow some money from Sylvia? As she was thinking about it, a plate was placed before the seat opposite her. Sylvia sat down a moment later. Oh, you came at the right time. Sephine, can you? Why did you come out on your own? Sylvia looked angry. Why? It's morning, so I came to eat. Deculein is chasing you, Sylvia said. But since she already knew it, Ephraim only tilted her head. The purge officers are also chasing you. Purge officers? Yeah, they've been told to kill you. Deculein is helping them. The spoon in Ephraim's hand fell. Her mouth opened wide, and she stared shocked at Sylvia. They are already on the move, so... Sylvia pulled out a thick envelope from her pocket. You just keep doing what you're doing. What? What we were studying, the Emperor's teaching wizard selection test. She found it weird. How would she get to the Imperial Palace when the purge officers were chasing her? They are independent agents from the floating island. It means that they're not part of the Imperial Palace, and it is stated in this clause that any wizard who can solve these problems is eligible to become a selection wizard. Deculein and the Imperial Palace valued principles. Therefore, they would not change that clause or reject Ephraim if she passed. So, if you pass the exam and enter the Imperial Palace, they will not be able to pursue you. Even Deculein can't pursue you. No, but why is Deculein? Ephraim didn't understand. He even agreed with her to save Julie, so why? Why me? Sylvia let out a small sigh. She then cut into her steak. Because you are dangerous. Dangerous. Yes, there are two of you. Ephraim couldn't understand, so Sylvia explained. There are two of you in this timeline. It is a contradiction caused by time travel. Sylvia shook her head, taking a bite. If you don't fully handle your powers, many of these temporal contradictions will arise. It will cause serious harm to the continent. And Deculein is the coldest wizard when it comes to such a choice. Only one student, or the entire continent. Of course, Deculein will choose the latter. It was then whoosh. A wind rustled coldly through Ephraim and Sylvia's hair. At that moment, it was as if the entire room was frozen. The attention of all the wizards in the restaurant was focused on the door. Sylvia spoke. It's the purge, officers. Stomp. 3 wizards in shabby robes entered the restaurant. They emanated strange mana that neither Ephraim nor Sylvia had ever experienced before. The aura was unique to the purge officers who specialized in kidnapping, imprisoning, and killing wizards. Gulp. Ephraim swallowed. Stomp. They were slowly approaching. Did they know she was here, or were they just looking around? They passed the other tables one by one. Stomp. They suddenly stopped. Cold sweat formed on Ephraim and Sylvia's brow. They weren't far. No, they were very close, only a few meters away. The 3 purge officers stood tall and began to look around, unraveling their mana to examine the wizards. Whoosh! That blue stream of mana reached Ephraim as well, and when Sylvia was preparing for battle, enough! A voice restrained them. Who gave you permission to check the wizards in the tower at your leisure? Deculein appeared just in time. Ephraim grabbed at her pounding heart as the tension fled her. There are traces here, the purge officer said. His voice was wispy and ethereal, similar to his mana. I would never have allowed you to do it like this. It is unacceptable to treat all wizards in the tower as criminals. Go away. You need to refine your investigation method first. Do you think she's a fool? If you keep stepping forward like this, she would have already run away even if she was here. Deculein stared down the three purge officers alternately. They held out for a while but soon followed his orders and filed out of the restaurant, and Deculein said, "Eat up." The frozen restaurant began to move again. Once he left, Ephraim and Sylvia glanced at each other. Then, Cephine, I'll just have to avoid them for a while, right? Don't ask the obvious. Sylvia nodded. I have some work to do. I'll be back when that's over. Until then, work to do. Ephraim pulled out a wooden pocket watch. There wasn't much time left. We need to know what's going on with Fat Relin and the professors in the tower. I already know that you stupid Ephraim. Sylvia handed Ephraim a crystal ball. Even now, I'm spying on them with the wind. If anything happens, I'll share it with you right away. Yes, Ephraim stood with a bitter look. Still, Sylvia lightly added, Deculein's punishment and the purge officer's punishment will be different. You know what I mean? Ha! If you're going to be caught, get caught by Deculein if possible. Sylvia's words of comfort. Ephraim smiled. Yes, I know, I won't get caught, but if I do, I'll try to get caught by him. Freyden was freezing. In the winter castle on the northern border of the empire, Zeit stared at the landscape outside with dark eyes. The white encroached ground was so cold that it couldn't support life. Unmelting ice, endless winter, the nights longer than the days. Ice Age, Zeit clenched his teeth. Is it that time again? The time of the glaciers beyond the cold. Indeed, as the altar predicted, Freyden was slowly dying. There is no central support when this happens. Zeit chuckled. He shook his head and turned around. Indeed, I never expected it, but do you have a way out? At Zeit's question, the Lieutenant Velen straightened up. Yes, what is it? There is a wizard named Vivaldi. Vivaldi. He knew the name Vivaldi. The anonymous wizard participated in Uran's magic fair and showed a new horizon of artifacts. Yes, the way out of this ice age is in his head. We just need to make an artificial sun. Freyden had tried again and again. They used up money to gather wizards and distribute warmth to the people of Freyden. However, the land of Freyden was too wide, and even if it was limited only to the outer castle and its periphery, it was impossible to overcome this magical winter. Vivaldi, there's nothing we know about that wizard. We found someone who knows. Zeit looked at him. Really? Yes, in the ashes. Ashes. It was a place that brought frowns upon nobles' faces in the empire, but it didn't matter to Zeit now. The fate of his family depended on them. Let's leave right away. It was the duty of the head of Freyden to do what he could when he could. But, Lieutenant Velen paused for a moment, the news of Knight Julie. Julie, his most precious little sister, was losing her life somewhere, but now there was nothing more important than Freyden. I'll listen to it later. Coping with the Ice Age is our priority right now. The Sanctuary of Time. Ephraim, who quickly returned thanks to Alan's stride, checked on Julie for the last time. Mana Stone checked. Lunar Grass checked. Body condition checked. Very good. It wasn't just a visual inspection. She was using Deculein's artifacts, so the accuracy was 100%. Julie's condition was good. It was very good, but Julie was so skinny, it was sad to even see her now. I think this is enough to say that she has a very strong will to live, huh? Ephraim murmured and looked into the barrel. She flashed a happy smile at Julie. Is everything ready? Eidnik, who was watching with interest from the side, asked. Alan and Eidnik were sitting at the tea table and eating snacks. I had bought those for me to eat after work. Ephraim nodded. Yes, I'm ready. She took a deep breath and arranged the circuits in her body. My magic will work as long as I run it right. How is your condition? Perfect. Today I heard some shocking things, but that's okay. Shocking? Yes, the purge officers are chasing after me. Oh, Eidnik raised her eyebrows. You've become a giant if the purge officers are even chasing after you. Ephraim checked her body silently. The mana was enough. The magic circle under her feet was also certain, and Julie's condition was perfect. There was no need to hesitate. I'm doing it. The magic Ephraim was trying to implement now was no different from a miracle, an attempt to scientifically observe time and manipulate it magically. The first step, similar to the power of God to go against nature, was taking place right here and now. Ah! Ephraim warmed up the circuits through her body. The wood steel next to her trembled in response. Woo-whoosh. Grey mana bloomed through time. The entire space was dyed with Ephraim's color. Swoosh. At first, the mana air current quickly swelled like a torrent and was pulled into Julie's barrel. At that moment, the magic circle beneath them flashed gray. Ready. Boom. Immediately after, the first explosion occurred, a trigger that drove time transfer. However, the fluctuations at that moment were as intense as a great earthquake. Ephraim raised both her hands to control the trembling mana. She guided the time path by moving her arms like an orchestra conductor. Boom, the second explosion, an echo that settled time. The magic was now firmly fixed. Ephraim endured her headache and strengthened the magic frame. She concentrated all the mana resonating inside her body on Julie's time. Boom, the third explosion, the last process before time turned. Now she infused Julie with her magic. Whoosh, filling the barrel, the magic of time bloomed thickly. Julie's curse, which tormented her for 10 years or so, was caught up in that time and grew smaller, 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 and then disappeared. Now, at the same time, all the memories and emotions that filled Julie for the past 10 years were rewinding, 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 and sifted away forever. This is the calmness that Deculein wanted for Julie. Be comfortable. Ephraim opened her eyes again. She felt the mana empty from her and overflow. Was it successful? Boom, fourth explosion. What? Ephraim startled. Why did it explode one more time? She mumbled like that and boom. Fifth explosion. No, wait, two more explosions. There was nothing wrong with the magic circle, and the implementation was good. Ephraim looked around. Ha! Two unexpected explosions, but there was no problem. No ground collapsed. The equipment wasn't smashed. Is it nothing? Ephraim silently murmured and looked at Julie's barrel. The knight's complexion was fine, and she didn't look like she was wasting away. Because that alone was a sure success, Ephraim giggled as relief flooded her. Knight Julie, knock, knock, she called to her while knocking on the cylinder's glass wall. Knight, are you okay? Are you so well that you can't even answer? No matter how many times she called, there was no answer. Julie didn't wake up. Ha! No, it was more than not waking up. Wait a minute. Ephraim realized it too late. Julie was very strange now. Her face, of course, her eyes, and above all, her pulse. She's not breathing, like some kind of wax, as if time had stopped. She did not move. Shit, this is terrible. Eidnik, come and help, Ephraim shouted. Eidnik, Alan. Even when she screamed, Eidnik didn't answer. Hey, Eidnik, she called out louder, but it was still quiet. Not only Eidnik and Alan, but the entire space called time. Eidnik, Ephraim only then turned to search for Eidnik and Alan. Ha! They were still sitting at the table and watching her with wide-open eyes, frozen into place like stone. It was like time stopped. No, perhaps. Maybe the time had stopped. Gulp. Ephraim lifted her trembling hands to look at her watch. Ha! Neither the minute hand nor the second hand ticked on. Ephraim felt it. I'm screwed. Chapter 307. Why does only my time pass as it pleases? 2. As if running away from time, Ephraim stared over the desert. The frozen landscape of the world was truly wondrous. The sand storm has stopped. She mumbled blankly and then snorted. The grains of sand had stopped in midair. Empty space, stagnant air, motionless nature. Now what all this evidence pointed to was clear. Time had stopped. Maybe it will go back to normal soon. If I wait a little bit, I don't know why this happened all of a sudden, but maybe I should just wait. I guess time stopped by mistake, but it won't stand still for the rest of my life. Unplanned magic shouldn't be very sturdy. But what if it stayed like this forever? Ephraim was terrified. Gulp. Her mouth was dry. Without realizing it, she started rummaging through the pockets of her robe until she found a bundle of papers. It was Deculein's exam question. All right, now I have a lot of time to study, which is good. If it were going to be released soon anyway, at least she could get ahead of the curve. Should I go back for now? Ephraim ruffled her hair and went back to the sanctuary. Time was still stopped. Alan, Eidnik, and Julie, too. It was scary to see everyone's faces frozen, but still, magic errors can be learned gradually. Ephraim nodded as if it wasn't a big deal. Tick, she felt a small vibration from her pocket. Tock, from the wooden pocket watch. Time was still flowing for it. Oh, you're alive. Tick-tock, the wooden second, and minute hands moved. Was it trying to say that time had stopped? Or, do you know how to fix this? Ephraim asked. Tick-tock, there was no answer except a continuing tick. Hey, tick-tock, tick-tock. Hugh, still, it would be nice to know the time. Eferen put the pocket watch on her desk. Tick-tock, still I'm with you. Talking to the ticking watch, she grinned. Wait, I will study and solve it quickly. Tick, Eferen was aware of the existence of time energy. It was a topic that she published as a thesis. The energy of the concept of time itself. It could be mana, nature, or another force altogether, but anyway, time held energy. It must be a problem of time and energy. I think I can solve it in 3 months. No, if I just wait, there is a higher chance that it will be resolved on its own, right? While muttering like that, she started with her analysis of the phenomenon. Fortunately, thanks to the fact that time stopped immediately after the manifestation of the magic, she could reason and investigate this phenomenon from inside the sanctuary. Talk, okay, just keep watching, Ticky. The wood steel has stopped. Tick, the wood steel couldn't resist time. It's nice to have you, Eferen nodded. Then, first, Deculein's test question. There was a possibility that the time-stop phenomenon would resolve itself, so devoting about 3 days to this question shouldn't be an issue. Let me see. She slipped out the test. Secondary class wizard selection problem. The following formula is a cylindrical magic circle in which countless circuits are three-dimensionally connected and woven. Assume that this cylinder's inner and outer radii are Roan and Otwo, respectively. The cylinder is connected to a mana stone with mana volume S and resistance value V as shown below. The mana stone delivers 97.3195% of the buffered magical power to the sphere. The mana concentration in the atmosphere is very small and can be ignored, and the dispersion effect is also to be ignored. A. Create a circuit diagram of the mana flow of the sphere where Roan are Otwo. B. Find the magic vector in the region where Roan are Otwo. C. Dismantle the magic circle and calculate the effect the unit energy flowing through the region Roan R Otwo will have on the world. B. Write the overall expression of the three-dimensional figure implemented in the contradictory region where Otwo are Roan. What is this? Eferen could see that it was a problem of a great deal of difficulty. She looked at the paper with blank eyes. 3 months passed like that. The wooden pocket watch was the basis for keeping track of that time. Thanks to it, Eferen marked the days, each passing 24 hours. Therefore, 3 months have passed since time stopped. Exactly 3 months. Ticky, tick-tock, and now Eferen, lying on the floor, murmured while looking at the pocket watch with tired eyes. It's been 3 months and it hasn't been resolved. Eferen grunted and messed up her hair. I don't know what to do with both of them. Deculein's screening test question, as well as this time stop thing. I don't know. I don't know at all. Ah, she pulled at her hair. There is no answer. She couldn't solve it. How do I solve it while I'm trapped in this frozen time? She couldn't relieve her stress. No new novels were coming out. She couldn't even eat Rohok. Eferen wasn't eating any food, actually, but she wasn't hungry, and that made it even creepier. She suddenly had a bizarre thought like, am I dead? Tick-tock. Hey, Ticky. Eferen looked back at Ticky. What should I do? Am I a ghost? It was magic that was perfectly prepared with good intentions, but now she was trapped. Tick-tock, hearing Ticky's ticking, Eferen let out a sigh. Why? How did it become like this? Was Sylvia right, the property of time? Was it a talent that would cause disaster not only for herself, but for the entire continent if she couldn't control it? If so, did she have to commit suicide for time to flow again? I don't want to. Eferen turned her head as she lay down, looking at the papers strewn across the floor. Half of it was Deculein's theory, and the other half attempted to solve this phenomenon. Writing with mana, not a pencil. If she did it with a pencil, the graphite wouldn't stay there. As such, only Eferen and her mana moved into this world. Of course, physical force could be used to make things move, like turning the pages of a book or something like that. But if she let go, it would stop on the spot. Geez, shit. She raised herself with a yell and again picked up Deculein's screening test. The following formula is a cylindrical magic circle in which countless circuits are three-dimensionally connected and woven. As she read the first sentence of the problem, a word caught her eye. Cylinder. Why was it a cylinder? Efren raised her eyes and looked at Julie. Precisely, she stared at the barrel of time in which Julie was placed. No way, she jumped. No way. 3 more months passed like that. Isn't the cylinder a hint from Deculein? I even had that weird thought, but it wasn't. For half a year, Efren worked on solving Deculein's test. She figured out how to solve it in theory, but mana stones didn't work in this frozen world, so she still couldn't do the demonstration. How could the professor predict what will happen and leave a hint? No way, right? In other words, time remained at a standstill, and Ephraim's spirit was in jeopardy. It was harder now than back then when she repeated her regressions. At that time, they all had a common purpose. Now I'm alone. What is this? Right, Tiki, answer me. Tick, she waited for an answer, and it came. Ephraim felt consoled as she walked through the desert. She reached the desert from the Empire on foot. Now she planned to go to the Empire again. I need a book. I think I'll have to put something in my head to solve this problem. Casey, I will find him. I have a lot of time. It may be a year or two, but Casey, I will find him and read all of his unpublished theories and books. After putting them all in my head, I'm going to end this damn time pause. Tiki. But Ephraim was walking through the desert. However, she carried nothing with her. Even Deculein's map was useless now. Is this the right direction? Ephraim crossed the desert on only 2 feet, not knowing if the direction was right or wrong. Talk. Okay, even if I'm wrong, I can go back. She had plenty of time. Ephraim trudged through the dunes, looking for the empire that may or may not appear. She wandered like that for half a year. Ah, it's the empire. There was no room for joy when she finally saw the empire. Rather, it was only the outskirts of the empire she had finally reached. Tiki, I heard this one day, Ephraim snorted. It takes 3 more months to walk from the frontiers of the empire to Hadekane, 3 months on foot. But she didn't know what would happen if she got lost again. The empire was bigger than the desert. This is driving me crazy. Ephraim felt her mind slipping. Even if she found Casey's science book and then figured out the way, it would be at least a year to return. Of course, she left signposts so as not to get lost. But let's go. Ephraim walked while realizing how convenient Alan's talent was and hoping that there would be no more despair than this. Still, it's nice to see people Tiki. It felt better now Ephraim could people watch. There were people in the desert, but they all wore rotten expressions. The countryside scenery is nice. A man was working on a farm, his grandfather rode a horse down the road, and a child ran around with a runny nose. Ephraim smiled at the typical rural scenery as she walked in this world that had stopped. Finally, it's Hadekane. Ephraim reached her destination, Hadekane's castle. It took about 3 months. I'll go to the publishing house and Casey's new work. All I have to do is find it. Tiki, be patient. Tick, the pocket watch answered, and Ephraim continued to move. Fortunately, she was never tired. She didn't need to eat and sleep. Ephraim was an engine that didn't need rest. She estimated that the reason was her talent. It's here. She finally arrived at Hadekane's publishing house. There will be all kinds of things in the basement. Ephraim opened the door. I just need to find Casey's new work here. There are many other science books, so I'll read them all. Let's study here. She went inside with the pocket watch. The publishing house staff stood frozen in place at their workstations. Ephraim first put her bag down. Her pack contained Deculein selection test papers and a collection of hypotheses about time stopping that she had written so far. These were the thoughts that came to mind while she walked. Let's see, tick why. There was no need to search for Casey's new work. Ephraim infused some mana into the pocket watch. Let's go back for a second. Then tick-tock, Ticky sounded off relentlessly, and time rewound. Suddenly, a voice rose, and people were bustling around. Ephraim stood in the corner and observed the scene. She could only observe. Ticky was just showing the past. It's a shame every time I see it. They can't even interact with me. Some of the busy publishing house staff passed through Ephraim. Anyway, Ephraim closed her eyes and opened her ears. She was searching for a certain name, Casey, designated as forbidden. Snap, space froze. The past was torn down, and the world returned to the stopped present. There it is. The place the publishing house employee was headed, muttering about Casey, was the basement. Ephraim followed him down the stairs and approached the bookshelf to put Casey's manuscript. Phew! She sighed with relief as soon as she found the application stuck there. Thank God they also kept forbidden books. There are 3 volumes. All of Casey's books were banned, titled Theory of Relativity. Theory of Relativity, Volume 2, Volume 3, and Volume 4. How important and shocking was this scientific discovery that it needed to be published in 4 volumes. My hope was here. Maybe it was because she'd been living alone for the past 2 years. She was worried about it. But thanks to Tiki, I don't think I went crazy. If I go back and live my life again, I'll recover soon. It was a bit sad when she thought about how many more years she'd need to study here. Anyway, Ephraim brushed the dust off the manuscripts. Why do wizards look down on science? The value of these manuscripts are more precious than all of the papers those magic professors ceremonially published to protect their positions, even sending the purge officers after me. Right, can't I just find the purge officers and kill them while time stopped? It's a risky idea. Ephraim shook her head. The purge officers just do what they are told to do, and she was no killer. Let's just study. Ephraim looked through Casey's manuscript and sat down. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, Ticky cried out loudly and rewound the second hand. Ah, Ticky, what are you? Stomped the sound of footsteps descending into the basement cut Ephraim off. Startled, she stood and glanced up. Stomp a stride full of elegance and pride. She could tell who it belonged to with that alone. Deculein. Ephraim knew she couldn't influence him, but she pressed herself against the wall almost instinctively. There was no need for the head of the family to come in person, ha. Just guide me. Yes, Deculein was with a man who looked to be the publishing company's president. The president moved in a hurry and pointed to the bookshelf where Casey's manuscript was stored. This is it. I was about to burn them, but because you suddenly contacted me, shall I burn it right in front of you? This is the original. The president threatened the shelf with the torch he held. Ephraim grimaced. Come to think of it, why did Deculein leave this manuscript be? No, Deculein shook his head. Leave it here. Yes, I said leave it here. He spoke as if it wasn't important, but the president's face was strange. But Lord, a very strong request for cooperation came from the floating island and the Imperial Palace wizards. A very strong request for cooperation. Ephraim didn't know quite what that meant. We need to delete or expunge the originals. If they discover I'm storing it, the purge officers may try to interrogate me. It doesn't matter. Despite the mention of purge officers, Deculein didn't budge. But maybe it was because his life was at stake. The president mustered up the courage to ask. Could I ask you why? I'm sorry, but this is their first time sending someone directly from Floating Island, so I have no choice but to ask. Deculein stared down at him for a long moment, because even such an unsettling and forbidden book might be of help. Yes, help. The president still sounded suspicious, but Ephraim's eyes widened. Without realizing it, she covered her mouth. Don't ask any further questions. Let's go up. Yes, okay. The president left without further question, and Deculein remained alone in the basement staring at the bookshelf. And someday she will steal it. He smiled warmly as if he was thinking of something, then turned and went up the stairs. Ephraim felt her heartache. Chapter 308. Why does only my time pass as it pleases? 3. Ephraim flopped onto the basement floor. Her mind went blank. Of course, it was because of the past she had seen. She raised the pocket watch without saying a word. Click, the past came back to life with that sound, and Deculein and the publisher reappeared. I'm sorry, but this is the first time they sent someone directly from the floating island, so I have no choice but to ask. Because even such an unsettling and forbidden book might be of help. Ephraim knew who he was thinking about. Someday she will steal it. It was a completely different tone from how he spoke when he looked down on her research and dismissed it, saying it was stupid. Ephraim looked closely at his face. He was smiling faintly too, however. The past soon disappeared, crumbling away like sand. I don't care. Ephraim picked up the pocket watch again. Click, time rewound to that moment. Because even such an unsettling and forbidden book might be of help. Someday she will steal it. Ephraim snorted. She was stealing it right now, just as he said. The past crumbled away again, and Ephraim grabbed the pocket watch. Click, because even such an unsettling and forbidden book might be of help. Someday she will steal it. Click, because even such an unsettling and forbidden book, she will steal it. Click, she'll steal it. Watching the same scene dozens of times drained almost all of her mana. Ephraim sat down, exhausted. Why? She still found it difficult to understand. Why did Deculein do this? Why did he risk leaving this forbidden book for her? You said it was stupid research. He looked down on it, saying that it was a stupid study that ruined the face of the Imperial Magic Tower. Don't you hate me? Ephraim's voice trembled. That's interesting. She recalled that day in the Magic Tower. She recalled what she had said to Deculein on the Personnel Committee. She said that he used to criticize her father and steal his work, accusing him of being a plagiarist. I wanted you to hate me. Eferen, who stole all the equipment from his lab. Eferen did nothing but immature bullshit while standing next to him. Eferen lowered her head. Tick then, the pocket watch moved. Eferen turned her gaze to it. Were you the one who showed it to me? Tark, tick, tark. Eferen grabbed it and stood up. Then, now let's go, to the tower. Before even saying that, their location changed completely from the basement of the publishing house to a hallway in the tower. Tick, the pocket watch ticked on. Did you have to kick her out? Wasn't she just borrowing trouble? She heard Luina. Eferen looked around. Wasn't that an exaggerated measure? Luina and Deculein. The two were talking to each other while looking down from the window on the 77th floor of the tower. I couldn't leave it like this. At Deculein's response, Luina furrowed her brow. Eferen slowly approached. Why? Because it's dangerous. Dangerous. Eferen now realized his meaning from Deculein's gaze. She understood when she saw the person he was looking at. Dangerous. A wizard kicked out of the tower with a box following them with psychokinesis. It was Eferen. Deculein was watching Eferen. She was too hasty. Even if she may be recognized in the distant future, the floating island will not accept it now. It is appropriate to discipline her. Isn't it better to protect her? Luina asked, but Deculein shook his head. It would be more dangerous to be involved with me. If she's alone, the floating island can ignore it as it is the work of an arrogant young wizard. But if I embrace her, are you afraid that the floating island will consider it a big deal, thinking that Eucline is behind it? He didn't have to answer. Understanding his silence, Luina shrugged. So that's that. And what about your reputation? The kid went off with kind of a big bomb. Eferen flinched. Because of what she said at the personnel committee, Deculein was insulted as the plagiarism professor for a while, and the factions inside the tower split up. I don't care. Still, Deculein said that, strangely, with a rather proud look. Really, it is right to make it look like we cut off our relationship. She will continue her magic on her own without me. She is a talented kid. Eferen returned to the stopped present at that moment. I see, Eferen nodded. No matter what strange things she did, stealing equipment and acting like a fool, he was the same. He feared that she published the paper too hastily, putting herself at risk. He was afraid it would catch the attention of the floating island and their purge officers. To protect me first rather than the floating island. Tick once more, the scenery changed. This time it wasn't far in the past. No, it was just a few days ago. SHH. It's the purge officers, when Eferen was having dinner with Sylvia in the Magic Tower restaurant. That's enough. Who permitted you to check the magicians of the tower at your leisure? Deculein restrained them. I didn't allow you to do it like this. It is unacceptable to treat all wizards in the tower as criminals. The purge officers stepped because of Deculein's scolding, and Deculein left the restaurant after telling the students to eat. Eat up. Phew. After breathing out a sigh of relief, Eferen started eating again. That idiot. The present Eferen frowned while looking at herself. However, she was curious about why she was seeing this scene. Eferen ran after Deculein. Etheric Deculein, we can feel Eferen's mana inside there. A purge officer protested against Deculein in the tower lobby. I have told you the tower is under my jurisdiction. Also, I am more familiar with Eferen's mana than you. If Eferen was here, there's no way I wouldn't know. Deculein was tough. His eyes were like a wild beast's as he tore down the purge officers. That is the rule. Organizations from the floating island cannot exercise coercion in the magic tower. The Imperial Magic Tower belongs to the Empire, and the floating island is just the floating island. You are a wizard, Etheric Deculein. HMPH. You're a fool. I'm a noble before a wizard. Sometimes you misunderstand that the authority of nobility does not reach you, but that is when you are in heaven. As he jabbed a finger into the officer's shoulder, Deculein smiled deeply. Actually, it's thanks to us that you're even allowed to live in the sky you're so proud of for the rest of your lives. Etheric Deculein. Shut up. It is by a great tolerance that you are now invading the tower without my permission. I won't say it twice. Leave before my generosity and patience run out. The purge officers turned and fled. Chairman. At that moment, one of the staff at the tower cautiously approached him. There are crystal balls all over the tower to monitor inside. If you look at it, you'll see Eferen discard them. Yeah, the staff member's eyes widened at those words. Deculein looked down menacingly and said, I said get rid of them right now. We can't let the tower succumb to the floating island. Oh, why, yes, sir. All right. So far, it could be said this was due to Deculein's personality. Even though it was the floating island, it would be unacceptable for Deculein's very high self-esteem and ego to let them invade his tower. But Deculein's next behavior was a bit strange. He let out a small sigh and pulled the wood steel from his pocket. Weeing, wooing, it resonated as if looking for its brother. Deculein glanced at the restaurant. So you're there, Epheren. Epheren couldn't say anything as she watched him. Stupid girl. Deculein grinned and closed the restaurant door. As he left the tower, the past disappeared. Tick, the pocket watch ticked on, but there was no further replay. Tark, Epheren looked around the magic tower. She had traveled from Hadekin to here in less than a second. Distortion. Epheren felt she knew how. Time distortion. If time is my talent. Time and space were relative to speed. However, in this world where speed has stopped, she had the time to reach any distance at will. For example, she could change the time required to travel from the desert to the Empire to her liking. Why? Because time is my talent. Did it take 3 months? Ephraim smiled and unleashed her mana. It just takes one step. The moment she took that step, Ephraim was again in the desert. Hoo-hoo, she laughed triumphantly. It was a pity she had to suffer for 2 years before she figured this out. No, because of that suffering she could learn. Yes, I can do this. The realization of the magic to make time flow again now filled Epheren's mind. But before that, Epheren closed her eyes and opened them, and she was in the chairman's office. Professor, Deculein was frozen at his desk and reading a book. Epheren said, I'll be back soon. Epheren was walking with the pocket watch in hand. She no longer counted the date, and she didn't have to because she was now time. I drew the magic circle. Anyway, she completed the magic circle to make the frozen time pass. Its size was the entire continent. Her mana extended to the edges of the empire. In this frozen world, mana stones were just bricks, so there was nothing she could do about it. To implement the magic of this level, the size of the circle must be huge. Back to the desert. The center of the circle was in the desert. Epheren arrived back in time without having to move her feet. Hugh, she stood at the circle's center and prepared her spell. I don't know if it will work or not. But her understanding of time was clearer than ever after Epheren read all three of Casey's manuscripts. Hugh, when she took a deep breath, stomped the ground, vibrated. Stomp, stomp, Epheren was startled. She hadn't heard another's footsteps in years. No way. Her heart was pounding as she glanced back. No way, Professor Deculein. Long time no see. However, he wasn't the person she wanted it to be. Epheren's face hardened for a moment. She raised herself and watched him warily. Hi, the last believer key. He looked at her with a soft smile. Epheren Luna, the fall of the moon, a child born on a comet. After all, you fit that name. You're moving, huh? Yes, because I'm going to be guard, but I woke up a little while ago. Key approached her with applause. Indeed, it's impressive. You made even me freeze for this long. What do you mean? Epheren warmed up her mana. However, with no intention to fight, Key asked comfortably, Epheren, do you think this happened because of your mistake? A mistake? Could time stop with just one wizard's mistake? It was true that Epheren naturally asked that question but put it behind her, preoccupied with solving the situation. He shook his head and said, No, it's not a mistake. It's your talent that blossomed. What? More than that, you drew the magic circle here. He squatted and pointed to a part of the magic circle. Here too. Here and there, pointing his finger here and there, jumping like a frog. Epheren found the sight of him ridiculous. What are you doing? With this kind of magic, time will flow again, but you will become a fragmentary existence. Fragmentary existence. What is that? He continued. Epheren, now you can't be subordinated to any time. That's what happens when you're superior to time. From the moment you took Sophian's regression to the day you die, you will be drifting in time. Drifting. That word was somehow easy to understand. If you activate that magic, you won't be able to stay long in the same time zone. Key stood and wiped the dust off his pants. Will you be okay, though? It wouldn't be a human life. If you won't be okay, take my hand. Key held out his hand. As Epheren's eyes sharpened, he smiled and added, It doesn't have to be now. Someday, when it becomes so painful that you cannot live, then you can take my hand. I am God. I can give you anything you want. I don't believe in God. Yes, I know, most atheists don't. Key retracted his hand and shrugged. They don't believe in God but believe in themselves. I think that's stupid, but you can trust me. Your life will be more painful than any others. You're wrong. I don't believe in myself either. That's a little bit unique. Key's eyes narrowed. You don't believe in yourself either. Yes, I don't. I've always been too stupid to do so. Ephraim nodded. Then she prepared her magic again. Fragmentary existence drifting in time. She wouldn't have understood in the past, but now it was easy. Who do you trust? Key asked. Ephraim's grey energy rose like dust as she replied. I believe in Deculein, short but firm. The professor who came to mind stood like a giant tree and secretly supported her, her one and only teacher. So, to say something like that, you have to convince Deculein first. Ephraim smiled. Then I will consider it. Key nodded with a frown. He probably knew he couldn't either. Ephraim chuckled and unleashed her magic. Crack! At that moment, mana gushed from Ephraim's heart and enveloped the world. TSSSS. Julie's cylinder opened. Whoa! Wow! Idnik and Alan peered inside. Swoosh! Magical smoke overflowed from the lid. Hey, can you hear me? Idnik asked first. Alan chimed in. Excuse me, can you hear us? Swish. A white hand popped out and gripped the edge of the cylinder. Whoa! Wow! The two were astonished. Whoosh! Smoke wrapped around her as Julie pulled herself free. Ah! She rubbed her temples with tired eyes. Her complexion was much more lively, and she looked younger. Oh, Julie was alive. It's a success, Ephraim. Ephraim. Idnik and Alan were the first to call to Ephraim. Julie didn't know who Ephraim was, nor the two in front of her yelling, so she took up her guard. Ha, look at her, so cute. Hey, Ephraim, come and see her. Julie is younger than you. What are you guys talking about? Alan smiled brightly and examined Julie, who was confused. Idnik glanced back, but Ephraim was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 309. Why does only my time pass as it pleases? 4. Tick. Tock. Ephraim opened her eyes. She looked around, and she saw that she was in a strange place. It must be a cabin or a log house, as the ceiling and the floor were all made of wood. Ephraim first raised her torso, and are you awake? Key's voice. Startled, she looked up. This is amazing, Key muttered while reading Casey's books. The photoelectric effect, Brownian motion, theory of relativity, gravitational waves, quantum mechanics, black holes. He expresses the providence of nature and the universe through human science. Swish. Ephraim took the manuscripts with psychokinesis. She tucked everything into her robe pockets. Where are we? Key answered. It's a temple. Temple. Yes, the temple where I worshipped God for 10,000 years. He smiled. Ephraim asked bluntly. Then were you the one who brought me here? You can say that. Why don't you like it? Deculein wanted to come here. The professor. Yes. It was too simple and quiet for Deculein to want to visit. Ephraim stared at Key without saying a word until he raised an eyebrow. You asked where we are. Yes. It's outside the world. Outside the world. Literally outside the world in which humans live. It's not the underworld. The place where the soul lives are truly inside the world. This is neither the afterlife nor the other world. It is a space that is not a world. I am always here. Why only you? Ephraim was suspicious of Key. He had a kind and gentle face now, but he pursued the mad hope of resetting the continent. I have stayed here for 10,000 years. Maybe not 10,000 years. It might be longer. I was repeating prayers in a meaningless time, and when I came back to my senses, I was here. 10,000 years. It was a very distant time for Ephraim, which humans couldn't endure. They say you are the cause of this space. Yes, my prayers have reached God. He gave me meaning instead of death. Key laughed softly. So this is a space reserved only for my God and me. I am here, and the bodies and dolls I made are in your phenomenal world. The term phenomenon referred to the world Ephraim knew and the afterlife. And Ephraim, you are no different from me. You will be wandering through your life indefinitely because time can no longer hold on to you. Ephraim clenched her fists. Let's see if this is your life. He drew a line with his mana, a horizontal straight line. In the middle, he drew a vertical line intersecting it. From the moment you received Safian's regression to this day. There was something suspicious about Key's words. Why was it after Safian's regression? Key smiled. You went to a different time with Safian one day, right? Ephraim's eyes grew round. Ephraim, there's no way anyone can time travel with you. She remembered their trip and Deculein's death, the words and wand he left to her, a kind and warm look, and a shooting star. A comet fell. With that, the time travel was over. Were you in that future? Key asked. Ephraim shook her head. I and everyone who knows me must not meet me who is out of time. She was not a person in their life anymore. A paradox would occur if they met like that. Yes, that's right. You are alone. A paradox would endanger the lives of herself and whoever faced her. Unless it was a special space like Lakrelin, that is, a magical space that perfectly acknowledged the coexistence of contradictions. So, are you telling me to join forces with you? Even while looking at Ephraim, Key's expression didn't change. You're not going to join forces with me now, right? But you will eventually come back to this place, to me. I'll have to try first to know. Do you think you can stand it? 1 year for humans will become 10 years over and over again for you. A blind spot in time deviation, the illusion that a day once experienced would never be repeated. However, Ephraim's time would spread without a standard to abide by, so she might experience the same thing tens or hundreds of times. I know. Will you be okay, though? Humans only know if it's okay or not after trying. You wouldn't know, Ephraim replied. Yeah, that's stupid, Key nodded, but Ephraim shook her head. No, it's a challenge. At that moment, the landscape changed. First, the clear blue sky above. Tick-tock, the pocket watch was ticking. Ephraim looked down. Excuse me, she spoke to the wooden clock. Can you hear me? Tick, the pocket watch only ticked. Anyone would treat her like a crazy person, but Ephraim persevered and stood while talking to the watch, no, to the old man. I know everything. It's you, old man Rohakan, right? Talk. At that moment, the pocket watch stopped ticking. This was given to me by you. You ordered Merkin to do so. A pocket watch without intellect could detect her feelings in a very wicked way and reveal Deculein's past. That was absurd. Deculein designed the wood steel like that in the first place. If you think about it, maybe I always wanted to lean on something and depend on it. Words like sighs flowed through her lips. I must not have wanted to be alone. The attribution of an item might also be due to that habit. I need an item because I'm not enough. I need my father's help, the bracelet. I don't need it anymore. Ephraim quietly stared at the pocket watch. So you don't have to do that, but geez, I can't speak properly. Why is it so cold? It was freezing. Whoosh, they were on the top of a mountain, so of course it was cold. You don't have to answer, but can I ask for just one thing? Tick, the clock ticked. Was he answering that it was possible? Ephraim continued with a soft smile. Then, rustle, rustle, as if winter would arrive soon, the campus of Imperial University was covered in fallen leaves. I had just heard from Alan that Julie had woken up. At the same time, Ephraim disappeared, Professor. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to me from behind. Looking back, I saw someone in a hood chuckling. Ephraim, would you like to have some rohok with me? It was a sudden suggestion out of nowhere. However, she hurried over with a confident look and held out a thick envelope. Here, the answer sheet for the screening test. I glared at her and opened the seal. The contents were 100 sheets of magic paper. So, I examined it quietly. However, I knew it the moment I read the first sentence. The process, of course, would be perfect. The more I read it, the more I felt it was redundant. All the logic was right. Ephraim. Did she become so smart instantly, or was it because of the phenomena I had recently felt? I put the answer sheet back in the envelope and asked. Time stopped for a moment. However, Ephraim didn't show any reaction. Really, how do you know? There is such a thing as flow. In an instant, I recognized that the flow of time had stopped. I see, but that's not what's important right now. What? I frowned, and she said, Rohawk, hawk, sizzling, sizzling, sizzle. You can eat it now. Please enjoy. Pig's flour. As soon as we entered, the owner led us to the top floor dedicated to nobility. What the quality of the meat is different. Ephraim glared as she watched the meat being cooked on the iron plate. No way. Have they been giving me something like an intermediate level? And I spent so much money here. I watched her. I want to discuss with Julia. Ephraim was enraged, but actually this was my fault. I bestowed Midas' hand to the rohawk meat. It was the first time I had used it on food, and it didn't show much. Maybe something would change when I ate it. I feel so betrayed, seriously. Ephraim cut into a piece while speaking of betrayal. She used her knife carefully, but she cut it all wrong. She was lacking in etiquette still. Stab Ephraim skewered a piece. Then she blinked and looked at me. Professor, have some too. Eat first. Yes, she didn't think twice before complying. And she lost her words. As soon as she put it in her mouth, the meat melted and disappeared, and Ephraim's expression was gone in a haze of ecstasy. Wow, Julia, Shaking and calling for Julia, she offered me meat again. Eat it quickly, the taste doesn't make sense. I nodded and moved my knife, with perfect etiquette, of course. Efren watched blankly. It is different. I took a bite, ignoring her. It's okay. Right. It's not just okay. Efren laughed softly. Then I looked at my watch. There wasn't much time left. Eat it quickly. I was going to say that, but I didn't have to. Chomp chomp. Efren had already given up on cutting and grabbed the chunk of meat with both hands and ripped it with all her might. In 10 minutes, she had devoured half the beast. Swoosh! At that moment, faint mana sank low across the ground. Purge officers. The purge officers will come. I know, I can feel it. You know it. Did you come here to turn yourself in? Gulp. Efren swallowed another bite before answering. It won't work anymore. What? More importantly, she put a wooden pocket watch on the desk. What is this? It's from old man Rohacken. Please deliver it to him. I don't need it anymore. I looked at it. I artificially stopped it for a while, but time will flow again soon. Tick, the second hand moved. The tip of the wooden needle trembled as if it might move again at any moment. Seeing this, Efren's face became sad. It was very delicious today. Is it because I ate with you? Can I take the rest? If you can take it. Immediately, Efren grabbed the rohawk and wrapped it in her mana. Ha ha! She smiled at me. Then her expression morphed again. For some reason, her eyes were filled with longing. Thank you, Professor, like a puppy caught in the rain. And, she paused for a moment. Only her lips moved, then she spat out one syllable, eventually shaking her head and swallowing the rest of her words. The rest later. At that moment, 3 purge officers appeared as they passed through the dining room walls. Each wielded their mana whips violently. Tak, however, the second hand of the pocket watch ticked again. In that instant, Efren was gone, of course with the rohawk. I wiped my lips with a napkin. The officers were greatly astonished. Indeed, the whole area of this pig's flower was blocked by a barrier. Everything you do is in vain, you guys. The purge officers looked back at me. Their eyes were full of anger and embarrassment. If you had stayed still, she would have turned herself in. I smirked and stood. One of the purge officers responded. That's not necessary. Only slaughter. Is Efren a pig to be slaughtered? She was half a pig, though. He shook his head. She is one of the most dangerous wizards on this continent. If a paradox occurs, in our magic world, usually the most dangerous wizard, I put the napkin down on the table and tidied up my clothes, are called archmages. The officer shook his head. Archmages can control their talent. A force out of control is a catastrophe. That's what I said. Efren is moving into that class. They went silent for a moment. I had no idea what these guys were thinking. They were the natural enemy of wizards, but they weren't flexible because they didn't live in society. You mean you won't cooperate? The officer asked. I will cooperate. It just means that whether I cooperate or not, you won't be able to catch her. You surely lack comprehension. I muttered so and left the restaurant. Hugh. Meanwhile, Efren looked around her new landscape. When is this? First, she pulled her hood up. I also got a mask, and the rohawk. 90% of her mana was wasted to keep this guy. She took a bite of one leg, and it was delicious, but it doesn't taste the same. It was tasty, but not ecstatically so. After all, what you eat is just as important as who you eat with. More importantly, where am I? Swoosh. It was a beach with waves. It seemed to be near Hadekane too. Efren looked to the distant horizon where there was an island wrapped in black mist. Oh, it's Sylvia's island. The Voices Island. Geez. Efren thought of something and smiled a little. Then she waved her hand. In an instant, a flat oval appeared. It was a space warping portal. If I step into it, I will be on Sylvia's island. Sylvia's gallery, to be exact, the space where the paintings she drew were displayed. Sylvia, you said it right, that I would steal it. Muttering mischievously, she chose among the paintings of Deculein lined up there. Rather than being cursed without stealing, isn't it better to steal and be cursed? She chose the one she liked the most. It was a portrait of Deculein in a small frame. Looking straight ahead, a painting was identical enough to be mistaken for a photograph. I'm not going to let the professor die. Efren made a promise, and she removed the portrait. Wee, a siren sounded out, but Efren only smiled. Thank you, Sylvia. I'll take it with me like a talisman. Tick, the clock ticked in her heart. It was a sound to signal her departure. Bye. And like that, Efren began her endless drift in time. Chapter 310. Glass Flower 1. The garden of the imperial palace was large. If you walked around ignorantly, you would get lost, and even if you roamed for a week, you still wouldn't see all of it. In such a vast magical space, the four seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter coexisted, and in the garden of winter, Safian was fighting a knight. Clank, clank, their swords were colliding with a roar. The scattered mana was as bright as the sun, and it felt like any watchers might go blind if they looked too closely. Nevertheless, Leah kept her eyes open. She persistently followed the scene and didn't waste a single second. Boom! The two engaged in this fierce sword dance were Emperor Safian and Keron. It was the type of duel that nobody had ever seen before, nor could see likely ever again. Mana surged like lightning, and the ground shook with each clashing blow. "You are getting stronger, your majesty," Keron said while staring down at the emperor beyond his sword. Safian grinned. Then she pushed Keron's sword back. Clang! Steel scattered like shards across the ground. Keron looked at the handle of what had once been a sword in his hand. "You said I got stronger. It seems that I've already transcended you." Safian said so and sheathed her weapon. Leah ran to her with a towel, and Ahan held out a chilled water bottle. "Right." Safian looked at Keron with the towel and water in hand. "Did Deculein go to Rohakan now?" "Yes, and Julie has been healed." At that moment, Ahan and Leah trembled Esranob's .netant, then nodded. Yes, Knight Julie was healed. Julie was freed from all her painful memories, curses, and wounds. Safian was curious to see how much she would grow now. Okay. However, fortunately, Knight Julie does not remember the past, Keron said. However, Safian's reaction was surprising. Why is that fortunate? Keron closed his mouth. He didn't know yet if it was the Emperor's random whim, if she was joking, or if it was really sincere. It must be painful to him, even if he doesn't say anything. If Julie falls in love with someone random, even I don't want to see that. Keron quietly lowered his head, but inside he smiled. The precious thing called sympathy was being taught to the Emperor. But it's okay. In the end, I will make it right. Safian smiled a little and waved her hand. Now, everyone, go back. I want to rest comfortably. Leah, only you remain. Yes. Keron and Ahan seemed to be jealous for some reason, and they stared at Leah with narrowed eyes as they left the garden. Leah, Safian sat at the tea table. Yes, your majesty, I have seen and heard. What do you mean? Deculein was burning Julie's diary, a memory fading into consciousness. At first, the situation was murky, but as time progressed, it became fact. Leah's eyes widened. Deculein is like me. A smile spread across Safian's lips. He hoped that Julie would be happy since he loves her. She lowered her head with a pensive expression. Leah, all your advice was correct. It's strange. How can anyone know Deculein so well? Safian said. Leah looked up at her quietly, and soon Safian met her eyes. So I'm thinking. And then she whispered in a small voice. Yuli. Leah's heart stopped. Safian found Leah so adorable that she put her hand on her little head. That was you. I was walking through the vineyards of Rohakan with a pocket watch in one hand to keep her request. Woosh, the person I was looking for, appeared quickly. Oh, you came. A child waved his arms warmly at me. You got younger, Rohakan. Short Rohakan. I looked down at him. Ha ha. Rohakan laughed and picked two grapes. One for me, the other for him. I was doing my other disciple's request. As he walked through the vineyards, Rohakan spoke. I shook my head. You don't have to do that. Only one meal, only. What a comfort that time must have been for that child. Even if she hadn't asked for it, I would have done it. Meanwhile, we reached Rohakan's hut. Sit down. Rohakan pointed to the living room. I sat down and pulled out Ephraim's pocket watch. Ephraim asked me to deliver it. Just keep it with yourself. Rohakan shook his head. She won't be able to see me anymore anyway. I could tell it was true by looking at Rohakan. The time has passed without us realizing. It was short for me. I'm going, but you still have work to do, don't you? Yes, my discussion with Key. However, Rohakan asked, what about you after that? I didn't know what would happen to me after that. I already knew that this body had a short lifespan left. So, if given the option to return to Kim Woojin's world, I am thinking about it. Okay, of course you would. Rohakan smiled brightly. Well, that guy named Key is a very pathetic ancestor. Is that so? The one who served God could not acknowledge the death of that God and was left alone for too long. Key, the final boss, the most faithful and the most unhappy believer, what choice would he make in the end? Deculein. Rohakan turned to me. He had a serious look now. There's not much left. Yes, I know. The time for the end of this world to start. The end of the main quest wasn't far away. Rohakan smiled. Before that, aren't you going to meet Julie again? No, that's a lie. You want to meet her too, right? I'll be going now. I stood. Even though I knew that Rohakan would die, I didn't have much to talk about. But Rohakan added sternly, get some grapes and give her them as a gift. The white grapes are good for rehabilitation. I paused for a moment and looked back. The boy, Rohakan, smiled brightly and waved. Bye, I will die well. Yes, thank you for everything, I nodded. Rohakan gestured as he scratched the back of his neck. Thank you, it doesn't suit you, just go. Deculein, and he paused for a moment and raised his eyebrows in a smirk. He was expecting me to tell him. I granted his wish. Kim Woojin, the other soul in my body. Okay, Kim Woojin. Rohakan must have been aware of its existence for some time. That's a good name. Meanwhile, Eidnik, Alan, and Julie returned from time to the Empire. Their destination was Freyden. You have a great talent. They reached the foot of the mountain in Freyden with only one step. Julie looked at Alan with admiration. Alan just smiled softly without a word. Eidnik asked, how is your body? It's fine. Okay. As they climbed the snowy mountain road, the two talked. You still don't understand what I said. Yes. Young Julie was confident in everything. Was I cursed? Of course, she knew roughly about that. After suffering for 10 years under the curse, she was detoxified by the only way to heal her, turning back her time just up to there. Yes, that's right. A voice echoed from elsewhere. The three flinched and turned around. Under the shade of a barren tree, the shadows formed the shape of a person. Hi, Julie. Josephine. Julie's eyes were filled with reluctance. Sister, thank you. Josephine linked arms with Julie and looked between Eidnik and Alan alternately. For saving Julie. It's not us you should thank. Are you talking about that child, Eferen? Josephine smiled brightly. Eidnik found the smile a bit creepy. Yes, but now I can't find her. Then I'll compensate her later. I heard that Freyden is not well. Will that be possible? Yes. Julie let out a screeching sound. Are you saying Freyden is in bad shape? SHH. We'll talk about that later. Josephine put her hand to her lips and pulled Julie away. I'll take Julie with me now. As you please. Eidnik nodded. Freyden, the winter castle. Julie lost her words when greeted by the harsh and cold climate. An ice age. An ice age had arrived in Freyden, covering the land in lifeless frost. Yes, Freyden's condition is not very good. Please sit down first. Josephine sat in the dining room and pointed across from her. Julie hesitated and sat. You must be hungry, right? Yes, Julie said. Josephine laughed softly. A meal will be served soon. More than that, you must have a lot of questions. Of course, but our brother and father. Father is dead. We even had a funeral together. Julie's eyes widened. Our father. Her eyes instantly grew wet. Don't cry. Josephine wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. So Zeit is the head of our family, and now he's off to solve this issue. Julie was dumbfounded. Indeed, the gap of 10 years wasn't easily narrowed. For Julie, her father, who had been fine until last night, died, and the peaceful Freyden was suffering. What about me? What do I do? Leave Freyden for now. Staying here won't do you any good. Yes. Then where would I go? You're still in college, right? At Josephine's words, Julie nodded. Julie was indeed a college student in her memories. To be precise, she was a knight cadet affiliated with the Imperial University. Then you should go to college. Stay there. As you stay, Josephine pulled out several documents. It was the minutes of the family meeting for Freyden. It's 10 years of records. As you read this, you must accept the years yourself. Is that okay? Julie slapped her cheeks before answering. Yes, but is it true that our father died and that I was cursed? Yes, it's all in the minutes, but it's true. Josephine wore her sorrow plainly as she held out another briefcase to Julie. Take it. Inside are your train tickets to the Empire, your ID, pocket money, and your student ID. Don't worry too much. I will be watching. Julie picked up her ID but tilted her head at the content. It has a different name. Yes, even if you tell people you are who you were 10 years ago, they won't believe you, and if you say that, you will stand out in the eyes of the purge officers. Purge officers, Julie quietly muttered. She had heard of them. Julie, you're alive by the nonsensical magic of turning time. If so, what will the purge officers think when they see you? Julie understood quickly. Just in time, the meal was served. It was wild boar meat. However, the condition was poor at a glance. Josephine smiled bitterly at her. All the animals that come up to the castle are frozen wild beasts. You know, Zeit, we maintain the same diet as the people. Yes, it's rather good. Julie nodded and dug into the wild boar's hind legs. When she took a bite, she hesitated for a moment. It was really bad, but she chewed it anyway. And Julie. Yes, watch out for Deculein. Yes, if it's Deculein from the tower. Yes, now he's the chairman. Julie's eyes widened. It was more surprising news than anything else. Of course, even if he was famous as a wizard with good performance and good looks, to think he would even become the chairman. But why is he dangerous? You will see from the minutes of the meeting. Whoosh, at that moment, a cold wind blew through the hall. Josephine continued softly as she put her hand on her chin. You're his ex-fiancée, and you two broke up because of that curse. Gulp. Julie's ears were ringing. Chapter 311, Glass Flower 2, The Winter Castle. There, Julie was looking at her sword in a cold room. With a blank look, she examined the length of the blade and the hilt over and over. The fine metal was hardened to absorb mana, and the handle was smoothed from where her hand had gripped at it over the years. This is my sword. Julie held the sword. A chill ran down her spine, and her hair stood on end. It felt so natural she wasn't sure if she was holding the sword or the sword was holding her. Julie shivered. Then she sat on the bed and looked over the family meeting minutes. Deculein was your ex-fiancé. He broke the marriage because of the curse. It was hard to understand everything. It was a relationship in which they had no contact with each other in the first place. Deculein, Julie knew him. He was famous in the university. According to the gossip of the aristocratic world, he was a very bad guy. However, at that time, the Deculein that Julie saw was a person who had his own thing. He lived only for himself. That's why Julie couldn't help but envy Deculein. But how? Julie looked at a specific page of the meetings. Julie could not escape from Marek due to Deculein's excessive mission pressure, and was caught up in the explosion caused by the vengeful spirit inside. Her heart was covered with dark energy and cursed, but she miraculously survived. However, Euclan and Deculein proved rather demanding in seeking compensation for the damages. This described why she was cursed. We couldn't get engaged, right? 10 years could change even rivers and mountains. Accepting that weight so quickly was still difficult. Phew, Julie looked around the room. The only furniture was a bed, a chair, and a knight's textbook. This scenery was the same as 10 years ago with one difference. The famous sword she held. Empire, she had a purpose. She was much more certain and more honest than Julie from 10 years later when she was hit by reality. The guardian knight of the Empire. And Freyden. Julie wanted to protect her family. 2 days later, Julie arrived at the island. The island like this. Indeed, the capital of the empire changed tremendously in 10 years. It was a place so bright that her eyes felt dry. As she walked, blinking like a village peasant, she arrived at the Knights' Order affiliated with the Imperial University. Stop! Outsiders are not allowed from here on. Unlike the Magic Tower, which was partially open to general college students, the Knights were completely cut off. Julie approached the Knight and showed her a letter of recommendation. I am a new cadet. The Knight read the letter. ID. Yes. When she presented her ID, he read it together with the recommendation letter and nodded. Are you from Freyden? Yes, a collateral line. It's been a long time since we had a nepotism case. Fine, get in. Talk to the dormitory manager, and he will give you an empty room. As soon as he found out that she was a cadet and from a collateral line, he immediately started to speak informally. Julie nodded. Yes, Julie entered. She knew the internal structure of the Knights building well. Dormitory, she arrived at the dormitory quickly and unpacked in room 303. It's been a while since we had a nepotism case. The other cadets will arrive tomorrow for outside training, so please rest. The superintendent explained in front of the dormitory door. Yes, Julie sat on the bed as she answered. Slam, the superintendent closed the door. Silence. A single room. She used to stay in a double room, but now it was a single. Would a single room be more comfortable after all? Let's study. She was still a long way from accepting this 10-year difference. The family meeting minutes, how the empire had changed over the past 10 years and this situation. To learn it all, library. Tick-tock, Sylvia was studying. It was not about magic but education. It was really hard to teach stupid kids Creek. A woman pulled out a seat not far from her. At first, Sylvia didn't pay her much mind. Thud, 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 thud too. Doo-doo, but the sound of books being stacked was bothering her. It was the characteristic of people who didn't study. They just stacked books they couldn't read. Sylvia rubbed her temple and looked up. Her eyes widened. You! The woman, who had just opened the top book, looked at her and tilted her head. Julie, no, looking closely, it wasn't Julie. This one was much younger. Do you know me? When Sylvia didn't answer, the woman who resembled Julie asked. I mistook you. Oh, I see. By the way, are you a professor? Sylvia nodded. I'm a magic professor. There was no difference between an instructor and a professor. Oh, magic professor, that's amazing. I am a knight cadet. College student. Yes. If you're a magic professor, would it be okay if I ask a question? Why was she so friendly? If you think about it, Sylvia was the first to speak. What are you curious about? Would learning magic also help with swordsmanship? Yes, an immediate answer. Sylvia lifted her index finger and gathered mana over it. The blue air current took the form of a sword. Mana coordination. The actions of knights are all related to this mana coordination power, and coordination most closely related to magic. The cadet lifted her index finger in mimicry. She was trying to gather mana like herself, but it didn't work. How dare a knight follow a wizard? Whoosh! However, the mana of the cadet was expressed slightly differently. In an instant, a chill swept past the table, and Sylvia's mana froze blue. This display of talent made her brain tingle for a moment. It was a talent. A real talent of the kind Sylvia hadn't seen in a very long time. Sylvia's expression hardened. Where are you from? I'm from Freyden's collateral line. Like that night, she was from Freyden. Although something was suspicious, Sylvia stared at the knight without saying anything. Yes, the white-haired cadet tilted her head. Don't you want to take my class? Anyone who wanted to become a professor couldn't just sit around and watch a real talent rot in the library like this. Early in the morning, with the knights affiliated with Imperial University, I visited them today as the commander of the Imperial Guard. Ha ha! The captain of the Imperial Guard is here at dawn. I always go to work in the morning. Oh, as expected from you. The head of the knights affiliated with the university was Bellerin. He had surrendered his position to me, and he was now pouring coffee into a teacup. Was the Book of Revelation found in this knight's university too? Bellerin's shoulders trembled. I watched his reaction carefully, then took a sip of my coffee. Yes, that's right. He nodded with a solemn look. I'm cautious about reporting this to you, but some copies of this Book of Revelation have been found in the dormitories. The revelation of the altar. It was spread quite deeply in the Empire. There were probably quite a few people in the Empire who believed in them now, either knowingly or unknowingly. If there is an informant doing missionary work in this place, well, we are not a law enforcement agency. Ha ha, as he talked, he kept glancing furtively at me, pretending to be asking for advice. I will send an adventurer. Her name is Leah, so treat her appropriately. Yes. I pulled the cadet roster from him with psychokinesis, then flipped through the names. There was nothing special about any of them. Also, I will keep an eye on the events of the Knight's Order in the future. Oh, since there is the joint training with the Magic Tower too. Knights and wizards, wizards and knights. Although they appeared to be opposites, the bond between the two professions was clear. The knights usually protected the wizards, leading the knights in battle. Therefore, now that war with the altar wasn't far away, this joint training was quite important. No, I'll personally observe the joint training. What? Bellerin asked. What? Are you uncomfortable in my presence? Oh no, it's not that. Not only that, I plan to prepare a curriculum for knights using understanding. Even if the world were destroyed tomorrow, humans would be the ones planting an apple tree. Thank you for your hard work. I'll be going. I stood. Bellerin bowed behind me and shouted, Yes. Goodbye. I stood at the entrance to the open training ground behind the main building. For a moment, I examined the earthy field. It was calm and quiet since all the cadets had left for training. But there was a wooden sword stuck in the middle of the training ground. Is it Jessabab? T/N, steamed rice prepared for an ancestral rite. It was put up like a spoon in a Jessabab. I grabbed it. A sword, a sword. The little long stick that Julie loved and was the life of knights. Whoosh, I swung it. At first, a simple horizontal move. However, as I continued, the sword gradually spread for a total of 13 moves. The formula of 21 strokes for every move in one skill. Therefore, the formula of 273 strokes. It was the swordsmanship that I devised by myself while thinking of Julie. This is pathetic. However, I stopped with the first skill. Thud, I shook my head and stuck the sword back into the ground. Meanwhile, Julie was studying history in the dormitory. She had finished her morning workout a while ago. However, today, right now, she caught sight of an unusual situation. Chairman Deculein, the training ground beyond her window. In the far-off grounds, which would be seen as only a dart to the general public, Deculein was standing by her sword. He looks the same from my memory. He was no different. He wore a suit even after graduating. Whatever he was trying to do, Julie took her eyes off the history book for a moment and watched him. He looked at the wooden training sword she had planted in the ground, then grabbed the handle with a grin. Julie blinked. She had put it there to go back and train after studying. However, in the very next moment, her eyes widened. Swish, she could feel the sword swing from even this distance. It was difficult to describe them in words, so instead, her mouth fell open as her eyes followed Deculein. One stroke moving in time with every breath. One skill that the movements completed organically. Like art, like a waterfall at the foot of a mountain, it unfolded without slowing. Oh! And then it randomly stopped. Clank, it was broken as Deculein came to a halt. Why? He shook his head as if he found it pathetic and thrust the wooden sword into the ground. Then he left the training grounds. On the other hand, Julie slam. She ran out of the dormitory. Boom, bang, bang. Deculein had already disappeared, but she ran blindly and drew the wooden sword stuck in the middle of the training ground. Grasping it, thinking of the move that Deculein had just shown. Did he do it like this? Piece by piece, she began to recreate the memory. Chapter 312, Glass Flower 3, Hadekin, Euclin's Castle. Looking up at the moon rising in the night sky, Uriel sighed. Are you worried about your brother? At Primian's words, she sharply narrowed her eyes and turned to look at her. No, I was thinking about the future. The continent, about the apocalypse the altar was spreading, and the nations that would be shaken. Uriel was thinking about the path Euclan would take. This time, the order of repression came for religion. Emperor Saphian forbade the publication of the Book of Revelation without permission and religious incitement. In addition, the phenomenon of population outflow, in which residents fascinated with the altar left for annihilation, was left to the territory's autonomy to deal with. It wouldn't be a good idea to forcefully block it. A decree of repression of the altar, issued by the Pope himself, stated a hardline attitude that those who don't cooperate would be excommunicated. Most countries, such as the Empire, Riak, and Uran, would soon be violently driven. Of course, the demon blood would be caught up in that whirlwind. It's going to be a witch hunt. Uriel looked back at Primian. Primian shrugged. It sounds like Riak's gas chamber has been activated again. After Saphian's desert expedition settled things down, there was a new danger ahead of them. By the way, are you okay? Rumors are circulating in the political world that you may be a demon blood. Primian and Uriel shared that they were demon bloods with each other a long time ago. Yes, it's okay. How is the situation there now? Rohalak and its surroundings are closely connected. The kill team you mentioned is preparing to move. Great, Uriel nodded. This was the major project Uriel was preparing so far, working in the shadows, maneuvering the demon blood inside the Rohalak concentration camp to the outside so that they could help Deculein. Their goal was not only to eliminate the main elements of the altar, but also to kill the nobles of the empire who were cooperating with them. There would be no evidence left. No, even if the evidence remained, there would be no suspects to pursue. After everything, they would all return to the camp. Uriel crossed her arms. Let's begin. Julie was doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She stopped at 100. Immediately after, she leaped down from the bar and started doing push-ups. Another cadet moved to the now-empty iron bar. You're slow. Are you a slug? Their instructor's shouts washed over them. Julie finished 100 push-ups instantly and threw her body into the mud. The black soil of mana nipped at the soles of her feet. She pulled her knees up as she advanced in a crawl. Too slow. Still, the instructor said she was slow. Julie turned her head and looked around. The cadets' faces were unspeakable, holding empty eyes and grimaces of pain. From their point of view, this training in hell started as soon as their previous training session was over. Move, Julie moved. Crawling through the mud, she reached a steep wooden wall. The height was more than 10 meters. However, mana couldn't be used for this kind of physical training. So she grabbed the loose rope and started climbing. Just as she neared the top, she heaved herself over and fell. Once she landed, Julie ran to the instructor without showing any signs of shock or pain. Cadet number 273. First place. The instructors didn't call cadets by name. They were just numbers. I see that you're not a shabby nepotism case, Julie exclaimed loudly. Thank you. In the restaurant right after training, Julie was eating alone. To be honest, it tasted better than Frayden's meals. Hey! A certain cadet put down a plate next to her as she wolfed down the food. Julie looked up. It was a woman of neutral beauty. No, was it a man? They asked. I heard you are from Frayden. Yes. Oh, I'm from the north too. Nice to meet you. She held out her hand. Julie grabbed it. I am Ki. The name was quite peculiar. Queen Quan Ki Ki. It was hard to pronounce. Yes, Ki. What is your name? When asked for her name, Julie hesitated a little. It was probably best to hide her real name. It's Yuri. It said Yuri on her ID. In consideration of Julie, who wasn't familiar with lying, Josephine changed only a few letters. Yeah, Yuri, but what kind of trouble is this? Because of Deculein. Deculein, you mean the chairman? Yes, you're training in hell because Deculein is observing. Taking up a spoon of rice as she sighed, Key glanced at Julie. More importantly, if you're from Frayden, you must not know much about the Empire, right? Yes, oh yeah, I don't. Then, great. Key reached out to Julie. Let's be friends. Let me introduce it to you. All the Empire. Julie pondered for a moment, but she didn't need to. There was too much she didn't know. Yes, thank you. She took Cadet Key's hand. The scoring for the Emperor screening test was over. There were a total of 8 people with correct answers. It was fewer than I thought, but one of them was excluded, so there were only 7. However, there were some pretty bizarre names among them. I could understand Luna, Ihelm, Sephine, and Ephren. However, the 4 professors of Imperial Magic Tower, including Relin and Sire, were quite difficult to accept. Did you help? I asked the self-proclaimed guard, who was sitting in the guest chair in my office now and yawning. Key. What? No, I just awakened their potential and brought out more. It was the strength of the professors that took them this far. Key laughed softly. I shook my head. But can you move this easily? What does it matter? In the end, we will meet eventually. It's good to talk a lot. I looked at Key. He was strangely calm. What are you doing these days? At first, I didn't plan on answering. If I treated him like an invisible person, he would just chatter on and eventually leave me alone. I came here after meeting Julie. However, at that, the veins in my forehead swelled. I put the graded test papers in an envelope and responded as I sealed them with magic. I am looking for God. God. Me? Key pointed to himself, but that was just funny. I laughed bitterly. Not you. Then, at this point, his face hardened a little. A god, but not Key. There was only one. The primordial god you worshipped. Key clenched his teeth. Did he think I was insulting him, after all? It is not nonsense or contempt. Even now, I am thinking of you and studying. I simultaneously floated the Bible of the altar and the one of the demon blood with psychokinesis. One would be punished just for owning them, but if you know your enemy, you're invincible. I interpreted all of it with understanding. You and the Bible for the demon blood make a common prophecy that God will return. However, the subject is different. No, they're the same. If they are the same, there is no way the demon blood would not be united with you. The demon blood was now divided. Some worshipped the altar, but more than half saw them as enemies. Key, the god you served may come to see you. An aura surged through Key's body. God is dead. You humans killed him. No, God died of his own hand, for humans to develop. Key closed his eyes, and a red air stream wrapped around his body. A death variable. Key, I think I know. However, that didn't stop me. Even if Key wanted to kill me, there was a reason he couldn't. The true name of God. Whoosh. The death variable surged like lightning, but he didn't move. On the contrary, the death variable quickly subsided. Key offered me a reluctantly calm smile. You're so serious about it that it's ridiculous. It's the truth. I'll just go. I shook my head as he stood to leave. You should have realized sooner. He clenched his fists. If the creator of this world is God, the God who created this world, that is, in other words, who created this game. I've already known him for a long time. Me. So Kim Woojin already knew. Whoosh. At that moment, the chill of autumn swept over my back. The curtains in the chairman's room fluttered loudly. The window wasn't even open. You ran away, and Key wasn't there anymore. If he couldn't handle it, he shouldn't have provoked me. However, I laughed. Imperial University's garden. Sylvia found an adventurer approaching her as she walked through campus and snacked on a waffle. Indeed, the time had finally come. Sylvia suppressed her laugh with a cough and waited for them to approach. "Are you Miss Seffin?" they asked. "Yes," Sylvia showed her ID. The adventurer nodded and handed over a parcel. "Here, this is something from the Imperial Palace. Please be sure to open it alone, in a place where no one else is present." "Yes. Apart from the detailed schedules, someone from the Imperial Palace will visit and explain." The adventurer hurried away, and Sylvia unpacked the package's contents. One of the people that gave a correct answer to the Imperial Wizard selection test. Seffin, she just had to look at the title. The rest was packed back in the parcel, and she walked through the garden. Then with a sudden thought, she took out her crystal ball. "Where are you, garden bench?" she called her first disciple. "Yes, I'll get there soon." "Yes." Sylvia walked towards her, then cleared her throat and said again, "By the way, have you ever been to the Imperial Palace?" The Imperial P Palace. As soon as she mentioned the Imperial Palace, her disciple's voice immediately trembled. After all, visiting the Imperial Palace even once was a huge dream for all knights. "Yes, I think I will have to go to the Imperial Palace soon." "Whoa, is that true? So I think I'll need one escort, and I can bring one person besides myself." Then her voice cut off. For a moment, Sylvia doubted whether the crystal ball was broken. However, the disciple soon answered seriously. "Where are you now? I'll meet you right away, Master Seffin. I can already see you. Here, the waffle." Sylvia raised the waffle. At that moment, Yuri, her disciple sitting on the bench, shot up. No matter how much she thought about it, her name and appearance resembled Julie. Even the mana that shone through her was similar. There is something there. She wasn't trying to make her a disciple for no reason. There was something unusual and suspicious about Yuri. "What do you mean, Master Seffin?" "Nothing. Let's go. I have a lot to teach you." Sylvia first handed over the parcel to her student. "Carry this." "Yes." Chapter 313, Breakdown and Repair. 1. Credo was looking up at the lighthouse built by the altar. It was a long building built in the middle of annihilation. The majestic height that seemed to reach the sky was probably more suited to the word tower, but the altar insisted it was a lighthouse. "What is the purpose of this tower?" Credo asked the high priest of the altar, the construction superintendent. "It's a lighthouse." "I know that, but what is its use?" This lighthouse was the only above-ground structure in annihilation, and therefore the major focus of the altar. All the altar's manpower, increasing day by day, was being put into this place. It connects with the island. This can corrupt nobles and knights who are blind to power. The altar had been secretly delivering certain drugs to the magic tower and knights these days. It was an elixir that awakened human potential immediately upon ingestion and artificially raised its limit. Credo sneered. "The side effects are serious." "No, there are no side effects." "Is that even possible? You guys are the ones who made human chimeras out of demon bloods." The high priest from the altar produced an elixir from inside their robe. "Analyze it yourself. The human chimera was, of course, our mistake, but it was a necessary process. Without that power, the altar wouldn't have been maintained until God appeared." Blue liquid swirled in the reagent bottle. Creto asked, putting it in his pocket. "Aside from using the portal, we observe stars and comets." Did he mean observatory instead of the lighthouse? Creto sneered again. "Are you obsessed with astrology?" Then Creto hardened in place. "It attracts them." "Correct." A faint smile spread across the priest's lips. Credo, glaring at him, quickly shifted his gaze to the lighthouse. "What if it attracts a comet? We can reset the continent." He spoke with Key's voice. The ancient being called himself a god, or wanted to be called a god. The priest immediately knelt, and Creto looked at him without a word. "Even comets have their names and characteristics. They are full of cosmic mana." Key pointed to the night sky. But today he was something different. His face, which was usually relaxed, was now expressionless, as if he was angry. "What happened?" At Creto's question, Key raised his eyebrows. "What's with you, showing interest in me? You're different from usual." "I guess it's because I just heard something too arrogant." Key smiled and moved to Creto's side. "I didn't know that Deculein would be a devotee too. This is unexpected." Deculein. Yes, he also believes in God. Deculein mentioned God, the old God, that old God that Key believed in. Crito said, I think there is a misunderstanding. Deculein is the epitome of an agnostic. No, he is looking for God. God. Yes, a God that is not me, a God I once worshipped. He's already dead, though. Key lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Does that bother you? Yes, because I think he knows the name of that God when I don't. He didn't know the true name of God. He never even dared to ask his name while God was alive. Credo, do you think it's real? Key raised his face and looked at Credo. The prince felt disconcerted. Why are you asking me? If you're going to become a god, shouldn't you know everything? It's rather because of that, Key replied with a sigh. I have a gut feeling. I feel the answer to every situation, and I can face the future. The providence of the universe, the ending of the continent, the subsequent rebirth, all of that was already clear in Key's mind. That was the so-called God intuition. But I guess that's why I know what Deculein said is true. For a moment, when Deculein said those words, the reason why Key's heart was full of anger was because of that. Deculein knows the true name of God. Indeed, Key had an intuition. Credo. Key grabbed Creto's hand and lifted it to the sky. Comets are wandering in that distant universe. Now, Key might be afraid of what he would say to him. If, as Deculein said, God manifested again, if Deculein found him, and him learning of Key, what would he say to me? What would he teach? Was he curious about these things degenerating into a human rather than a god? The continent will be torn apart, Crito said. Key laughed a little. Yes, all life except you will be burned away, and only the souls I have preserved will remain, waiting to be reborn. There's not much time left. What if my sister reaches us before that? Crito asked. He laughed quietly. I can stop her, I know the answer. He answered, relaxed, and looked up at the sky again, but there was a thick fog in Key's heart. I think I know the true name of God. True name. Key shook his head and smiled. I think we'll find out soon anyway. The true name of God. The true name of you. The Knight's Order is affiliated with the Imperial University. Julie was lying in bed and reading a book recommended by Professor Seffin. The theory book was intuitive enough that even Julie, who didn't know formulas, could easily understand. So does that mean that coordinating power is important? Julie put the book down for a moment. Mana coordinating power was coordinating between one's body and mana. It was how close the two were. Ha! Julie sat cross-legged and raised the mana in her body. Whoosh, however, another scene came to mind as Julie focused. It was a move, the display of unique swordsmanship unlike any other. However, the swordsman who performed it disappeared after showing only one move, and Julie wondered what the next could be. Julie slowly opened her eyes. Deculein, she said his name. Since he was the one who stained her with this curse, she couldn't visit him directly. Josephine and Zeit would hate it. SHH. At that moment, a very small noise came from under the open window. Julie's ears perked up. Carefully, the clock showed 11 p.m. That meant it's the curfew. Her night's radar was activated. Julie quickly put on a coat. She put her hat on and pressed it down over her face. She climbed over the threshold of the open window, clung to the dormitory wall, and slowly descended. With her 5 superhuman senses, she grasped the location of the group of cadets and pursued them in secret. After passing the dormitory, she arrived at the forest in the back. It was a training ground shared by the magic tower, and the knights called the Forest of Darkness. Forest, she pondered for a moment, but it was hard to overlook them with her personality. Julie followed them inside. Leaves swayed softly above. As she progressed through the forest overflowing with eerie mana, she became even more suspicious. Why did the cadets come to this place? If found out, they would be expelled without hesitation. Anyway, Julie followed their trail like a detective. Soon, she could see the cadets, 5 members in total, come to a stop ahead. They surrounded a well in the middle of the forest and clasped their hands together. Then they began to chant. Barkpage, Cugady, Espiquagi. What they held were some scriptures and a piece of paper. The scriptures were a foreign language, but looking closely at the paper, revelation. The biggest problem in the present world is the main enemy of the empire, the altar. Their prophetic writings were in their hands. It was suspicious, but Julie couldn't jump to, I regard you as a god and worship you. She was immediately convinced. Julie thought about how to respond. Should this be reported as evidence, or should she rush in? Wuang, at that moment, a certain dark vapor rose from the well. The cadets beamed and reached out their hands, and soon their hands came out with an elixir. At the same time, the area grew foggy. What? Confused, Julie closed her eyes and opened them again. The whole world was dyed in darkness. She couldn't see anything. She couldn't feel anything. She couldn't hear anything. This. Julie spoke, but there was no sound. She looked around again, but it was pitch black. She was looking at what she was feeling and what she was doing. Julie didn't know whether she was walking, watching, talking, or being attacked by someone. Suddenly, a new sensation arose behind her. Surprised, Julie tried to look around, but someone's strong grip stopped her. It was the strength of a warrior. Were they an enemy? No, if it were an enemy, they had no reason to spare her. Of course, it may simply be that she couldn't identify them as friend or foe. Swoosh, swoosh. A finger moved across her back. The sensation was strangely clear. They were writing letters. Do not move. Don't even open your mouth. She let her body stand still as instructed for now. Speak slowly now. Why did you come here? Julie spoke, but no sound left her. I can hear your voice. It's okay. Tell me. Some cadets were suspicious, so I followed them. You look like a cadet too. Yes, I am. Then don't step forward. You could have died today. Who are you to be talking like that? Someone who has more responsibility than you. Breathe every time you speak. Don't forget to breathe. Yes, but what is this darkness? Every day in the dark forest, a pretty dreadful veil spreads, so entry was prohibited. How do you know that? Could you please tell me who you are? Julie asked again, but there was no answer. They are the altar. The altar has been set up inside the university. It seems that action is needed. Please tell me your name. It's not something you can do. Notifying them is not going to solve it. Yes, there are already too many people working for the altar at this university. Julie's eyes widened. Because of the elixir you just saw, one bottle of that elixir can achieve more results than a year of hard work. 1 year. Yes. Those who have tasted strength and talent too easily cannot let go of it, maybe closer to half. Half. Julie was astonished. No one could hear it, but she was probably screaming. So don't trust the people around you too easily. Let's cooperate. Don't trust the people around you. I'm not going to take the elixir of the altar or be blinded by convenience. And of course, I don't know who you are yet, but you seem the same. I am not weak enough to seek the cooperation of a kid like you. At his words, Julie shook her head. Rather than pride, it was righteous indignation, the attitude of a knight. I'll be back next week at the same time, with more preparation than now. You're stubborn. It's not stubbornness. As a cadet of the Knight's Order, I must investigate if the university is being taken over by outside forces. He went silent for a moment. Indeed. At that moment, the chains around her were released, and the world was revealed again. The fog had faded. Who? Julie hurriedly looked back. But no one was there. There wasn't even a trace of footprints. Indeed. Does he know me? It was a situation she didn't quite understand. At that moment, when Julie scratched the back of her neck and thought about it, her crystal ball rang. Yuri, are you ready to go to the Imperial Palace? Sephine's message. Only then did Julie look up at the sky. So soon. It was morning, the Imperial Palace of the island. I came back there according to the schedule, and for some reason I was greeted by Safian with a dull look. Deculein, you met Julie, so that's why. She grumbled while flicking a white stone with her finger as she played Go. HMPH, I smell it, the smell of old mana. I bowed my head without a word. Was it good? She is still an inflexible woman. Ha, enough. I don't want to hear. Rather, I've already conducted interviews with the wizards you have selected. Yes, I heard. 8 people with correct answers to the theory questions. However, the theory was only the first test, and the most important thing was the Emperor's interview. 3 were useful, but I kicked out the rest because they were nothing special. The class starts today. So, Safian stood. Then she waved her left hand. Deculein, get up and come to me. I have something to give you. What's going on now? I stood and walked over to her. Safian smiled warmly. Deculein, Safian called my name. However, the sound felt distant. Deculein. Her legs as she walked towards me trembled, and her body swayed, as if the ceiling and floor were moving away from me. There was this sense of something out of place for the first time in my life since becoming Deculein. I could see a bit of Safian's bewildered face, but I couldn't think further. That was my last memory before things went dark. Thud. Safian held Deculein in her arms. No, she caught him. Deculein. He didn't move despite how she called out to him. There seemed to be no heartbeat, and only the slightest breathing sound left him. Safian smiled after a moment. Don't worry. She shoved her hand into Deculein's robe. Without realizing it, her heart began pounding, and her face grew red. But even though the urge to attack him was bubbling, I will heal you. She wouldn't act like a fool. She endured it with superhuman patience. However, with the divine language she had learned in preparation for such an event, she healed his body. You have a great body. Safian swallowed back her drool. Chapter 314. Breakdown and Repair 2. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was Safian's face. Her warm eyes looked down at me, wet with tears and somehow even benevolent. As I looked up at her like that, my hand moved slowly. Without realizing it, I caressed her cheek. The Emperor let out a choked sound. I belatedly tried to pull my hand away, but her hand grabbed mine. Professor. Safian looked at me and smiled a little. At that moment, a headache struck. My brow twitched, and concern spread across Safian's expression. You're not well. However, I must have caused it, right? The Emperor said regretfully. She grabbed my hand, and with a hand caressing her cheek with mine, she said in a quiet voice, Is it because I forced too many memories on you? Your Majesty. Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D0s, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small kappa, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0da, novel B. IN.net, I interrupted her. How much time has passed? Safian responded as if dissatisfied, shaking her head. Less than 15 minutes. Is that so? I raised my torso. Iron Man had collapsed. Traces of it were all over the place. In particular, the pain in my heart persisted. Thank you. However, recovery was now taking place on its own. Seeing that Safian's mana was faintly left in my body, it was probably thanks to her. You have mastered a divine art, Safian grinned. It is the divine language and rune language combined. You have learned what I have not taught. Yes, the runes are an ancient language with mana, but the divine language is only a primitive language. Combining the properties of the two languages, her fingers brushed my cheek. I've bestowed upon you the spirit of language, self-recovery. Spirit of language, the ultimate magic of this world, virtually divine power. But it's effective only when you're with me. The closer you are to me, the better. Saying so, Safian wrapped her arms around the back of my neck. She smiled like a fox. So, Safian's face rested against my shoulder. She murmured, leaning closer. Now I will protect you, even if there is a limit, even if I could die and disappear. Knock. Safian had a rather dissatisfied look as she glanced to the door, and I pulled her away. Your Majesty, the selection of wizards are arriving soon. It was Leah. On the way to the Imperial Palace, Sylvia was sitting in the backseat of a luxury sedan. But she wasn't alone. She was permitted to have one companion as a selection wizard. Sylvia glanced at the seat beside her. Yuri. This young knight was still staring at an inner map of the Imperial University. Is it because of that dark forest? Sylvia asked. The knight flinched. Yes, it's better not to approach the dark forest. The concentration of dark energy is too thick. Is that so? Seeing this woman, Sylvia had a thought. Perhaps isn't she Julie? Did something happen in there? Sylvia asked. Julie shook her head. No. Whatever happened, she wouldn't say. Sylvia felt she knew why. Maybe it's because of the Book of Revelation and the elixir. Julie's eyes widened. Sylvia chuckled and nodded. Even in the Knight's Order, it's a serious problem. Do you know about it? It's famous in the tower. All other cadets and magic students know that you will receive the elixir if you are faithful to the Book of Revelation. There are still many people who regard it as a ghost story, though. Sylvia pulled out a report card list. There are many magic tower wizards whose grades have soared, at least 27%, and even in the Knight's Order by 25%. Perhaps more students will be seduced by this promise of a rapid rise. Julie focused her eyes on the list. Looking at her, Sylvia said, I will ask again, did you meet someone in the dark forest? Julie looked up at Sylvia. She then replied firmly, Yes, I met someone. Who? I don't know who it is, because the veil covered everything. Was it yesterday? Yes. Sylvia took the wizard board out of her bag and searched for the dark forest patrol from last night. What is this? Wizard board. Dark forest patrols are done by faculty members or active duty knights. Their turns are public, so I'll find out who did it last night. Aha! Julie grew interested. Sylvia identified the patrolman from the night before. Lawin, a knight named Lawin. He was a pretty famous knight, so even Sylvia had heard of them. Oh, Julie's eyes widened. Sylvia asked, "Do you know him?" Yes, I know him well. Of course, she knew Lawin. He was in the same year with her. If it was Lawin, it was understandable that he seemed to know her. Indeed, he is an upright knight. Is that so? While they were talking, they could see their destination in the distance. We're here, Julie. Yes, we're here, Julie answered naturally. She didn't even know what she had just heard. I look forward to it. Is it your first time in the Imperial Palace? Yes. Julie clenched her fists tightly as if excited. She could, of course, be someone who didn't mind being called by the wrong name. She might be someone who'd rather be called the wrong name than correct it and make the other person feel embarrassed. But even so, if she unconsciously heard another name, her body would have shown some reaction. Julie showed no such signs. She was taking the name Julie as hers. That convinced Sylvia, and Efferen soon came to mind. It must have been her. Get out. Yes. The car stopped, and the two disembarked together. The knights of the Imperial Palace approached. Julie had a nervous look. Julie. Sylvia looked at her and let out a small sigh. Julie entered the Imperial Palace. There was no special identification search or inspection to see if they had business with the Emperor. It was fortunate for Julie, who was still using a pseudonym. While the screening wizards are being interviewed by Her Majesty, the companions will stay here. The court lady, Ahan, led her to a separate room. Yes, all right, Julie nodded. Ahan smiled softly and left, and Julie, left alone, blinked repeatedly. The scenery of the Imperial Palace was so gorgeous that she was at a loss for words. The crystal chandelier reflected the light, flashing across the white tiles. There were several faces that Julie didn't know, 7 of them gathered around the same room. Ha! Another one came. Who? Among the 7, 2 minors were staring at her. She didn't know who they were, but Julie bowed her head first. Then a smile spread across the boy's face. Hello, I'm Leo. I am an adventurer. The cute little boy with brown hair introduced himself. On the other hand, the blue-haired child next to him only bowed. This one is Carlos. The child named Leo introduced him instead. Julie laughed. I am Knight Yuri. I came as a companion to the Imperial Palace. What about you guys? We're here to get a mission, because Her Majesty has a mission to hand over to us. A mission? Yes. Were these little children already important enough adventurers to receive missions from the Imperial Palace? Feeling the gap of those 10 years again, Julie sat on a nearby chair. At that moment, creak, the door opened again. The 3 looked up, and Leo exclaimed, Leah! SHH. The girl named Leah hastily put her finger to her lips, and then she shouted, Count Eucline will soon arrive. 3 exclamation marks appeared over the top of their heads, not only Leo and Carlos, but also Julie. Carlos and Leo quickly hid, and Julie turned her chair around to hide her face. Get ready. Leah turned around and closed the door. Knock, knock. Julie twisted her head so her face couldn't be seen, and the rest of the knights straightened up so that their faces could be visible. Creak, a luxurious scent, flowed through the open door. Deculein's staff clinked off the floor as he entered. A total of 5 companions for the selection wizards, correct? Yes, that's right. Julie quickly wrapped her face with a nearby tablecloth as the other knights answered. I see there is one weird person. Deculein seemed to find it absurd. The other knights burst into laughter as Julie lowered her head. I'm sorry, I have a skin disease. Okay, the face doesn't matter anyway. There are only a few things I have to tell you about palace etiquette. First, I'll just tell you the most important thing. Watch out for your life. Life? Julie asked. Watch out for your life in the Imperial Palace. Deculein nodded. Yes, that's the only reason I allowed a companion to each of the selection wizards. Now the Imperial Palace is in danger. To be precise, a certain magical current has engulfed it. Deculein spoke slowly. Because of that incident, Her Majesty said that she had hired adventurers herself, but those adventurers didn't come. Adventurers. Julie recalled Leo and Carlos, who had just introduced themselves. The 2 children immediately hid themselves when Deculein arrived. We do not need rookies who don't keep their promises. Deculein shook his head scornfully, then snapped his fingers again. First, the teaching of the selection wizards will continue for 3 days in the gardens of the Imperial Palace. You can stay here in the meantime. Whether you're competing, enjoying the facilities of the Imperial Palace, playing cards, or whatever you do, I don't care. But Deculein's expression hardened. He said, looking around, At night, the mana of the imperial palace grows stronger, and because of that, you may encounter these demonic beings. We suspect that this phenomenon is also the altar's work. Swoosh, Deculein's mana rose through the dark space, and it soon took form. It was an eerie shape with a robe covering its face. To be precise, it is a demonic being called a communicator. They will throw you randomly through the imperial palace. In extreme cases, these guys may banish you to annihilation. Demonic existence, so a bastard who wasn't a demon but possessed their temperament. Deculein shrugged. So don't come out at night whenever possible. Don't even walk the corridors of the imperial palace. Then someone raised a hand. Julie looked over and was startled. It was Knight Raphael, her senior in the past. Is it okay if I break them up? Raphael asked. Deculein grinned and nodded. It doesn't matter. In that case, since you would have eased your majesty's concerns, I would, of course, reward you. Good. Raphael grinned, and Deculein's eyes reached Julie. To be precise, the tablecloth covered her face like a mummy. There seems to be one tablecloth ghost, but I won't talk to you. Take a rest, everyone, for now. Julie felt her whole body turn red as she bowed. Chapter 315, Breakdown and Repair 3 in the hallway of the Imperial Palace. Trapped in a spider's web or a maze, I was walking through the halls, but I didn't know where it led. Talk, talk. Only the sound of my footsteps resounded clearly through the darkness. I could see a person at the far end of the hallway waiting for me. Talk, talk. He was the last of this world, the most godlike, the last believer. I approached him without hesitation. Key, he swayed like a ghost and stared at me. Let's go to the annihilation of the altar. Annihilation. Key met my eyes. Let's go to your temple. Temple. Key's eyes raised with doubt, but it was only for a moment before he responded. I think you already know what I'm thinking. I nodded. The mana at Key's side lumped together into a certain form. It was a transmitter. Let's go, Key gestured. Then the transmitter's mana wrapped around us. I closed my eyes for a moment as mist filled the air, then opened them again. We're here, Key said. I looked around annihilation. This land where life couldn't survive, this cursed land where dark energy rippled. A tower ascended into the skies above us. Is it a lighthouse? Yes, I see you recognized it right away. Credo said it is a tower. Key smiled a little. I looked at the lighthouse with understanding and vision. I grasped all the hidden functions and intentions, meanings and wills behind its construction at a glance. It's still lacking. That was my conclusion. I looked back at Key. Isn't this what you designed? It seems that you don't have enough skill to claim to be a god. Letter 1D1C, letter 1D18, letter 1D05, letter 1D00, letter 1D1B, letter 1D07, small kappa, letter 1D0F, letter 1D0D, novel B. IN.net. Key laughed bitterly and poked my shoulder. Deculein, you know dolls have a lifespan. Key pointed to his body. I am imperfect. No, I am not me. I'm just imitating myself. I'm just a doll. The real me is outside of this world. Then he turned to me with a pout. You interrupted me, so I don't have much time left. If he wanted to make it perfect, he could. However, the problem was time. Right now, Key was still a doll, trapped in a fake body with limitations, so it didn't have to be perfect. Deculein, now do you understand why I came to you? Key asked. I nodded. I'll cooperate. Key's lips trembled. He looked back at me and tilted his head. It's just the initialization, washing away original sin and regenerating purity again. That is destruction. Key shook his head, but he voiced no objection. We couldn't convince each other anyway. However, building this lighthouse is a process we both must undertake, although our goals are different. Key didn't say anything for a moment. This lighthouse is unfinished. This lighthouse was now simply a place where you could observe the distant universe. I know, but it is enough to reset the continent. Of course, Key was right. If a comet arrived soon, it would exert its power long enough to erase the continent. I do not deny the word incomplete. However, if Key and I worked together, it'd go beyond simply observing the universe. It would advance into a lighthouse where anything that exists could be observed. There is not much difference between sufficient and insufficient in the first place. A faint smile appeared on Key's lips. To complete the lighthouse, you need my strength, and I also need your strength to observe God. I was asking for a temporary truce. Even if it was a purpose for a cause, a means to betray the Emperor and the continent, did this violate Deculein's principle? It didn't. If God comes again this moment and my will won't change. Key's voice grew quiet. On the contrary, God wants the continent to be destroyed. The descendants of their killer are ruining this continent. Key, I met Key's eyes. Somehow it was pitiful. It was funny, too. God does not control the will of creation. The choice was always yours. He listened quietly. It is you who interpreted God's revelation as killing, you who prayed for 10,000 years, and you who was eventually isolated from the world. A creature who served God all his life, and his existence ended up shattered. You who are determined to become a god now, and you who declared that you will erase the continent. Key smiled. However, it wasn't a warm smile. It was like a cold flame mixed with hostility, anger, and chaos. In the end, the choice was yours, so now you are proving the revelation of God. What revelation are you talking about? To Key's cold tone, I answered. God chose his death for your freedom. God's death was, after all, a suicide. Even Key, who lived only for God, had his own will when God died and disappeared. That was the proof. Your indulgence did not kill God, but God killed himself for your freedom. Whoosh. Suddenly, red energy rose from Key's body. Again, a death variable. God isn't like that. Someone who would die by his hand like humans. No, he is a god because he can choose even death. By dying, God has given us the purest and most fundamental thing to existence, death. Then, Key clenched his teeth, the death variable wrapped around my neck. Why didn't I die? There was anger in his voice. He, who had maintained his composure thus far, finally showed his honest feelings. It was 10,000 years. Didn't God know that a being like me would be born? Key asked. I looked into his eyes and answered. He didn't know. You're wrong. You don't know God. Then he knew. Is that a joke? Key's mouth shut tight and I shook my head. A joke? How can humans understand the will of God? But one thing is certain. I turned my gaze back to the lighthouse. That's probably why I came here. Key didn't respond. Was he at a loss for words at my absurd ego? However, this wasn't a silly joke or a prank. I spoke seriously. If God didn't know you existed, he prepared me in a hurry, or he arranged it in advance because he knew. Either interpretation is possible, because faith does not belong to God, but the believer. You're cheeky. Even if your soul is special, it's not God's will. It's you who is cheeky, Key. I'm not only at a special level. Looking up at the lighthouse in annihilation, thinking of the person who would be watching me from somewhere high in the sky, I reached a natural realization. I am unique in this world, as great as the God you served. For a moment, Key's face went blank. However, it was neither a lie nor a bluff. Kim Woojin, who dwelled in Deculein, the me who came down from outside this world to this place, wasn't very different from the person who created this world. I said, I guess I only realized now the reason I came here. It was thanks to you, Key. Key didn't speak for a long time. However, the death variable soon subsided, and the look of disbelief in his eyes soon turned to joy. You mean I was the reason you came here? I didn't have to answer. I held out my hand. I'll cooperate. You should cooperate too. The moment I said this, it hurt like I was being stabbed, but whether it was in my heart or my soul, I didn't know. Perhaps, whatever the purpose, this process wasn't so different from betraying Safian. Key also pointed that out. The emperor you serve must be sorry. It's a life that doesn't have much left anyway. Also, this will be according to Deculein. On the continent, the altar's informants were multiplying by the day due to the elixir. The reason I didn't bother to oppress those who succumbed to the temptation of power was that it was the ending Key hoped for. The humans would kill each other and lead to their destruction. According to Deculein, even though your whole family might be destroyed, Key asked. You, the Emperor's bodyguard, a traitor who has fallen, becoming a collaborator of the altar. I cooperated with the altar. I contributed to the completion of the lighthouse. No, I designed, remodeled, and completed the lighthouse myself. A first-class war criminal blinded by power who tries to destroy the continent. You could become a black beast worse than your master, Rohakan. The fact that I joined Key would be revealed whether the altar won or lost. I would stain my name and family with filth. No, I will be. Certainly. I nodded. I don't care. It didn't matter. Deculein was not a vassal, nor a loyalist, nor an apostate in the first place. He was not a small man who only valued his safety and prosperity, nor an idiot who would destroy the continent for the sake of Her Majesty the Emperor, nor a paranoid man obsessed with principles, nor a weak man who is blinded by love. I already know my identity. I didn't belong to anything. I was a villain. A villain. The named villain Deculein. Key's eyes trembled slightly. I am still a villain. And just as a hero excluded evil with his good, the villain redeemed the good with his evil. It is only right that the villain disappears with their evil. The future Key wanted, a tragedy in which humans shed blood and killed each other, would not occur as long as this great culmination of evil existed. Meanwhile, Julie played cards. Her opponents were Leah and Carlos of the Red Garnet Adventure team. The game was poker. But why can't we go outside, Leah? Leo asked. There's a thing called a transmitter. Call, Leah answered while putting a chip on the table. Transmitter. Yes, it's a demonic being that delivers humans, but it seems that the altar has released it into the Imperial Palace as a check. Altar. Julie's ears ached at their name. Then, if we get caught by them, we can be teleported to annihilation, right? Yes, but we can also be moved to other places that are not normal instead. Rays. At that moment, the child named Carlos doubled. Julie turned to look at him with surprise, while Leo and Leah glanced at her. What will Knight Yuri do? Leah asked. Julie gently bit her lip. Her hand was a pair of sevens, but the stake was only 10,000 elnis. Of course, these were the chips given away free of charge by the Imperial Palace to promote friendship, but she was too poor to keep going. I'm dead. Julie set her hand down. Leah grinned. Hey, no, you're a coward. Yes, that's right. She didn't fall for the attack. She could win the next round anyway. Then let's show our hands. I have a pair of sixes. Leah's hand was weaker than expected. Julie laughed inwardly, but the other hands showed next weren't even a pair. I won. Julie watched Leah take the stake with envy and shuffled the cards with a pout. By the way, do you all know about the rumors spreading around the Imperial University these days? She asked carefully. Leah reacted first. Rumors? Yes. Leah met Julie's eyes. Julie kept her gaze for a moment and wondered, is this person righteous? About the elixir? Leah asked, and Julie flinched. Had the rumors already spread far and wide? Yes. Well, common people don't know, but adventurers like us know about it. Even among adventurers, it's famous. Oh, do adventurers drink this elixir? Some, but less than knights or wizards. We became adventurers in the first place because we didn't want to be tied to anything. But Leah's brow furrowed. What about you? I do not borrow power from such things. That's a relief. Leah grinned, but the way she smiled was strange for some reason. Julie frowned. She had seen that expression somewhere. It was familiar. If it was familiar for her, in other words, it must have been familiar 10 years ago. Oh, a certain scene popped into Julie's mind. To be precise, it was from a long time ago when she saw Deculein in their academy days, secretly meeting someone and smiling. There was a woman with him. What? Leah tilted her head, and Julie asked with wide eyes. By any chance, do you know Yuli? It was at that moment crash. The light on the ceiling broke, and the window was smashed. Who is it? Julie drew her sword. Leah, Leo, and Carlos wrapped mana around their bodies. Darkness fell over the room. A demonic being appeared with an eerie chill. SHH, it's a transmitter. There is no threat to our lives for now, so don't be too nervous. Leah took Julie's hand. Julie was startled, but Leah spoke like an expert. Everyone hold hands. That way we won't end up somewhere alone. Julie nodded, holding her sword in one hand and Leah's hand in the other. This small adventurer was oddly trustworthy. Chapter 316. Breakdown and Repair. For the altar of annihilation, there were many people in their sanctuary. Even if there were no buildings above ground, various human figures had gathered in the deep underground. I watched their faces. There are many believers. The sanctuary was crowded like a village. Adults, old and young, women, men, regardless of age or gender, they continued their lives underground in an already extinct land. Yes, Key asked. Do they look unhappy? I shook my head. Here the children ran around vigorously, their parents watching with joy, and the old man preached teachings with his wisdom. But despite their age, they all wore youthful smiles. It looked far from despair or brainwashing. Not at all, so I don't understand why you want to kill them all. It's not killing. I will preserve the souls of believers. In my next world, they will be with me. Key gently waved his hand. Then the space changed. Again, to the land of annihilation. Key looked up at me with a smile. Then are we temporary allies? It's just a collaboration based on need. Key nodded and held out his hand. Yes, at this point I'm curious too. Are you the one God has arranged for me? Without a word, I grabbed Key's hand. When are you going to fix the lighthouse? I looked back at the lighthouse and answered, right now. Will you be okay? The morning sun was shining brightly. The servant of the altar asked Key. He laughed a little. What do you mean? That man. His confidant pointed to the lighthouse. To be precise, he pointed at Deculein by the lighthouse. It's suspicious. He was carving a magic circle with his wood steel. He was also reconstructing the lighthouse. His psychokinesis had already dismantled a large part of the structure in a matter of seconds. The remnants floated in the air around him. It looks like he's trying to destroy the lighthouse on purpose. Don't doubt him. Key shook his head. I see it in my eyes. The lighthouse is being reassembled correctly. Yes, the henchmen didn't doubt him. To them, Key's words were the law and faith itself. Go now to preach the book of Revelation. Yes, he left like that. Key watched him leave before looking back at Deculein. Woong, the mana generated from him, the psychokinesis dismantling the lighthouse layer by layer, finally completely disassembling the entire structure. It was quite spectacular. Key turned to find Crito approaching. Why is the professor here? Crito, who was about to ask such a question, immediately saw all the stones floating in the air, and his eyes went wide. It's a temporary partnership. What? Crito's eyes, in shock, stared unseeing at Key. Deculein only agreed to help complete the lighthouse. Yes, Deculein betrayed Saphian. Key added one thing so that Crito didn't misunderstand. For Saphian's sake, he will betray her. A transmitter was a being who transmitted. It could convey something to someone or someone somewhere. They were pretty annoying in-game. Whatever someone did, they'd suddenly get kicked out to another field. Isn't this the sanctuary? Lear asked. Sanctuary. She could tell at a glance. It was the home of the altar hidden in the basement of the land of death where no grass or flowers grew. You mean that sanctuary? Julie spoke and covered her mouth with her sleeve. The air was cloudy. Yeah, it is the altar's stronghold. Julie's eyes widened. She drew the sword around her waist, and Lear, and Carlos hurriedly stopped her. It's okay. It's not a place where we'll kill each other as soon as we meet. Rather, it is dangerous out there. It's not bad inside. Is that possible? Yeah, even if it's a cult, they're believers. Just make sure to cover your face. Yes, the four pulled up their robe hoods. Anyway, it seems that the altar kidnaps people with those transmitters. Let's just walk. Julie nodded with a sour look. Leo, Carlos. You too? Yeah. Okay. So the four of them moved. As Leah said, the scenery at the altar base was rather peaceful. People were living normally down here. Is this the altar that caused chaos on the continent? Yeah. If it's an oppressive religion, it's easier to deal with. This makes it complicated. That was why the final boss was the final boss. While playing the game, sometimes it felt like the believers here were more good and harmless than the humans on the continent. The most typical example was the oppression of Protestantism. Perhaps, even now, they were killing the altar's believers, indiscriminately inflicting the most painful torture for information. That's right. Can't we all live well together? If we were all stupid like you, we would all live well together. What? Leo and Carlos started arguing with each other. While Julie nodded with a sranobs.net placated feeling, she glanced at Leah. Leah felt that gaze and smiled. Is it because I resemble her, the person named Yuli? Yes. At that moment, a certain pain arose in Julie's temple. It was a sharp sensation like being stabbed. What's wrong? Leah asked worriedly. Julie smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's nothing, but you do look like Chairman Deculein's former fiancée. Do you know her? I've seen her face only once. Then it must have been quite a while ago, Leah said as she trudged on. She already knew that this night was Julie. Of course, Julie wouldn't know that. Yes, anyway, I have a pretty clear memory of that. Julie examined Leah's face again. You look alike. It's the same with you. You look like his ex-fiancée, haven't you heard that? And this time it was Leah's turn. Yes. As Julie flinched, Leah smirked. There are two ex-fiancées. Among them you resemble the knight named Julie. He liked her a lot. I mean Count Euclin. Is that so? Julie cleared her throat. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't curious about her old relationship with Deculein. Yeah, but Knight Julie suffered a lot of trouble because of Deculein. Leah continued calmly. She lost her dreams, her body was hurt, and she eventually gave up on herself. Julie's future was that. So was Deculein's future. Deculein and Julie were opposites after all. By giving up on herself. If he drove Julie to the end like the original Deculein, he would be killed by Julie's sword, making Julie a murderer. After killing someone only for her personal feelings, not for a cause, she would be reduced to someone who couldn't become a knight. On the other hand, the current Deculein was influenced by Kim Woojin's personality, even if he treated Julie only with love. Knight Julie is no different than being dead. In the end, Julie gave up on herself. She killed 10 years of herself for the sake of Deculein, and as he wished, she would live like this, unaware of her death. Therefore, Leah looked back at Julie. For their sake, it was right for Knight Julie and Deculein to move away from each other as they are now. Julie's expression hardened, Leah sighed, and Leo and Carlos continued arguing until just before they started fighting. That was the moment. Ha! Julie pointed somewhere. What? Leah asked, following her finger to a giant in a robe. Wow, their body is huge, Leah muttered, but Julie didn't feel the same. It wasn't common to have such a large physique and broad shoulders like the ocean. Even without armor, she could recognize them at a glance. It's Zeit von Bruggen-Freyden, the head of Freyden and Julie's older brother, was here. At that moment, Leah's face hardened. At the appearance of the strongest man on this continent, Zeit, Carlos and Leo also stopped fussing. Yeah, let's follow him for now to see what brought him here. Probably because of Freyden, Julie answered Leah. She gritted her teeth and watched Zeit's broad back with sympathy in her eyes. Freyden is freezing. He came here to find a solution. Leah nodded. Zeit was a person who only cared about his family. They were on the verge of ruin, and he wasn't the type of person to choose religion. But what is he going to do coming here alone? I think I know. Julie drew her sword. Then she wrapped mana around her body. Zeit was Julie's older brother, blood that had been with her for decades. Therefore, huff, Zeit inhaled. Julie took one step forward, but it was already too late. Listen, a huge roar echoed across the underground. The cry of a beast, too violent for a human to make. You fucking shards of religion. Wow, wow, wow. Carlos and Leo clapped with admiration at the fierce figure he struck, but Julie bit her lip. The ice age of Freyden, which you dare predicted, has come true. Zeit was alone here now. Even though it was Zeit alone, the Winter King Zeit has come here himself. Boom. He struck the ground with the flat of his sword, causing the cavern to shake. Let the priests of the Lax altar come to me and tell me the solution. His voice was low and full of murder. My wait will not be long. After he stopped talking, frost-like mana froze over his body. Julie stepped out. Stop! Zeit's broad shoulders twitched slightly at Julie's voice. Just as Julie recognized Zeit at a glance, he recognized Julie only by her voice. Thud. He took a step back and looked at Julie without saying anything. Lord, before Julie could call him, before that. Is it Zeit? A cold tone penetrated the sanctuary of the altar. It descended as if it cut through the air, presenting a grave threat. The four of them looked up almost instinctively. Zeit was the one to respond. Are you the boss? He was a man unknown to Julie, but Leah recognized him at once. The final boss key, he nodded. Yes. Then their eyes met, and Zeit warmed his body with mana as if he was about to charge right away. But in this immediate situation, Leah's senses moved to another place. It pointed to someone in the crowd behind Key. That. He was dressed in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen, but Leah knew why she'd been drawn to him. Deculein, the chairman, who should be in the palace, why was he here? You came without warning and made a lot of noise. If you had told me first, I would have welcomed you. Key smiled softly. Zeit grinned, then lifted a chunk of the ground and tossed it at Key. Then what and how Key responded, Leah honestly didn't know. She didn't see it. I mean, why the hell? Her eyes were only in one place, on one person. It was fixed only to Deculein standing in the middle of the altar's ranks. Chapter 317, Breakdown and Repair, 4, Boom. Zeit flipped the chunk of rock at Key, and Key just stared at it. It was disassembled into particles by some unknown force of magic or authority. However, Zeit was just starting. Guo, his body hummed with blue mana. The air froze cold, and the blood vessels over his body became white. Krag, the talent that made Zeit the strongest on the continent, was simple. It was his physical ability equivalent to a giant. By analogy, like an elephant running at supersonic speed, Lord. Just before the elephant soared like a bullet, a woman approached him. Zeit's face hardened as he looked back. Julie, Zeit didn't bother to call her name. Julie also didn't say anything. She stopped Zeit only with her face. "Why are you here?" Zeit, who was about to say that, suddenly looked at her and the party behind her. Leah, Leo, Carlos, the three children approached, running. "Fighting here will cause civilian damage," Leah said. Zeit asked involuntarily. "Civilian?" "Yes." This time Julie answered. She pointed with her eyes around them. "A lot of these civilians don't know anything." Civilians who don't know anything. Were they talking about the believers of the altar looking at them in fear? Zeit quietly looked around. There were children, the elderly, women and men. "Night, then I'll leave things here with you. I have to go." Leah hastily chimed in. Leah led Leo and Carlos away, leaving Julie behind. "Yes." "Where are you going?" Julie called after them, but there was no answer. "Ha!" Zeit smiled a bit. "Julie, follow them," Zeit said. Julie pondered for a brief moment. Then she shook her head. "No. Where would I go, leaving my family alone?" Zeit scratched the back of his neck. "I have a party too. Even though it's me, I wouldn't have come alone." "Yes." Julie's eyes went wide. Zeit chuckled and placed his hand on her head. "Let's talk later." Zeit, who quickly became serious, looked up at Key again. The guard of the altar was still looking down on them. He asked expressionlessly, "Will you follow me? If you want to prepare a separate stage, I'm willing." Key nodded and turned around. As Zeit followed, he restrained Julie from joining them. "Julie, you go to your party." "Yes. Think about it. Even if you come with me, do you think you will be of any help?" Julie was dumbfounded for a moment as Zeit went on. "But you will be a help to them. So go. Leave this to me. Come on." Stomp, stomp. Just then, Zeit's party appeared. The current Julie didn't know them, but their status and aura were certain. She could tell that they were strong just by seeing their faces. These are Arlo's, Jackal, and Carla. The reason why Zeit came to the altar was as follows. First, he marched to the ashes with his knights. The progress was quick because he cooperated with Josephine. Josephine searched for Arlo's. Zeit subdued her and interrogated her about the current position of the wizard named Vivaldi. Arlo's didn't try to resist. Since he wasn't someone she could do something about, she answered meekly. Vivaldi was rumored to be in annihilation, and Zeit believed it, so he went straight to the altar. There was no need for such a fuss, but there was insurance. Arlo's and her companions, Carla and Jackal, came along. It was semi-compulsory. "Lord Zeit, what are you going to do now?" Arlo's asked Zeit. Now they were walking through the heart of the altar. In other words, in the middle of the enemy camp, in the darkness. It might have been a trap or hell because Key asked to speak directly to them. "It's a waste of time to even plan for an operation. Even if you want to burden everyone here, I will solve the ice age of Freyden," Zeit said. That's how desperate Freyden's situation was, but it was reckless nonetheless. Arlo's glanced back. Jackal and Carla were still there. "Carla, are you okay?" "Yes. The gas mask is good, so I think I'm fine." After replacing her heart with Deculein's demonic core, Carla could no longer use high-level magic, but she was still alive. As her escort warrior, Jackal was paying keen attention to everything around them. "It's here." The altar's priest, who took the lead, stopped at that moment in front of a huge underground door. A vast interior was revealed when the priest opened the door. There were only canvases inside, and it was full of the smell of oil paints. "Is it a flower garden?" Zeit asked. "Yes, it is, and I'm practicing on creating something." The answer came from the other side. Key, the being called himself God, was looking at them from the middle of a flower garden. "Zeit, I know why you came to me," Key said. Zeit glared at him. "But I didn't do that. It is a matter of the land." "Matter of the land?" Zeit asked. Key nodded and spread his palms out. A round planet was projected above them like a hologram. It was the continent. "Yes. As you can see, the annihilation area is getting wider. The officials of the Empire who survey the land every year should know that." The continent in Key's grasp. There was a part that had been discolored black. In other words, the land is dying. As time goes on, this annihilation area will only grow wider. Key advanced the continent's time. Then the size of the spot gradually widened. Zeit grimaced. Among the areas covered by annihilation, there was Freyden. You think of annihilation as a land where no life can survive, but it's not. That's wrong. It is a land that has lost its power and is dead. A land where life couldn't survive, or the land that lost power and died. They seemed similar at first glance, but were very different. Then, what caused it to lose its power? Key closed his hand. The continent disappeared. It's because of you, humans, humanity's reckless use of magic. Abusing nature's mana as magic, wasting it as a tool, exhaust was inevitably released. This is also evidence of original sin. Key mumbled softly and beckoned through the library. If you can't believe it, you should study. There will be a lot of data and evidence on the continent. I recommend the library of the Imperial Palace. They already knew it all, but they covered it up. So, in the end, does that mean that the Ice Age in Freyden isn't your fault? Zeit only asked that. Key nodded. Yes, it is a product of nature. It's also nature's revenge. You, Freyden, were the first to receive that sin just out of luck. Zeit stretched himself. The joints of his neck and hands cracked menacingly, and his mana bloomed. Well then, you stay locked up for the time being. Key beckoned lightly. Whoosh, he waved his hand as if dealing with a fly. The power that arose at that moment wrapped around Zeit and his party and delivered them elsewhere. The garden became quiet. Key walked around, slowly looking at the paintings on the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're here. Among them, the 18th canvas. Originally, it was a landscape painting of an empty train track, but new people were added. Zeit, Arlos, Carla, Jackal. The four uninvited guests stared out of the frame. I will no longer accept your foolishness. Speaking with hostility, Key moved on. There were many people in the various paintings in this garden. This was because the purpose of this garden was to be a prison where Zeit, the strongest in the human world, and giants could be imprisoned without difficulty. At that moment, a picture caught Key's eye. It was a picture that wasn't there before. Specifically, it was one Key didn't draw. Portrait of Deculein. A canvas was depicting a half-length figure of Deculein. Seeing it, a certain person came to mind. Ephren. So you passed by. Meanwhile, Leah was chasing Deculein. Leo and Carlos were with her. Deculein walked somewhere past the crowd of the altar. From the underground up, up. There is a restaurant over there. Leah, Leo muttered. Follow me. Leah dragged him along. Now the situation was serious. They didn't have time to even be distracted. They had to be patient even when they were hungry because Deculein was in annihilation. Where is that professor going? After following him for about 15 minutes like that, Carlos spoke. I know. Leah bit her lips slightly. Deculein had already opened the door leading outside of the sanctuary. In other words, he had risen from the underground to above ground. Should we go up too? We don't have a gas mask, Carlos asked. Leah shook her head. No, we don't have to. Carlos would suffer the worst if exposed without a gas mask to the thick, dark energy of annihilation. Also, if they left the sanctuary, they wouldn't need to cover themselves. There was nothing out there. Thus, Leah utilized her talent, one of the many variations of elementalization, applying elementalization to the optic nerve to remove the limitations of the field of vision, clairvoyance. Can you see? Leah, can you see anything? The kids kept asking about this and that, but Leah paid them no mind and concentrated. She could see Deculein staring at the lighthouse. Lighthouse, Leah knew what it was. That thing would lead to the worst ending. Why? Therefore, Leah had no choice but to ask, why are you trying to fix the lighthouse? Deculein was trying to fix the lighthouse with his knowledge and abilities. At the same time, in the garden of the Imperial Palace, Safian was learning magic from the selection of wizards. No, it had been a long time since she had learned what they had to teach. You guys lack stamina, huh? The wizards were exhausted and sleeping. They spread on the floor, passed out, and occasionally groaned. Yes, your majesty. However, one person, Sylvia, was still alive. Looking at Safian with a sleepy face, she was proud of her because she seemed to have good physical strength, unlike the other wizards. Yes, you should also go to sleep now, Safian said. Immediately, Sylvia made her bed and lay down. Snore, Safian stood. Just then, Ahan approached. Your Majesty. Did you find him? Safian asked. Ahan answered with mixed feelings. Yes, Prince Creto. Is he in the sanctuary? Yes. I still don't know if he's a hostage. Creto was at the altar's stronghold. Safian already knew what that fact meant. If he were a hostage, it would be an unbearable provocation, and if it were cooperation rather, it would be a huge political blow to the royal family. Swoosh, the moment Safian was pondering about her limited information, the wind rushed past. The cold air cooled her head. At the same time, a piece of paper fluttering by fell to her feet. Safian looked down. She tilted her head. Conversion, It was Deculein's conversion formula. Why was it here all of a sudden? This, as Safian looked down at the paper, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Oh, right. I had forgotten. She smiled a little. There was one more selection wizard. That wizard also definitely submitted the correct answer to Deculein's selection problem. The fall of the moon. In other words, FRN Luna. Safian murmured as she recalled her. What are you expecting from me? Chapter 318. Breakout and Repair. 5. The Lighthouse of Annihilation was the last main questline. It was the worst ending, which attracted foreign comets and destroyed the continent. Therefore, Leah's eyes looking at Deculein were filled with hostility and regret. Fixing the lighthouse? Carlos asked. Leah placed her hand to her lips. SHH. She again concentrated on observing him. Maybe she had gotten it wrong. Wound Deculein's psychokinesis moved the lighthouse. The gigantic tower was dismantled, disassembled, and reassembled over and over again. It advanced to a correct structure. Why? Leah couldn't understand. In her opinion, Deculein was not a good man. Unlike Julie or Ganesha, he wasn't a hero who'd save the continent by sacrificing himself. However, he was quite different from the original story, clinging to principles, wishing for his family's glory, and claiming to be loyal to the Emperor. Watching him rebuild the lighthouse in annihilation, Leah started biting at her nails. Stomp! At that moment, a sound came from behind. Cold air brushed the necks of Leah and her companions. Are they priests? Leah warmed up her mana and looked back. Julie. Ha, Knight! It was Julie. She looked up at Leah. Are you okay? What? Did you just arrive? Yes, I have decided to entrust the situation down there to Lord Zeit. Come to think of it, he wasn't the kind of person who needed help. Julie muttered bitterly and joined Leah's party. But what made you leave in such a hurry? Julie asked. Leah looked up again. Deculein was still there. He was building the lighthouse with his mana. The blue and cold nature of the snowflake obsidian filled the stones. It would withstand all kinds of disasters, such as dark energy storms, heavy rains, and the thunderbolts that occasionally fell upon annihilation. Snowflake obsidian was that kind of metal. Leah watched Julie silently. Her eyes blankly reflected the robed Deculein. At that moment, a hypothesis popped into Leah's mind. No way. The meaning of Julie and herself to Deculein. It could be some kind of setting and relationship, or it could be a part of programming. However, either way, it must have been painful. Leah lowered her head. Deculein lost both of his fiancées. One was the setting of Yuli, which she put in because of her greed. The other was the knight named Julie, looking at her here. Yes. Seeing Julie questioning her, Leah felt a certain kind of pain in her heart. It must have been painful. There was no way he wouldn't have felt anything. Looking at her, who resembled his old fiancée, looking at Julie, who had forgotten all her memories. Deculein's inner, deepest heart that no one could see was slowly rotting away. First, was it my fault for thinking of Deculein as steel or a giant tree? Was it my inexperience, never trying to know his feelings, but just making up my mind? Leah pressed down on her temples and clenched her fists tightly. First, the next words wouldn't come out. But if Deculein became an enemy, if he joined the final boss? Are you outsiders? Leah and her group looked around, their eyes widening. Someone was approaching up the stairs, making noise to be heard. A robed man peeked his head out. So you're outsiders? That voice was somewhat familiar to Leah. The lower part of his face was familiar too. Your Majesty, Julie's eyes widened. Malady, what malady? Leo murmured like that, and Carlos slapped him on the head. Slap, be quiet. Ouch, ha ha. The man whom Leah had called Majesty, Credo, smiled a little and pushed back the hood of his robe. Julie immediately knelt on one knee. I see you, Your Majesty, Credo. There is no need for that courtesy anymore. I have worshipped the altar. Leah and Julie's mouths fell open at the same time. Credo snapped a finger. Then a faint soul fluttered around him. It was a transmitter. God allowed me. What God created I can use too. Credo stared at Leah. She gulped. Adventurer Leah, I want to entrust you with a request. Yeah, as you think, Deculein is also working with the altar. Yes. Julie's eyes widened. Leo and Carlos wore similar looks. How should she answer? While Leah was contemplating, Credo produced a map. So, take this. It's the map of the altar sanctuary. Deliver this to Her Majesty Safian. Her Majesty will know at once what to do. What? Handing over the map, he then smiled softly. Her Majesty is the only one who can stop the altar. Yes. Lear understood those words. Crito deliberately infiltrated them for Safian's sake. And Knight Julie. He called to Julie, who was still on her knees. At the call of Julie, she startled. However, it wasn't a knight's duty to hide from the royal family. Julie raised her head and answered, "Yes, I am Knight Julie, your majesty Crito. I saw Zeit here." "Yeah, he is locked in the flower garden." Julie's expression revealed her confusion. Zeit, whom Julie believed in, wasn't a man who could be suppressed so quickly. "Don't worry, there is no danger to his life. Lear, open the map." "Yes, your majesty." Lear opened the map, and Crito pointed at one of the areas. "The garden, Zeit is here. Then you will also be imprisoned now." Gently restraining Julie, Crito held something out for her. It was a sword. "This is a sword made of snowflake obsidian." Snowflake obsidian was a metal more expensive than a diamond. Especially for Julie, who was born in Freyden, this was a dream. "I was still using it for self-defense, but it seems to suit you better." The blue sword was perfectly forged, and the pattern engraved on it was a circuit that made it easier to transmit mana. Befitting a swordsman and a knight, it was a beautiful weapon that she couldn't help but be greedy for. However, Julie looked to her waist. For 10 years, she had been using this old, antiquated sword. If you became a new person, you have to use a new sword. Julie trembled. Aha! Also, it would not be polite as a knight to refuse the imperial family's favor. "Yes." Crito smiled and pressed the sword in her hands, and Julie received it with the courtesy of a knight. "You should go back now. Come back with Her Majesty." Crito moved his hand, as if conducting an orchestra. The transmitter moved accordingly. Only then did Lear realize the identity of the person controlling the transmitters of the imperial palace. "Your Majesty Crito, did you bring us here?" Crito only smiled a little. Woo-wash, the space changed with the rush of mana. Lear, Julie, Leo, and Carlos slowly opened their eyes. They were back in the room where they were playing cards, safe in the imperial palace. "It's like a dream," Lear muttered. "It was so confusing and so sudden." "Yes, it was." Julie said so and looked up at the ceiling. "Zeit is trapped in the flower garden. In fact, it still seems like a lie. How can the Lord Zeit be defeated in an instant?" The Zeit that Julie knew was the strongest. He was and still is. Lear reassured her of it. "It will be okay because it isn't a life-threatening thing, and I think I know roughly what happened to him." Then Julie's head turned. "You mean you know?" "Yeah, he said he was locked up in a flower garden." He was locked in a flower garden. There was a setting that came to mind from those words. The final boss's power was outside the world. In other words, it was the power to separate existence from the world. Even though it was Zeit, he couldn't stand against his powers that were beyond human, so he must have been isolated outside the world. "I will go to Her Majesty, since I have to deliver this." Lear pulled the map out. Then she looked to Julie. "Say it." Julie's expression telling her to speak was firm. Lear smiled. She was reliable. She had no injuries, no limits, and no restrictions. Julie surpassed Zeit and had the same level of talent as Safian. Before falling into eternal winter, before Julie's heart froze, there was 4 seasons, one of the most brilliant talent settings. She had the power to encompass all 4 seasons. "Beware of Deculein," Lear told her. "Deculein is now our enemy." Deculein, designing the lighthouse in cooperation with the altar, was their enemy. "Is it true what His Majesty Crito said, that Deculein is cooperating with the altar?" Lear answered with a serious look. "Yes, he is building the lighthouse." The next day, early morning, Julie was walking through the corridors of the imperial palace, waiting for Sylvia. Why? No matter how much she waited, Sylvia didn't show up. Also, Lear's words last night kept bothering her, and they lingered in her mind. Deculein was the enemy. Deculein was now our enemy. Although I hope he's not an enemy, I can only say that he is. Lear's feelings were exactly that, but Julie didn't know anything. It was impossible to keep up with the gap of 10 years. Are you the Knight Yuri?" A voice called her as she stopped. Julie looked back and bowed her head. "Yes, Knight Raphael." Raphael, a former colleague and her senior, but now an uncle of more than 12 years who had completely cut off ties with her. Raphael got very old. "Are you waiting for the screening wizard?" "Yes. I heard that you are Ihelm's escort." "Yes. He doesn't have many friends, so he has no one to help but me." Raphael laughed and beckoned. "By the way, I'm bored. Would you like to go to the training grounds for a moment? I'm curious about your skills." "Ah, is that so?" "Yes. You look so much like an old friend of mine." "Old friend. Maybe he was talking about Julie, the old Julie. Yes. Julie followed him with a slightly confused expression. Stomp, stomp. Raphael spoke as he walked through the imperial palace. You have similar names, and you're from Freyden, so for some reason I like you. Is that so? And, ha! Then Raphael stopped talking. He was looking out the window. Yes, Julie asked, but there was no answer. He was just staring at something without saying a word. His eyes were busily chasing after something, and the more he stared, the bigger his pupils grew with surprise. Julie followed his gaze after a moment. Oh, she quickly understood the reason. It was Deculein. Deculein was swinging his sword in the training grounds. Those sword moves were a type that Julie had also seen before. At the knight's training ground, the man who aroused her admiration. At that moment, Deculein stopped moving as if he felt their gaze. He looked back, and his eyes met Raphael and Julie's. Clank watching him stab his sword into the ground, Julie's body moved on its own. She shouted without realizing it. Don't you want to spar? Deculein's brow furrowed. Chapter 319. Breakdown and Repair. 6. Physical training and magic polishing were the daily routines that I had to follow. Even if my Iron Man body slowly collapsed and the weight of my life gradually became lighter, my principles would support it. Even if my body died, I could live and move. But I looked at Julie. She approached with a calm look and asked about my swordsmanship and fighting skills. Spar? I asked briefly. Yes, this is the second time I've seen the Count's swordsmanship. Second time, Julie nodded. I saw it in the Imperial University. Raphael, next to her, smiled kindly. She's Yuri, a junior knight. She seems to have many questions, being an energetic knight from Freyden. By the way, what was that move just now? Even though he talked like that, Raphael seemed curious. It was just a warm-up for me right now, but the knights would recognize it at a glance. This move was designed to be more efficient and natural than any other swordsmanship. I responded as I put away my sword. It's just a part of my physical training. It was too perfect to be just for training. The linkage and composition of movements are clear. Raphael intervened. I frowned. Don't get me wrong, I'm not coveting it. My swordsmanship is already one with me, so even if I wanted to change it, it wouldn't. However, your moves are famous even among knights. Famous? Yes, there are quite a few people who have witnessed your physical training. At Rekordak I saw it too. Rekordak. There I had broken Julie with a sword. Raphael grinned. But you seem to have improved from that time, enough for me to want to compete. You don't have to. I cut him off and looked into Julie's eyes for a moment. She tried to evade my gaze. You're young. She was young. She became young. She was not the Julie I knew. The current Julie was the one only Deculein knew. In my memory of being both Deculein and Kim Woojin, this version didn't exist. Yes, she's a young knight, and like you and me, she's from the Imperial University. By the way, Deculein, aren't you curious about what Julie is doing now? Raphael asked. Julie was surprised. As always, it seemed that she wasn't used to hiding herself. It's been months since she went missing. People say Julie is dead, but I know she's not. You don't think so either, right? Raphael's voice was somewhat sentimental. Was he getting old? Julie is alive, Deculein. Gwen and I, and all of our colleagues, believe so. Raphael glanced at Julie while he spoke. Right now, to Raphael, Julie was nothing more than a young knight who resembled her. Thanks to that, only Julie was restless. Raphael smiled bitterly. Oh, I said something strange while introducing my junior. I guess I'm too old. Are you okay? Yes, it's okay. She lowered her head, then slowly looked up into my eyes again and said, However, Count, I want that move. It seems like it suits me somehow, so I want to spar with you now. I want to learn from you. Julie was adamant. The personality displayed by Julie from the past and the way she asserted herself was very different from that of the distant future. Was it because there was no stain called Deculein? There is no need to spar, and I'll ask the secretary to do it, I said. Julie's eyes widened and she tilted her head. I recorded the move. Yes, just as Julie said, as she felt it like an instinct, this move suited Julie more than anyone else. It was designed to fit her body from the start, and even considered her mana's nature and characteristics, personality and habits. Therefore, it was natural to leave it as a record for her. It was just for Julie in the first place, and it was a move meant to be delivered to her. I'll give it to you if you want. Is that okay? Julie looked genuinely surprised. Then Raphael beckoned softly. Junior. It's not up to you to decide what's okay. You just have to say thank you. You don't even need to thank me. It is useless to me since I'm a wizard. I interrupted Raphael. I'm going to have someone deliver it to you today. Don't bother me more than this. I turned away, leaving the two in the garden. Really? Deculein, the Imperial Garden. After finishing the match with Raphael, Julie ate refreshments with Leah, who appeared later. Yes, the Count said he would give me a record of his swordsmanship. What else? The reason why Julie dared to take the risk of revealing her true identity and contacted Deculein was, to some extent, to reveal it. Nothing. He left before I could say anything. Ha! Stroking her chin, Leah was still lost in contemplation. Since she returned from sanctuary, she hadn't been able to sleep, and every moment of her time had been wasted on her worrying. Don't worry too much, Julie said. The Count must have a reason. The Deculein I know, of course, is a famous person, always caught in gossip, but he wasn't someone who would destroy the continent. What if it's true? What? What if Deculein had a huge change of heart and decided to do it? Even as she replied like that, Leah scoffed. Two of the biggest causes that led to Deculein's apostasy, if it was, were having a conversation like this. We can stop him. You're strong, Leah, aren't you? Julie's answer was simple. That easily. It will be difficult. But there's a way. What is it? It's a rally. Chapter 320, Painting Prison 1. Sylvia studied Ephraim's note. The mana on the paper wasn't left as letters or a picture, but a simple trace. However, it took a tremendous amount of mana to look into Ephraim's meaning contained in that, to understand that fool's thoughts. Julie. Sylvia turned to Julie. Yes, right now, Julie's confidence in Sylvia was 100%. As Julie revealed her identity, Sylvia confessed that she was Sylvia of Iliade, not Sephine. Can you carry me? Sylvia couldn't lift a finger. It was only a brief interaction with Ephraim, and she was only exposed to a very small portion of time energy, but the result was complete exhaustion. Every single drop of mana in her body was squeezed out. Of course, right now. We don't have time. However, thanks to that, she knew for sure what Ephraim meant. Yes, Julie immediately picked up Sylvia. Where are we going? The underground Imperial Library. It was so humiliating that she had to sigh, but she could do nothing. Sylvia buried her face in Julie's back. Yes, Julie opened the door and walked out into the eerie corridors of the Imperial Palace. We're going. There was no hesitation. She held Sylvia tightly and sprinted off, her steps quiet despite her speed. Was this the reason knights escorted wizards? Is it here? She arrived just as Sylvia began to ponder. Or she may have fallen asleep for a moment without even realizing it. Sylvia raised her heavy eyelids to see a large gate and two statues of scholars standing on either side. Yeah, it is. Okay, Kriak, the gate opened. Julie went inside. It's quiet. There was no one inside. Julie whispered. By the way, what was it? The contents of the note given to you by this Ephraim. There wasn't anything on it. Ha! There wasn't anything written down. There was only a little bit of her mana. Julie blinked. Sylvia shook her body with her tired look. Now put me down. Yes, Julie sat Sylvia in a chair. Take the note out of my pocket. Yes, she pulled it from Sylvia's pocket. Now find it. Yes, Julie asked back. Sylvia answered, already half asleep. It's a piece of a book. A book, Julie looked around. A sea of books surrounded them. What book do you mean? The book from which the note was torn. There is a high probability that it is a high-quality book or one with many pictures. It'll be of a material similar to canvas. Julie took the note. To her, it was just paper. Blank. But be careful. It could be a book from the future. Future? Yes, she handles time. That was the last thing she managed to say before Sylvia buried her face in the desk. She didn't say anything further. She was asleep. A book. The book that once held this little piece of paper. Can I find it? Julie looked around the Imperial Palace Library. However, Julie's dedication hadn't changed. I'll make it work somehow. Julie started searching through the shelves. Tick-tock, Julie was still looking for a book, and Sylvia was still sleeping. Passing through thousands or tens of thousands of pages, the texture and smell of the paper on her hands were now familiar. Fortunately, the process of finding the book wasn't that difficult. She just grabbed one and flipped through it to see any torn pages. At that moment, Julie took out a book without thinking and was startled. It wasn't a book. It was a record. Demon's record. Voice records about the voice. Julie glanced at Sylvia. Snore, snore, judging from the snoring, she was still a long way from waking up. Then maybe Julie could have some free time. As soon as she opened it, a name caught her eye. Author, Deculein van Grahen Uklein. Deculein's familiar handwriting greeted her. This is a record about the voice that covered the continent. After a brief introduction, some numbers and calculations followed. It seemed to be a numerical summary of the evil and power of the demon called voice. This echo occurred and confused the nation. The living became reluctant to talk to anyone, and the memories of the dead haunted them. Echo, a phenomenon in which the voices of the past rose like reverberations through time. Julie's eyes widened. The echo that originated from Voice Island was put to an end by a magician. The echo phenomenon that has already spread across the continent will gather on Voice Island. However, the end of the report was too abrupt. One line to explain the phenomenon, 3 enchantments to explain the echo, and a conclusion. More detailed and confidential information has already been stored in the library of Uklein, so the number of records to be disclosed to the outside has been reduced to 20,000. Creek Julie straightened up. She hurried to Sylvia, but after noticing the silhouette of someone through the bookshelves, she hid. Stomp, stomp, solemn footsteps echoed through the library, and an unforgettable scent hit Julie. Stomp, stomp, Deculein. He walked by without saying a word, then suddenly stopped. His gaze was on Sylvia, who was lying on the desk. Was she studying? Deculein muttered like that. Then he quietly looked around. Was he looking for a book? The one hiding over there, come out. Julie's heart pounded, but she bravely stepped forward. She faced Deculein. We're meeting each other pretty often, huh? Deculein said sarcastically, and Julie moved to Sylvia's side. Yes, I am the escort for Wizard Sefin. Are you looking for a book? Yes. She remained vigilant, but she didn't lie. Deculein nodded softly, then he shed his coat. I see you're an escort, but you can't act as a doctor. The moment Deculein said that, Julie's eyes widened. She placed her hand on the back of Sylvia's neck. It was burning. Oh, leave it. She's not in a state where you can do anything. Deculein covered Sylvia with his cloak. If you wait, she will heal naturally. Julie blinked at him. To be healed just because she was covered with a coat. Could that be some kind of magic overcoat? It looks like she's gone beyond mana exhaustion to overwork and overload. I can roughly guess what she did, though this overcoat has natural healing and soothing properties so that she will feel better in a day or two. Is it a magic coat? You can say that. Julie looked at Deculein without saying a word. He had an unconscious reluctance to deal with her now. When he looked at her or said something, he vaguely responded with an instinctive fear. Did he know, after all? By the way, what did you come here for? Julie asked. Deculein shrugged. Is there anything other than books in a library? What book are you? Deculein reached out his hand. Then, psychokinesis yanked a document out from somewhere on the bookshelf. It was what Julie had just been reading. What is this? You don't need to know. Whoosh. Deculein set it aflame. Why are you burning it? It's a document that should have been incinerated long ago. I leave the wizard Sefin to you. Let her know that I read her thesis. She possesses a rare talent. Deculein turned around, as if nothing special happened, as if she was no one. Count Uklein, Julie called to him, not in the name of Deculein, but in the name of his family. He turned to regard Julie. What kind of knight was Julie? Then his brow furrowed. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Was he acting now? I do not speak of the dead, Deculein said. Julie realized a bit late. Even if Deculein knew about her existence or not, Julie was already dead to him. The reason was simple. Her current self was Julie, and not Julie simultaneously. She should have 10 years of memories if she were Julie, but she didn't. Without that memory, she'd be just a clone slam. Deculein had already left when Julie looked up at the ceiling and sighed. I know, Deculein might know. So that's why I should know as well. Who Julie was, how did she feel, and what kind of life did she live? Knowing her past, she could carry on to her present and future. A new start after forgetting everything didn't suit Julie. She didn't want it. Swoosh, a draft pushed through the library. She was startled. There were no windows. No, this was underground in the first place. Oh, Julie let out a small exclamation. A small notebook had fallen from one of the shelves. Julie slowly approached and picked it up. There was only one word on the cover. Diary, diary. Below that, the name of someone Julie knew. Julie. For a moment, her mind went blank. The world moved away from her. Julie's diary, her diary which she had no memory of writing. Then, there was only one answer. As complicated as she felt, she knew what she needed to do. Cog! And she fainted. The diary, being not a thing of the present, had absorbed all of her mana. Early morning in the Imperial Library. Sylvia opened her eyes, feeling a warmth embracing her. It was because of the large coat wrapped around her. Sylvia, staring blankly at it, sniffed the coat and immediately blushed. Ah, she could tell just by the smell it was Deculein's. Her heart started pounding, and her head felt feverish, but she calmed herself. Sylvia shook her head, looking around. "What are you doing?" Julie was lying on the floor and looking up, blink, blink, and blinking like a goldfish. "I'm sorry. There is a problem. I can see it. What's going on?" Julie pointed her eyes across Sylvia's desk. The diary was there. "What is this?" "It's my diary. A diary I wrote in the future, no, in the past. Perhaps it was because I knew I was going to lose my memory and prepared for it." Sylvia nodded and hugged the coat. Indeed, it was covered by Deculein's scent. "Are you listening?" Julie asked. Sylvia glanced at her up and down and put on the coat again. She tucked her arms into the long sleeves and buttoned it up. She was swimming in it. "I'm listening." "I don't think so." Sylvia frowned, fiddling with the buttons on her sleeve. "Tell me, why do you look like that?" "Yes, I was going to read it, but every time I tried, the mana exhausted me so much that I managed only 2 lines before this happened." Sylvia laughed. "That's not a thing from the present. Probably only you can read it." "Why am I the only one who can read?" "It's your thing in the first place, and you are made of time and energy. There will be fewer side effects to you compared to others." Oh, that convinced Julie, but she still needed a solution. Sylvia was rubbing her face against the collar of the coat. "In that case, it would take several decades to read this diary. Raise your background knowledge," Sylvia said to Julie, who was tilting her head. "Background knowledge. After all, it's your thing. The more you get to know yourself, the less mana will be consumed." "Yes, all right. I'll have to keep getting to know myself. But will you be okay? You might regret it. You used to hate Deculein a lot." Julie stiffened at those words, but she smiled broadly as if she remembered something. "Oh, Wizard Sylvia, I found it," Sylvia asked. "What?" "The piece of paper you mentioned. Where it came from." "It wasn't from the diary." Sylvia put Julie's diary in Deculein's coat. Indeed, it was enchanted, so the storage space was second to none. "No, the paper wasn't the same material. Surprisingly, it was easy to find." "Easy to find." "Yes." Julie turned her neck and pointed elsewhere. "It's that." Sylvia followed her eyes. "Photo frame." "Yes, canvas. It was a piece of canvas." A canvas hidden behind a bookshelf in the library. There was no painting, and just as Julie said, the corner was torn a little. Sylvia walked over to it and put the piece of paper on it. It fit perfectly. "You're right. Yes, I barely found it." When the two of them mumbled like that and looked at each other with a smile whoosh, a whirlwind tore through the canvas. Julie and Sylvia cringed and tried to back away, but it was already too late. Swoosh, the mana that surged from within the portrait engulfed them. At the same time, Arloes, Zeit, Carla, and Jackal were still in Key's oil painting. "Can we even get out of here?" Zeit asked. Imprisoned in a painting, all they could do was walk all day long. Zeit and the group had no other option. "Why are you asking me that? It happened because of you." Arloes gave Zeit a sidelong scowl. Zeit cleared his throat and scratched the back of his neck. "Anyway, you're the only wizard here, aren't you? Considering Carla won't be much help." "I have more knowledge than Arloes. I just can't execute it." "That's right. Don't mess with my sister." "Okay." Carla and Jackal, neither of them helped at all. "Ha, seriously." Zeit shook his head. Rumble, a roar sounded from above them at that moment, and 2 people fell from the sky. Thud. "Ah, ah, eh." Seeing Julie and Sylvia suddenly fall ahead of them, Zeit and the party blinked a few times in disbelief.